Chapter 328. A decisive blow as Jiang Ning placed the sword against Mu Qiyuan's throat. All present were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a bold move. Old Wei and Zhu Youjian hastened towards Jiang Ning, but upon seeing this, Wei Zhaoqing raised his hand, prompting dozens of Eastern Depot guards and Jinyiwei to quickly encircle the crowd. Meanwhile, Hongxue, seated in the pavilion, was utterly startled and rushed towards Jiang Ning, exclaiming, "Sir Jiang, what are you doing? Quickly put away the sword. Wasn't he agreed that we would spar? You cannot act in such a manner." Jiang Ning, suppressing the urge to eliminate the old fool with a single stroke, replied to Old Wei, "Wei Gonggong, take this old man aside and let him play with himself." Old Wei, bewildered, inquired, "Sir Jiang, where shall I take him? Who is he supposed to play with?" Realizing his slip, Jiang Ning quickly corrected himself, "Wei Gonggong. Bind Hongxue tightly, so he cannot shout anymore. We must not jeopardize our grand plans." Contemplating, Old Wei nodded and gestured for several guards to approach, who promptly subdued Hongxue and Xieth Zunren, binding them on the ground. In the pavilion, Zhao Sheng and Mu Zong, though surprised by the sudden turn of events, remained seated. Mu Qiyuan, clutching his wrist, yelled furiously, "Jiang Ning, do you wish to meet your demise? How dare you harm me? Release me at once, or you shall not leave the Duke of Qian's manor alive." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Mu Qiyuan, do you truly believe you can act with impunity here in Yunnan? I have revealed my martial secrets today solely to capture you. I did not come here for a friendly contest. Allow me to be frank. The 10,000 local troops outside the Duke of Qian's manor have been restrained by my men, and the 200,000 imperial troops have already entered the city." At that moment, several local chieftains burst into the back garden. Panic etched on their faces as they shouted, "My lord, it's dire. The imperial army has entered the city and is approaching the Duke's manor." As they shouted and ran, they caught sight of Jiang Ning and the bound Mu Qiyuan, momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning sneered, "What are you shouting for? The entry of the imperial army was ordered by me." Mu Qiyuan, seeing the newcomers, immediately bellowed, "Gather your men at once and slay this group. We shall rise against him. We will seize Guizhou and Sichuan, dominate the southwest provinces, and stand equal to the Ming dynasty. In that case, each of you shall receive lands and titles." The words stirred the chieftains present, igniting their ambition. The soldiers within the Duke of Qian's manor, armed and ready, prepared to rush to Mu Qiyuan's aid. Observing this, Jiang Ning shouted, "Mu Qiyuan is in my grasp. Do you dare to draw your blades? Are you intent on rebelling alongside him? Consider well, rebellion leads to the loss of heads. Furthermore, Mu Qiyuan cannot even protect his own life. How can he promise you wealth and glory?" Hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, the tension palpable as both sides faced off. Outside the Duke of Qian's manor, Li Ruoyan was leading 10,000 troops in the assault. The soldiers of the Divine Machine Battalion, armed with gunpowder, blasted open the gates of the Duke of Qian's residence, storming into the estate alongside the Eastern factory agents and the Imperial Guards. Any resistance from the servants of the Mu family was met with swift violence. In an instant, the once peaceful Duke of Qian's residence, which had enjoyed tranquility for over 2 centuries, was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Meanwhile, Qin Liangyu led her forces to seize control of the defenses of Yunnan Prefecture, personally commanding 30,000 troops towards the Duke's estate. Upon hearing the clamor of battle, the local chieftains within the Duke's residence were thrown into disarray. Many drew their swords to join the fray, plunging the scene into utter turmoil. Jiang Ning, alongside Zhu Youjian and the elderly Wei, tightly guarded Mu Qiyuan, surrounded by a throng of Eastern factory agents and Imperial Guards. Shortly thereafter, Mu Qiyuan's confidant, leading dozens of men, charged into the back garden. Upon seeing Mu Qiyuan captured, he was filled with rage and rushed forward. Wei Zhaoqing, without waiting for an order from the elderly Wei, advanced to confront him, resulting in a fierce clash. Observing this, Mu Qiyuan laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with madness. "Jiang Ning, if you know what is prudent, you would do well to release me. Otherwise, the chieftains within this estate have always heeded the Duke of Qian's command. They care not for your status as a court envoy or a royal prince. Once their blood is up, you shall all meet your demise. Even if you summon the imperial army into the city, what of it? Before they can breach the Duke's gates, these chieftains will reduce you to mincemeat. Release me now, and we may part ways peacefully. I could even grant you a treasure of gold and silver. What say you?" Listening to Mu Qiyuan's words, Jiang Ning merely scoffed, choosing to ignore him. Gripping his sword tightly as he focused intently on the chieftains and their soldiers battling the Eastern Factory agents and Imperial guards. Yet, a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Although Qin Liangyu had entered the city with her army, numerous chieftains still occupied the duke's residence. Should Li Ruoyan and Qin Liangyu fail to provide timely support, the frenzied chieftains could prove overwhelming, and the three of them, he, the elderly Wei, and Zhu Youjian, might not escape unscathed. But retreat was not an option. They could only hold their ground in the back garden. At that moment, Li Ruoyan struggled to advance within the duke's estate, contending with the forces inside, while also needing to restrain the 10,000 chieftain soldiers outside. Reluctantly, he issued orders for the nearest imperial guards and Eastern Factory agents to protect Jiang Ning and the others, while he remained behind to distract the other forces. The citizens of Yunnan were terrified upon hearing the battle cries of the army as they entered the city. For years, under the protection of the Duke of Qian, there had been no warfare, and they had grown accustomed to peaceful days. Yet, today's scene was one many had never witnessed in their lifetimes, causing them to shut their doors and cower in silence, fearing unwarranted calamity. In the back garden, Wei Zhaoqing led several imperial guards and Eastern Factory agents to vanquish the chieftains and their soldiers who had come to provide assistance. He then approached Jiang Ning and the others, stating, "Master Jiang, Your Highness, my esteemed father, we cannot remain in this back garden any longer. The number of chieftain soldiers within the Duke's estate is overwhelming. We must break out and regroup with our forces, for staying here is too perilous." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded and declared, "In that case, let us bind Mu Qiyuan and charge outward. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall face our wrath." Subsequently, the three men dragged Mu Qiyuan forward, cutting down anyone in their path. Numerous soldiers from the East Factory, Jinyiwei, and local militia fell to the ground. The entire Duke of Qian's residence resembled a hellish battlefield, drenched in blood. Jiang Ning commanded his subordinates to secure Mu Qiyuan while he and Old Wei, one wielding a knife and the other a sword, led the charge. Any militia or servants of the Mu family who dared to impede their progress met their demise beneath Jiang Ning and Old Wei's blades. Zhu Youjian, seizing a long spear from a soldier, joined the fray with fervor. Meanwhile, Wei Zhaoqing remained behind, overseeing Min Hongxue and Mu Qiyuan. Observing the chaos, Wei Zhaoqing felt utterly helpless. He was originally tasked with safeguarding the trio, yet now they had taken matters into their own hands, leaving him to feel like a mere bystander. Outside the Duke of Qian's residence, blood flowed like a river. Li Ruoyan directed the soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp, armed with firearms, to confront the local militia. However, the militia fought with reckless abandon. Just as one wave was repelled, another surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Li Ruoyan, drenched in sweat and urgency, decisively ordered 3,000 cavalry to charge, determined to conclude the battle in the shortest time possible. For he understood that every second of delay increased the peril faced by Jiang Ning and the others. Time passed slowly, each moment feeling like an eternity for Jiang Ning and his companions, as they endured excruciating agony. Jiang Ning had long lost count of how many foes he had slain, and even Old Wei's face had turned pale, the toll of age evident in his waning strength. Only Zhu Youjian fought with reckless abandon, his body splattered with blood, exhilarated by the chaos. Just as the clash reached a fever pitch, Qin Liangyu arrived with an army of 30,000 at the gates of the Duke of Qian's residence. Witnessing the harrowing scene before her, even the battle-hardened Qin Liangyu felt a pang of emotion. With the reinforcements now present, Li Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qin Liangyu dismounted, and as the curtain of a carriage behind her was drawn back, an elderly man with white hair emerged, accompanied by an equally distinguished elderly woman. Qin Liangyu turned to the old man, saying, "Old Duke, I implore you to take command of the situation. If this bloodshed continues, the Duke of Qian's residence, which has stood for over 2 centuries, may perish today." The old man nodded and, with the elderly woman's assistance, stepped forward to confront the two armies. In a solemn voice, he proclaimed, "I am Mu Qiyuan, and I command you all to lay down your weapons and surrender to the imperial army. Resistance is forbidden." The local militia, upon hearing Mu Qiyuan's name, fell silent. This venerable duke had not made an appearance in many years. Seeing the lack of response, Mu Qiyuan raised his voice. "What? Have I been absent for years? And you all dare to disregard my words?" He continued, Your forebears were once my servants, yet now you presume to act with such arrogance. Dismissing the Duke of Qian's residence? Upon hearing his words, the soldiers displayed expressions of fear, and soon the first soldier laid down his weapon, followed by another, and then a third, until the remaining militia surrendered their arms en masse. Several tribal leaders approached Mu Qiyuan and knelt before him. Observing this, Mu Qiyuan let out a sigh and instructed them to surrender their forces to the court and accompany him into the residence. The leaders readily acquiesced, following closely behind him. Subsequently, Qin Liangyu and Li Ruoyan entered alongside Mu Qiyuan. As the news of the arrival of the venerable Duke Mu Qiyuan spread throughout the Guizhou Duke's residence, the tribal leaders and their soldiers, who had been fiercely resisting, suddenly lost their resolve. After all, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Despite having been stripped of his title due to a previous defeat and facing near imprisonment, the Mu family had maintained a formidable presence in Yunnan for over 2 centuries. Their reputation still soaring high. Witnessing the situation, many chose to surrender, casting down their weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoyan and Qin Liangyu rushed forward, encountering a few stubborn servants and soldiers along the way, whom they promptly dispatched without hesitation. Before long, they reunited with Jiang Ning and his companions. Jiang Ning appeared disheveled. Yet only Zhu Youjian was drenched in blood, his fighting spirit undeterred. Qin Liangyu hastily clasped his fists and inquired, "Minister Jiang, are you unharmed?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Commander Qin, your arrival is most fortuitous. Had you delayed any longer, I fear I would have met my end here today. Let us make our exit." Qin Liangyu nodded, leading Jiang Ning and the others outward. Moments later, they encountered Mu Qiyuan. The old duke promptly bowed before Jiang Ning, addressing him as the esteemed envoy, along with Prince Xin and Lord Wei. Jiang Ning, gazing upon the venerable duke, couldn't help but reflect on the loyalty that the Mu family still held towards the Ming dynasty, despite Mu Qiyuan's notorious transgressions. He then smiled and remarked, "Old Duke, the affairs within the Guizhou Duke's residence are your own concern. I shall not pry. You may manage as you see fit. I will leave behind 5,000 troops at your disposal." Mu Qiyuan nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, the bound Mu Qiyuan cried out desperately, "Grandfather, save me." Mu Qiyuan glanced at him, but, aided by an elderly woman, turned to leave. Ignored by his grandfather, Mu Qiyuan grew frantic, hurling insults. "You old fool. Will you not help me? If they take me away, it will spell doom for the Mu family. You, an old man, would abandon your own grandson." His tirade grew increasingly vile, prompting Jiang Ning and the others to intervene, ordering a piece of rag to be stuffed into Mu Qiyuan's mouth. Subsequently, they escorted him out of the Guizhou Duke's residence. Observing the scene, the onlookers couldn't help but lament that, after this encounter, the Guizhou Duke's authority in Yunnan would likely be irrevocably diminished. They proceeded directly to the governor's office with the bound Mu Qiyuan. Chapter 329. Governor of Yunnan. Upon returning to the governor's office, Jiang Ning, Lao Wei, and Zhu Youjian, having secured the tightly bound Mu Qiyuan along with Min Hongxue and Xie Zunren, finally breathed a sigh of relief in the grand hall. The earlier circumstances had been exceedingly perilous. Had there been the slightest misstep, they might have lost their lives at the Guizhou Duke's residence. Fortunately, Qin Liangyu's timely assistance had turned the tide in their favor. Old Wei's complexion remained pale as he sat to the side, vigorously twirling 2 walnuts in his hands. Zhu Youjian, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned his gaze toward Jiang Ning and smiled. "Second brother, I never imagined you to be so adept. How did you come to seize Mu Qiyuan under the guise of sparring?" Li Ruoyan, standing nearby, looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. In his memory, Jiang Ning possessed no martial prowess, and it was implausible for Prince Zhu Youjian to be lying. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ning smiled and explained, "Your Highness, you are unaware that I merely practice casually on a daily basis. I never anticipated it would prove useful today. As for why I suddenly apprehended Mu Qiyuan, it was inspired by your Highness." Zhu Youjian regarded him with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ning continued, "On my way to the banquet at the Duke of Qian's residence today, I was reminded of the historical Hongmen banquet. Xiang Yu, in a moment of compassion, let Liu Bang go, ultimately losing the world, while the great hero met his demise at Wujiang. Just like today, if we do not seize this opportunity to capture Mu Qiyuan, he will surely become wary. Given the Duke of Qian's influence in Yunnan, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him later, possibly plunging all of Yunnan into chaos, thereby rendering our mission futile. Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Old Wei turned his head, gazing at Jiang Ning with an expression of sorrow, slightly aggrieved as he remarked, "Master Jiang, in the future, could you kindly inform us in advance if such a situation arises? Today's scene nearly terrified us to death." Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, "My apologies. Wei Gonggong, the circumstances were urgent, and I truly could not afford to give prior notice. Rest assured, I will certainly inform you in advance next time." Upon hearing this, Old Wei was momentarily taken aback. Given the harrowing events of the day, it was conceivable that their lives could have been at stake. Yet Jiang Ning spoke of a next time. Instantly, Old Wei felt the weight of his years and began contemplating whether he should seek retirement after returning to the capital. Unaware of Old Wei's thoughts, Jiang Ning then addressed Li Ruoyan. "Old Li, please untie Lord Min and Lord Xie and bring them here." Li Ruoyan nodded and hurried off. Shortly thereafter, Min Hongxue and Xie Zunren entered the hall, looking disheveled. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and the others, Min Hongxue lamented, "All is lost, all is lost. Master Jiang, your impulsiveness today has been too reckless. While we have captured Mu Qiyuan, the Duke of Qian's authority in Yunnan will undoubtedly diminish, failing to intimidate those fickle local chieftains. Yunnan is on the brink of chaos. Alas, the situation I have labored to maintain for so long," he concluded, collapsing on the ground in tears. Xie Zunren, standing beside him, wore an awkward expression but refrained from speaking further. Zhu Youjian, hearing Min Hongxue's cries, exclaimed with impatience, "All you do is cry. You are a provincial governor, yet you present yourself in such a manner. You bring disgrace to the court. Aren't you ill? From now on, you need not concern yourself with anything. Focus on your recovery. When the army returns to the capital, you shall accompany us back. Do not linger in your position as the governor of Yunnan. It would be prudent to appoint a more capable individual, lest you, Lord Min, endure further indignities." Upon hearing this, Min Hongxue was momentarily taken aback. Observing that Jiang Ning and others remained silent, he resolutely stood up and coldly declared, "If that is the case, I shall compose a memorial to the court, reporting the events in Yunnan as they transpired, and subsequently resign from my post. As for the future affairs of Yunnan, esteemed Lord Jiang and Prince Xian, you shall manage them as you see fit." With that, he turned on his heel and exited the hall without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Zhu Youjian rose in fury, exclaiming, "How dare he speak in such a pedantic manner, throwing around empty words while trying to assert authority before me. I shall take care of him." Old Wei promptly restrained Zhu Youjian, a broad smile on his face, saying, "Your Highness, temper your wrath. Why engage with such an antiquated scholar? We have more pressing matters to attend to." After hearing this, Zhu Youjian's anger subsided considerably, and he turned to Jiang Ning, inquiring, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Our next course of action is to wait for the old duke to conclude his family matters before we proceed further." Zhu Youjian appeared somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Ning fixed a cold gaze upon Xie Zunren and spoke, "Esteemed Lord Xie, I understand that your duties in Yunnan are no simple task. However, I must make it unequivocally clear that from this day forth, all matters, great and small, in Yunnan shall adhere to the court's directives, and all 72 chieftains must obey the imperial edicts. While your and Min Hongxue's actions may have been driven by certain hardships, I shall not pursue this further. Nevertheless, from today onward, you must shoulder the responsibility. I require you to compile comprehensive information on the 72 chieftains of Yunnan, which ones are loyal to the court, which harbor ulterior motives, and which chieftains and commoners have transgressed the laws of the court. All details must be meticulously recorded and presented to me. You have 3 days to accomplish this. Should you fail, I expect you to submit your resignation." Xie Zunren quickly assured, "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I am well acquainted with the situation in Yunnan, and 2 days will suffice." Pleased with Xie Zunren's confidence, Jiang Ning nodded in approval. Recognizing that this esteemed lord desired to advance, unlike Min Hongxue, who merely muddled through. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Li Ruoyan to summon Yang Fan, the captain of the Imperial Guard in Yunnan, and Sun Yunlong, a 100-man commander from the Eastern Depot, to assist Xie Zunren in compiling the necessary information regarding Yunnan's circumstances for his review. After these arrangements were made, the assembly gradually dispersed, leaving only Jiang Ning, Old Wei, and Zhu Youjian in the hall. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The situation in Yunnan was exceedingly intricate, and with Min Hongxue's impending resignation, a successor for the governorship was imperative. Given the multitude of chieftains and the unique challenges of this border region, it was essential to appoint someone of capability and cunning, ideally a seasoned official akin to Zhu Qiyuan or Wang Sanshan. Initially, Jiang Ning considered the most suitable candidate to be Wang Xiaowei, known in the capital as the living king of hell. This esteemed official possessed extraordinary abilities, a ruthless disposition, and decisive action. Historically, Old Wei had engaged in a protracted struggle against the Donglin faction, eliminating wave after wave of adversaries, yet had never managed to eradicate them completely. Ultimately, Wang Xiaowei assisted Old Wei in producing the record of the Donglin generals, endeavoring to ensnare all members of the Donglin faction. Regrettably, the matter ultimately reached the hands of Zhu Youjian, who, due to the extensive involvement of various individuals and the presence of some innocent parties, merely laughed it off and suppressed the issue. Consequently, the following year, Zhu Youjian inexplicably drowned. Jiang Ning stubbornly refused to believe that this incident bore no relation to the record of the Donglin generals. However, it was unfortunate that Wang Xiaowei had now assumed the position of governor of Nanzili. Transferring him to Yunnan would amount to a demotion. Observing Jiang Ning's furrowed brow, Zhu Youjian curiously inquired, "Second brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Jiang Ning sighed and replied, "I am contemplating the selection of a new governor for Yunnan. It must be someone decisive and capable, not another antiquated scholar like Min Hongxue, for that would only exacerbate the chaos." Zhu Youjian chuckled and asked, "Second brother, have you identified a suitable candidate?" Jiang Ning, with a resigned gesture, said, "There are many who could govern, but few are truly fit for the position in Yunnan. After all, Yunnan is rife with local chieftains and is a border region frequently embroiled in conflict. Ordinary individuals cannot manage such affairs." At that moment, Old Wei, seated nearby, hesitated to speak. Jiang Ning turned to him with a smile, saying, "Wei Gonggong, we are all comrades here. Please express your thoughts openly, without reservation." Old Wei smiled awkwardly and said, "Since Jiang Darren is considering candidates for the Yunnan governorship, I have someone in mind, though I am unsure of his suitability." Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "Please share your thoughts, for ultimately, the decision rests with the emperor." Old Wei replied, "I have considered the former governor of Liaodong, Wang Huazhen. He is astute and capable, a person of promise. Ever since he returned to the capital after his term as governor of Liaodong, he has sought to align himself with our interests, even at the cost of severing ties with the Donglin faction, including a falling out with his mentor, Yi Xianggao." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Youjian, sitting nearby, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Wei Gonggong, are you not raising a most inappropriate suggestion? What sort of individuals are those from the Donglin faction? Wang Huazhen, being a disciple of Yi Xianggao, is hardly suitable. If you truly lack recommendations, it would be better to summon Master Huang from the capital." Hearing Zhu Youjian's words, Old Wei smiled awkwardly and replied, "Your Highness, please do not be angered. I merely mentioned it in passing." Subsequently, Zhu Youjian looked at Jiang Ning, hoping he would support his proposal to elevate Huang Daozhou as the governor of Yunnan. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning's mind raced with thoughts. The Qian Duke's residents had guarded Yunnan for over 2 centuries, essentially serving as the region's unsung monarch. Despite their hard-earned merits, the court had granted them unparalleled honors. The current state of Yunnan was deeply intertwined with the Qian Duke's residents. Moreover, the primary issue in Yunnan lay with the local chieftains, and the Qian Duke's residents had, over the course of 2 centuries, established itself as the foremost chieftain in Yunnan. Thus, Jiang Ning contemplated the possibility of seizing the military authority of the Qian Duke's residents and relocating it to the capital, providing the Mu family of the Qian Duke's residents with a dignified exit. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ning appeared to have made a resolute decision, rising to declare, "Your Highness, while Huang Daozhou possesses talent, this region of Yunnan is not suitable for him. He is likely to have greater opportunities for development in the future. However, should he be appointed as the governor of Yunnan after 1 term, it is feared that his political career may reach its conclusion. After all, Your Highness is well aware of the circumstances in Yunnan. Serving as governor here inevitably involves much bloodshed." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully. Having traveled from the capital, he was well acquainted with Zhu Qiyuan, the governor of Sichuan, and Wang Shanshan, the governor of Guizhou. Zhu Qiyuan, despite appearing affable, is truly a ruthless character. Unflinching in his violent methods and decisive in his actions. Wang Shanshan, on the other hand, is a seasoned bureaucrat, employing every trick in the book, from betraying friends to framing allies. The mere thought of transferring his esteemed mentor, Huang Daozhou, to this perilous position sent chills down Zhu Youjian's spine. He then nodded towards Jiang Ning and said, "I comprehend your words, second brother. In that case, let Wang Huazhen assume the governorship of Yunnan." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, also nodded in agreement. Old Wei, seated nearby, was taken aback. He had merely suggested it casually, without much hope, yet Jiang Ning had acquiesced. Subsequently, with a serious demeanor, Jiang Ning addressed Old Wei. "Lord Wei, today, in consideration of your reputation, I shall appoint Wang Huazhen as the governor of Yunnan. However, you must make it clear to him that I will be dispatching a general to oversee Yunnan and command the military forces throughout the province. The role of the governor will be to implement sinicization across Yunnan and fully enforce the policy of returning land to the people. Should he fail in his duties as governor, he should not return to the capital, but rather find a place in Yunnan to bury himself. After all, the Ming dynasty does not support idleness, nor does it tolerate incompetence." Old Wei nodded solemnly, assuring him, "Rest assured, Lord Jiang, I will send someone to inform him shortly." Jiang Ning nodded, then personally penned an edict recommending Wang Huazhen for the position of governor of Yunnan. After signing his name and affixing the official seal, he dispatched it with utmost urgency to the capital. Meanwhile, the old Duke Mu Qiyuan and his wife, Song, utilized the 5,000 elite troops left by Jiang Ning to thoroughly purge the Guizhou Duke's residence of those close to Mu Qiyuan. They then proceeded to the ancestral temple of the Guizhou Dukes. Before the ancestral tablets of the generations of Guizhou Dukes and the forebears of the Mu family, Mu Qiyuan knelt, tears streaming down his face, with his wife, Song, kneeling beside him. After a long while, Mu Qiyuan appeared to age considerably. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. "Ancestors, I, your unworthy descendant Mu Qiyuan, stand guilty before you today. Since the founding of the Ming dynasty, our Guizhou Duke's residence has been blessed by imperial favor, entrusted with the defense of Yunnan. Yet, with the emergence of the unfilial Mu Qiyuan, it seems our lineage may perish by his hand. To preserve the century-old foundation of the Mu family, I beseech your forgiveness for my unfilial conduct." He then slowly rose and began to walk out. His wife, Song, softly inquired, "Husband, do you mean to?" Before she could finish, Mu Qiyuan nodded and replied, "Today, that wretch nearly led troops into direct confrontation with the imperial envoy. Though captured through cunning, such actions will surely incite the envoy's wrath. To safeguard our family's legacy, this wretch must not be allowed to remain. I only hope the court will grant our family a measure of dignity." Upon hearing this, Song sighed and nodded in understanding. Mu Qiyuan turned to his wife, Song, and said, "My dear, please fetch Tianqi and his mother, so that we may visit the governor's office together to pay our respects to the imperial envoy. I hope that, considering our family's 2 centuries of service in guarding Yunnan, we may be granted a dignified exit." Song nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s and a young boy of about 5 or 6 were brought forth. Upon seeing the child, Mu Qiyuan affectionately lifted him into his arms, gently stroking the boy's head, and said, "Tianqi, your great-grandfather wishes to take you to meet someone." With a hint of curiosity, Mu Tianqi asked, "Great-grandfather, are we going to see father? But I do not like him. He is too fierce and often scolds me and mother." Mu Qiyuan shook his head with a smile and replied, "We are not going to meet your father. Your great-grandfather will introduce you to the imperial envoy. Once there, you need only kneel and bow your head." Mu Tianqi nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. The group then proceeded towards the governor's office. Meanwhile, within the governor's office, Jiang Ning was taken aback upon hearing that the elderly Duke Mu Qiyuan had arrived with his wife, Song, and great-grandson, Mu Tianqi. Nevertheless, he quickly sent someone to invite them in. Soon, the silver-haired Mu Qiyuan and his wife, Song, entered with the small boy. Despite his tender age, the child displayed no fear, following Mu Qiyuan dutifully. Upon their meeting, Mu Qiyuan intended to pay his respects, but Jiang Ning hurried forward to assist him, smiling as he said, "Your Grace, that is unnecessary. Please, let us converse while seated." With that, he guided Mu Qiyuan to a seat. Recognizing Jiang Ning's courtesy, Mu Qiyuan ceased to protest. Once everyone was seated, Mu Qiyuan took a wooden box from his wife, Song, and presented it to Jiang Ning. A look of confusion crossed Jiang Ning's face as Mu Qiyuan solemnly stated, "Sir Jiang, this is the seal of the Governor-General of Yunnan. I implore you to accept it. The actions of Mu Qiyuan have tarnished the reputation of our family, which has stood for over 2 centuries. We can no longer bear the honor of holding military authority in Yunnan." Jiang Ning paused, slightly taken aback. He had been contemplating how to reclaim military power from the Mu family, but he had not anticipated Mu Qiyuan's voluntary relinquishment. Jiang Ning accepted the wooden box without hesitation and replied with a smile, "Your Grace speaks too heavily. Mu Qiyuan is but one individual and does not represent the entire Duke of Qian's household or the Mu family. The Duke of Qian has long served the imperial favor, guarding Yunnan for over 2 centuries, and his contributions have never been forgotten by the court or his majesty." At this moment, Zhu Youjian, sitting nearby, chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, Your Grace, Mu Qiyuan is merely himself. He cannot stand for the Duke of Qian's household or the Mu family as a whole." Hearing these affirmations from Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian, Mu Qiyuan visibly relaxed, reassured that there was no malice directed at the Duke of Qian's household. Otherwise, today's matters would have been difficult to resolve. At that moment, Mu Qiyuan spoke up, "I have a request, and I hope the imperial envoy might assist." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Please, Your Grace, share your request. As long as it aligns with the court's principles, I am more than willing to help." Mu Qiyuan spoke slowly, "Our Qian Kingdom Duke's mansion has been guarding Yunnan since our first ancestor, Prince Mu Ying, for over 2 centuries. Regrettably, the descendants today lack the prowess of their forebears. In light of the current complex situation in Yunnan, compounded by the reckless actions of Mu Qiyuan, our Duke's mansion can no longer maintain our hold over Yunnan. I earnestly hope that the esteemed envoy will petition the court, allowing us to relinquish our military authority and relocate to the capital." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, and even Zhu Youjian, who sat beside him, appeared stunned. It is essential to note that the Qian Kingdom Duke's mansion, having ruled over Yunnan for more than 200 years, is considered its de facto sovereign. The notion that they would willingly surrender all power and seek a life of leisure in the capital was indeed perplexing. Noticing Jiang Ning's silence, Mu Qiyuan continued, "Esteemed envoy, my words are entirely sincere, devoid of any intent to test you. To outsiders, it may seem that our Duke's mansion commands great authority in Yunnan, yet for many years, the descendants of the Mu family have valiantly fought and suffered innumerable losses, shedding blood for over 2 centuries. It is time for us to rest. Furthermore, there is no one among the younger generation capable of bearing the weight of responsibility. Instead of clinging to the title of Duke and maintaining our presence in Yunnan, it is wiser to return to the capital and enjoy a life of comfort. Should any talented descendants arise in the future, it would not be too late to serve the court then." Jiang Ning nodded in response, realizing that the old Duke possessed a profound understanding of righteousness beyond his initial expectations. He then turned to Mu Tianbua, who stood nearby. Filled with admiration for this historical last Duke of Qian, he acknowledged his commitment to the nation. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ning spoke earnestly, "Your wisdom is commendable. Old Duke, I hold you in the highest regard. I shall report these matters to the court truthfully, and I believe new directives will soon be issued. However, prior to that, I hope you can assist in stabilizing the situation in Yunnan." Mu Qiyuan nodded with a smile, "Of course." Jiang Ning then inquired, "May I ask who this child is?" At this, Mu Qiyuan took Mu Tianbua's hand and brought him before Jiang Ning, saying, "Tianbua, quickly pay your respects." The 5 or 6-year-old Mu Tianbua bowed respectfully to Jiang Ning, his demeanor natural, exhibiting neither fear nor awkwardness, a clear testament to his good upbringing. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in approval. "I see that the young lord possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He shall surely become a pillar of the nation in the future. If the old Duke does not mind, in a few years, you may send the young lord to the capital to gain experience under my guidance. Thus, he may continue to serve the Ming dynasty and perhaps even restore the former glory of the Duke's mansion." Mu Qiyuan, visibly moved, nodded vigorously, "I am grateful, Master Jiang. Once Tianbua is older, I shall send him to the capital, and I hope you will take great care in his education." Jiang Ning assured him with a smile, "Rest assured, old Duke. In the capital, the offspring of noble families are often engaged in various positions, with many excelling remarkably, perhaps even surpassing the achievements of their ancestors." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Mu Qiyuan felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had contemplated relinquishing military and political power in Yunnan to lead a life of comfort, allowing the duke's mansion to exit gracefully. However, Jiang Ning's high regard for Mu Qiyuan undoubtedly presented an opportunity for the duke's mansion to rejuvenate its legacy. At this moment, Zhu Youjian, who was seated nearby, approached gently, stroking Mu Qiyuan's head with a smile, and said, "Young lad, when you arrive in the capital, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Lord Jiang or Grand Eunuch Wei of the Eastern Factory. They are renowned in the capital for their benevolence and willingness to help others. Once you reach the military camp, you must put forth your utmost effort. Who knows? There may come a day when you stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle, expanding the territories of the Ming dynasty." Mu Qiyuan promptly bowed respectfully to Zhu Youjian and nodded earnestly. Observing Mu Qiyuan's understanding demeanor, Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Mu Qiyuan began to elucidate the current situation in Yunnan to Jiang Ning. Since Mu Qiyuan's retirement, Mu Qiyuan had taken sole command of the Duke of Qian's residence, rallying the majority of the local chieftains while acting with impunity. Nonetheless, there remained some chieftains within Yunnan who still adhered to Mu Qiyuan's commands. Although their power was relatively weak, they could still be of service to the court. As for the other chieftains, they were either indecisive or harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Ning nodded in response, understanding that it was imperative to rectify the disarray among the Yunnan chieftains. The chaotic situation could not be permitted to persist. After much discussion, as time grew late, Jiang Ning raised his teacup to signal the conclusion of the meeting. Noticing this, Mu Qiyuan's expression turned grave as he said, "Lord Jiang, I have one more matter to beseech you about today." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, urging him to continue. With a serious demeanor, Mu Qiyuan declared, "That wretch, Mu Qiyuan, has been rampantly defiant in Yunnan, committing numerous offenses and even offending the imperial envoy and His Highness the Prince of Xian. I implore the imperial envoy to allow me to deal with this scoundrel. I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory account to both you and His Highness." Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, reflecting inwardly that the inevitable had finally arrived. Historically, Mu Qiyuan had acted with such arrogance that he openly challenged the court, nearing the brink of rebellion. Ultimately, in the 5th year of the Tianqi era, Mu Qiyuan and his wife, Song, conspired to poison Mu Qiyuan, thus averting great turmoil. Now, with the course of history altered by his actions, it seemed that Mu Qiyuan would face justice sooner than expected. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ning nodded and instructed Li Ruoyan, "Old Li, have Mu Qiyuan taken directly to the Duke of Qian's residence." Li Ruoyan acknowledged the command and hurriedly departed. At that moment, Mu Qiyuan rose and bowed to Jiang Ning, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Jiang, for preserving my Duke of Qian's residence. The Mu family is eternally grateful." Then, with a serious expression, he addressed Mu Tianqi. "Tianqi, remember that our Mu family has been loyal to the Ming dynasty and the emperor for generations. However, due to your father's ingratitude, our family's legacy of over 200 years nearly faced ruin. It is Lord Jiang who has safeguarded us. Once you arrive at the military camp, you must heed Lord Jiang's words. Do you understand?" Mu Tianqi nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, great-grandfather, I understand." He then bowed once more to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning acknowledged him with a nod, and then together with Zhu Youjian, Old Wei, and others, they escorted Mu Qiyuan and his wife, along with Mu Tianqi, out of the governor's office. As he gazed at the departing figures, Zhu Youjian curiously inquired, "Second brother, how do you think the old duke will handle Mu Qiyuan?" Jiang Ning sighed and replied, "If Mu Qiyuan were to perish at our hands, the Duke of Qian's residence would inevitably be embroiled in this calamity. However, if they were to deal with him themselves, and we aided in concealing the affair, the Duke's household could be preserved." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 331. Suppression by force. After Mu Qiyuan returned to the Duke of Qian's residence with his wife, Song, and Mu Tianqi, the Jinyiwei also brought Mu Qiyuan back. That very night, Mu Qiyuan was coerced into drinking poison, which led to his untimely demise. The news reached the governor's office early the next morning. Jiang Ning, upon hearing it, merely nodded silently and refrained from further comment. With the old Duke Mu Qiyuan reinstated in the Duke of Qian's residence, the death of Mu Qiyuan seemed to become an inconsequential matter. Within the governor's office, Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, and the Old Wei were increasingly astonished as they perused the documents compiled by Xiet Sunren. The level of chaos in Yunnan surpassed all their expectations. After a brief discussion, the three resolved to mobilize the army to confront the local chieftains who were committing crimes, harming the populace, and disregarding the imperial edicts. Employing force as a means to intimidate the other chieftains, they planned to divide their forces to compel these chieftains to submit, implementing the policies previously enacted in Sichuan and Guizhou. Initially, they would conduct a thorough investigation of the officials dispatched to Yunnan, executing those guilty of corruption and oppression without mercy. Subsequently, they would force the local chieftains to surrender any subjects violating the laws of the Ming dynasty. Should the chieftains refuse to comply, it would provide Jiang Ning with a legitimate pretext to take military action. After all, the local populace under the chieftains was known for their fierce disposition, typically responding only to force. The court's conciliatory policies proved ineffective. Only through the direct application of military might could they ensure compliance and lay the foundation for reforming the governance. However, upon careful consideration, the three realized that the number of officials sent to Yunnan by the court was woefully inadequate. Given that the number of chieftains in Yunnan far exceeded those in Sichuan and Guizhou, most regions were under chieftain autonomy, with very few officials representing the court. Thus, Jiang Ning, Old Wei, and Zhu Youjian resolved to target the nominal commander of Yunnan, Li Daji, as their first major move. Li Daji was known for his greed and brutality, colluding with Mu Qiyuan to plunder the common folk, causing suffering to both the Han people under the officials' jurisdiction and the indigenous subjects under the chieftains. Subsequently, Jiang Ning convened all the generals within the governor's office to commence the mobilization of troops. Qin Liangyu, Chao Wenzhao, and Zhao Shui accompanied Jiang Ning at the Yunnan prefecture. This campaign would be led by a younger generation of commanders, Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Mao Yuanyi, and Chao Bianjiao, each commanding 30,000 troops, dividing into 4 routes, with other young generals accompanying them. They would apprehend the corrupt officials within Yunnan according to the lists compiled by Xiet Sunren, Yang Fan, and Sun Yunlong. Jinyiwei officer Yang Fan and Dongchang officer Sun Yunlong were also dispatched to join the military expedition. Soon after, the 4 armies commenced their grand march towards the various regions of Yunnan. Upon receiving the news, the venerable Duke Mu Qiyuan could not help but express his sentiments to his wife, Lady Song, remarking, "It seems that all has transpired as I anticipated." Ever since this imperial envoy set foot in Yunnan, it was destined to undergo monumental transformations. Fortunately, we have surrendered military authority in a timely manner to demonstrate our loyalty to the court. Otherwise, the initial blow would likely have fallen upon the Duke of Qian's residence. Yet, Mu Qiyuan was not without his anxieties. In his perception, the young Jiang Ning, despite his elevated position, might be overly eager to achieve merit, which could result in unrest throughout Yunnan if not handled with prudence. Lady Song, seemingly attuned to her husband's concerns, smiled and reassured him, "There is no need for such worry, my dear husband. This Master Jiang is not one to seek glory recklessly." The rebellions of Shichongming and in Bangyan in Sichuan and Guizhou created a significant uproar, yet they were quelled entirely within a mere 6 months under his capable leadership. Moreover, all military power of the local chieftains has been confiscated, rendering them mere figureheads. What is more, this Master Jiang possesses not only strategy but also competence. He is far from being a reckless harbinger of death. I have heard that many chieftains from Sichuan and Guizhou have already sent their progeny to the capital for education, whether at the Imperial Academy or in military training. Such a blend of benevolence and authority is what keeps the numerous chieftains in line. After listening, Mu Qiyuan nodded and conceded, "Your words ring true, my lady. It appears I have been overly concerned." At that moment, Lady Song inquired, "My husband, how shall we handle the affairs concerning Qiyuan?" With a cold gaze, Mu Qiyuan replied, "Let us take him outside the city and bury him in an uninhabited place." Lady Song silently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upon the city walls, Zhu Youjian watched with fervor as Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Mao Yuanyi, and Chao Bianjiao led their armies into battle. Zhu Youjian, filled with excitement, requested to join the fray, but Jiang Ning firmly declined, unwilling to allow him to accompany the troops. This left Zhu Youjian in a state of frustration, and in his helplessness, he retreated to the military camp, where he diligently practiced martial skills alongside Chao Bianjiao, Zhao Shuijiao, and his aunt, Qin Liangyu. as the venerable Duke Mu Qiuan reassumed control of the Duke of Qian's residence. The news of Mu Qiyuan's passing reverberated throughout Yunnan, causing a stir among the local chieftains. However, the chieftains of Lijiang, Mu Zheng, and Linen, Zhaoqing, remained unfazed. Both were well acquainted with the imperial envoy and understood the ominous nature of his arrival. This envoy had marched from Sichuan to Guizhou with a formidable force of 200,000, arriving in Yunnan not for leisurely pursuits. At this juncture, the situation in Yunnan was intricate, with many chieftains harboring ulterior motives, seeking to exploit the chaos for their gain. Yet, in the eyes of Mu Zheng and Zhaoqing, such actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction, prompting them to act judiciously by arresting all those who proposed instigating unrest within their domains. Gao Wenjue, the chieftain of Yaoan, who had previously been grievously wounded by Prince Zhu Youjian, returned to Yaoan after learning of Mu Qiyuan's demise and the return of Duke Mu Qiuan to power. Plunging into a state of madness, he had long harbored disdain for Duke Mu Qiuan's authority due to the latter's suppression of Yaoan, and having finally seen Mu Qiyuan ascend, he had sought to ally with him, thus elevating Yaoan to one of the three major chieftaincies of Yunnan. However, with the demise of Mu Qiyuan, he has lost his greatest pillar of support. Coupled with the grievous injury inflicted by Zhu Youjian, how can he possibly swallow this indignation? Thus, he promptly commenced negotiations with the local chieftains, preparing to amass forces with the intent of journeying to Yunnan Prefecture to seek redress from Mu Qiuan and Jiang Ning. Upon learning of Mu Qiyuan's death and Mu Qiuan's reinstatement at the helm of the Qian residence, the Yunnan general Li Daji was struck as if by lightning, consumed by anxiety day and night. In years past, the elder Duke Mu Qiuan had harbored deep dissatisfaction towards him, repeatedly attempting to rectify the situation, yet ultimately failing for various reasons. It was only when Mu Qiyuan rose to power that he had been recommended to the court for the position of Yunnan general. Although military authority resided with Mu Qiyuan, Li Daji had nonetheless enjoyed the title of Yunnan general, leveraging Mu Qiyuan's influence to act with impunity throughout the region. Now that his support has waned, he realizes that the ramifications will soon descend upon him. After extensive inquiries, Li Daji hastily assembled over 2,000 loyal troops and made his way to Yaoan Prefecture to seek refuge with the chieftain Gao Wenjue, opting to bide his time momentarily. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been placed on Jiang Ning's death list. Simultaneously, for armies led by Sun Quanting, Lu Xiangxing, Chao Bianjiao, and Mao Yuanyi commenced a sweeping arrest operation across Yunnan, based on a list provided by the provincial governor Xie Zunren, along with the imperial guardsman Yang Fan and the eastern depot's Sun Yunlong. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Yunnan. Some chieftains, initially hoping to seize the opportunity for personal gain, were taken aback when these four armies first apprehended numerous officials dispatched by the court to Yunnan, subsequently escorting them all to Yunnan Prefecture. Soon after, the troops advanced directly into the territories of various chieftains, demanding the surrender of the indigenous people who had violated the laws of the Ming dynasty. This demand incited a furious uproar among the chieftains. Having enjoyed autonomy for many years, such situations had previously been met with minimal interference from the authorities, with most matters resolved internally by the chieftains. Little did they expect that the court would take such concrete action, and those chieftains who had long paid lip service to the court while acting wantonly would hardly be inclined to relinquish their subjects. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. In an instant, the four imperial armies clashed head-on with several chieftains who had consistently defied court orders and acted unlawfully. The news of this outbreak sent shockwaves throughout Yunnan province, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. Some chieftains reveled in the misfortune of others, while others were gripped by fear, anxious not to become the next target. It is worth noting that the imperial envoy dispatched to Yunnan had mobilized 4 divisions totaling a formidable force of 120,000 troops. Additionally, there remained 80,000 soldiers within Yunnan Prefecture yet to be deployed, and these forces had marched from Sichuan to Yunnan, their combat prowess not to be underestimated. Stationed at Yunnan Prefecture, Jiang Ning diligently reviewed the latest military reports arriving from the front lines, relieved to find that they all bore tidings of victory. Given the current circumstances, it would not be long before Yunnan was wholly under court control, at which point he could return to the capital. After all, it had been over 6 months since his departure for the campaign, and he had previously made arrangements in Shandong, necessitating his return to oversee matters and prevent unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, a decree from the court reached the northern provinces. In the factories of the Imperial Guard and the censorate, a comprehensive investigation was launched to scrutinize those scholars who held the esteemed title of Jinshi. Upon completion of the inquiry, a select group of virtuous and talented scholars was summoned to the capital in preparation for the bestowal of official positions. Following the imperial edict, many scholars were overwhelmed with joy, hastily packing their belongings and rushing towards the capital, eager to receive their appointments from the court, fearful that any delay might cost them this rare opportunity. However, a significant number of scholars were resolutely unwilling to serve in government. They enjoyed the privileges of their titles, including tax exemptions, and had become local dignitaries, commanding respect from the local authorities. To accept official positions now would be akin to relinquishing their current affluent lifestyles. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of the precarious political situation. Since the ascension of the emperor, countless officials had met their demise, with some entire families facing extermination, while a few fortunate souls were merely dismissed and relegated to commoner status. Recently, the restoration of the Grand Edict by the founding emperor had been proclaimed, making such high-risk positions even less appealing. As local governments continued to pressure them, many reluctant scholars seized the opportunity to incite their families, gathering in front of official buildings to openly protest against the edicts of the court. In stark contrast, numerous impoverished scholars serving as clerks in the bureaucracy, after undergoing various assessments by the court, were suddenly informed of their impending appointments in the capital. This news brought them immense joy, as most clerks held only the title of scholar, with no hope of advancing in the imperial examinations, and had taken on this role out of necessity. The prospect of becoming officials was a cause for ecstatic celebration. Consequently, clerks from various provinces in the north hastily submitted their resignations and packed their belongings, eager to journey to the capital. Such fortunate occurrences had last transpired during the governance of Jiang Ning, with several individuals ultimately attaining the position of governor, a veritable stroke of luck for these downcast clerks. As the situation escalated with the scholars and local gentry openly demonstrating in front of official buildings, chaos ensued, transforming into a violent uprising against the authorities. Upon receiving news of the turmoil while patrolling the northern provinces, Wen Tian and Yang Lian were both taken aback. They could hardly fathom that those local elites in Jinshi, who enjoyed the privileges of the court yet refused to serve the nation, would audaciously vandalize the government offices, an act tantamount to treason, reflecting an egregious disregard for order. They promptly reported the situation to the capital. Subsequently, Wen Tian and Yang Lian decisively led 1,000 imperial guards to swiftly apprehend the instigators. They understood that this wave of insubordination could not be tolerated. Otherwise, the court's authority would suffer a severe blow, and the implementation of various policies would be fraught with challenges. Immediately, they led the imperial guards to Hongxue Prefecture in Shaanxi, apprehending the local gentry and scholars who had incited the unrest. In his capacity as a royal envoy, Wen Tian ruthlessly stripped the instigating scholars of their degrees and ordered them to be subjected to corporal punishment as a form of retribution. However, Yang Lian found this approach rather unconvincing. In his view, there was no need for such elaborate measures. Simply executing the ringleaders would suffice to instill fear in the others. Upon hearing this, Wen Tian was immediately struck with helplessness. He could not comprehend how Lord Yang, since joining the Imperial Guards, had adopted such an extreme manner, resorting to execution at the slightest disagreement. This severity, perhaps, surpassed even the combined wrath of Jiang Ning and Lao Wei. Yet, as a royal envoy, Wen Tian found it inappropriate to openly oppose Yang Lian, now a member of the Imperial Guards. Believing that the matter would soon be resolved, the two prepared to inspect other areas. But, to their astonishment, just a few days later, over 1,000 people suddenly gathered before the prefectural office, creating a tremendous spectacle. The guards, witnessing this, quickly fortified the premises, too fearful to step outside. The governor of Hongxue was already in a state of panic, while Wen Tian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such fervor from the crowd. At that moment, Yang Lian, clad in a flying fish robe and armed with an embroidered spring blade, smirked coldly and remarked, "Lord Wen, I have long asserted that only through decisive action can we quell these disturbances. Your insistence on adhering to rules has led to this predicament, has it not?" Wen Tian's countenance fell, and he retorted, "You, Yang Lian, are a learned man. How can you harbor such a relentless desire for bloodshed? If we were to follow your method, Hongxue would descend into chaos in an instant. Yang Lian scoffed, Lord One. What purpose does discussing this serve now? The turmoil in Hongxue is already imminent. When Tian furrowed his brow, visibly troubled. Observing his distress, Yang Lian cheerfully suggested, very well. Lord One, you should return and take a moment to rest, have some tea, leave the remainder of the situation to me. When Tian hesitated. But Yang Lian continued with a smile, my dear Lord One, these individuals possess degrees and enjoy the privilege of tax exemption from the court. Local officials must treat them with deference. They act as local tyrants, brazenly disregarding authority. Now that the court has summoned them to serve, they covet wealth and refuse to comply, even daring to vandalize official establishments. How is this different from rebellion? If we do not show them the consequences of their actions, provinces in the north will surely follow suit, leading to even greater loss of life. When Tian sighed helplessly, he recognized the validity of Yang Lian's words. Yet he hesitated to unleash a massacre, fearing that excessive bloodshed would jeopardize his own career aspirations. After all, one had long dreamed of advancement. With Yang Lian now taking the initiative in this matter, when Tian felt he could say no more, exhaling a resigned sigh as he turned to leave. Listening to the shouts and curses outside the prefectural office, Yang Lian's lips curled into a cold smile as he commanded the imperial guards behind him, open the gates. Charge out and eliminate the ringleaders. Anyone who dares to resist shall meet the same fate. I cannot believe that within the territory of the Ming dynasty, the law of the land could be so disregarded. If these thousands dare to rebel, I shall have them all executed. The members of the Jinyiwei present were momentarily taken aback. Among them, Jiang Ning was known for his good temper, yet he often resorted to underhanded tactics. Tian urging was composed and efficient, preferring to exert pressure to compel submission. Only Su Xianshun exhibited the most lethal intent, quick to draw his blade at the slightest provocation. Yet, the murderous intent displayed by Lord Yang before them surpassed even that of Su Xianshun. With thousands gathered at the entrance, he showed no hesitation in declaring his intent to slay them all. The Jinyiwei could not help but regard Yang Lian with profound respect, thinking to themselves that he was truly born to serve in the Jinyiwei. As the gates of the manor slowly opened, a multitude armed with clubs, bricks, and stones surged forward with great fervor. Yang Lian immediately recognized several individuals at the forefront, students who had recently been stripped of their degree by Wen Tian. With a mere wave of his hand, the Jinyiwei behind him charged into the throng like tigers descending from the mountains, swiftly pinning down the leading troublemakers and those whose degrees had been revoked. In an instant, heads rolled and blood spattered, leaving the onlookers in sheer terror. Not far away, a group of shouting gentry saw this, and, far from feeling fear, seized the opportunity to incite further unrest. However, before they could utter more than a few words, the Jinyiwei seized them and executed them on the spot. After the slaughter of dozens, the remaining crowd was thoroughly cowed. Yang Lian, observing their fear, strode forward, disregarding the blood pooling beneath his feet, and coldly addressed them. Are you attempting to conspire against the government? In broad daylight, brandishing weapons to assault an official establishment. What is this if not rebellion? Heads will roll for this. Each of you will receive 50 lashes, and the ringleader shall be executed as a public spectacle. No sooner had he spoken than several elderly men, clad in silk, emerged from the crowd, their eyes aflame with rage. They pointed at Yang Lian and cursed, "You vile official deserving of 1,000 deaths. Our Wang family has produced 2 scholars. Merely unwilling to serve in the court, you have stripped them of their titles. Do you not realize that since the founding of the Ming, our family has yielded 6 Jinshi and 13 Jiren, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition? Now, with both Jiren stripped of their titles, and today facing execution, you seek to annihilate the Wang family. I shall stake my old life against you." Saying this, he seized a brick and hurled it, striking Yang Lian squarely on the head, blood immediately streaming down his face. The dozens of Wang family youths behind the elder, witnessing this, rallied with clubs and charged once more. Yang Lian wiped the blood from his face, licked his lips, and erupted into maniacal laughter. He then pointed at the youth and bellowed, "Have them all executed, leave not a single one alive." The Jinyiwei, upon hearing this command, rushed forward without hesitation, drawing their blades. The leading elder from the Wang family was slain on the spot, while the remaining youths, armed with mere clubs, stood no chance against the ferocious Jinyiwei. Within the span of a single tea brewing, dozens of Wang family youths lay lifeless in a pool of blood. This scene sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, causing them to fall to their knees, discarding their makeshift weapons of sticks and bricks. Proclaiming themselves as law-abiding citizens, too fearful to provoke further trouble, Yang Lian, disregarding the wound on his forehead, summoned the governor of Hongxue, demanding he identify the instigators among those present. Subsequently, he ordered the Jinyiwei to raid the homes of these families, sentencing them and their entire clans to exile in Liaodong as military conscripts. The governor of Hongxue, upon hearing this decree, nearly fainted on the spot. To confiscate the properties of these prominent gentry families and send them off to Liaodong was tantamount to uprooting the major powers within the Hongzhou prefecture. Lu Guangliang, the governor, wished to plead for mercy, but, upon meeting Yang Lian's frigid gaze, found himself rendered speechless, hastily complying with Yang Lian's directives for identification. Thereafter, with the assistance of the officials, the Jinyiwei executed their raid and apprehension operation. Once this was concluded, Yang Lian turned back to the government office, smiling at Wen Tian, who sat beside him, displaying a worried countenance. "Master Wen," he remarked, "the matter has been resolved. You see, my methods are far more effective than yours, are they not?" Wen Tian, gazing at Yang Lian's bloodied visage, could only express his disbelief in silence. After addressing the disturbances in Hongzhou, Wen Tian and Yang Lian hastened towards Yan'an Prefecture. However, the scale of unrest among the scholars in the northern provinces was escalating, and they felt increasingly overwhelmed, akin to firefighters scrambling to extinguish rampant flames. This turmoil even caught the attention of Wei Gonggong, who was preoccupied with grave robbing in the Qinling Mountains. Upon receiving the news, he erupted in a furious tirade, exclaiming, "Damn it, these worthless scholars. They yearn for official titles yet cannot secure them, and now that the court has summoned them to the capital for service, they shamelessly resist. Openly gathering to riot and vandalize government offices, they have squandered their education, proving themselves inferior even to the dog of Lord Zhang's household." With that, he turned to Sun Yunhe, urgently instructing, "Immediately dispatch orders for the brothers to accompany me out of the mountains, bringing all our tools." Before long, over 1,000 mud-streaked operatives from the eastern factory, armed with baskets, iron wires, shovels, and luoyang spades, emerged from the depths of the Qinling Mountains under the cover of night. This spectacle sent ripples of fear through the villagers residing in the outskirts of the Qinling Range. From that moment on, tales of ghostly soldiers passing through the Qinling Mountains began to circulate. Unbeknownst to Wei Gonggong, he and his band of eastern factory operatives rushed back to Xi'an Prefecture, leaving no time to change their clothes, and stormed directly to the governor's office, promptly capturing the leading students and gentry behind the disturbances. Following this, shovels and spades whirled in chaos, delivering punishing blows to the rioters, who cried out in pain. Even after this, Wei Gonggong felt his anger still simmering within him. Therefore, under the guise of a court-appointed commissioner, he immediately stripped the instigators of their scholarly titles. Facing the hundreds of captured individuals before him, Wei Gonggong found himself in a quandary. Known for his pursuit of wealth, he had no desire to spill blood. Yet if he released these individuals only for them to incite further chaos, how could he continue his grave-robbing endeavors? Furrowing his brow, he pondered his next course of action. At that moment, Qin Yud rushed over in a state of urgency. Upon meeting, he eagerly exclaimed, "Master Gua, what brings you down from the mountains?" Wei Gonggong looked at Qin Yud and inquired, "Manager Qin, what is the pressing matter that compels you to seek me out?" Qin Yud hurriedly replied, "Master Gua, have you forgotten? In just a couple of days, the delivery date approaches. Recently, several wealthy merchants specifically requested Tang Sankai, and one even offered an exorbitant price for the gold-threaded jade robe. I have taken the liberty to accept these orders on your behalf, but I am uncertain when you will be able to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Wei Gonggong was momentarily speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he retorted, "My dear Manager Qin, in the future, could you please consult me before accepting such large orders? While Tang Sankai is manageable, the gold-threaded jade robe is not something one can simply dig out of the ground like common vegetables." Qin Yud's face fell instantly, and he plaintively responded, "Master Gua, your words are rather unreasonable. You previously assured me that as long as the merchants were willing to pay a fair price, you could procure any antiques they desired. I thought of our long-term business prospects and thus promoted your name vigorously, leading to an influx of orders. Moreover, these merchants have traveled from Jiang Ning expressly for this. If we fail to deliver, Our credibility will be irreparably damaged. Who would dare place orders with us in the future? Guo Yunho's face flushed crimson as he recalled his earlier promise to Qin Yud that he could indeed procure any antiques as long as the price was right. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Manager Qin, I have been rather muddled during my time in the mountains and momentarily forgot. It is merely a gold-threaded jade robe. I shall exert myself to acquire it. However, there is a pressing issue at hand. Keeping these individuals confined is inappropriate, and executing them is also not a viable solution. I am quite troubled by this." Upon hearing this, Qin Yud chuckled and said, "I have a thought, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to share." Guo Yunho encouraged him, "Speak freely, Manager Qin." With a grin, Qin Yud remarked, "I have heard that Lord Wen and Lord Yang previously dealt with the instigators in Hongxue by confiscating their properties and exiling their entire families to Liaodong for military service. It is said that there is a shortage of personnel at the front lines in Liaodong." At this, Guo Yunho suddenly stood up, slapping his forehead as he exclaimed, "Indeed. How could I have forgotten this? It is inappropriate to execute these individuals, and imprisoning them is not a long-term solution either. Sending them to Liaodong would not only resolve our issue, but also serve the nation." Consequently, Guo Yunho immediately ordered the confiscation of the properties of the instigators and their families to be exiled to Liaodong for military service. Afterward, he hastily wrote to the capital, providing a detailed account of the situation in Shaanxi to the court. He then took great care to instruct the newly appointed governor of Xi'an before plunging once more into the depths of the Qinling Mountains with a cadre of Eastern factory agents. Chapter 333. The Benevolence of the Gentleman. Meanwhile, in Taiyuan Prefecture of Shaanxi, Xiao Yunsheng was seated in the grand hall of the provincial governor's office, listening to reports from his subordinates about local scholars openly inciting disturbances alongside local gentry and their families, refusing to travel to the capital for official duties. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunsheng, infuriated, hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare they show such disrespect? Had they forgotten how to write the word for death after merely a few days of tranquility?" After venting his anger, Xiao Yunsheng promptly reported to the capital and resolutely ordered the mobilization of his 2,000 provincial guards, armed with his personally issued orders. He commanded that any individual unwilling to travel to the capital for official duties would have their titles revoked on the spot and would additionally be required to pay 20 years' worth of taxes to the court. Those who dared to gather and cause unrest would face the punishment of exile to Qiongzhou. Upon the issuance of this decree, the scholars and students causing turmoil in Shaanxi were struck with fear, extinguishing their rebellious fervor and reluctantly beginning to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey to the capital. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Yunsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely frightened. After all, he had witnessed the bloodbath in Shaanxi's officialdom alongside Jiang Ning and Old Wei. Although scholars and gentry across the northern regions were currently in turmoil, Shaanxi could not descend into chaos again. Otherwise, if the court were to dispatch another tyrant to Shaanxi, resulting in another great purge, Xiao Yunsheng would find himself with no escape. After all, his ability to navigate the previous purge unscathed relied on his decisive severing of ties with the Donglin party and his subsequent alignment with the royalist faction. To safeguard against any eventualities, Xiao Yunsheng hastily sent word to the Shaanxi general Ma Rulong, urging him to prepare his 30,000 troops for immediate action should any disturbances arise. Upon receiving the message, Ma Rulong was momentarily taken aback. He had believed that, following the last purge in the official ranks, Shaanxi would enjoy a period of peace, only to find himself embroiled in this upheaval. He swiftly relayed the orders, and his 30,000 troops readied themselves for deployment, conducting patrols throughout Shaanxi. A few days later, in the capital, Zhu Youjian received reports from Wen Tiren, Yang Lian, Guo Yunho, and Xiao Yunsheng, which incited his wrath. He immediately summoned the officials from the cabinet, 8 ministries, and the 5 military governors' office to the imperial study for a meeting. Upon receiving Zhu Youjia's directive, the prominent officials hurried to the palace, filled with curiosity and speculating on what significant matter had arisen. Upon arriving at the imperial study, they found Zhu Youjian with a grim countenance, his face etched with fury. In a cold tone, he addressed his ministers, "Loyal subjects, I have just received reports from Wen Tiren, Guo Yunho, and Xiao Yunsheng, who are currently inspecting the northern regions. Some scholars, who hold official titles, have openly defied the imperial edicts, refusing to travel to the capital for service. and have colluded with local gentry and relatives to cause disturbances at the government offices. Some have even gone so far as to vandalize official properties. At present, Wen Tiran and Yang Lian have already mobilized the imperial guards to quell and address this matter. The officials present were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and concern. Although they had anticipated some resistance to the imperial summons, they were taken aback by the audacity of these individuals who brazenly vandalized government offices, a grave offense tantamount to rebellion. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the Minister of Personnel, Yang He. Under the scrutiny of so many, Yang He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He inwardly lamented, "Why are you all looking at me?" Though the idea originated from me, it was intended for the proper functioning of the court, not to turn these individuals into tenants of the Yang family. At that moment, Zhu Youjian spoke again. His tone icy. For 260 years, the Ming dynasty has fostered a band of ingrates. After the founding of our nation by the esteemed Emperor Taizu, scholars were treated with kindness, granted privileges, and exempted from corvée labor and taxes, with the hope that they would dedicate themselves to study, enter the court through the imperial examination, and serve the state. Yet, they have come to regard the court's benevolence as their birthright. They indulge in the court's favors, accepting land donations from the populace, amassing fertile fields and substantial wealth, yet refuse to contribute to the state. Currently, Wen Tiran, Yang Lin, and Guo Yinho have stripped some of the instigators of their titles and confiscated their properties, exiling entire families to Liaodong for military service. The governor of Shaanxi, Qiao Yinsheng, has also revoked the titles of the ringleaders, demoting them to commoners, while pursuing the recovery of 20 years of taxes and preparing to banish their families to Cheongzhou. I find both methods of punishment quite commendable. The grace of a gentleman wanes after 3 generations and is extinguished after 5. Since they have forgotten the source of this grace, I shall ensure they understand how it can be lost. Zhu Youjiao's words were laced with a chilling coldness, revealing the fury of this usually gentle sovereign. The distinguished attendees could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering how these northern scholars and gentry could be so oblivious to the times, failing to recognize the current situation. As the Donglin Academy in Jiangnan had been reduced to rubble, how could they dare to defy the court at such a critical juncture? It was akin to searching for death with a lantern in a toilet. Finally, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, these scholars and gentry refuse to serve in the court and resist the imperial edicts. Though we anticipated this, they have grown increasingly brazen, daring to openly vandalize government offices and incite unrest. I believe that, given the circumstances, the court must demonstrate resolve and determination, thoroughly suppressing these rioters while making it clear to all subjects that the court can both bestow grace and retract it. I humbly request your Majesty's permission for me to lead troops to patrol the northern provinces and quell the disturbances caused by these scholars and gentry." The assembly fell into silence upon hearing this. Sun Qingzong's proposal seemed most fitting under the present circumstances. After all, the court was implementing various reforms, and should they yield now, these individuals would only become more emboldened, jeopardizing the court's reform initiatives. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao slowly nodded and then turned to Chen Su, the left general of the military command. "Say, Minister Chen, I would like you to muster 20,000 troops from the capital to accompany Master Sun on this mission." Chen Su hurriedly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to receive his orders. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, with a grave demeanor, spoke again. "Throughout history, every dynasty's reform has invariably been accompanied by bloodshed before achieving success. Only through such trials can a nation be reborn from the ashes. I bear the guilt, and thus the realm suffers. If the realm is guilty, the blame lies with me. To correct the wrong, one must first acknowledge it. In urgent matters, one must resort to expedients. It is far better for one household to weep than for every household to lament. The cries of corrupt officials and gentry outweigh the lamentations of the common people. I bestow upon Master Sun the imperial sword, granting him the authority to act decisively in urgent matters. I refuse to believe that with 20,000 troops, 2 imperial envoys, and 2 imperial swords, we cannot quell these rioters." The assembly was struck by his words. They had not anticipated that this young emperor possessed such determination and resolve, directly addressing the need for reform. Although the court was currently implementing various policies, no one dared to openly mention reform. as it implied dismantling the old order and establishing a new one. Any misstep could lead to national ruin and widespread suffering. Zhu Youjiao's candid admission of this matter signified his resolve, prompting a surge of respect among the attendees, who felt that such a ruler could indeed lead the Ming dynasty into an era of prosperity. Subsequently, they all bowed in unison, declaring, "We pledge our lives to follow your majesty." Zhu Youjiao nodded and turned to Sun Qingzong, saying, "Master Sun, time is of the essence. Tomorrow you and Minister Chun shall lead the troops forth." Sun Qingzong bowed in response, assuring, "Your servant will obey. Rest assured, your majesty, I shall quell this unrest." With that, the group of dignitaries rose to depart. Once outside the imperial study, they gathered around Yang He. Gu Bingqian, with a smile, praised Minister Yang. "Though you are usually reticent, I never imagined you would act with such vigor. You have truly cornered the northern gentry this time." Su Guangqi and Shui Guoguan joined in the praise, exclaiming, "Well done, Minister Yang. Your spirit is commendable." Yang He, hearing this, could only offer a wry smile. He had no grand designs. He was merely forced into action by Jiang Ning, Wei Zhaoqing, and Zhu Youjian. Wherever these three went, blood flowed and chaos ensued, leaving him no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. After the dignitaries had departed, Zhu Youjiao slammed the memorial onto the imperial table, clenching his fists tightly. He then turned to Fang Zhenghua and said, "Master Fang, ensure that your subordinates remain vigilant. Master Sun, being a proper civil official, adheres too strictly to protocol. He cannot compare with Jiang and Wei. I am genuinely concerned that he may struggle against those local tyrants wreaking havoc." Fang Zhenghua nodded in agreement. Zhu Youjiao continued, "Currently, when Tiran and Yang Lian are suppressing the rioters, I wonder what Gu Yunho is occupied with." As soon as Fang Zhenghua finished speaking, his expression grew awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly replied, "Your Majesty, esteemed Elder Gu, upon hearing of the students and gentry openly rioting and vandalizing government offices, hastily returned to Xi'an with 1,000 Eastern Depot guards from the depths of the Qinling Mountains. He dealt a harsh blow to the rioting students and scholars, confiscated their properties, and exiled them to Liaodong as soldiers. Following that, he plunged back into the depths of the Qinling." Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cough, then irritably inquired, "Is that Elder Gu truly enamored with tomb raiding?" Fang Zhenghua smiled awkwardly and explained, "Your Majesty, there is an old saying. In the vast expanse of the Qin River, countless queens and officials have emerged since ancient times. The Qinling Mountains and the Mongshan of Luoyang have been favorites among tomb raiders. After Lord Guo arrived in Xi'an, he resolutely refused to leave. It is said that he now leads 1,000 operatives from the Eastern Factory, lurking day and night in the depths of the Qinling for 10 days or even half a month at a stretch. Even Qin Yud of the Qin Chamber of Commerce is assisting Lord Guo in selling antiques. I have also heard that the Qin Chamber of Commerce has begun to accept orders from wealthy merchants from various regions." Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What does orders mean?" Fang Zhenghua hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, an order is when these wealthy merchants specify the antiques they desire from the Qin Chamber of Commerce, pay a deposit, and after some time, the chamber delivers the ordered antiques to them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was left speechless, his face a mask of incredulity. Surely these antiques cannot all be excavated by Lord Guo from the Qinling Mountains? Fang Zhenghua's expression grew slightly awkward as he nodded silently. Zhu Youjiao frowned deeply, resting his hand on his forehead as he contemplated how to handle the matter concerning Gu Yunho. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua cautiously remarked, "Your Majesty, I have just received news that in these few short months, the Qin Chamber of Commerce has earned several million taels of silver from selling antiques for Lord Guo. This does not even account for the gold and silver he has excavated from the depths of the Qinling." Zhu Youjiao was rendered utterly speechless. Having grown up in the imperial palace, he knew that tomb raiding could be lucrative, but he never anticipated such exorbitant profits. He sighed helplessly. "Let us set aside the matter of Lord Guo for now. I currently have no suitable course of action. After all, this old fellow has exchanged the excavated antiques for silver, registered them, and deposited them into the treasury. It would indeed be inappropriate to hold him accountable at this juncture. Once Brother Jiang returns to the capital, let him devise a solution." Fang Zhenghua pondered to himself, is Gu Yunho serving the Ming dynasty or merely the old Jiang family? Chapter 334. Another order arrives early the next morning. The chief minister Sun Qingzong, bearing the imperial edict and the imperial sword, hastily departed the capital with Qin Su, leading an elite force of 20,000 soldiers. Accompanying them was the newly appointed governor of Shaanxi, Qin Shiyu. Previously, the former governor of Shaanxi, Lu Su, had been subjected to a gruesome punishment by Yang Lian, prompting the court to recommend a new governor. Initially, the consensus was to recommend Lu Nan, the governor of Yenshui, an esteemed elder who had served in Shaanxi for many years with integrity and capability. However, Zhu Youjian ultimately vetoed this choice. The reason was simple. Lu Nan was already 68 years old. Even if appointed, how long could he effectively serve? Thus, Zhu Youjian decided to boldly appoint a newcomer. At this moment, he recalled that Jiang Ning had previously mentioned Qin Shiyu. Ignoring the opposition, Zhu Youjian appointed Qin Shiyu as the governor of Shaanxi. It is worth noting that at that time, Qin Shiyu was merely 33 years old. As news spread, many dignitaries expressed their disapproval. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with Qin Shiyu. And secondly, they believed that such a young individual assuming the role of governor was unwise. To assuage their concerns, Zhu Youjian summoned Qin Shiyu, allowing the dignitaries to assess him on the spot. Fortunately, Qin Shiyu truly possessed remarkable talents and skills. Faced with the complex and challenging questions posed by the influential figures, he responded with remarkable fluency. Ultimately, after several rounds of rigorous assessment, Qin Shiyu successfully overcame numerous obstacles and was appointed as the governor of Shaanxi. Upon learning of his impending appointment, he was momentarily stunned. At just over 30 years of age, to hold such a prestigious provincial position was a rare occurrence, reminiscent of the era of the Hongxue emperor. In the present day, among the officials serving as governors in the 13 provinces and 2 capitals of the Ming dynasty, none were in their 40s, with most being in their 50s or 60s. Of course, there was the legendary Jiang Daren, who stood as an exception. Qin Shiyu felt profoundly grateful for the emperor's immense favor, as vast as the heavens and deep as the seas. He promptly declared that should he fail in governing Shaanxi, he would voluntarily present himself to the Jinyiwei for punishment, without the need for a court order. Witnessing Qin Shiyu's bold oath, the esteemed officials in the court could not help but admire the young man. On this occasion, Qin Shiyu was fortunate to accompany Sun Qingzong to Shaanxi for his appointment. As a senior figure, Sun Qingzong took a liking to the talented younger man and diligently provided guidance throughout their journey, which greatly benefited Qin Shiyu. Meanwhile, in Shaanxi, Wen Tiren and Yang Lian were desperately attempting to extinguish the fires of chaos, leading 1,000 Jinyiwei, overwhelmed and frantic. Initially, Wen Tiren would advise Yang Lian to minimize bloodshed, but eventually he ceased to offer such counsel and even encouraged Yang Lian to assert authority through violence. Unfazed, Yang Lian became increasingly ruthless. The only challenge they faced was the severe shortage of manpower, as they could only move from one side of conflict to another after finishing their task at hand. It was at this moment that Wen Tiren and Yang Lian fully understood why Jiang Ning always traveled with tens of thousands of troops. Evidently, Jiang Ning had prepared for extensive bloodshed from the very beginning, without concern for insufficient manpower. However, they had no time to ponder such matters and could only rush about. In the depths of the Qinling Mountains, Wei Yunho, upon learning of the situation in Shaanxi, initially intended to bring 1,000 Dongchang operatives to assist. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Yud, the cunning sixth, had secured a lucrative commission for a golden silk burial suit. It is worth noting that Wei Yunho had only recently stumbled upon a similar artifact. Having spent several days digging in the Qinling Mountains without a glimpse of the burial suit, he grew increasingly anxious as the delivery deadline approached. He left Sun Yunha with a group of Dongchang operatives to continue excavating while he, accompanied by his primary disciple Li Laoa, scoured the area in search of auspicious sites, hoping to strike good fortune by uncovering a Han tomb. Fortunately, heaven smiled upon him. Just 3 days before the delivery, after extensive searching, Guo Yunho finally pinpointed the location of a Han tomb. He quickly assembled a team and began excavating with great urgency. To his astonishment, they unearthed a complete set of golden silk burial attire, along with a number of exquisite jade and gold artifacts. Overjoyed, Guo Yunho and his team of Dongchang operatives hurriedly exited the depths of the Qinling Mountains, racing towards Xi'an to prepare for the delivery. This greatly alarmed the villagers beyond the Qinling Mountains, who witnessed the passage of the spectral soldiers for the second time, filled with terror, leading several villages to collectively relocate. The occurrence of such otherworldly soldiers was simply too horrifying, and Wei Yunho remained blissfully unaware of it. Upon arriving in Xi'an, he proceeded directly to Qibao Pavilion, where he presented the excavated gold-threaded jade garments and other antiquities to Qin Yud, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Contemplating how he might assist when Tiran and Yang Lian, Qin Yud approached him, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, announcing, "Lord Gua, I have splendid news for you. I have secured several significant orders from affluent merchants arriving from the southwest. They wish to procure some Han Dynasty bronze artifacts, preferably bronze tripods and mirrors. I have already collected the deposits and agreed on a 2-month delivery timeline. When do you intend to commence the work, esteemed Lord Gua?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yunho sputtered, spraying his tea across the room, choking and turning crimson. He glared furiously at Qin Yud, who, feeling the intensity of his gaze, became increasingly apprehensive and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed Lord Gua, is it that the orders I secured are too few, or are you concerned about the pricing? If it is a matter of cost, you need not worry. Han Dynasty bronze artifacts are quite rare in the market, and each piece commands a staggering price." Enraged, Wei Yunho leaped to his feet, seizing Qin Yud by the collar, and bellowed, "Damn it! Am I displeased with the quantity of your orders? Is it the price that concerns me? What I am desperately short on is time. How could you possibly take on such substantial orders? Finding Han Dynasty tombs is no simple task, and you want bronze artifacts? Do you think this is merely a matter of ordering from a restaurant?" Seeing Wei Yunho's furious demeanor, Qin Yud hastily replied, "Esteemed Lord Gua, please calm down. If 2 months is insufficient, I can negotiate with them to push the deadline back by a month, making it 3 months. What do you think? However, the price may need to be slightly lower." At this, Wei Yunho instantly regained his composure, a smile replacing his previous fury, as he even took the time to smooth Qin Yud's garments, saying, "Manager Qin, let it be 2 months, and the price will remain as you've set it. Just ensure they come to collect the goods on time." Qin Yud, taken aback by the stark contrast in Wei Yunho's demeanor, felt a wave of dread wash over him, pondering whether the esteemed Lord Gua had encountered something unclean within the tomb. Coupled with the rumors circulating in Xi'an about spectral soldiers traversing the deep mountains of Qinling, which had frightened multiple villages into fleeing, his fear intensified, sending a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. He contemplated whether he ought to find a place to burn incense, lest he become afflicted by the same fate as Wei Yunho. Meanwhile, Wei Yunho was unperturbed by Qin Yud's errant thoughts. He led a contingent of Eastern factory guards back to the Imperial Envoy's headquarters, and after a brief respite, he fell into deep contemplation. With the current tensions in Shaanxi, relying solely on Wen Tiran and Yang Lian was insufficient. It would be remiss of him not to lend his assistance. Though profiting from tomb raiding could be seen as serving the nation, the present circumstances indeed placed him in a quandary. Upon reflecting on this matter, Wei Yunho furrowed his brows, his countenance clouded with concern. At that moment, standing beside him, his foremost disciple, Li Laoa, observed his master's unusual demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" With a deep sigh, Wei Yunho poured forth his anxieties. After listening attentively, Li Laoa pondered briefly before responding with a smile, "Master, you need not be so troubled. Did not Lord Wen, Lord Yang, and you previously submit memorials to the capital? Surely, His Majesty is already aware of this situation and will make the necessary arrangements. After all, even if we were to combine our forces from the Eastern Bureau with the 1,000 Imperial Guards under Lord Yang, we would only total 2,000 men, insufficient to contend with the current chaotic circumstances. Perhaps the court has already mobilized reinforcements." Upon hearing Li Lao's words, Wei Yunho considered them for a moment, then chuckled, "Ah, my clever lad, your mind is indeed sharp. I see that you are not only adept at tomb raiding, but also destined for greatness in governance. If you continue to follow me diligently, I shall ensure your rise to prominence." Upon this, Li Laoa promptly knelt, bowing respectfully and assuring, "Master, rest assured, I shall excel in tomb raiding, unearthing greater treasures to enrich the state treasury." Wei Yunho nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the worthy disciple of my founding school. I appreciate your intelligence, diligence, and eagerness to learn." With that, Wei Yunho commanded the Eastern Bureau agents to take a brief respite. That very night, they plunged once more into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Days later, Sun Qingzong, Chen Su, and Chun Qiyu led an army of 20,000 into Hunan from the northern provinces. Upon their arrival, they wasted no time in mobilizing troops to suppress and apprehend the unruly gentry causing disturbances. This decisive action instilled considerable fear among the previously boisterous gentry, who had believed that their numbers would intimidate the court into quelling the matter, thereby allowing them to return to their leisurely, affluent lives. However, they were taken aback by the court's unwavering stance, as troops had been dispatched from the capital, with the army's advance into Hunan and the commencement of suppressive measures. The once confident scholars and gentry quickly deflated like punctured balloons, losing their resolve. A portion of the ringleaders among the scholars and gentry were subdued, prompting the remaining individuals to declare their absolute compliance with the court's directives, no longer daring to continue their protests. They hastily began to pack their belongings, rushing to the capital in fear of being conscripted to the northeastern front. Chapter 335. When he takes action leading the army into several northern provinces. Sun Qingzong initiated a crackdown on the unruly scholars and gentry. 2 weeks later, Zhu Youjian received the latest reports from Jiang Ning. Upon learning that the Duke of Qian had voluntarily surrendered military authority in Yunnan and expressed a desire to relocate his entire family to the capital, Zhu Youjian felt a surge of joy. To him, the Duke's 2-century governance over Yunnan had culminated in this arrangement, offering them a dignified exit. Zhu Youjian promptly granted Mu Qiyuan's request, not only permitting the entire Guogong residents to relocate to the capital, but also commissioning the construction of a magnificent mansion in the city as a token of favor. Regarding Jiang Ning's proposal to appoint Wang Huazhen as the governor of Yunnan, Zhu Youjian readily acquiesced. After all, the Guogong had relinquished military power and moved to the capital, placing Yunnan firmly under the court's control. However, with numerous local chieftains in Yunnan, Jiang Ning was still dispatching troops to quell those who defied the court's edicts, making peace in Yunnan seem a distant prospect in the short term. The court planned to implement land reform throughout Yunnan, a process that would inevitably necessitate the use of force, risking animosity from both the chieftains and the local populace. Appointing Wang Huazhen as the governor of Yunnan appeared judicious from all perspectives. Once the land reform was successfully concluded, Wang Huazhen's role as governor might very well be rendered obsolete, should the need arise. He could even be sacrificed to quell the discontent of the chieftains and the local people. Nevertheless, Zhu Youjian found himself in a quandary regarding the selection of the overall commander for Yunnan. The court was in dire need of military leaders, and reluctantly, he ordered Jiang Ning to make the decision. After all, the majority of the capable and battle-hardened generals were under Jiang Ning's command, and the few remaining in the capital could not be dispatched elsewhere. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian immediately dispatched envoys to hasten the imperial edict to Yunnan, urging Jiang Ning to swiftly conclude the military engagements and return to the capital. The situation in Shandong had reached a critical juncture. He urgently required Jiang Ning's presence to oversee the broader strategy. The complexities in Shandong involved numerous individuals and matters, causing Zhu Youjian considerable concern about his ability to maintain control. Should the situation spiral out of hand, his throne could be jeopardized. Time sped by, and soon it was the 19th of August. Su Hongru openly rebelled under the banner of the White Lotus Society in Yunqing, Shandong, while simultaneously, adherents in Jingzhou, Jizhou, and other regions responded to the chaos. Within a mere few dozen days since Su Hongru raised his army, he had amassed a force of 100,000, predominantly composed of White Lotus followers, with a steady influx of commoners joining his ranks. In an instant, all of Shandong was engulfed in turmoil, with citizens gripped by fear. Upon learning of this news, Shandong's governor Zhao Yan was paralyzed with panic and hastily ordered General Yang Guozhu to lead the troops in suppressing the rebellion, while also sending urgent reports of the uprising to the capital. What Zhao Yan did not realize was that Zhu Youjian had already received pertinent intelligence well before Su Hongru's insurrection. Thanks to the daily reports from the Jinyiwei, Zhu Youjian was acutely aware of the White Lotus Society's movements. Upon learning of Su Hongru's rebellion, Zhu Youjian was filled with excitement. Standing before a map of the Ming dynasty, his gaze fixed intently on the Shandong region. Standing beside him, Fang Zhenghua kept his head bowed, refraining from speaking. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjian suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the imperial study. He then turned to Fang Zhenghua and remarked, "Indeed, all manner of specters and fiends have surfaced. First, the Jin chaos stirred trouble in Liaodong, followed by the insurrections of Shichongming in Sichuan and in Bangyan in Guizhou. And now even Su Hongru of the White Lotus Society has joined the fray. In light of this, let us engage. I am eager to discern the true capabilities of Su Hongru. Fang Zhenghua hastily smiled and remarked, in my humble opinion, Su Hongru is merely a buffoon, incapable of being a match for your majesty. Moreover, Su Hongru is utterly oblivious to the affairs of the court. While your majesty possesses an intimate understanding of the movements of the White Lotus sect, he is akin to the Monkey King, ultimately unable to escape your majesty's grasp. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian burst into hearty laughter and declared, Fang Dabin, immediately summon Zhang Wu to the palace. I have pressing matters to discuss. Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded in acquiescence and exited the imperial study. Once Fang Zhenghua departed, Zhu Youjiao's laughter faded, and he began to pace the grand hall, murmuring to himself, Brother Jiang, when shall you return to the capital? The situation in Shandong has already commenced. If you do not return soon, I fear I shall have to take matters into my own hands. After all, we have meticulously strategized this game in Shandong for quite some time. When Fang Zhenghua and his companions hastily arrived at the Xinshu temple outside the city, they found Zhang Wu leisurely enjoying tea with Sheng Suzi. Fang Zhenghua swiftly conveyed Zhu Youjiao's decree. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu set down his teacup and respectfully saluted Sheng Suzi, saying, Elder Immortal, since the emperor has summoned me, I shall take my leave. Sheng Suzi smiled and replied, Go on, go on. After respectfully bowing to Sheng Suzi, Fang Zhenghua led Zhang Wu back to the imperial study with great urgency. Upon their meeting, Zhu Youjian eagerly stated, Zhang Wu, Su Hongru is now leading the White Lotus sect in rebellion in Shandong, having already captured several cities, causing great upheaval across the region. Zhang Wu merely nodded silently, offering no further comment. Zhu Youjian continued, Currently, the Jinyiwei in Shandong is under the command of Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshan. Yet I cannot shake off a sense of unease. Please select additional personnel to assist them and gather all your subordinates, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Zhang Wu promptly accepted the order and hastily departed the palace. Upon exiting, Zhang Wu made his way directly to the Jinfu office. At that moment, Tian Ergang was seated in the main hall, reviewing documents. Upon seeing Zhang Wu enter, he quickly rose and greeted him with a smile. Master Wu, what brings you here today? Zhang Wu chuckled heartily. Lord Tian, I have come on His Majesty's orders to attend to some matters. You are surely aware of the situation in Shandong? Tian Ergang nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Master Wu, please instruct me on your arrangements. I shall attend to them immediately. Zhang Wu replied with a smile. It is not a grand affair. I merely need to allocate some personnel to support Shandong. Tian Ergang inquired, Master Wu, do you require my personal presence? Zhang Wu shook his head with a smile. Lord Tian, you need only hold your position in the capital. In Shandong, we have Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshan. I plan to send Zhang Wenhe as well to provide assistance. Tian Ergang hesitated momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his face. Master Wu, are you certain? This lad, Wenhe, is hardly capable. He spends his days immersed in literature. What can he accomplish there? Shall I send some of the Jinyui's elite instead? Zhang Wu shook his head with a smile. There is no need for experts. I believe Zhang Wenhe will suffice. Do not be deceived by his seemingly idle demeanor, for beneath the surface lies a mind brimming with cunning schemes and a heart both ruthless and dark. It is only fitting that he be dispatched to assist Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshan. Upon hearing this, Tian Ergang refrained from further inquiries and instructed someone to summon Zhang Wenhe. Before long, Zhang Wenhe hurriedly entered the hall, first bowing respectfully to Tian Ergang, then inquired, May I ask, esteemed commander, what is the purpose of your summons? With a smile, Tian Ergang replied, Wenhe, it is not I who seeks you, but rather Lord Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhe displayed a look of confusion, yet promptly bowed respectfully to Lord Zhang. With a smile, Lord Zhang addressed him, Wenhe, do you desire to achieve merit? I have a splendid task specially reserved for you. Zhang Wenhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Lord Zhang, I am eager to earn merit. Please, command me, and I shall not hesitate to face any danger. Lord Zhang chuckled, no need to face danger just yet. I intend for you to lead a group to Shandong. In an instant, Zhang Wenhe comprehended Lord Zhang's intent. I have already arranged for your personnel. Upon your arrival in Shandong, you shall meet with someone who will brief you on your duties. However, I must advise you to refrain from withholding your talents. Let your skills shine. Zhang Wenhe quickly smiled in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Lord Zhang, I will give my utmost effort and not disappoint you. Satisfied, Lord Jiang nodded and said, very well, go now and prepare. I have arranged the remaining personnel for you. You shall depart immediately. Zhang Wenhe acknowledged and hastily left. At this moment, Tianqi, with a look of concern, remarked to Lord Jiang, my lord, this lad is utterly inept, lacking the strength to lift a chicken, spending his days merely playing with words and phrases. Given the current turmoil in Shandong, I harbor great worries about sending him there. Should he fail and meet misfortune, how shall we explain it to Lord Jiang upon his return to the capital? Yet, Lord Jiang replied with a smile, do not worry, Minister Tian. I see through this lad. While he may appear to be merely a scribe, once placed in the right circumstances, his contributions could rival that of tens of thousands of soldiers. Surprised by Lord Zhang's high regard for Zhang Wenhe, Tianqi pondered. He had initially believed that Zhang Wenhe's role was solely to manage the Tianqi times, not realizing he possessed such capabilities. Curiosity stirred within him as he wondered what remarkable feats Zhang Wenhe might accomplish in Shandong. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Wenhe meticulously briefed his subordinates and ensured the arrangements for the subsequent issues of the Tianqi Times were in order before hastily packing his belongings in preparation for departure. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with joy, believing he possessed the talents of a hidden dragon or phoenix chick, yet had always been hindered by misfortune to merely oversee the Tianqi Times. Now, with an opportunity to showcase his abilities, he resolved to make a remarkable impression. Regarding the chaotic situation in Shandong, Zhang Wenhe had his own rough speculation. However, to him, whether 1,000 or 10,000 lives were lost was merely a matter of numbers. He believed that as long as he could accomplish merit, even if it meant sacrificing his moral integrity, he would consider it as accruing virtue. As long as he did not harm Zhang Wenhe himself, the harm to the heavens was of little concern. Upon arriving at the main hall, he noticed Master Zhang surrounded by dozens of robust men, all with stern expressions and formidable presence. Upon seeing Zhang Wenhe, Master Zhang smiled and introduced, Wenhe, these are the personnel I have arranged for you. You shall lead them to Shandong immediately, and they are at your disposal. Zhang Wenhe nodded respectfully, then bowed to Master Zhang and Tianqi, before galloping away with the group toward Shandong. Chapter 336. The Rebellion of the White Lotus Sect. 2 days later, a report from Shandong reached the capital, causing an uproar among officials and the populace alike. All court officials were taken aback. They had not anticipated that remnants of the White Lotus Sect would dare to rise in rebellion so close to the northern territories. At this moment, in the court, Zhu Youjian feigned just learning of the news and exclaimed with righteous indignation, these remnants of the White Lotus Sect, who rose in rebellion during the Wanli era, were quelled by the court, and now, after so many years, they dare to stir up trouble once more. This cannot be tolerated. The officials present echoed his sentiments with fervent outrage, declaring that the remnants of the White Lotus Sect must be completely eradicated to prevent further chaos. Subsequently, a group of officials from the Qinglu party, led by Zhuo Guangdou, urgently requested the court to dispatch troops to Shandong to quell the rebellion. However, as soon as the words left their lips, they were met with strong opposition from Shui Guoguan of the cabinet. With a grave expression, Shui Guoguan stated, Master Zhuo, now that the remnants of the White Lotus Sect have taken up arms in Shandong, shocking the world, the court must indeed send troops to suppress them. However, currently, in the capital, the imperial garrison of 100,000 soldiers has been dispatched by Lord Jiang to the southwest to quell disturbances, while elder son leads another 20,000 to Shaanxi to suppress the unruly students and local gentry. In the short term, these two armies cannot return to the capital. The remaining forces number less than 30,000 and must defend the capital. Given the current situation, the court truly has no troops to deploy. The only course of action is to issue orders to Yang Guozhu, the commander in Shandong, to exert all efforts to eradicate the remnants of the White Lotus Sect. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou was momentarily stunned. He had intended to retort, but found every word of Shui Guoguan to be true, leaving him at a loss for a response. A portion of the imperial troops had accompanied Jiang Ning to the southwest, while another contingent had been taken to Shaanxi and Henan by Sun Qingzong, with 2,000 led by Duke Ying, Zhang Weixian, dispatched to the southern direct rule. The remaining 30,000 troops indeed could not be easily mobilized. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, an imperial censor stepped forward and proposed, since the imperial troops cannot be mobilized, we might draw forces from the 9 borders to quell the rebellion in Shandong. Upon hearing this, the officials present looked at the censor as if he were a fool. Even Zhuge Guangdou was rendered speechless. The idea of drawing troops from the 9 borders to Shandong had already crossed his mind, but it was utterly impractical. At present, the Jianzhou Jurchens in Liaodong were stirring restlessly, and Xuanfu and Datong had only recently clashed with Lin Danhan, who was now daily sending challenges outside Datong City. As for the troops in Yinsui Town, Yulin Town, and Ningxia Town, they too cannot be mobilized, as vigilance against other Mongolian tribes must be maintained. Should the court draw elite forces from the 9 borders to quell the rebellion in Shandong, the outer Mongolians might seize the opportunity to strike, leaving the 9 borders defenseless. Such a situation would prove far graver than the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong. There is a real risk of a repeat of the Hongxue incident during the Jiajing era, or even a resurgence of the defense of the capital. If that were to come to pass, those in power would be forever remembered as traitors. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a heated dispute over the matter. However, the royalist officials, wielding considerable influence, swiftly silenced the members of the Clear Stream faction. At this moment, seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjian appeared troubled and spoke slowly. Given the current circumstances, we must await Minister Zhang's return from Yunnan before the court can dispatch troops to quell the rebellion in Shandong. Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to instruct General Yang Guizhou in Shandong to exert all efforts to eliminate the White Lotus rebels, while simultaneously ordering General He Kegong in Tianjin to deploy 30,000 troops to fortify the northern Jili region. It is imperative to confine the White Lotus insurgents within Shandong and prevent their escape into northern Jili. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Yet, some officials from the Clear Stream faction expressed their concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, what if these White Lotus rebels advance to Ciufu? After all, it is the birthplace of the sage." At this pronouncement, the officials fell into silence. Even numerous royalist officials began to waver, pondering how to mobilize troops. After all, these scholars revered Confucius as the most sacred teacher. Should the deranged White Lotus rebels breach Ciufu and harm the descendants of the sage, it would indeed be a calamity for them. The royalists and the Clear Stream faction soon resumed their fierce arguments. Zhu Youjian, observing the discord from his throne, did not intervene, secretly amused and thinking, "Mobilize troops? I have long made arrangements. You are simply unaware. As for the descendants of your revered sage, they must fend for themselves." In the end, no practical solutions emerged, and the court was dismissed. Upon returning to the study, Zhu Youjian could not help but break into a broad grin, laughing heartily. Fang Zhenghua stood respectfully beside him. Very few were privy to the collaboration between Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian regarding the affairs in Shandong. Aside from Zhu Youjian, Fang Zhenghua, Jiang Ning, and a few high-ranking members of the Jinyiwei, along with Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun from Shandong, no one in the court was aware. Not even the 8 ministries of the cabinet. After all, the officials in the court hailed from Confucian backgrounds, disciples of the sage. If they were to learn of Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian plotting against their revered teacher, it would surely cause a tumult. A moment later, Zhu Youjian smiled at Fang Zhenghua and inquired, "What personnel did Zhang Wu send to Shandong to assist Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun?" Fang Zhenghua promptly bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, Lord Zhang Wu has dispatched Zhang Wen and Captain Zhang to Shandong to assist Lord Su and Captain Gao in their duties." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback. He was well acquainted with Zhang Wenha, the head of the Tianqi Times, who had frequently extolled his virtues, leaving the emperor rather bashful. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Since Zhang Wuzhao has appointed Zhang Wenha to Shandong, there must be his own considerations. Let it be for now." At this juncture, Fang Zhenghua smiled and said, "Everything is under your Majesty's control now. It won't be long before those literati in Jiangnan petition the court, requesting troops to be dispatched to quell the rebellion in Shandong." Zhu Youjian nodded and replied with a smile, "That is only natural. After all, these scholars, united in opposition to the court and to me, rely on their identities as Confucian disciples and followers of the sage. Now that their revered master and his descendants are embroiled in turmoil, how can they remain idle? However, once they submit their memorials, the response should be that the national treasury is depleted and the court lacks soldiers to dispatch, while also urging them to promptly settle the overdue taxes. With funds available, the court could then recruit and train troops to quell the rebellion in Shandong. Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded in agreement. In the following days, each time the court convened, the discussions became increasingly heated. Officials from the royalist faction and the reformist faction engaged in endless debates regarding the source of troop deployment. Initially, there was a proposal to withdraw soldiers from North Jili, Shaanxi, and Hunan to send to Shandong for suppression, but this suggestion was immediately dismissed by other royalist officials. The current garrison troops of the Ming dynasty had long since decayed, lacking any combat effectiveness. To rely on them for quelling the rebellion in Shandong was tantamount to sending them to their doom. Subsequently, another suggestion was made to dispatch General Ma Rulong from Shaanxi along with his 30,000 troops to Shandong. However, Xin Yurong from the Five Armies Commander's office vehemently opposed this. His reasoning was sound. Previously, Xuandu and Datong had suffered significant losses in battles against Bashitu and Lindanhan, and now, with their military strength severely diminished, it was imperative for Ma Rulong to remain stationed in Shaanxi to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Then, someone proposed to draw troops from Jiangnan. Xin Yurong retorted sharply. Jiangnan has long been in a state of peace, having not experienced warfare for ages. Whether it be the garrison troops or other forces, they are no different from ordinary civilians lacking combat prowess. Sending them to Shandong would merely lead them to their demise. At this moment, Zhuo Guangdou, quite anxious, suggested mobilizing the Tianjin Navy and the Shandong Denglai Navy to quell the rebellion. Hearing this, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, unreservedly countered, Master Zhua, are you speaking nonsense in broad daylight? Do you expect the Tianjin Navy and the Denglai Navy to sail their warships to Yunqing to subdue the rebels? Moreover, the Tianjin Navy is currently tasked with ensuring the safety of trade routes between Tianjin, Tongzhou, and foreign nations. How could they be easily mobilized? As for the Shandong Denglai Navy, they not only safeguard trade with foreign countries, but also regularly supply provisions and munitions to the stationed Mao Wenlong on Pai Island, making it impossible to draw them away. Zhuo Guangdou was left speechless in response. In the end, the officials of the Qinglu party found themselves utterly cornered, weeping profusely and beseeching Zhu Youjiao to devise a means to dispatch troops to Shandong post-haste. Fearing that the insurgent White Lotus sect might one day invade Xiufu and inflict harm upon the descendants of the sage, Zhu Youjiao, with a countenance full of sorrow, lamented, "The court is indeed bereft of available soldiers. The forces at our disposal are either not in the capital or cannot be mobilized for various reasons, and those that remain lack combat effectiveness. Even if sent to Shandong, they would only serve to create further chaos." At this moment, all hope rested solely on General Yang Guozhu of Shandong. As Zhu Youjiao's lamentation echoed through the room, the officials of the Qinglu party, after listening, fell into despair, clutching their heads in anguish, utterly at a loss for solutions. In this dire moment, the Qinglu officials fervently wished for Jiang Ning to return to the capital swiftly, to quell the rebellion in Shandong, casting aside memories of their previous fierce conflicts with Jiang Ning and Lao Wei. Eventually, in a fit of desperation, Zhuo Guangdou suggested that the stationed commander Mao Wenlong lead an army of 50,000 from Pidao to land in Shandong to suppress the rebellion. However, as soon as he uttered this proposal, he was met with vehement opposition from Zhang Zhiji, the heir of the Duke of England and an officer of the Five Armies Command. Mao Wenlong's presence with 50,000 troops on Pidao is precisely to sever the supply route of Korean merchants smuggling goods to the Jurchen invaders in Liaodong. He is also to assist Hong Qingqiu in defending Xinyang against incursions. To send Mao Wenlong back to Shandong now would grant the Jurchens an opportunity to regain their strength. This is nothing short of treason. The officials of the Five Armies Command readily echoed Zhang Ziji's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in despair. Ultimately, the Qinglu officials collectively demanded that the Five Armies Command and the Ministry of War issue an edict to General Yang Guozhu in Shandong, commanding him to eliminate the White Lotus insurgents within the shortest possible time. Some even went so far as to threaten that if Yang Guozhu failed to eradicate the White Lotus rebels promptly, he would face execution in public. This provoked the military officials of the Five Armies Command profoundly. They thought to themselves, the court having no soldiers to spare, the entire burden of quelling the rebellion in Shandong rested solely on Yang Guozhu's shoulders. Now, these civil officials not only demanded an edict urging Yang Guozhu to act swiftly, but they also imposed a deadline for him to suppress the White Lotus insurgents, threatening his life if he failed. Was this not an affront to the military? The military officials could no longer contain their outrage, exclaiming, "By heavens, if you bureaucrats are so capable, why don't you take up arms yourselves and go quell the rebellion in Shandong? Consequently, an intense argument erupted between the two factions, transforming the conflict between the royalists and the Qinglu party into a fierce clash between civil and military officials. Zhu Youjian, seated upon the dragon throne, observed the entire scene unfold without intervening. As the discord reached a stalemate, the assembly adjourned without resolution, and on their way out, the officials of the five armies' command cast dark glances towards their Qinglu counterparts. As the officials of the Qinglu party wept bitterly, they fervently hoped that Yang Guozhu would rise to the occasion and swiftly quell the insurrection of the White Lotus sect, ensuring that this rebellious faction would not reach Zufu. In Chapter 337, Seizing Military Authority, Jiang Ning, stationed in Yunnan Prefecture, orchestrated the deployment of 4 armies, totaling 12,000 troops, sweeping across the province like a tempest. Within a mere 2 months, he subdued 13 local chieftains. Even the rebellion that would later transpire, known as the Shapu Rebellion, was decisively nipped in the bud by Jiang Ning. The chieftain Wu Baikue of Wuding was annihilated along with his entire clan by Cao Bianjiao, who led 30,000 elite soldiers. Wang Longshan's chieftain Sha Yuan and his son Sha Dingzhou also fell victim to the fierce assault led by Sun Chuanting, resulting in their complete extermination. Similarly, Pu Mingsheng, the chieftain of Ami Prefecture, could not escape the fate meted out by Lu Xiangxing, who obliterated his lineage. Chieftain Gao Wenjua of Yaoan Prefecture, along with his 2 brothers Gao Wenming and Gao Wenyuan, rallied 30,000 troops from neighboring chieftains and marched with great fervor towards Yunnan Prefecture to confront Jiang Ning. However, midway through their journey, they encountered the forces of Mao Yuanyi. Upon the initial clash, the advanced weaponry of the Divine Machine Camp caused chaos among their ranks, leading to a panicked retreat. The 3 brothers, Gao Wenjua, were captured on the spot, and their remaining forces fled in disarray back to Yaoan Prefecture. To their astonishment, upon arriving at Yaoan, they were met by Cao Bianjiao, who had just annihilated Wu Baikue. Without hesitation, Cao Bianjiao commanded a full assault, resulting in the slaying of 8,000 enemies, with the remainder taken prisoner. Thus, the Gao family of Yaoan Prefecture faced utter destruction. Consequently, the remaining chieftains in Yunnan were left in a state of alarm, akin to startled birds, filled with trepidation. They hurriedly prepared lavish tributes and issued strict orders to their clansmen to refrain from any disturbances, hastening to Yunnan Prefecture to pay their respects to Jiang Ning. Fearing that they might arrive too late and become the next victims of extermination, they acted with urgency. Initially, some had proposed that the multitude of chieftains unite to resist the imperial forces, even daring to dream of seceding Yunnan from the Ming Empire. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Mu Zeng of Lijiang and Zhao Sheng of Linan Prefecture. Despite the multitude of chieftains in Yunnan, their intricate and long-standing rivalries rendered true unity implausible. Rather than engaging in feudal aspirations, it was more prudent to curry favor with the imperial envoy for self-preservation. Thus, Mu Zeng and Zhao Sheng prepared generous gifts and took the lead in visiting Jiang Ning in Yunnan Prefecture. Witnessing their submission, the other chieftains lost their resolve to resist and hastily assembled offerings to follow suit. At this juncture, Jiang Ning learned of Su Hongru of Shandong's rebellion, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. He understood that he could no longer afford to linger in Yunnan and must promptly return to the capital to prevent the situation in Shandong from spiraling out of control. Just then, news of the chieftains arriving in Yunnan Prefecture to pay their respects reached him, filling him with joy, and he immediately ordered the 4 armies to return to Yunnan Prefecture. Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Cao Bianjiao, and Mao Yuanyi, upon receiving Jiang Ning's directive, hastened to lead their respective armies back to Yunnan Prefecture. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous local chieftains hurrying towards Yunnan Prefecture. Upon witnessing the disciplined formation of the 4 armies and the fierce demeanor of the soldiers, these chieftains could not help but feel relieved for having made a prudent choice. Had they opted to confront the imperial authority, it was likely that the 4 armies would have already invaded their stronghold. 10 days later, the various chieftains entered Yunnan Prefecture alongside the 4 armies. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Ning summoned the venerable Duke Mu Qiyuan to join him in hosting a banquet for the chieftains at the governor's office. During the banquet, Jiang Ning unexpectedly ordered the display of the severed heads of the 13 chieftains who had been eradicated. This shocking sight caused the remaining chieftains to tremble in fear, prompting them to kneel and, with tearful voices, expressed their unwavering loyalty to the court and the Ming dynasty, while vehemently denouncing the exterminated chieftains to demonstrate a clear demarcation. Observing their reactions, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, then rose and smiled, stating, "The purpose of my military expedition to Yunnan encompasses 3 fundamental principles. The first is fairness and justice, the second is fairness and justice, and the third is still fairness and justice." The assembled chieftains were left bewildered, unable to grasp his meaning. At that moment, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and Li Ruoyan brought forth the captured officials from various regions of Yunnan, among them General Li Daji. Jiang Ning then had it publicly declared that these over 100 officials had engaged in corruption and tyranny within Yunnan, oppressing both the chieftains and the common folk. He solemnly asserted that both indigenous and Han subjects are citizens under the Ming dynasty and should be treated equally. Those officials, who received stipends from the court while exploiting the populace, could not be tolerated. An immediate order was given for the Jinyiwei to inflict severe torture upon these officials, followed by execution and confiscation of their properties. General Li Daji faced an even harsher punishment, being sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Simultaneously, Jiang Ning mandated the return of the plundered properties and lands to the chieftains. Witnessing this, the chieftains were filled with gratitude, and their perception of Jiang Ning underwent a significant transformation. They had initially believed he would resort solely to military force to compel their submission, but they were astonished to find that he also sought to uphold justice on their behalf. Subsequently, Jiang Ning announced that the court intended to fully implement the land reform policy in Yunnan and hoped the chieftains would actively cooperate by relinquishing their military power. When the matter of military authority was mentioned, the chieftains displayed reluctance, expressing that due to ethnic differences and existing conflicts among them, they requested a grace period. Jiang Ning acknowledged and agreed to their concerns, then recommended the Lijiang chieftain Mu Zheng as the right vice minister of Yunnan and the Linen chieftain Zhaoqing as the inspector, assigning them to assist the newly appointed governor Wang Huazhen and left vice minister Xie Sunren in the comprehensive execution of the land reform policy within Yunnan. Additionally, Jiang Ning expressed his desire for each chieftain to select direct descendants from their clans to accompany him back to the capital, for either military service or education at the Imperial Academy, thereby ensuring their future opportunities for greater development and service to the state. The chieftains, upon hearing this, unanimously agreed. After all, beside Jiang Ning sat the Yunnan stone pillar chieftain, Qin Liangyu, who had now ascended to one of the 5 esteemed leaders of the military governor's office. Such honor naturally evoked envy and longing among the others. Subsequently, Jiang Ning formally announced that the court would vigorously develop Yunnan. Presently, Guizhou and Sichuan had already initiated the reconstruction of official roads and relay stations across several southwestern provinces, with Yunnan poised to follow suit. Simultaneously, the court fervently encouraged commercial endeavors, hoping that Yunnan's abundant goods could reach beyond its borders and flourish in the 13 provinces of the Ming Empire. This would undoubtedly attract a multitude of merchants, the benefits of which were well understood by the chieftains. Previously, they had defied imperial orders and engaged in mutual conflicts over trivial matters. However, with the court now prioritizing Yunnan, if they seized the opportunity, how could their families not thrive? The chieftains Mu Zheng of Lijiang and Zhao Shuai of Linen exchanged glances, instantly realizing that this was the olive branch extended by Jiang Ning. The two promptly declared their willingness to relinquish military authority and fully cooperate with the court's policy of land reclamation in Yunnan. They also expressed their hope that the court would favorably consider Lijiang and Linen in future policies, while providing Jiang Ning with a detailed account of the special products from their regions. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence. Soon after, they unhesitatingly entrusted their own offspring, including their sons, to Jiang Ning, pleading for him to take them to the capital. They sincerely expressed that if their children misbehaved, Jiang Ning could discipline them harshly, even to the point of death, without any complaints. Jiang Ning responded with a smile, stating, "Gentlemen Mu and Zhao, your understanding of the larger picture will surely earn the court's favor towards Lijiang and Linen, and I shall take good care of your children." The other chieftains, witnessing this, felt considerable regret. They had initially agreed to collectively delay the surrender of military authority, yet these two had swiftly changed their stance, forgetting their promises and securing an early commitment from Jiang Ning. Consequently, the remaining chieftains could no longer sit idly by. They expressed their willingness to overcome difficulties and not add to the court's troubles, promptly declaring their intent to surrender military authority. While also hoping for favorable policy considerations from the court, Jiang Ning responded with a smile. As long as you chieftains are willing to relinquish military authority, the court will certainly provide preferential policies. As for those who are reluctant to surrender their military authority, I shall not force them. But I hope they can manage their subjects well and refrain from violating the laws of the Ming Empire. Otherwise, the fate of the 13 chieftains who were exterminated will serve as a warning. Under Jiang Ning's blend of kindness and authority, the remaining chieftains who were hesitant to relinquish their military power ultimately decided to do so in exchange for the court's policy support. Thus, without the need for a single soldier, Jiang Ning successfully reclaimed the military authority of 59 chieftains. He also indicated that he would select a majority from these troops to bring back to the capital, where they would contribute to the glory of the Ming Empire in the future, a sentiment that was met with unanimous agreement. Subsequently, the head of the Qian National Duke's residence publicly announced the family's relocation to the capital. The chieftains present, though surprised, did not voice their thoughts. After all, the court's envoy employed stringent measures, and the Qian National Duke's residence had held sway in Yunnan for over 2 centuries. The court would not allow such power to continue to grow unchecked. Moreover, with the unfilial descendant Mu Qiyuan having fallen into Jiang Ning's grasp, it was only logical for the old Duke Mu Qiyuan to choose to relocate his entire family to the capital. Subsequently, Jiang Ning hosted a grand banquet for the various chieftains, fostering increasingly cordial relations over 3 consecutive days. Mu Xing and Zhaoqing unabashedly extolled Jiang Ning, fervently pledging their unwavering commitment to fulfill the expectations of both him and the court. Jiang Ning, with a smile, praised their potential for governance, assuring them that with diligence, they were destined to become influential provincial officials. This sentiment filled the two with exhilaration. Ultimately, the chieftains assembled their forces in Yunnan Prefecture, amassing a total of 150,000 troops. Jiang Ning recognized that this was not the entirety of their military strength, yet it significantly weakened their resolve. He graciously accepted the 150,000 troops and offered words of encouragement to the chieftains, instructing them to return to their territories and prepare for the court's reforms regarding the local governance. As the official appointment documents had yet to arrive, Jiang Ning decisively retained Mu Xing and Zhaoqing in Yunnan Prefecture to assist Xie Sunren in stabilizing the situation. Simultaneously, he appointed Zhao Shuaijiao as the general of Yunnan, tasked with overseeing the court's 80,000 troops stationed in the region. Furthermore, he planned to reorganize the 150,000 troops sent by the chieftains, allocating 70,000 to Zhao Shuaijiao to temporarily maintain order in Yunnan. Upon learning this news, Zhao Shuaijiao was immensely excited, realizing that he was about to shoulder significant responsibilities. However, he was acutely aware that this was a testament to Jiang Ning's trust in him, and he must perform admirably. Otherwise, figures like Chao Wenjiao, Man Gui, and He Kegong from Tianjin would revel in his misfortune. Concurrently, Jiang Ning retained the young generals Lu Xiangxing, Meng Ruhu, Ma Xianglin, Qin Yiming, Qin Gongming, and Luo Xiangqian to assist Zhao Shuaijiao in safeguarding Yunnan. Zhao Shuaijiao gladly accepted their support, for with 150,000 troops under his command and having just arrived in Yunnan, it would be challenging to assert control over the region without trusted allies. Moreover, given Yunnan's proximity to Myanmar and the rising Dongyu dynasty, which frequently clashed with the Ming dynasty, he was in dire need of capable aides. Chapter 338. The Gift of the Overlord's Spear. That very night, Jiang Ning discreetly summoned Zhao Shuaijiao, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Old Zhao, do you discern why I have chosen you specifically to remain and defend Yunnan, rather than anyone else?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuaijiao pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "I surmise that your intentions are undoubtedly profound, far beyond merely stabilizing the situation in Yunnan." Jiang Ning nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Observing this, Zhao Shuaijiao became convinced that his conjecture was correct and cautiously asked, "Might there be plans to launch an offensive against the Dongyu dynasty?" Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuaijiao's heart swelled with joy. He understood that while stabilizing Yunnan was commendable, such an achievement would only rank as moderate in valor. However, participating in an assault against the Dongyu dynasty and succeeding would be a feat of territorial expansion, an unparalleled honor for a soldier. Witnessing Zhao Shuaijiao's barely contained excitement, Jiang Ning remarked, "Old Zhao, the opportunity has been bestowed upon you. Now you must seize it firmly. I have retained Jin Do, Dehu, Ma Xianglin, Qin Gongming, Qin Yiming, and Luo Xianqian for your assistance, along with this contingent of 150,000 troops." The border of Yunnan often witnesses skirmishes with the Dongyu dynasty. In the meantime, you should have these young commanders lead troops in border engagements to hone their skills. When the opportune moment arises, I shall dispatch a command to you. At that time, you will lead the troops to attack Myanmar, incorporating it into the grand dominion of the Ming dynasty. Zhao Shuaijiao promptly bowed respectfully and stated, "Rest assured, my lord, I, Old Zhao, shall not betray your benevolence. I will surely conquer Myanmar for the court and integrate it into our Ming territory." Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. Although he currently commanded many fierce generals, selecting one capable of independently leading troops to secure a region and undertake the significant task of attacking Myanmar proved to be a challenge. Placing Qin Lianyu in Yunnan would be a misallocation of her talents. While Qiao Wenzhao excelled in cavalry raids and was adequate for local defense, he was not the right fit for the Myanmar campaign. After much contemplation, it became clear that Zhao Shuaijiao, the cunning and resourceful trickster from Liaodong, was indeed the most suitable choice. Furthermore, to nurture young commanders, Jiang Ning decided to retain Lu Xiangxing, Hu Dawei, and the capable Ma Xianglin, Qin Gongming, Qin Yiming, and Luo Xiangqian, all adept in leading local troops. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Lu Xiangxing, the valiant Ma Xianglin, Qin Yiming, Qin Gongming, and Luo Xiangqian, imparting detailed instructions for them to fully support Zhao Shuaijiao in defending Yunnan, striving to achieve remarkable military accomplishments for the court. The group, upon hearing this, was greatly exhilarated. Although serving in the capital's army seemed prestigious, opportunities for merit were scarce. With so many talents vying for recognition, the spoils of victory were few. In contrast, Yunnan, being a border region with frequent conflicts, presented a rare opportunity for them to demonstrate their capabilities. Afterward, Jiang Ning summoned Xie Zunren, Mu Zong, and Zhao Sheng, solemnly instructing them to immediately organize the local populace and indigenous people to commence the reconstruction of the official roads and relay stations within Yunnan, ensuring that merchants from various provinces in the southwest could traverse freely. He also indicated that he would petition the court to exempt the entire province of Yunnan from taxes for 1 year. Subsequently, Jiang Ning allocated 2 million taels of silver from the confiscated assets to Xie Zunren for safekeeping until the new governor, Wang Huazhen, assumed office and could arrange its use. The trio pledged their utmost commitment to fulfilling Jiang Ning's directives. As they prepared to leave, Mu Zong and Zhao Sheng repeatedly sought confirmation from Jiang Ning regarding their qualifications for governance. Jiang Ning, with a smile, nodded and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "My master is the emperor's appointed Grand Master of Gunpowder, the esteemed Qinxian Taoist, known in the capital as the Venerable Taoist Xinxiu. I have studied the art of divination under him and have gleaned some true teachings. Observing your noble bearing and impressive demeanor, along with your astuteness, it is evident that you possess the makings of distinguished officials. Should you excel in your endeavors, you may even be granted noble titles, which would indeed be a splendid honor for your families." Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed, showering Jiang Ning with heartfelt gratitude before departing in high spirits. 2 days later, Jiang Ning ordered the entire army to prepare for their return to the capital. In an instant, over 200,000 troops mobilized at the command. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, accompanied by Wei and Zhu Youjian, proceeded to the residence of the Duke of Qian. At this moment, the venerable Duke Mu Qiyuan had already instructed his servants to prepare their belongings for the family's impending relocation to the capital. As he gazed upon the once grand estate of the Duke of Qian, now rendered desolate, a multitude of emotions surged within him. Beside him, Mu Tianbua, with a look of confusion, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Great-grandfather, why must we move from Yunnan to the capital?" With a gentle touch, Mu Qiyuan caressed Mu Tianbua's head and replied, "Ah, Tianbua, our Mu family has long been favored by the emperor, yet even the greatest of blessings may eventually wane. Our family's favor has now been exhausted, and it is time for us to exit gracefully. With my advancing years and limited time remaining, the future restoration of our ancestors' glory rests upon your shoulders." Mu Tianbua, with a solemn expression, nodded earnestly and declared, "Rest assured, great-grandfather, when I grow up, I shall undoubtedly achieve military successes for the court and revive our ancestral honor." Mu Qiyuan smiled with contentment, acknowledging his grandson's resolve. Subsequently, he ordered that several members of the Mu family and a portion of their servants remain behind to oversee the Mu ancestral temple and grave. Regarding the wealth accumulated by the Duke of Qian over the years, Mu Qiyuan waved his hand, relinquishing a portion of the land to the provincial government, while distributing the remainder among the tenants who had labored for the Mu family throughout the years. Furthermore, he presented 500,000 taels of silver directly to Jiang Ning, who accepted it without hesitation. After all, the recent military endeavors in the southwest had consumed vast resources, although the rebellious chieftains had been subdued and their wealth seized. The costs of reconstructing the southwestern provinces had been significant, and the profits from the confiscated minerals would not materialize swiftly. Jiang Ning graciously accepted Mu Qiyuan's goodwill, knowing well that the funds were for the state and would not enrich his own coffers. At that moment, a servant approached to announce the arrival of Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, and the Old Wei for a visit. Mu Qiyuan, accompanied by his wife, Song, his daughter-in-law, also named Song, his granddaughter-in-law, Chun, and his great-grandson, Mu Tianbua, welcomed the three visitors in the hall. Upon meeting, Jiang Ning cheerfully inquired, "I hope the old duke is managing well with the packing?" With a smile, Mu Qiyuan responded, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Jiang. We have nearly completed the necessary arrangements at the Duke of Qian's estate. I have left behind a few Mu family members and some servants to oversee the ancestral temple and graves." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, let us depart tomorrow. The imperial edict has arrived, urging me to return to court." Mu Qiyuan assented, "As you wish, everything shall be arranged according to your plans." Afterward, Jiang Ning and the others offered their reassurances to Mu Qiyuan before rising to take their leave. At that moment, Mu Qiyuan suddenly spoke, "Prince Xian, please wait." Zhu Youjian paused, slightly taken aback. Though unsure of the reason, he smiled and asked, "What is it, old duke?" Mu Qiyuan gently stroked his beard and replied, "I have a gift I wish to present to your highness." Zhu Youjian, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless smiled and declined, saying, "There is no need for the esteemed duke to be so courteous. The Mu family has guarded Yunnan for over 2 centuries, with their toil and contributions being considerable. As a descendant of the Zhu lineage, it is I who ought to express my gratitude to you. And how can I accept your gift?" Mu Qiyuan, smiling, replied, "Your Highness, why not first take a look at the gift before deciding to refuse?" Moments later, several guards from the Mu family entered the parlor, carrying a long spear. This spear, with its elongated body, was adorned with intricate golden engravings, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The spearhead measured nearly a foot in length, glinting ominously and instilling fear. Zhu Youjian gazed at the spear, momentarily taken aback. Mu Qiyuan, stroking his beard, cheerfully explained, "Your Highness, this supreme overlord spear was bestowed upon our ancestor, King Jiang Ning, by the founding emperor. Forged from adamant gold and celestial iron, it weighs 81 pounds and measures 13 feet and 7 inches in length. In those days, King Jiang Ning pacified the southwest with this emperor-given spear. However, time has passed, and no descendant of the Mu family can wield this spear anymore. Having heard of your prowess with long spears, I thought it fitting to present this spear back to its rightful owner." After listening, Zhu Youjian stepped forward, grasping the spear in his hand and weighing it before he began to wield it gracefully within the hall. The spear moved like a dragon or serpent, shimmering with cold light, and each swing seemed to echo with the sound of a dragon's roar. Moments later, Zhu Youjian halted, excitement evident on his face as he declared, "Esteemed Duke, this gift pleases me immensely. I shall accept it with the utmost respect. This kindness shall remain etched in my memory." Mu Qiyuan replied with a smile, "As long as your Highness is pleased, that is all that matters." At that moment, Jiang Ning interjected, "Esteemed Duke, is this spear not the very one wielded by the Western Shu overlord?" After a brief contemplation, Mu Qiyuan responded, "Indeed, it is believed to be so. I only know that this spear originally belonged to Zhang Dingbian, the foremost general under Qin Yuliang during the Battle of Poyang Lake. After Qin Yuliang was defeated by the founding emperor at Poyang Lake, Zhang Dingbian retreated into seclusion, and the spear came into the hands of the emperor. Subsequently, when our ancestor King Jiang Ning subdued the southwest, the emperor bestowed this spear upon him. I have had it examined in detail, and it is speculated to be an artifact from the pre-Qin era. Thus, it may indeed be the spear once wielded by the Western Chu overlord Xiangyu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, it is a rare treasure. Jiang Ning observed the ecstatic Zhu Youjian, spear in hand, and pondered privately. With his presence, it was clear that Zhu Youjian had lost his claim to the throne. Yet the current Zhu Youjian was a stark contrast to the image portrayed in historical records, wielding the spear amidst enemies with devastating ferocity, akin to a human nuclear weapon. It seemed imperative that upon returning to the capital, he should introduce him to Master Shinshuzi to uncover the reason behind this extraordinary transformation. As Jiang Ning's thoughts wandered, Zhu Youjian and Old Wei had already taken their leave. As the three emerged from the gates of the Duke of Qian's residence, Jiang Ning gazed upon the gilded characters inscribed on the plaque, reflecting on the profound legacy it represented. He could not help but recite the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the achievements of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The 7 heroes and 5 overlords contended through the spring and autumn. In a fleeting moment, the rise and fall are at hand. How many names are etched in the annals of history, while countless desolate mounds lie in the north? What the ancestors sowed, the descendants reap. What is said of the dragon and tiger's struggle? Chapter 339. The return to court. By noon the following day, Jiang Ning and his companions had assembled outside the city gates. The grand formation of 250,000 troops stood resolute, a magnificent sight, their spirits soaring like a rainbow. Zhao Shuijiao and Xie Zunren, leading Lu Xiangxing, Hu Dawei, Mu Zong, Zhao Sheng, and others, personally came to bid farewell at the city gates. After exchanging heartfelt farewells with everyone, Jiang Ning issued the command, and the army formally commenced its journey home, marching in unison towards the capital. With a resounding order from Zhao Shuijiao, the city walls echoed with the stirring strains of the Great Ming expedition. The vigorous sounds of drums and music intertwined, producing a majestic resonance akin to clashing swords and galloping steeds, invigorating all present. The weary soldiers, having endured prolonged battles, felt their fatigue dissipate, each one brimming with renewed vigor as they advanced in an orderly fashion along the path they had traversed. A multitude of horse-drawn carriages from the Duke of Qian's estate followed closely behind the procession. Inside one carriage, Mu Qiyuan and his wife, Song, gazed at the receding silhouette of Yunnan Prefecture, their hearts brimming with emotion. After a moment, Song gently consoled, "My dear husband, all has passed. Let us not dwell upon it, lest the memories wound our hearts." Mu Qiyuan chuckled heartily and replied, "In comparison to the nobles and lords of the early Ming dynasty, the Duke of Qian's lineage has endured for over 2 centuries, steadfast in Yunnan, a testament to heavenly grace. Now, to be able to return unscathed, I feel deeply content. I only hope that Tianbo will one day rise to prominence, achieving great feats for the Ming and restoring the past glory of the Duke of Qian's house." The couple exchanged smiles, turning away from Yunnan Prefecture without a backward glance. At this moment, Jiang Ning, Old Wei, Zhu Youjian, and Qin Liangyu rode at the forefront of the procession. Jiang Ning finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been 8 months since the army set forth, and fortunately, all had proceeded smoothly. Just then, Zhu Youjian, riding beside Jiang Ning, inquired with a smile, "Elder brother, with the White Lotus sect inciting chaos in Shandong, what are your thoughts on the impending conflict once we return to the capital?" Jiang Ning merely smiled in response, not uttering a word. Old Wei, overhearing the conversation, quickly interjected with a grin, "Your Highness, we are still uncertain about the situation in Shandong. We can only make decisions upon our return to the capital. It would be unwise for Jiang Daren to comment at this moment." Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully, turning to gaze at the distant Yunnan Prefecture, and could not help but softly recite, "The galloping steeds bear the white jade saddle. After the battle, the night still lingers. The iron drums on the city walls continue to echo. The golden blades in their scabbards still bear the blood." Old Wei, with a broad smile, clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your literary talent is truly remarkable. You excel in both the arts and martial prowess. This poem is exquisitely crafted." Jiang Ning smiled faintly, observing Old Wei's eager flattery, unsure of how to respond. Zhu Youjian's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly remarked, "Grand Eunuch Wei, this poem is the work of predecessors. Not an original composition of mine. Please refrain from further praise. Old Wei immediately felt a deep embarrassment, having intended to flatter but instead inadvertently stumbled upon his own folly. At that moment, Zhu Youjian turned to Jiang Ning with a smile, saying, "Brother, it has been 8 months since we left the capital. First, we quelled the rebellion of Shichongming in Sichuan, followed by suppressing in Bangyan and Guizhou. And now we have taken control of the military powers of the 59 local chieftains in Yunnan. Soon, we must return to the capital to quell the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong, and you shall undoubtedly lead the charge." Jiang Ning smiled in response. To serve the sovereign is to share in their burdens. It is merely fulfilling one's duty as a minister. Zhu Youjian laughed heartily. "Brother, a lifetime of traversing 3,000 miles, a single sword once facing 1,000,000 troops. Are you not the very embodiment of this? With the complete pacification of the Southwest, you have achieved unparalleled merit. Upon our return to the capital, I wonder how the emperor will reward you. In my view, a noble title is certainly warranted. It would be utterly unreasonable not to bestow one." Jiang Ning chuckled softly, saying little more, yet inwardly he pondered. The pacification of the Southwest was indeed a monumental achievement, and upon returning to the capital, he was curious how Zhu Youjiao would reward him. His official rank was nearly at its peak, and from both a standpoint of real power and nominal title, a hereditary title should rightfully be conferred upon him. In the Ming dynasty, there were 2 types of titles. One was non-hereditary, while the other was hereditary. Given his significant contributions, he felt it only just to be granted a hereditary peerage. Otherwise, it would simply be unreasonable. Subsequently, the group retraced their steps, entering the borders of Guizhou. They witnessed local officials and chieftains rallying the indigenous people and citizens to fervently repair the official roads and relay stations. Even General Du Wenhuan dispatched his troops to assist. Observing the robust enthusiasm of the crowd, Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that the efforts of the past 6 months had not been in vain. Thus, he ordered the army to quicken their march. Meanwhile, in Shandong, since the uprising of the White Lotus sect, their momentum had been unstoppable, achieving victory after victory. They successively captured locations such as Zhou County, Tung County, and Yi County, their power swelling as supporters flocked to their cause. In a short span, their forces had amassed to over 100,000, promptly launching an assault on Yenzhou Prefecture. General Yang Guozhu of Shandong hastily mobilized troops from various regions to suppress the insurrection. Initially, the 2 sides engaged in a back-and-forth battle. But as the numbers of the White Lotus sect swelled, Yang Guozhu found it increasingly difficult to cope, ultimately forced to shift from offense to defense. Wary of dividing his forces, for if his 5,000 troops were to suffer devastating losses, Shandong would fall completely. After all, the court had made it clear that reinforcements were en route and had urged him to hold the line steadfastly. Upon receiving this news, Yang Guozhu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Meanwhile, Provincial Governor Zhao Yan persistently urged him to swiftly eliminate the White Lotus rebels. The numerous accusations lodged against him in the court nearly threatened to overwhelm Zhu Youjiao's desk. Ultimately, Zhu Youjiao, left with no choice, ordered the mobilization of 28,000 guards from Hunan, Shaanxi, and northern Jili to provide support. However, due to the long-standing decay of the local military garrisons, the orders for troop mobilization took nearly 2 months to be fully communicated, resulting in the reluctant assembly of 28,000 soldiers who finally began their sluggish march toward Shandong. Upon learning that Jiang Ning had just returned to the capital along the same route, a flurry of memorials from the Qinglu faction, the 6 departments of censors, and the Hanlin Academy inundated Zhu Youjiao's imperial desk, all condemning Jiang Ning. They accused him of squandering vast amounts of the court's resources during the Southwest campaign, asserting that his delayed return trivialized the gravitas of national matters. Various charges were levied against Jiang Ning, including incompetence in warfare, fostering rebellious forces, and negligence in military affairs. Even the incident of Jiang Ning spending 1,000 taels of silver at the fragrant pavilion for entertainment was brought to light. At this moment, the Qinglu faction, led by Zhuo Guangdou, was in a state of frenzied agitation akin to ants on a hot pan. Their anxiety stemmed from the fact that Zhoxian had fallen to the White Lotus rebels, a region that held significant historical importance as the birthplace of the sage Mingzi, whose ancestral home was located there. They feared that the White Lotus insurgents would unleash a massacre upon the descendants of Mengzi, compelling them to persist in their denunciations of Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, outside the city of Yinzhou, Su Hongru commanded the White Lotus forces as they encamped there. He gazed at the towering walls of Yinzhou with a furrowed brow. Since the uprising began, the White Lotus had swiftly conquered dozens of counties and plundered the wealth of local gentry in Shandong, amassing a considerable fortune. Yet, they had yet to seize a major stronghold, which was a source of embarrassment for him as the leader of the White Lotus. Observing the dejected countenance of his generals, Su Hongru rose and declared in a grave tone, "Since our uprising, we have swept through our enemies effortlessly, victorious in every engagement. How can this mere Yinzhou impede the advance of our grand army? Relay my orders. In 3 days, we shall lay siege with full force and capture Yinzhou at once." The generals, though apprehensive, dared not speak further and took their leave to comply with his command. Upon returning to the military encampment, Gao Wenkai headed directly to his own quarters. Currently, Su Xianshun served as his deputy, while the 4 prominent leaders and 8 protectors of the White Lotus each commanded their own contingents, which provided Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun a clandestine opportunity to act. Once inside the camp, Gao Wenkai promptly sought out Su Xianshun, his expression grave. "Brother Su, that old fellow Su Hongru is growing impatient. He intends to take Yinzhou at once and will strike in 3 days. However, we have received word that Lord Jiang has just returned from Yunnan, which will take several months to reach the capital. We must devise a strategy to delay Su Hongru. We cannot allow his momentum to accelerate, lest the situation spiral out of control." Su Xianshun nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of resignation. "Yet, we currently have no viable plan. Perhaps we should consult with Wenhe. That lad is full of clever ideas." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Wenkai agreed. Su Xianshun hastily dispatched someone to summon Zhang Wenhe. Acting on behalf of Master Zhang, he arrived in Shandong with a contingent of elite Jinyiwei. Initially, he believed he was there to assist the imperial troops in gathering intelligence on the White Lotus. However, his subordinates unexpectedly led him directly to the main camp of the White Lotus rebels, which frightened Zhang Wenhe considerably, causing him to refuse entry under any circumstances. Ultimately, it was Gao Wenkai who stepped forward, and upon encountering him, Zhang Wenhe realized that he was indeed among allies. Following Gao Wenkai into the main camp, he was soon assigned a place to hide. Zhang Wenhe quickly comprehended the situation. It became evident that the uprising of the White Lotus sect had long been under the vigilant scrutiny of the court and the Jinyiwei. It seemed that Su Hongru had been targeted by the authorities from the outset. Upon further reflection, Zhang Wenhe deduced that with the White Lotus sect amassing an army of over 100,000, had it not been for the tacit approval of the court and the emperor, Su Hongru would likely have met his demise by now. This realization illuminated the critical aspects for Zhang Wenhe, leading him to speculate that his former superior, Jiang Ning, must also be involved. With this thought, Zhang Wenhe was filled with excitement, subsequently spending his days within the tent poring over the various factions and the latest intelligence in Shandong. Before long, he was summoned by Su Xianshun to the main tent. Gao Wenkai, with a serious expression, addressed him. "Wenhe, there is a matter that my brother Su and I are uncertain about, and we require your counsel." Zhang Wenhe, smiling, replied, "Little Gao, speak freely. I am at your service, should I be able to assist." Gao Wenkai then relayed the intelligence regarding Su Hongru's order to launch an assault on Yinzhou Prefecture in 3 days, expressing that while the prefecture could indeed be breached, it must not occur at this juncture. Jiang Ning had just returned to the court and needed time. They had to find a way to delay Su Hongru. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhe began to pace the tent. After a moment, he smiled and proposed, "This can be easily managed. We shall split our forces into 2. First, we send someone into the city to inform General Yang Guozhu, relaying this news to him so that he may launch a surprise attack when the White Lotus sect assaults the city in 3 days. This way, the rebels will undoubtedly face setbacks." Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun exchanged worried glances. "Wenhe, this may only alleviate the immediate crisis, but it does not address the long-term situation. After all, the White Lotus sect commands over 100,000 troops, while General Yang has only 50,000. If they were to suffer a complete defeat, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 340. Wenhe takes action upon hearing their concerns. Zhang Wenhe smiled once more. "Thus, I have another strategy. We should incite Su Hongru to declare himself emperor." Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun were momentarily taken aback. The notion of encouraging Su Hongru to ascend the throne had never crossed their minds. Observing their astonished expressions, Zhang Wenhe elaborated, "Gentlemen, when General Jiang was in Sichuan, he assigned you both to infiltrate the White Lotus sect in Shandong to stir the waters there. As long as the situation remains under control, the greater the uproar, the better." Su Xianshun, a mere warrior, found himself lost in the intricate web of strategy, while Gao Wenkai, with years of experience navigating the world, quickly grasped the essence of the plan and nodded. "Wenhe, your scheme is indeed astute, but what justification do we have to encourage Su Hongru to declare himself emperor?" A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Wenhe's mouth as he replied, "Is it not true that Zhoxian has already fallen to the White Lotus sect? The Ming residence is located there. We can send someone to compel the Ming family to petition for Su Hongru's ascension." Gao Wenkai expressed skepticism. "That alone may not suffice. Su Hongru is quite shrewd. Should he capture Yanzhou Prefecture and be persuaded to ascend, he might agree, but that seems unlikely at this moment." Zhang Wenhe chuckled and added, "What if we also included the imperial seal?" As he spoke, he retrieved an object wrapped in yellow cloth from his bosom and tossed it to Gao Wenkai. Gao Wenkai hurriedly caught it and, upon unveiling it, discovered a square seal, measuring 4 inches on each side, its surface shimmering with a crystalline luster. One corner adorned with gold, inscribed with the words "Commanded by Heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure" in fish and bird script. At that moment, Gao Wenkai felt a tremor course through his hands. After all, such an artifact had eluded even the founding Emperor Hongxue in the past. With disbelief etched across his face, he inquired, "Wenhe, where did you acquire this?" Zhang Wenhe chuckled and replied, "Xiao Gao, why do you tremble? I procured this for 50 taels of silver, commissioned from the finest artisans of our Jinyiwei. It has just arrived, and I thought it might prove useful." Gao Wenkai then exhaled a sigh of relief, but his gaze turned wary as he regarded Zhang Wenhe, feeling that he was even more formidable than the infamous killer he himself was reputed to be. This young man had begun plotting against Su Hongru the moment he set foot in Shandong. His ruthlessness was astounding. Noticing Gao Wenkai's expression, Zhang Wenhe smiled and said, "Xiao Gao, why are you in a daze? Soon, find an opportune moment to present this imperial seal to Su Hongru, and let the Ming family submit a petition for him to ascend the throne. I cannot fathom how Su Hongru could refuse the divine mandate inscribed upon this seal." Gao Wenkai nodded, but then queried, "But Wenhe, although Zhou County has fallen, the Ming family is fiercely resisting, and Su Hongru has no intention of exterminating them. How could they possibly petition for this rebel to become emperor?" Zhang Wenhe's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, "Let them choose for themselves. Either face death or submit a petition for Su Hongru to ascend the throne, and afterward, we shall deal with their demise." Upon hearing this, Gao Wenkai grasped that Zhang Wenhe was resolute in his intention to lead the Ming family to ruin, leaving no escape for them. With a reluctant nod, he acquiesced. Zhang Wenhe then instructed Su Xianshun to hastily inform General Yang Guozhu, while concocting a tale for Gao Wenkai on how to procure the imperial seal. Soon after, Su Xianshun arranged for messengers to swiftly carry the news into Yanzhou, alerting General Yang Guozhu. Meanwhile, Gao Wenkai, cradling the imperial seal, approached the tent of Su Hongru with a heart full of trepidation. After undergoing a meticulous examination by Su Hongru's guards, he entered the grand tent. Upon raising his eyes, he saw Su Hongru seated at the head, and his expression instantly transformed into one of fervent excitement as he proclaimed, "Master, rejoice. This is truly a momentous occasion." At that moment, Su Hongru was beset by frustrations from repeated setbacks in his siege of Yanzhou. Upon hearing Gao Wenkai's exclamation, his spirits were instantly lifted. After all, Gao Wenkai had often devised strategies for him, prompting him to inquire with a smile, "High Protector Gao, what news brings such joy?" Gao Wenkai promptly offered the imperial seal with utmost reverence, stating, "Master, this was discovered by my subordinates today in a temple. Upon seeing this object, I felt it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary imperial seal of the nation, and I thought it imperative to present it to you for your examination." Upon hearing the words "imperial seal of the nation," Su Hongru leapt from his seat, hastening forward to take the seal from Gao Wenkai's hands. He carefully unwrapped the parcel and placed the imperial seal upon the table, leaning in to scrutinize it intently. As he gazed, his emotions swelled, ultimately causing his hands to tremble slightly. He hastily dipped it in ink and pressed it firmly onto a blank sheet of paper. Watching with rapture as the words "mandated by heaven, long live the dynasty" emerged clearly. In that moment, He fell into a state of sheer ecstasy. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Guardian Gao, you have indeed achieved an unparalleled feat. This is undeniably the imperial seal, precisely as recorded in ancient texts. Observe this corner, which is adorned with gold. It is said that when Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, Empress Wang, in her fury, shattered a corner of the seal, and later, Wang Mang commanded it to be repaired with gold." He continued, "The inscriptions were carved in the bird and fish seal script by the Chancellor Li Si at the behest of Emperor Qin Shi Huang." Gao Wenkai feigned a sudden understanding and quickly knelt, saying, "I congratulate you, Master. Since the time of Li Tsongka of the later Tang, this imperial seal has been lost to history. Who could have anticipated its reappearance today? Truly, you are fated by heaven." Su Hongru, upon hearing Gao Wenkai's words, felt his heart race, gripping the seal tightly as if he could already sense the unparalleled majesty of ruling the world. Yet he maintained an air of restraint, replying, "Guardian Gao, such words should not be spoken lightly. After all, our White Lotus sect rises to fulfill heaven's will and overthrow the Zhuming rule. We have only captured a handful of counties. How can we dare assert that we are destined by heaven?" Seeing this, Gao Wenkai urged earnestly, "Master, you must not underestimate yourself. Our White Lotus sect acts in accordance with heaven's will to topple Zhuming. The fact that you have obtained this seal is a divine omen, clearly affirming your destiny. The descendants of Mencius reside in Zhoxian. If they submit a petition inviting you to ascend the throne and restore heavenly order, the response will surely be overwhelming, and followers will gather in droves." After a moment of contemplation, Su Hongru coughed lightly and replied, "Guardian Gao, let us not speak of this matter further. The notion of ascending to the throne is not one that we can entertain at this moment. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw." Hearing this, Gao Wenkai felt a surge of disappointment and reluctantly exited the tent. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, Su Hongru called out again, "Guardian Gao, I have always regarded you as a trusted confidant. You must apply greater diligence in your duties." Gao Wenkai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his own tent, Zhang Wenhe smiled and asked, "Young Gao, what was Su Hongru's reaction? Did he agree to ascend the throne?" Gao Wenkai sighed with resignation, saying, "That old fellow was indeed exhilarated upon receiving the seal, yet he stubbornly refuses to claim the throne." Zhang Wenhe frowned and instructed Gao Wenkai to recount the entire affair in detail. After listening, Zhang Wenhe chuckled heartily, saying, "That old fellow wishes to be emperor while also maintaining his dignity. His final reminder for you to be more diligent is, in fact, a tacit approval of this endeavor. However, he finds it difficult to voice such sentiments directly. What you must do now is to immediately arrange for the Meng family to formally request Su Hongru to ascend the throne as emperor." Gao Wenkai suddenly realized and said, "I understand now. I shall make the arrangements at once." With that, Gao Wenkai hurriedly exited the tent. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he encountered Wang Yuanlong, the foremost of Su Hongru's main subordinates. Upon their first meeting, Wang Yuanlong, with a stern expression, confronted him, saying, "Gao Hufa, you are always bustling about. We are on the verge of attacking Chongzhou, and yet you are in such haste to find Hua Hufa?" Gao Wenkai was momentarily speechless. Though Wang Yuanlong was a trusted confidant of Su Hongru and had followed him the longest, he harbored a secret infatuation for Hua Zi, another member of the 8 Guardians. However, Hua Zi held an extreme aversion to Wang Yuanlong and instead developed a close rapport with Gao Wenkai, which greatly irritated Wang Yuanlong, prompting him to pick on Gao Wenkai at every opportunity. Seeing Wang Yuanlong seeking trouble once more, Gao Wenkai's eyes darted mischievously as he broke into a grin, saying, "Lord Wang, I am on a significant mission as instructed by the master." Wang Yuanlong snorted dismissively, retorting, "A significant mission? Pray tell, what could it possibly be?" Gao Wenkai feigned reluctance, stammering and refusing to reveal anything. This only served to infuriate Wang Yuanlong further, who shouted, "Gao Xiaocai, I address you as Gao Hufa out of respect. Do not overstep your bounds. How long have you been with the master?" "I have served him for 20 years. Do you doubt that I could dispose of you today without fear of retribution from the master?" Gao Wenkai quickly adopted a facade of terror, exclaiming, "Lord Wang, please temper your anger. The matter is thus." He then proceeded to recount the acquisition of the imperial seal and his intention to travel to Zhoxian to compel the descendants of the Meng family to formally request Su Hongru's ascension to the throne. Wang Yuanlong's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of shock. He then spoke gravely. This matter is of great significance and fraught with peril. Gao Hufa, you are too young to grasp its depth. Allow me to handle it. Gao Wenkai felt a rush of elation, for Wang Yuanlong's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Yet, he pretended to hesitate. But, Lord Wang, this is a task personally entrusted to me by the master. If you take over, how shall I report back to him? Wang Yuanlong thumped his chest, his demeanor earnest. Gao Hufa, I will clarify this matter with the master later. Should calamity strike, I shall bear the burden. You need not concern yourself. Go about your business. I shall gather the troops and head to the Meng family. Without allowing Gao Wenkai a chance to argue further, he swiftly departed. Watching Wang Yuanlong's retreating figure, Gao Wenkai could scarcely contain his laughter, doubling over and nearly shedding tears. With Wang Yuanlong's assistance, everything would proceed splendidly. For Gao Wenkai typically charged a fee for his services. Subsequently, he brandished a folding fan and, with a spring in his step, swaggered toward Hua Zi's tent. Upon entering, he beheld Hua Zi clad in exquisite armor, which perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Hua Zi gazed affectionately at Gao Wenkai, stepping forward with determination and grasping his arm. Playfully chiding, "You heartless one, it has been several days since you last visited your sister." Gao Wenkai, with an apologetic smile, replied, "Sister Hua, please do not be upset. It is simply that I have been overwhelmed with matters these past few days. Having just concluded my tasks, I rushed to see you at once. If you remain angry, I shall take my leave now." As he spoke, he feigned an intention to depart. Hua Zi quickly moved forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, saying, "You only know how to tease me." At this, Gao Wenkai chuckled heartily, effortlessly lifting Hua Zi and striding towards the tent. The guards outside were accustomed to this display, for Gao Wenkai frequented Hua Zi's tent far more often than his own. Chapter 341. The fall of the Ming family. Gao Wenkai did not return for the entire night, a situation which Su Xianshun had long since grown accustomed to. Zhang Wenhe, upon learning of this development, was quite intrigued and, after inquiring about the circumstances, could not help but exclaim, "Little Gao truly lives up to his reputation. He navigates through the world with such ease," embodying the saying that in every profession there are masters. The following morning, Gao Wenkai appeared at the main tent, his two dark circles betraying a night of little rest, and he yawned wearily. Su Xianshun regarded his disheveled state with irritation, admonishing, "Little Gao, you are still young. You must learn to exercise restraint. We are here for serious business. Do not let that woman befuddle your senses." Gao Wenkai chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Brother Su, I assure you, my intentions were indeed serious." Su Xianshun scoffed, retorting, "Is conducting serious business now confined to the bedchamber? When our superior returns, do you believe he will accept such an explanation?" At this moment, Zhang Wenhe interjected, "Brother Su, little Gao, do you know where our superior currently is in his march?" Su Xianshun replied, "Our superior is following the original route, departing from Yunnan, passing through Guizhou into Sichuan, then through Shaanxi, and finally making his way back to the capital via Shaanxi. By my estimates, he should be nearing the borders of Sichuan now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhe's brow furrowed slightly. The situation in Shandong was in disarray, with relentless debates in the court, and the emperor had even decreed the dispatch of those decrepit soldiers from Shaanxi and Hunan to assist in Shandong. Why, then, did our superior choose such a lengthy route? Surely entering Guangxi from Yunnan and then crossing into Hunan via Huguang would have been swifter. Recalling previous discussions with Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun, along with words from Zhang Wuye, Zhang Wenhe was suddenly struck by a possibility. He trembled with excitement, his hand clutching the teacup, quivering uncontrollably. Suppressing his exhilaration, he asked, "Brother Su, little Gao, since your arrival in Shandong, has our superior issued any new directives?" Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun shook their heads in unison, stating, "We have been following our superior's earlier plans, regularly reporting the situation in Shandong. However, during this period, no new instructions have been given, apart from sending you here. There have been no other arrangements from the capital." Zhang Wenhe nodded thoughtfully, then spoke in a low voice. "Have you ever pondered why the master and his majesty orchestrated such an elaborate scheme? Allowing Su Hongru to lead the White Lotus sect in rebellion right under their noses, while remaining indifferent and even subtly encouraging it. What could be their motive?" Su Xianshun responded without hesitation, "Surely it is to capture all these White Lotus adherents in one fell swoop." What other reason could there be? Gao Wenkai furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a considerable time. At this moment, Zhang Wenhe, with a serious expression, continued, Brother Su, little Gao. We are all brothers in the Jinyiwei and trusted confidants of the master. I shall speak plainly. There are matters that his majesty cannot articulate, nor can the master. But we must be aware. Su Xianxuan's face was filled with confusion, while Gao Wenkai looked at Zhang Wenhe with a grave expression. Zhang Wenhe smiled wryly and added, Consider this. When the master collaborated with eunuch Wei of the Eastern Depot and Prince Xian, they unleashed a massacre in Tianqi. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it merely intimidated Tianqi province. Tianqi and Hunan remain in turmoil, with elder son leading troops there. Now, regarding Shandong, aside from the three vassal kings, King Lu, King De, and King Hong, there are also the Kong and Meng families, who dominate nearly all the arable land in Shandong, while other industries are largely divided among them. The Kong family holds the largest share. Even if one were to combine the land holdings of the three vassal kings, they would still fall short of the Kong family's holdings, with the Meng family following closely behind. Hearing this, Su Xianxun grew even more perplexed and impatiently retorted, Wenhe, I am a simple man, skilled only in wielding a blade. Speak plainly, spare me the circumlocution. Gao Wenkai, however, appeared contemplative, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Zhang Wenhe, saying, Wenhe, what you are implying cannot possibly be. Zhang Wenhe nodded solemnly, responding slowly. The reason His Majesty and the Master have allowed Su Hongru of the White Lotus sect to rebel right under their noses is to leverage the strength of the White Lotus sect to cleanse the various factions within Shandong, thus enabling the court to maintain firm control over the province. It is crucial to understand that the Ming dynasty's tax revenues heavily rely on Jiangnan. Yet due to the issues surrounding the Donglin Academy, the relationship with the court has become tenuous, resulting in delayed tax payments. Although the treasury currently holds some silver, this cannot sustain us indefinitely. Shandong is governed by three vassal kings and two families descended from sages, who control the majority of the province's wealth. While the common folk suffer in hardship, the court has recently reopened the Zongren feud. Although Prince Xian cannot tolerate any dissent, he cannot address all three vassal kings at once, lest the vassal kings across the realm unite in rebellion. Moreover, the most challenging issue is the Kong family in Xiufu, revered as the descendants of the sage, respected even by His Majesty, who must show them deference. Upon hearing this, Su Xianxun drew his sword, declaring, I understand now. Let us gather our forces and raise the Kong family to the ground. Gao Wenkai hastily interjected, Brother Su, do not act impulsively. Let us hear Wenhe out before making any plans. Zhang Wenhe, with a smile, continued. What we must do now is to incite Su Hongru to escalate the unrest in Shandong, using the White Lotus sect to eradicate these factions entirely. As for the two saints, upon reaching this point, Zhang Wenhe's lips curled into a faint smirk as he calmly remarked, there is no need to retain them any longer. Gao Wenkai, upon hearing this, felt a void in his mind and said, Wenhe, you are, after all, a scholar and a disciple of Confucius. How can you be so ruthless? Zhang Wenhe chuckled lightly and replied, Who said I am a disciple of the sage Confucius? I, Zhang Wenhe, am not to be compared with those pedantic Confucian scholars. Su Xianxun grasped the general meaning, yet, as a notorious figure within the Jinyiwei, he had little patience for such convolutions and chose not to pursue the matter further. Gao Wenkai, seasoned by years of traversing the martial world, was evidently more circumspect. He promptly inquired, Wenhe, do you have a specific plan? The affairs of the Kong residents are of utmost importance and cannot tolerate the slightest negligence. Zhang Wenhe replied with a grin, I have long since devised a plan. Did you not present the imperial seal to Su Hongru yesterday? Arrange for people to go to the Meng residence and petition Su Hongru to declare himself emperor. How is that progressing? Gao Wenkai chuckled as he responded, I initially intended to handle this matter personally, but was intercepted midway by Wang Yuanlong, a subordinate of Su Hongru. This Wang Yuanlong is hot-tempered and merciless. The Meng residence is still fiercely resisting, and I estimate there is an 80 to 90% chance they will not submit a petition. With Wang Yuanlong involved, a massacre is certain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhe chuckled again, saying, This is precisely to my liking. Let them kill. The more, the better. Ideally, they would leave no one alive at the Meng residence. Gao Wenkai, puzzled, asked, But if Wang Yuanlong levels the Meng residence, who will petition Su Hongru for the throne. Zhang Wenhe laughed once more. Do not worry, there is still the Kong residence in Cifu. The Kong family excels in submission and will kneel to anyone. A flowing dynasty with an ironclad Kong residence. They have endured for so many years precisely because of their willingness to bow and their adeptness at writing petitions. Gao Wenkai nodded in agreement. Zhang Wenhe continued, in light of this, we must alter our strategy. We must devise a means to ensure Su Hongru swiftly conquers Yanzhou and subsequently advances into Cifu. Gao Wenkai frowned slightly, saying, however, this would put General Yang in a precarious position. You know many in the court wish to hold him accountable. If Yanzhou falls, General Yang would likely be in grave danger. Zhang Wenhe chuckled. Thus, we must allow General Yang to achieve some merit. Have we not already informed him of Su Hongru's imminent assault on Yanzhou? When General Yang leads his troops in a surprise attack, he will earn military accolades, rendering it impossible for the court to punish him. Gao Wenkai nodded, stating, Wenhe, I am but a wanderer in the martial realm. While Su is solely familiar with wielding a blade, let the subsequent plans be arranged entirely by you. Zhang Wenhe nodded and smiled, rest assured. Everything is well within my control. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanlong led his forces to Zhoushan, dispatching envoys to the Ming residents in hopes of persuading them to petition Su Hongru for the throne. Upon hearing the news, Meng Qingguang, the 60th descendant of Mencius, erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. He immediately executed the envoys sent by Wang Yuanlong, exclaiming, how dare these mere bandits audaciously proclaim themselves as emperors? The Ming family pledged to resist to the death, firmly refusing to submit or petition Su Hongru for imperial recognition. Upon learning of his envoy's demise, Wang Yuanlong was consumed by rage and personally led 8,000 White Lotus troops to launch a fierce assault on the Zhou residence. Meng Qingguang rallied all the household staff, guards, and able-bodied tenants from the Ming estate to mount a staunch defense. After a day and night of intense combat, Wang Yuanlong suffered over 3,000 casualties before ultimately breaching the Ming estate and capturing Meng Qingguang and his son. Faced with Wang Yuanlong's threats, Meng Qingguang remained resolutely defiant. In a fit of wrath, Wang Yuanlong murdered Meng Hong before his father's eyes. Witnessing this atrocity, Meng Qingguang unleashed a torrent of curses upon Wang Yuanlong. Enraged beyond measure, Wang Yuanlong commanded a massacre at the Ming estate, leaving no one alive. Subsequently, Su Hongru learned of these events and was incensed. He had hoped that the Ming family would petition him for the throne, yet Wang Yuanlong, in his brutish folly, had annihilated them. Su Hongru initially contemplated punishing Wang Yuanlong severely. However, various leaders and protectors interceded on his behalf. Gao Wenkai boldly declared that the fault lay solely with him, absolving Wang Yuanlong of blame and requesting punishment for himself instead. Faced with this unexpected loyalty, Su Hongru had no choice but to relent. This incident left Wang Yuanlong feeling deeply ashamed of Gao Wenkai's gallant defense of him. He had intended to claim credit for victory, but had brought about disaster instead. In a moment of realization, he perceived Gao Wenkai as a trustworthy ally, someone who would stand up for him in times of trouble. Left with no alternative, Su Hongru resolved to make capturing Yanzhou his primary objective before formulating subsequent plans. He issued a command, and 100,000 White Lotus troops surged forth, launching a vigorous assault on Yanzhou city. Standing atop the city walls, Yang Guozhu surveyed the densely packed White Lotus army below, feeling a surge of anxiety. In response to the dire situation, he swiftly ordered his deputy, Zhao Yang, to conduct a surprise attack from the city. However, Zhao Yang adamantly refused to comply, even invoking his distant cousin, the provincial governor Zhao Yan, to intimidate Yang Guozhu. Faced with such obstinacy, Yang Guozhu had no choice but to lead the troops himself in a surprise assault, leaving Zhao Liang to command the forces within the city. Upon hearing that he would not face danger, Zhao Liang readily agreed. Thus, Yang Guozhu assembled 8,000 troops and, under the cover of night, stealthily approached the White Lotus forces. Thanks to Su Xianquan's prior warning, Yang Guozhu successfully located the storage area for the White Lotus army's provisions. He commanded his soldiers to ignite the supplies, and in an instant, flames erupted into the sky, incinerating the provisions. Seizing the moment of chaos among the White Lotus troops, Yang Guozhu led a fierce counterattack, decisively defeating 30,000 of their forces and slaying over 5,000 enemies before safely returning to the city. Watching Yang Guozhu's triumph, Zhao Liang was filled with jealousy and greed. He hastily dispatched news of the victory to his cousin, Governor Zhao Yan, shamelessly claiming the majority of the credit for himself. Though Yang Guozhu felt a sense of indignation, he was powerless to act against it. Chapter 342. Jiangsu after a night of fierce combat. The White Lotus army ultimately failed to seize Yanzhou, suffering significant losses in both provisions and troops. Su Hongru, consumed by fury, had originally intended to ascend to the throne following the conquest of Yanzhou, but was met with a devastating defeat. He contemplated another vigorous assault on Yanzhou, but was thwarted by the various hall masters and protectors by his side. The immediate priority was to swiftly gather supplies and bolster the morale of the troops. Seeking a more opportune moment to strike again at Yanzhou, Su Hongru recognized that, given the current circumstances, a renewed assault on Yanzhou was but an unrealistic fantasy, and he reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Thus, both sides found themselves in a state of stalemate. However, the White Lotus sect's uprising had garnered significant attention, and with the local government of Shandong excessively oppressing the populace, a constant influx of commoners flocked to join the White Lotus army. Within a mere few days, the ranks of the White Lotus army swelled to over 100,000. Concurrently, Su Hongru commanded his subordinates to scour the region for provisions. Yet, internal management within the White Lotus sect was lax. Upon receiving their orders, these individuals rampaged through Shandong, plundering the estates of landlords and gentry, ruthlessly slaughtering anyone who dared to resist. Gao Wenkai, under the guidance of Zhang Wenhe, exerted himself vigorously, annihilating more than a dozen households in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, Zhang Wenhe arranged for Su Xianchun to notify Yang Guozhu, instructing him to prepare to withdraw his troops from Yanzhou and cease the feudal defense. Upon receiving this message, Yang Guozhu found himself in a quandary. With provisions in Yanzhou dwindling to a critical low and his 50,000 soldiers consuming vast quantities daily, he was on the brink of depletion. Meanwhile, the governor, Zhao Yan, persistently urged him to eradicate the rebel forces, yet supplies remained elusive. The earlier successes of ambushing the White Lotus sect had largely been claimed by the opportunistic Zhao Yang. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Yang Guozhu made a decisive choice to retreat, no longer willing to squander resources in Yanzhou. Given the chaos unfolding in Shandong, it was certain that Governor Zhao Yan would face repercussions from the court. With news from outside the city urging him to withdraw, he realized that aligning himself with this influential figure might mitigate any potential penalties. Thus, he promptly commanded his forces to prepare for retreat. Upon learning of Yang Guozhu's withdrawal, Zhao Liang hastened to confront him, demanding with urgency, "General Yang, our forces have achieved a great victory. Why not press our advantage and engage the White Lotus rebels in battle, instead of retreating from Yanzhou?" Yang Guozhu retorted tersely, "General Zhao, if you wish to fight, by all means, proceed. The supplies within the city can only sustain us for a mere 10 days. If we do not retreat, and the White Lotus rebels besiege Yanzhou, we shall be trapped within the city before a month passes." Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhao Liang lacked the courage to venture out and confront the enemy, ultimately conceding, "If that is the case, then let us withdraw." That very night, Zhao Liang, accompanied by his confidants, hastily packed his belongings and fled. Meanwhile, in Yanzhou, Prince Lu Zhushouhong, upon discovering that Vice General Zhao Liang had deserted, was filled with panic. He immediately dispatched a messenger to summon Yang Guozhu, demanding an explanation. "General Yang, why has Vice General Zhao Liang led his troops to retreat towards Qingzhou?" Yang Guozhu, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands, indicating that the provisions in the city were merely sufficient for a few days. Although they had previously enjoyed a stroke of luck in ambushing the White Lotus army, the sheer number of their adversaries, now actively gathering supplies, posed a formidable challenge. Once besieged by the White Lotus rebels, the entire Yanzhou would succumb within a month. Should the Duke of Lu's residence furnish sufficient provisions and military supplies, Yang Guozhu would steadfastly defend Yanzhou. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shouhong scoffed and replied, "The Duke of Lu has no surplus supplies to offer you. General Yang, you must devise your own means. As for Deputy General Zhao Yang's retreat, I shall later submit a memorial to the court to impeach him." Yang Guozhu, with earnest entreaties, cautioned, "Your Highness, a steadfast defense of Yanzhou only leads to a dead end. Moreover, the reinforcements dispatched by the court are still en route. Your Highness could first submit a memorial to the court detailing the situation and then retreat to Qingzhou with your entourage. The court has recently reinstated the House of Lords, with His Majesty personally presiding as the Grand Minister, the left minister being Prince Xian, and the right minister being Prince Jin. I trust that neither the Emperor, nor Prince Xian, nor Prince Jin would make a fuss over your departure from your fiefdom. They cannot possibly stand by and watch as a prince falls victim to the rebels. Upon reflection, Zhu Youjian suddenly recalled that the court had indeed revitalized the House of Lords, which now governs matters concerning the royal family. All are relatives of the Zhu clan. It would be far better to contribute some wealth than to face a grim fate in Yanzhou. Thus, he declared, in that case, I shall arrange for a memorial to be drafted for the court and prepare to relocate to Qingzhou. Yang Guozhu, witnessing this, smiled and assured, Your Highness need not worry. Once you are prepared, I will ensure that personnel escort you from the city, while I remain to cover your retreat. Overjoyed by Yang Guozhu's willingness to stay behind, Zhu Youjian remarked, General Yang, your loyalty to the nation is commendable. I shall later commend you to the court. Yang Guozhu, however, felt a surge of frustration. After much persuasion, he found the Duke of Lu to be utterly obstinate. He then took his leave. Zhu Youjian hurriedly instructed the household to gather gold, silver, and valuables in preparation for their escape. Meanwhile, Yang Guozhu patrolled the city walls, gazing at the throngs of White Lotus troops outside, and was overcome with sentiment. He could not fathom the court's intentions. Initially, there were orders for him to refrain from intervening in the White Lotus affairs, allowing their influence to grow in Shandong. Now, with the White Lotus in rebellion, amassing tens of thousands, the court still delayed in sending reinforcements. Contemplating these matters, Yang Guozhu was filled with despair, lamenting the plight of mortals caught in the crossfire of celestial conflicts. He had devoted his life to the service of the Ming, yet he remained uncertain of his ultimate fate. 3 days later, having packed his belongings, Zhu Youjian set forth with 2,000 elite soldiers and a convoy of over 100 carts, making their way to Qingzhou. Subsequently, the local gentry and wealthy merchants, learning of the court's impending withdrawal from Yanzhou, sought out Yang Guozhu, pleading with him not to abandon them. Some even offered to donate money and supplies, while others threatened to have relatives in the court impeach him. However, Yang Guozhu remained unmoved, accepting the resources but resolutely holding the fort for 2 more days before leading the army to retreat to Qingzhou. At this moment, outside the city, Su Hongru learned of the court's withdrawal from Yanzhou, awakening as if from a dream. Originally, he was racking his brains, devising plans on how to seize Yanzhou and proclaim himself emperor. Who could have anticipated that within just a few days, the imperial army would voluntarily retreat? Relinquishing control of Yanzhou, he immediately dispatched scouts to verify the situation, and upon confirmation, led his troops into the city, taking residence in the Prince of Lu's manor. In an instant, the morale of the White Lotus army surged. Su Hongru hosted a banquet at the manor, extending hospitality to the various leaders and protectors of the White Lotus sect. Zhang Wenhe eagerly requested to accompany Gao Wencai to the banquet. Upon seeing this young scholar by Gao Wencai's side, Su Hongru became intrigued and inquired, Guardian Gao, may I ask who this gentleman is? I have not encountered him before. Gao Wencai promptly rose and respectfully replied, in response to the leader, this is my fellow disciple, named Zhang Su, hailing from northern Jili. He has repeatedly failed the imperial examinations and, after his family fell into decline, has resorted to earning a living through writing and painting. He has recently come to Shandong to seek refuge under my wing. Su Hongru readily accepted this explanation, and through their conversation, he discovered Zhang Wenhe to be quite capable. He appointed him as an advisor in his camp, entrusting him with strategic counsel. Zhang Wenhe feigned astonishment at his newfound favor and quickly agreed. Gao Wencai, observing Zhang Wenhe's transformation into Su Hongru's strategist, was momentarily taken aback. Given the current trajectory, it seemed as though they might soon become the Imperial Guards assisting Su Hongru in rebellion. However, upon reflection, he considered that Zhang Wenhe, being cunning and full of schemes, would undoubtedly wield greater influence by remaining close to Su Hongru than by following him, and thus he chose not to dwell on it further. Subsequently, he found himself tipsy, returning to his quarters alongside Hua Zi for an extended conversation through the night. Meanwhile, after the banquet concluded, Su Hongru invited Zhang Wenhe to the study of Prince Zhu Youjian. He wasted no time and asked directly, Mr. Zhang, recently I happened upon the imperial seal and initially intended to have the Meng family of Zhou County petition for my ascension to the throne. However, my subordinates failed miserably, resulting in the annihilation of the Meng household. Now that Yenzhou is under my control, I plan to ascend as emperor. What are your thoughts, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Wenhe's heart leaped with joy as he thought. I was just pondering how to persuade you to ascend. I never expected you to present the opportunity to me. He immediately knelt and exclaimed, Long live our emperor. Long life. Long life. Su Hongru hurriedly approached to assist him up, saying, Mr. Zhang, that is entirely inappropriate. I have not yet ascended. Zhang Wenhe, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, Leader, possessing the imperial seal is the decree of heaven. The imperial army has been vanquished by you and has retreated from Yenzhou. Our White Lotus sect boasts an army of hundreds of thousands. We are fully capable of claiming the throne. Once we ascend, all men of ambition will surely flock to our cause. At that point, we can swiftly conquer all of Shandong and then advance into northern Jili. As long as we seize the capital, the realm of the Ming dynasty will be transformed. Listening to Zhang Wenhe's fervent description, Su Hongru trembled with excitement, as if he had already taken his seat upon the dragon throne in the Forbidden City. Yet, out of caution, he replied, Mr. Zhang, before Zhu Yuanzhang ascended, he adhered to the principles of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying his claim to kingship. Might it be premature for me to ascend to the throne now? Zhang Wenhe silently marveled at Su Hongru's remarkable composure, resisting temptation even at such a critical juncture. Yet, Zhang Wenhe was not one to relent easily. He solemnly declared, Master, the times have changed. The 9-character mantra of your is no longer applicable. Should you refrain from ascending to the throne, your legitimacy will falter, relegating you merely to a regional power. However, should you choose to claim the imperial title, you may stand in equal regard with the Ming court. Moreover, given the current state of the Ming dynasty, corrupt and inept, rife with chaos, ambitious individuals find no pathways to advancement. Once you ascend, talents from all corners of the realm will surely flock to your side. Furthermore, Shandong's strategic location, adjacent to North Jili, means that seizing the entirety of Shandong would enable a direct assault on North Jili. Should you conquer the Ming capital, you would truly embody the supreme ruler. Upon hearing these words, Su Hongru clenched his jaw and replied, If that is the case, I beseech you, Mr. Zhang, to draft the imperial edict for my ascension. Zhang Wenhe was momentarily taken aback. He could not possibly write such an edict, for he was a member of the imperial establishment, and doing so could lead to dire consequences. He then gravely responded, Master, I am but a fallen scholar of little renown. Even if I were to draft the edict, it would not command the respect of the realm. If the Kong family in Xiufu were to submit a formal tribute, it would lend legitimacy to your ascension. After all, Confucius is revered as the sage teacher by scholars everywhere, making their endorsement far more impactful than mine. Su Hongru suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the Kong family amidst his recent excitement over obtaining the imperial seal and conquering Yenzhou. Yet he quickly countered, Mr. Zhang, the Kong family has long been favored by the Ming court. They may not be inclined to draft an edict for my ascension. Zhang Wenhe chuckled, Master, is it not known that the Kong family has historically submitted to various dynasties? The saying goes, the dynasty may change, but the Kong family remains steadfast. When the Mongols took control of the Central Plains, the Kong family submitted to them. After the establishment of the Ming dynasty, they again acknowledged the new rule and even maintained clandestine relations with the Northern Yuan. Now, they continue to accept imperial favor as the leaders of scholars. Su Hongru nodded in agreement, saying, Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Wenhe shook his head, replying, Master, I have only just joined the righteous army and wield little influence. It is imperative to send a trusted confidant of yours to demonstrate your sincerity. I believe Wang Hufa would be an excellent choice. He is decisive in action and fiercely loyal. Su Hongru was taken aback. Wang Yuanlong, known for his brashness and violent temper, had previously laid waste to the Ming family in Zhoxian. If he were to approach the Kong family with the same ferocity, Su Hongru would find himself compelled to establish his reign on shaky grounds. Noticing the worry in Su Hongru's eyes, Zhang Wenhe smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. Master, I am willing to accompany Hall Master Wang. The Kong family is numerous, and even if a few dissenters fall to Wang Hall Master's hand, sensible individuals will surely arise to draft the edict for your ascension. As for the aftermath of any conflict with the sages, it is of little consequence. Once you ascend, esteemed scholars will surely come forth to elucidate your teachings. Chapter 343. the military expedition to Confucius Mansion in Ciufu upon hearing Zhang Wenhe's words. Su Hongru resolutely made up his mind. With a serious expression, he declared, "In that case, I shall dispatch Master Wang to lead 20,000 troops, accompanied by you, Mr. Zhang, to Ciufu. It is imperative that we compel the Confucius Mansion to submit formally and pen an edict for my ascension." After speaking, a flicker of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he continued, "Should the current Duke of Confucius refuse to acknowledge my authority or decline to inscribe the edict, let Master Wang demonstrate his might through decisive action." He added, "The Ming court may have conferred titles upon the Duke of Confucius, yet I too possess the power to bestow such honors. Inform the members of the Confucius Mansion that those who are willing to serve me shall be generously rewarded with high offices and ample riches." Zhang Wenhe promptly bowed in acceptance of the command. Early the next morning, Su Hongru summoned Wang Yuanlong, meticulously imparting his instructions before ordering him and Zhang Wenhe to lead the 20,000 soldiers and immediately embark for Ciufu, ensuring the retrieval of the edict for his ascension. Meanwhile, Su Hongru busily began arranging the various matters pertaining to his impending coronation, his heart brimming with visions of ruling the realm. During their journey to Ciufu, Wang Yuanlong treated Zhang Wenhe with the utmost courtesy. After all, Zhang Wenhe was the senior disciple of Gao Wenkai, who had previously supported Wang Yuanlong during a critical moment. Thus Wang Yuanlong regarded Zhang Wenhe as an ally. The two exchanged laughter and conversation, and as their dialogue deepened, Wang Yuanlong grew increasingly impressed by Zhang Wenhe. He had initially presumed that Zhang Wenhe's rise was solely due to his connection with Gao Wenkai, yet he soon realized that Zhang indeed possessed considerable talent. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenhe fell into contemplation, pondering how he might uproot the Confucius Mansion, which had withstood the trials of centuries. Despite the absence of explicit directives from Zhu Youjian in the capital or Jiang Ning aimed at the Confucius Mansion, Zhang Wenhe, hailing from a once illustrious scholarly lineage, understood the strength and influence of the Confucius Mansion all too well. The dynasties flowed like water, yet the Confucius Mansion remained steadfast, enjoying unparalleled wealth and prestige. When considering the wealth concentrated in Shandong, even the combined fortunes of the three princes granted fiefs in the region paled in comparison to that of the Confucius Mansion, illustrating the profound heritage of this lineage of sages. Moreover, the Confucius Mansion served as the spiritual beacon for scholars across the land. It was their existence that allowed scholars to unite as a formidable force, standing against imperial authority in the court. Though Jiang Ning had emerged with undeniable vigor, overpowering all in the court, he was ultimately mortal and could not escape the inevitabilities of life. Who could guarantee that another figure of Jiang Ning's caliber would arise in the future? Furthermore, based on his earlier deductions, it seemed that the court's tacit allowance of chaos in Shandong might well be a strategy to eradicate the Confucius Mansion, viewed as a malignant entity. The Ming family in Zhoushan, in terms of status, was far inferior to the Confucius Mansion, while the remaining three princes could easily be managed by the court. Yet, the Confucius Mansion posed a genuine challenge. Throughout history, emperors had attempted to suppress the Confucius Mansion, yet the results of such efforts were almost negligible. Zhang Wenhe's mind raced with excitement as he contemplated the possibility of uprooting the Kong family entirely, successfully achieving this objective. Even if he returned to the capital without any overt rewards from Zhu Youjian and Jiang Ning, he believed that he would certainly receive covert compensation. Furthermore, as he reminisced about his youthful ambitions, he realized that the harsh realities he had faced had led him to abandon his former ideals. Once filled with animosity towards the government and the court as an ordinary citizen, he now, as a member of the Jinyiwei, could no longer oppose the authorities. Thus, he redirected the suffering he endured over the years towards the Kong family, the leaders of the scholarly community. For both personal and public reasons, he felt compelled to take action, eager to demonstrate to the emperor and Jiang Ning that he, Zhang Wenhe, was not merely a man of words and ink. At the same time, as Zhang Wenhe and Wang Yuanlong led an army of 20,000 towards Ciufu, Su Hongru was also busy mobilizing 5,000 troops under the direct command of his brother, Su Hiyu, while dispatching another strategist, Chun Sanyu, to accompany the campaign, aiming straight for Dongchangfu. Capturing Dongchangfu would enable them to encircle Jinnanfu. Additionally, Su Hongru ordered the forces to split into three paths, continuing their assault on the surrounding counties of Yanzhou, intending to seize control of the Grand Canal and disrupt the grain transportation. 2 days later, A report from Shandong reached the capital, shocking the entire court. Yinzhou had fallen to the White Lotus sect, and the Meng family in Zhou County had met with a brutal massacre, leaving no survivors. The insurgents not only divided their forces to attack Dongchangfu with the intention of encircling Jinnanfu, but also, in a startling development, reliable sources indicated that the White Lotus rebels had dispatched troops towards Ciufu, their objective clear. Who other than the Kong family, the heirs of the sage, could incite such fervor from the White Lotus sect? The Qinglu party officials could no longer remain passive. Even many loyalist officials urged Zhu Youjian to issue an edict, hastening the mobilization of 28,000 troops from Shaanxi and Hunan to swiftly assist Shandong, while also sending orders for Jiang Ning to return to the capital post-haste. They felt utterly compelled, knowing that if the White Lotus rebels breached Ciufu and exterminated the Kong family, the very spiritual foundation for scholars across the realm would collapse. On the surface, Zhu Youjian appeared to take their concerns seriously, but internally, he reveled in delight. Su Hongru had indeed lived up to his expectations. First decimating the Meng family, and now setting his sights on the Kong family. Were it not for his position in the court, Zhu Youjian would have openly praised Su Hongru's commendable efforts. At that moment, another official lodged a complaint against King Lu, Zhu Shouhong, for leaving his fief without permission. Seeking Zhu Youjiao's condemnation, Zhu Youjian coldly instructed someone to unseal the memorial sent by King Lu and read it aloud before the court, asserting that Yinzhou could no longer be defended, and that King Lu's departure was justified, promising to address the matter once the White Lotus insurgency in Shandong was quelled. The officials, witnessing this, dared not speak further, fearful of provoking Zhu Youjiao's wrath. Just as everyone anticipated the court's dissolution, Zhuo Guangdou stepped forward and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, I must impeach Shandong Provincial Governor Zhao Yan and General Yang Guozhu. These two have betrayed their duties and lost territory. They should be apprehended and brought back to the capital to face justice, in accordance with the law, to uphold the integrity of the state." Zhu Youjian inquired coldly. "Zhuo Guangdou, I shall ask you this. Given the current chaotic situation in Shandong, if we were to apprehend those two and bring them back to the capital for interrogation, how would you manage the affairs in Shandong?" Zhuo Guangdou was momentarily taken aback, for he believed himself ill-equipped to quell the turmoil instigated by the White Lotus sect. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, for my earlier lack of foresight. However, the Governor Zhao Yan and the General Yang Guozhu bear the responsibility of defending their territory. Now that Yinzhou has fallen, the court must issue a decree to hold them accountable and command them to redeem themselves through service." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement and subsequently ordered the court to disperse. Upon returning to the imperial study, Zhu Youjian burst into hearty laughter, with Fang Zhenghua beside him also grinning broadly. After a brief pause, Zhu Youjian rose and remarked, "Su Hongru truly possesses remarkable talents. Well done, he has not brought shame upon himself. Splendid work." Fang Zhenghua, with a cheerful demeanor, concurred. "Everything in Shandong is under Your Majesty's control. Su Hongru is merely a buffoon, and it is indeed his fortune to alleviate Your Majesty's concerns." Zhu Youjian's smile deepened. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua added, "Your Majesty, the Jinyiwei has delivered the latest intelligence report." After Qianhuzhang Wenhe arrived in Shandong, he met with Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshan. To incite Su Hongru further, they forged an imperial jade seal, inciting him to ascend the throne as emperor. Upon receiving the counterfeit seal, Su Hongru, in a fit of arrogance, dispatched emissaries to the Ming residents in Zhoushan, hoping they would submit and compose a proclamation for his ascension. However, the Ming residents fiercely resisted, resulting in their complete slaughter at the hands of Su Hongru's subordinates. Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile. "It matters not. Although their actions are outrageous, it is not without its challenges, and I shall not cast blame." He then inquired, "Did Zhang Wenhe and the others instigate Su Hongru's mobilization in Ciufu?" Fang Zhenghua promptly replied with a grin, "Your Majesty, your insight is indeed profound." After the massacre at the Ming residence, Su Hongru remained fixated on his ambition to become emperor, and Zhang Wenhe recommended the Confucius mansion in Ciufu to him. Overjoyed, Su Hongru sent his subordinates along with Zhang Wenhe, leading 20,000 troops to Ciufu, hoping the Confucius mansion would submit and draft a proclamation for his ascension. Zhu Youjian chuckled, "This aligns perfectly with my intentions. The Confucius mansion is well versed in such matters. Yet, I worry that should they submit and draft a proclamation for Su Hongru, he may refrain from further actions against them. At that point, even if the court eradicates the White Lotus sect and recaptures Shandong, the Confucius Mansion could distance themselves from the affair, bolstered by the scholarly community, leaving me powerless against them. Fang Zhenghua reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, Your Majesty, it is precisely this concern that prompted Zhang Wenhe to accompany them. With him present, the Confucius Mansion will undoubtedly not escape this time. Zhu Youjian nodded and remarked mildly, Let us hope Zhang Wenhe does not disappoint me. He then inquired, Has there been any news from Jiang Ning recently? Fang Zhenghua hastily responded, Your Majesty, everything unfolds as you anticipated. Recently, officials from Jiang Ning have been petitioning the court to dispatch troops swiftly to eliminate the White Lotus sect, lest the rebels invade the sacred land of the sage and harm the sage's descendants. Zhu Youjian scoffed, Now they are in a hurry. Fang Zhenghua respectfully stated, This humble servant has responded according to Your Majesty's previous instructions, informing that the court is currently facing a shortage of grain and funds. I have urged them to expedite the payment of the previously owed taxes so that the court may have sufficient resources to mobilize troops. They should be in the process of gathering provisions at this time. Zhu Youjian nodded. That is indeed commendable. If the officials from Jiangnan submit memorials again, we shall proceed according to our prior response. Fang Zhenghua promptly acknowledged the command with utmost respect. At that moment, Zhu Youjian continued, Zhang Wenhe is truly a remarkable talent. He has even devised a scheme to forge the imperial seal and incite Su Hongru to ascend the throne, a notion that would elude the average mind. Fang Zhenghua chuckled and replied, When Lord Zhang initially recommended Zhang Wenhe to Shandong, I too believed he was merely a frail scholar, never anticipating his cunning intellect. I have heard that Su Hongru has appointed him as an advisor. It seems he has been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Zhang Wenhe. Zhu Youjian laughed, Indeed. I can only wonder how Su Hongru will feel upon discovering that all his trusted aides are actually from the court's Jinyiwei. Fang Zhenghua grinned, refraining from further comments. Chapter 344. A vow to heaven. As the White Lotus sect wreaked havoc in Shandong, stirring intense debates among the civil and military officials within the court, Jiang Ning led his troops from Guizhou into Sichuan. Upon arriving in Chengdu, they took a brief respite. The extravagant king of Shu, Zhu Zhishu, upon receiving the news, hastily invited Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, and others to the Shu Wangfu, hosting a lavish banquet that lasted 3 days. The excessive hospitality left Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian quite overwhelmed. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian presented the ashes of the fallen members of the Shu fief's royal family, who had perished while serving in the Imperial Ming Guard, and a solemn memorial ceremony was held in front of the ancestral hall of the Shu Wangfu. All members of the royal family from the Shu fief gathered to pay their respects, with Prince Xian, Zhu Youjian, and King Zhu Zhishu donning mourning attire, leading the kneeling tribute. Although the members of the Imperial Ming Guard had relinquished their royal status, they remained of the bloodline of the Zhu family, being the uncles, brothers, and younger relatives of Zhu Zhishu. At the conclusion of the ceremony, numerous young nobles from the Shu fief knelt, requesting to join the Imperial Ming Guard to serve the nation and avenge their fallen brethren. Observing this, King Zhu Zhishu could not help but praise. The lineage of Shu has no cowards. All are noble sons of the Ming. He solemnly pledged to fully support the families of all Shu fief nobles who joined the Imperial Ming Guard. Moreover, he encouraged the younger nobles from the Shu fief to strive diligently for the country, reminding them that when they take to the battlefield, they must not lose the gallant spirit of the Zhu family. Zhu Youjian, gazing upon his many uncles, brothers, and younger relatives, initially intended to refuse their requests. But upon their repeated pleas, he reluctantly ordered that all the eager nobles be admitted into the Imperial Ming Guard. He also emphasized that upon returning to the capital, he would personally enshrine the tablets of the fallen Zhu family members in the Hall of Heroes, ensuring they would be honored by the people's offerings. He resolutely declared, The blood of the Zhu family shall not be shed in vain. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, inspiring everyone present, including Jiang Ning, Lao Wei, and Qin Liangyu. Subsequently, Jiang Ning commanded the army to set forth once more. Just as the troops were departing, a group of riders galloped towards Jiang Ning and his companions. At the forefront was a middle-aged man whom Jiang Ning did not recognize. As the group came to a halt, a strikingly beautiful young girl, clad in a gown of azure, stepped forth. With reddened eyes, she was none other than Tian Rui. Upon seeing her sudden appearance, Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly spurred his horse forward to greet her. At that moment, Qin Liangyu softly reminded Jiang Ning that the middle-aged man was Tian Rui's father, Tian Mingyu, the son of Tian Liang from Li Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning led Qin Liangyu and the others forward. Tian Mingyu, upon noticing them, promptly dismounted and offered a respectful salute. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian had taken Tian Rui's hand and stepped aside, whispering tender words to her. The young girl, her eyes brimming with tears, soon began to weep. Zhu Youjian hurriedly offered words of comfort. Observing his younger brother's flustered demeanor, Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle softly. After a considerable time, the two reluctantly returned to the ranks. Upon seeing Qin Liangyu, Tian Rui rushed towards her, taking her hand and playfully calling her auntie. Qin Liangyu's eyes sparkled with affection as she gently patted the little girl's head. As dusk began to settle, the group exchanged farewells, and the army resumed its journey. Along the way, Zhu Youjian appeared lost in thought, his spirit seemingly adrift. Old Wei, watching this, was as anxious as a fly in a hot pan, his frustration palpable. Jiang Ning sighed at his younger brother's distracted state. Old Wei hurried over to Jiang Ning and said, "Lord Jiang, look at His Highness in such a state. You must offer him some counsel." Jiang Ning, with a resigned gesture, replied, "What is love in this world, that it leads one to pledge life and death? How can I advise on matters of the heart?" Old Wei was momentarily taken aback by this response. At that moment, Qin Liangyu spoke up, "Allow me to offer some words of comfort." She rode over to Zhu Youjian, advising, "Your Highness need not worry so for Rui. Once we return to the capital and settle in, I shall invite Rui to visit. You will have the chance to meet her again." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian regained his composure, realizing that since Qin Liangyu was Tian Rui's aunt, her invitation would facilitate their reunion. Instantly, color returned to his cheeks, and he replied, "If that is the case, I am indebted to you, dear aunt." Witnessing Zhu Youjian's awkwardness, Qin Liangyu could not help but smile gently. With her comforting words, Zhu Youjian regained his spirits and resumed light-hearted banter with Jiang Ning and Old Wei. That evening, the army set up camp to rest. Li Ruoyan hurriedly brought the latest intelligence from various regions to Jiang Ning for review. Sitting by the campfire, Jiang Ning diligently perused the reports. Upon reading about the situation in Shandong, he felt a surge of joy. To his surprise, Zhang Wuye had once again proven his reliability by sending Zhang Wenhe to Shandong. Zhang Wenhe did not disappoint the trust placed in him. He actually incited Su Hongru to ascend the throne, even going so far as to slaughter the Meng family in Zhoushan for this purpose. Now, he leads an army to Ciufu, preparing to coerce the Kong family into submitting to the White Lotus sect, formally supporting Su Hongru's claim to the throne. Jiang Ning could not contain his excitement and exclaimed thrice, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The others present looked at him with puzzled expressions. Old Wei was the first to speak up, inquiring, "Master Jiang, what splendid news have you encountered? Do share it, so we may all revel together." Zhu Youjian also stared at Jiang Ning with keen curiosity. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. The situation in Shandong was too significant to divulge. Should the information leak, it would spell disaster. After a moment's contemplation, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Actually, it is nothing of great consequence. It's just that Old Gua has been looting tombs in Shaanxi and has managed to procure several million taels for the national treasury." The crowd fell silent, initially expecting monumental news, only to find it was merely about Guo Yunho's tomb raiding. At this moment, Old Wei, with a face full of confusion, remarked, "Master Jiang, did you not previously send a letter to Old Gua, forbidding him from raiding tombs? How does he dare to defy your orders?" Sitting nearby, Zhu Youjian chuckled and responded, "Why the rush, Wei Gonggong? The treasures unearthed by Old Gua have all been contributed to the national treasury. He has disregarded his own reputation. Why should you concern yourself? Besides, if anything were to go awry, his elder brother will take the heat." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened, realizing that his younger sibling was merely reveling in the chaos. Just then, Old Wei hurriedly added, "Your Highness speaks wisely. Although Old Gua's tomb raiding is not a respectable endeavor, if it yields silver for the treasury, it is not entirely disgraceful. What say you, Master Jiang?" Jiang Ning forced a smile and replied, "Wei Gonggong, there is something I must tell you, but please do not become agitated." Old Wei, perplexed, wondered why he was suddenly implicated. Finally, he forced a smile and said, "Master Jiang, please continue." We have traversed perilous paths, witnessing death and danger. We can withstand anything. Jiang Ning chuckled and said, I forgot to mention earlier that Old Wei now leads a contingent of over 1,000 men, tirelessly excavating in the Qinling Mountains. The gold and silver unearthed are being deposited into the treasury, while Qin Yud of the Qin Merchants Association is facilitating the sale of the jewelry and antiques, which have already begun to attract orders from wealthy merchants across the regions. Old Wei, upon hearing this, marveled inwardly, realizing that Old Wei was indeed quite resourceful to have assembled such a large group for collective tomb raiding. It was truly a sight to behold. Jiang Ning grinned and added, By the way, Wei Gonggong, I forgot to inform you that all of those 1,000 men under Old Wei's command are from your eastern factory, with your godson's son Yunhe leading them. It is said he has already apprenticed himself to Old Wei to learn the art of tomb raiding. Upon hearing this, Old Wei was momentarily speechless, his face turning a deep shade of anger as he eventually exclaimed, Old Wei, I will not let this stand. If you wish to enrich the treasury, you shall do so on your own. Despite your esteemed position, you actually bring along personnel from the Eastern Depot to engage in tomb raiding. Is this truly an act befitting a person of your stature? Lord Jiang, I implore you to assess the situation. It has not been easy for us. As he spoke, Old Wei unexpectedly burst into tears, lamenting how he had risen before the rooster and toiled late into the night for many years, only to have his hard-earned merits squandered by this old fool. Upon reaching Hongxue, he was determined to confront this old man, warning that no one should attempt to stop him. Anyone who dared would face his wrath. Observing Old Wei's emotional turmoil, Jiang Ning stood in stunned silence, and even Zhu Youjian and Li Ruoyan were taken aback. With Old Wei weeping inconsolably, the others exchanged glances. Uncertain how to provide comfort, Jiang Ning began to doubt whether he had perhaps gone too far. Old Wei was wholly focused on accumulating merits. Yet Wei Yunhe had taken it upon himself to lead the Eastern Depot's men in relentless tomb raiding deep within the Qinling Mountains. For Old Wei, this was akin to undermining his very foundation. He couldn't help but worry about Old Wei's heart, given his age. With this thought, Jiang Ning quickly mustered an awkward smile and attempted to soothe him, saying, We shall reach Hongxue in a matter of days. When we do, I will earnestly advise Old Wei to cease these activities. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Old Wei paused his tears, dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief, and then asked, Lord Jiang, I must inquire, is this tomb raiding truly not something you instigated in Guolao's mind? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, then replied sternly, What are you insinuating, Old Wei? We serve together in the same court. My character and moral integrity are evident to all. How could I possibly instruct Guolao in such disreputable endeavors? To his surprise, Zhu Youjian, sitting nearby, chuckled quietly and murmured, Indeed. The character of second brother is well acknowledged, but as for his integrity, that is rather debatable. Jiang Ning shot an angry glance at Zhu Youjian, who quickly fell silent. Seeing the lingering suspicion in Old Wei's eyes, Jiang Ning, with a resigned expression, declared, I hereby swear again that if I have taught Guolao to engage in tomb raiding, may he be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end. Old Wei, you must believe me now. The onlookers were taken aback by Jiang Ning's solemn vow. Even Old Wei was momentarily speechless. In light of Jiang Ning's grave oath regarding Wei Yunhe's actions, Old Wei felt compelled to abandon his doubts. Subsequently, the group returned to their respective tents to rest. Jiang Ning, upon returning to his tent, summoned Li Ruoyan and instructed him to prepare an empty food box to send to Zhang Wenhe. Li Ruoyan, perplexed, inquired, My lord. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao sent an empty food box to Sun Yu, after which Sun Yu took his own life, suggesting a message of futility. Are you implying that Wenhe should take his own life? Jiang Ning chuckled at this notion, replying, That lad is as shrewd as a monkey. There is no way he would ever consider such a thing. Upon perceiving the empty food box, he instinctively grasped my intention. The affairs in Shandong are entangled with complexities. Certain matters cannot be explicitly stated, nor can they be inscribed in correspondence, lest whispers of our plans escape. Simply adhere to my instructions. Li Ruoyan nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently dispatching the imperial guards with haste to deliver an empty food box to Zhang Wenhe. The following morning, the group resumed their journey. Jiang Ning expressed considerable satisfaction with the progress made in quelling the southwest. The situation there had now stabilized completely. He contemplated that upon returning to the capital and settling the unrest in Shandong, he would be able to embark on a comprehensive reformation of several provinces in the north. In doing so, the foundation of the Ming dynasty in the northern territories would be secured. Henceforth, whether it was to free up resources to address the disturbances caused by the Jurchens in Liaodong, confront the Mongol leader Lian Dan outside the Great Wall, or contend with the gentry of Jiangnan, he would have no lingering concerns. As they journeyed, Zhu Youjian rode alongside Jiang Ning and inquired, "Elder brother, what is the current state of affairs in Shandong?" Jiang Ning promptly handed over the pre-prepared military report from Shandong to Zhu Youjian. After perusing it, Zhu Youjian was left astounded, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate that this minor White Lotus sect rebel could create such a significant uproar. The Duke of Lu has fled in fear, and the Ming family in Zhoushan has suffered a gruesome massacre. They are even raising arms to march towards the Confucian residence in Ciufu." Jiang Ning merely nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate. After all, only a select few, including Jiang Ning himself, Zhu Youjiao, Fang Zhenghua, and Zhang Wuye, were privy to the entirety of the strategic layout concerning Shandong. Figures such as Tian Erjing, Su Xianshan, Gao Wenkai, and Zhang Wenhe were oblivious to Jiang Ning's comprehensive plan. Even the members of the 8 ministries of the cabinet and the military command were entirely unaware. The implications of this matter were far-reaching. Should the information leak, it would undoubtedly incite chaos across the realm. Jiang Ning refrained from mentioning anything to his younger brother Zhu Youjian. Unexpectedly, Zhu Youjian continued, "This Su Hongru truly possesses remarkable capabilities. It would be best to send someone directly to Ciufu to eradicate the Confucian household entirely, leaving no trace behind. That would be splendid, and I would surely applaud him for it." Jiang Ning was taken aback by these words. Turning to Zhu Youjian with incredulity, he asked, "Your Highness, why harbor such animosity towards the Confucian residents? Have they wronged you in some way?" Zhu Youjian chuckled and replied, "The one who wronged me was none other than Kong Lauer." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Kong Lauer has been deceased for many years. How could he have offended you?" Zhu Youjian smiled as he elucidated, "In this world, who among the scholars is not a disciple of Kong Lauer? Previously, my sole focus was on learning. Yet these insufferable scholars used the empty rhetoric of the sages to deceive me. Listening to their words and following their guidance was deemed virtuous. Anyone who dared to question their interpretations of the sages' teachings was labeled as a deviant, and I was often met with physical reprimand. In recent years, I endured much punishment at the hands of this loathsome group of scholars. When I sought solace from my elder brother, he claimed that the beatings were for my own good. However, after reading the commentary on Luan Yu by my second brother, I finally realized that I had been made a fool by these individuals, and all the suffering I endured was in vain." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning cleared his throat awkwardly. It seemed that his younger brother had been easily swayed by that group of scholars. And ever since he read Jiang Ning's annotated edition of Luan Yu, he had developed a deep-seated loathing for these intellectuals, even for Confucius himself. As historical records indicate, Zhu Youjian's character was exceedingly extreme. Jiang Ning smiled and advised, "Your Highness, while I can comprehend your disdain for these scholars, attributing such grievances to Confucius seems rather unjust. After all, he is revered as the supreme sage of scholars." To this, Zhu Youjian responded with a dismissive snort, saying, "Ah, my dear brother, you are unaware of the misdeeds of this Confucius. In his time, he traveled across various states, fervently seeking a position from Duke Jing of Qi, only to find that Duke Jing had the capable Yan Ying as his advisor and had no need for him. Later, he attempted to seek an official post from the king of Chu, but found himself slandered before the king. He spent his life extolling the rights of Zhou. If that were truly his belief, why did he not serve the Son of Heaven of Zhou? Instead, he wandered aimlessly, resembling a dog bereft of its home. Moreover, Mengzi similarly traversed the states, yet his motivations were no different, seeking a minor official position. In the state of Qin, he was reprimanded by Shang Yang for his empty talk of benevolence and righteousness, which he deemed detrimental to the nation. Even his own teacher scolded him, calling him a fool wrapped in lofty ideals. These two men spent their days engaging in grandiloquent discussions, advocating for the rights of Zhou, all the while neglecting the prevailing tides of history. The sweeping currents of time favor those who adapt and flourish, while those who resist meet their demise. The path of progress is consistently forward, with no rationale for regression. It is akin to the reign of the Jiangwen emperor, who, swayed by the words of Fang Xiaoru and Huang Zicheng, blindly revered the rights of Zhou and sought to restore the land system, ultimately losing the empire. There are countless examples of scholars leading nations astray. The so-called words of sages are mere empty rhetoric intended for public consumption, and when it comes to implementation, they prove utterly futile. Despite their lofty expressions, I perceive them as mere gluttons with nothing better to do. If they were to be detained and deprived of sustenance for a few days, I wonder if they would still dare to speak so foolishly. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy within. It appeared his younger brother had finally come to his senses. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youjian continued, "Why has the Confucius mansion in Ciufu, Shandong, endured for centuries without faltering? Is it not reliant on the fealty of generations, bowing to anyone who comes?" After Emperor Ren of Song conferred the title of Gong upon Confucius's descendants, they enjoyed imperial favor and continuous rewards. Yet, when the Jurchen invaders attacked northern Song, Confucius's 48th descendant, Kong Duanyo, accompanied the Zhao Song court southward, while his brother, Kong Yuqiao, remained in Ciufu, pledging allegiance to the Jin dynasty and was granted the title of Beizong Gong. Did they not advocate loyalty to the sovereign and love for the country? Why did they not journey south together or vow to resist to the death? Later, when the Mongols annihilated the Jin, the Beizong Gong again submitted to the Mongols, even allowing his kin to join the Mongolian army to suppress the Han People's uprising. Even during the establishment of the Ming dynasty by Emperor Taizu, the Kong mansion had been seen conspiring with the northern Yuan. Enraged, Emperor Taizu commanded the Gong to present himself at the capital. Yet the Gong made countless excuses. Only after repeated orders did the Gong reluctantly comply and visit Emperor Taizu in the capital. After a thorough inquiry from the esteemed Emperor Taizu, he chastised the then Yenshing Duke and ultimately rewarded him with a donkey before sending him back to Ciufu. However, on his way home, the Duke fell ill and passed away. I cannot help but suspect that this was a subtle maneuver by the emperor, who clearly held disdain for these spineless descendants of the sage. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that his younger brother could perceive matters with such clarity, realizing that he had previously underestimated Zhu Youjian. At that moment, Zhu Youjian continued, stating that the reason scholars throughout the realm venerate Confucius as the most sage and revere the Confucian mansion in Ciufu as their spiritual leader is merely a means to elevate their own status under the aegis of the sage's name. They enter the court as officials, forming cliques as Confucian disciples, monopolizing power and acting with impunity. Once they achieve success through the imperial examinations, they evade taxes and labor obligations, wielding power without restraint. How could they ever relinquish the prestigious title of Confucian disciples? Ultimately, there are few who genuinely serve the people and the nation. Most are filled with malice, akin to rogues and harlots. As my brother has noted, even if the fortunes of the three princely houses in Shandong were combined, they would pale in comparison to the wealth of the Confucian mansion. Where did that wealth and land originate? Surely, it did not simply materialize from thin air. It is all derived from the generous grants of emperors throughout the ages, coupled with their unscrupulous acquisition. Thus, I fervently wish that old Su Hongru would raise the Confucian mansion in Ciufu to the ground, thereby eliminating a significant calamity and rendering those detestable scholars impotent in their machinations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning hastily urged, "Your Highness, it is prudent to speak of such matters only in my presence. Never utter them before outsiders. If these words were to escape, it would undoubtedly lead to grave troubles." Zhu Youjian nodded in understanding, saying, "Rest assured, brother, I will only speak thus in your company and will refrain from sharing such sentiments in the presence of others." Jiang Ning, reassured by his words, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the contingent resumed their march. After several weeks, the army entered Hanzhong. Upon learning of their arrival, Prince Zhu Changhao of Hanzhong promptly dispatched emissaries to welcome Jiang Ning and his companions, arranging a banquet at the royal mansion to honor them. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian snorted derisively and rebuked the envoy. Jiang Ning, perplexed, sought clarification, to which Zhu Youjian explained, "Brother, you may not be aware, but my uncle, the prince, is infatuated with Buddhist teachings, eschews women, yet possesses an insatiable greed for wealth. During his wedding, he incessantly visited the Ministry of Revenue, demanding silver, ultimately amassing 200,000 taels, all of which he hoarded within the palace, while lamenting his poverty. after my elder brother ascended the throne and appointed him to Hongxue. He obstinately resisted, repeatedly bemoaning his lack of funds. In desperation, my brother had to allocate a sum of silver to persuade him to accept the position. Once in Hongxue, he extravagantly constructed edifices, nearly transforming the royal mansion into a temple, thus bringing disgrace upon the illustrious Zhu lineage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning urgently instructed Li Ruoyan to summon the Jinyiwei stationed in Hongzhou to inquire further. After a thorough investigation, it was revealed that the prince had imposed various taxes throughout Hongzhou, pocketing all but the portion owed to the court. He frequently spent lavishly on grand ceremonies, inviting eminent monks from all over to his mansion to chant scriptures and pray for blessings, even causing hardship and death among the common folk. Jiang Ning, plagued by a relentless headache, flung the confidential documents recorded by the Jinyiwei towards Zhu Youjian. Upon perusing them, Zhu Youjian was seized by a profound fury and immediately led the Ming guards towards the Duke of N's residence. Upon hearing that his nephew had arrived, Zhu Changhao rushed to greet him, his heart brimming with joy. However, upon reaching the entrance of the palace, he was taken aback to see Zhu Youjian clad in armor, wielding a long spear, flanked by thousands of Ming guards radiating an air of menace. With an awkward demeanor, he remarked, "Nephew, it has been years since we last met. I had no idea you had become so formidable." Zhu Changhao continued, "I had intended to graciously host you at the palace, fulfilling my duties as a host. Yet the army's swift advance prevented my emissaries from catching up. Now that the army has returned, I hope to express my hospitality." Zhu Youjian, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of his uncle, recalled how this very uncle and his brothers had made their lives miserable while they lived under the roof of the Eastern Palace. Thus, he replied coldly, "There is no need for hospitality. I have come to discuss a matter of business today." Zhu Changhao, bewildered, inquired, "Nephew, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Zhu Youjian sneered, "When you were in the capital, you referred to me as nephew, and I did not take offense. But now what should you call me?" Zhu Changhao was momentarily dumbfounded, until the palace steward whispered urgently, "Your Highness, you have long been devoted to Buddhist practice and may have overlooked this. His Majesty has recently reopened the Office of Ancestral Affairs, and Prince Xian is now the left minister." Finally grasping the situation, Zhu Changhao blushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Duke of N Zhu Changhao pays his respects to the left minister. May I inquire about your purpose here?" Without further ado, Zhu Youjian commanded the Ming guards to present the evidence submitted by the Jinyiwei to Zhu Changhao. As he examined the documents, terror washed over Zhu Changhao. His complexion drained of color, and he began to weep uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Nephew, you cannot fathom the hardships I have endured in Hongzhou. During my father's reign, he favored Prince Fu, showing little concern for us brothers. The titles and marriages granted to us came with scant rewards. This palace was constructed by His Majesty's decree after his ascension. I have truly been terrified of poverty." In a moment of desperation, he pushed aside the palace steward and the chief secretary, exclaiming, "They acted behind my back. I had no knowledge of these matters." Witnessing his uncle's disgraceful display of tears, Zhu Youjian's anger flared, and he ordered the immediate execution of the palace steward and chief secretary. He then demanded that Zhu Changhao return the lands and wealth unlawfully seized from the common people and confiscated the salt licenses granted to him by the court, imposing a hefty fine of 300,000 taels of silver. Overwhelmed by the gravity of his uncle's fate, Zhu Changhao nearly fainted, and disregarding his dignity, he wept openly in the public square. Zhu Youjian commanded the Ming guards to commence a thorough investigation of the estate, uncovering a staggering number of gilded Buddhist statues and ritual implements, far exceeding 100. As he witnessed his precious possessions being seized, Zhu Changhao rushed forward, clinging to them. Zhu Youjian, observing this, chuckled coldly, "If you are so fond of Buddhist practice, then let us return to the capital together. I shall inform my elder brother, and you can take up residence at Guanghua Temple as the abbot, where you may conveniently recite scriptures and delve into the teachings of Buddhism." Upon hearing this, Zhu Changhao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that his ambitious nephew would go so far as to insist on taking him back to the capital to become a monk. Consequently, he ceased his antics and unruliness. In the end, Zhu Youjian, in his capacity as the left minister of the imperial clan, issued a stern warning to Zhu Changhao, stating that if any further misconduct were to come to his attention, he should not blame his nephew for being merciless. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian departed with his entourage to reunite with Jiang Ning and others. Jiang Ning, upon witnessing Zhu Youjian's handling of the situation, couldn't he help but admire how remarkably capable his younger brother had become, almost to the point of being unrecognizable to his own kin. Chapter 346. Troops mobilized northward under the repeated and urgent mandates from the court. The 28,000 soldiers gathered from Shaanxi and Hunan finally made their sluggish arrival at Hejin Prefecture. At this moment, General He Kegon, tasked with leading 32,000 troops from Tianjin, had established defensive positions to prevent the White Lotus rebels from breaching into the northern Zhili region and threatening the safety of the capital. However, upon seeing the disorganized ranks of the 28,000 soldiers, He Kegon could not help but sigh inwardly. The troops were in utter disarray, with soldiers appearing gaunt and weary. Some bore expressions of panic, while others sported frivolous grins. Clad in tattered battle jackets, they wielded rusted weapons. Only a handful of officers donned gleaming armor and rode on horseback, while the vast majority of ordinary soldiers were compelled to march on foot. They bore no resemblance to the imperial soldiers, but rather seemed like a ragtag group of famine-stricken peasants. He Kegon could scarcely believe that such a contingent could be relied upon to quell the White Lotus insurgents. Nevertheless, the orders he received were clear: to establish defenses in Shandong and northern Zhili, preventing the White Lotus forces from entering the latter, which he reluctantly accepted. He subsequently ordered the passage of these 28,000 soldiers into the territory of Shandong. On the 5th day of their unsteady entry into Shandong, they encountered 30,000 White Lotus troops, and a fierce battle ensued. However, as soon as the clash began, the imperial soldiers were swiftly routed. Sensing the dire situation, the commanding officer led the retreat. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos, with the imperial forces crumbling like a house of cards. The White Lotus troops seized the opportunity to pursue, inflicting a devastating defeat upon the imperial soldiers. The officers and men scattered like birds in flight, resulting in nearly 3,000 being slain on the spot and close to 5,000 captured, with the remainder vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, fewer than 5,000 returned in a disheveled state to Hejin Prefecture. At this moment, He Kegon stood atop the city tower, his gaze icy as he observed the disheartened remnants of over 5,000 soldiers below. He realized that, despite the Ming dynasty's claims of maintaining 1,000,000 soldiers, this vast number had become indistinguishable from ordinary farmers. As for the elite forces stationed at the 9 borders, they could barely hold the frontier, let alone launch an offensive. Below the tower, several soldiers clamored for He Kegon to open the gates and allow them entry for rest and recuperation. Reluctantly, as a fellow officer of the court, He Kegon could not stand idly by while his comrades faced demise, and thus he ordered the gates to be opened, permitting the weary soldiers to enter for respite. However, merely half a day later, a subordinate hastily reported, "General, the soldiers who entered the city have begun to plunder the citizens' belongings, inciting trouble and even abducting local women. The brothers have already captured them, yet the leading general brazenly claims they are soldiers from Hunan and Shaanxi, asserting that we have no authority to deal with them. I beseech you, General, how should we address this group of scoundrels?" He Kegon, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. Damn it! This group of useless fools were covered in dirt while battling the White Lotus rebels, yet they take pleasure in bullying their own people. He then commanded in a loud voice, "According to the 7 executions and 14 laws set forth by the military governor's office, apprehend all those who have violated military law. Ordinary soldiers shall be dealt with according to military regulations, while all officers above the rank of 1,000 households shall be escorted to the capital for judgment by the military governor's office." His subordinate officers, upon receiving their orders, hastily departed. At that moment, He Kegon felt an overwhelming headache. If he were to lead his 30,000 troops into Shandong, he was confident he could quell the unrest within a month. However, the directives from Zhu Youjian and the military governor's office merely instructed him to fortify the border between North Zhili and Shandong to prevent the White Lotus rebels from crossing into North Zhili. Without permitting him to lead his troops into Shandong, he could only await the return of Jiang Ning's troops to see how his former superior would arrange matters. As He Kegon's military orders were conveyed, the several hundred captured soldiers were still shouting loudly, "By what right do you detain us? We are soldiers from Hunan and Shaanxi, and you have no authority over us. We merely lost our supplies while fighting the White Lotus rebels, and sought to gather provisions. The chaotic soldiers began to stir up trouble. In contrast, the soldiers under He Kazang's command glared coldly, eager to execute these bandits on the spot. Just then, a young general hurriedly arrived, casting a stern gaze upon the captured rebels. As the rebels noticed his presence, they grew even more insolent. "Why don't you release us? Beware. When we return to Hunan and Shaanxi, our commander will report you." The young general, with an icy demeanor, declared, "By order of General He. In accordance with the Ming military regulations of 7 executions and 14 laws, you are to be executed. Those of the rank of 1,000 households and above shall be escorted to the capital for judgment by the military governor's office." Everyone present was taken aback. Previously, as guest troops, they had taken the opportunity to plunder during cross-border skirmishes, and it was an unspoken understanding among them. Yet they never anticipated that the soldiers of Jinyiwei would enforce military law against them this time. Soon, some began to curse, but the Jinyiwei soldiers remained unmoved. With a single command, all soldiers below the rank of 1,000 households were executed, while those above were confined in prison carts and sent to the capital for judgment by the military governor's office. The remaining over 4,000 soldiers, witnessing this, were struck with fear, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. As news arrived that the soldiers from Hunan and Shandong had entered Shandong to encircle the White Lotus army, but faced a crushing defeat, panic spread among the officials in the capital. Upon learning that these soldiers had performed poorly in battle, retreated to Cangzhou and looted the possessions of the common people while forcibly seizing women. Zhu Youjian was filled with rage and immediately ordered the military governor's office to address the matter sternly. Yet he uttered not a word regarding how to handle the situation in Shandong. At this moment, the presence of many reform-minded officials became restless, and they fervently requested the dispatch of He Kazang to lead 30,000 soldiers from Tianjinwei into Shandong to assist Yang Guazhu in suppressing the White Lotus rebel forces. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by the seasoned generals Chun Su and Shen Yurong. They pointed out that the White Lotus sect in Shandong was currently a formidable force. Having amassed over 100,000 followers, the 30,000 troops led by He Kazang would hardly make a significant impact. Moreover, with the capital's military presence severely diminished, should He Kazang find himself ensnared in Shandong, the White Lotus rebels could seize the opportunity to invade North Zhili and threaten the safety of the capital, an outcome for which no one would wish to bear responsibility. The assembled officials fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a suggestion arose. Since there were no ongoing conflicts in Zhejiang, it would be prudent to dispatch General Qi Jin to lead the Qi army northward to quell the rebellion. After all, the Qi army, under the command of Qi Jiguang, had once marched victoriously in both southern and northern campaigns, undefeated and unassailable. Upon hearing this, Chun Su and Shen Yurong could not suppress a derisive snort. Inwardly cursing, it was convenient to remember the great General Qi now, but they had contributed significantly to his downfall in the past. Furthermore, how could Qi Jin's current forces compare to those led by Qi Jiguang? The present Qi army's combat prowess was merely slightly superior to that of the local garrison, and tales of their deteriorating discipline had already spread like wildfire in the court. Nevertheless, figures like Zhuo Guangdou collectively urged for General Qi Jin's deployment to the north. After much contemplation, Zhu Youjian reluctantly acquiesced. He was well aware of the current capabilities of the Qi army and felt no fear that Qi Jin would swiftly eradicate the White Lotus sect and disrupt his own plans. Upon Zhu Youjian's consent to dispatch troops from Zhejiang, the officials present were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears. Concurrently, they hoped Zhu Youjian would issue a decree for General Yang Guazhu in Shandong to allocate a portion of his forces to Ciufu, thereby safeguarding the descendants of the sage. Zhu Youjian's expression turned troubled as he remarked that Yang Guazhu had fewer than 50,000 troops remaining. Should he divide his forces, Shandong would likely fall into chaos. The descendants of the sage were protected by their righteous spirit, and it was believed that the White Lotus rebels would not dare to harm them. Subsequently, the military officials of the 5 armies command and the literati of the Qinglu faction engaged in a heated dispute over the matter, yet it ultimately concluded without resolution. Days later, dozens of the instigating generals were escorted to the capital by the Tianjin garrison. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Youjian promptly dispatched Fang Zhenghua to the 5 armies command to convey a decree demanding strict and swift justice in this matter. After a thorough inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the unrest, Chen Su and Xin Yorong, filled with righteous indignation, ordered the immediate execution of the leading instigators to uphold military discipline. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and his companions, after enduring a long and arduous journey, finally entered the borders of Shaanxi. Jiang Ning commanded his army to rest in place and assigned Qin Liangyu to oversee military affairs. He, along with Wei and Zhu Youjian, led a contingent of the Jinyiwei and Eastern Depot to the city of Xi'an. Each had their distinct objectives. Jiang Ning aimed to bring Gui Yunho back to the capital, for he could not allow this old rascal to continue his reckless antics. Wei, seething with rage, sought vengeance against Gui Yunho for the calamities he had caused him. Zhu Youjian intended to assess the current conditions of the royal family under the Prince of Qin's jurisdiction. Upon entering the Xi'an prefecture, Zhu Youjian made his way directly to the Qin Wangfu, while Jiang Ning and Old Wei led their entourage to the imperial envoy's headquarters. Upon learning that Gui Yunho had yet to return, Old Wei boldly declared that they would await Gui Yunho at the headquarters. With no other choice, Jiang Ning directed his men towards the Qin Merchants Association, intending to pay a visit to Qin Yud. As Jiang Ning arrived at the Qin Merchants Association, Qin Yud, accompanied by numerous merchants, hurried out to greet him and hosted a banquet in his honor. During the feast, Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to inquire about the development of the Qin Merchants Association. Qin Yud and the merchants expressed their heartfelt gratitude, noting that since they had taken on the task of transporting provisions for the soldiers at the Nine Borders, their business had flourished tremendously, now ranking second only to the Ming Merchants Association in the Northern Territories. With a beaming smile, Qin Yud raised a toast to Jiang Ning, saying, "I, a humble citizen, sincerely thank Lord Jiang for advocating the reopening of the Yaozhou kiln. Now, I oversee the Yaozhou kiln on behalf of the court. The porcelain crafted at the Yaozhou kiln is sold through ports such as Tianjin and Hongxue to countries like Japan, generating remarkable sales." Jiang Ning responded with a smile. "This is all due to the efforts of Manager Qin and all esteemed merchants. I am merely a facilitator." However, he felt compelled to remind them to conduct their business with integrity, avoiding any deceit or tax evasion. In unison, Qin Yud and the merchants vowed to adhere strictly to the laws of the Ming dynasty, pledging never to engage in tax evasion. Jiang Ning continued, smiling, "I have been ordered to quell the unrest in the southwest, and several provinces are now stabilized. Furthermore, we are in the process of restoring the official roads and postal stations. In the near future, you may venture into the southwest to develop trade, bringing local specialties to the Ming realm and even beyond." Hearing this, the merchants were visibly excited, expressing their intent to promptly arrange for these ventures. Previously, they had been reluctant to engage in commerce in the southwest due to the dilapidated state of the roads, which made travel arduous, coupled with rampant lawlessness and local officials who were more avaricious than bandits. However, with Jiang Ning's encouraging news, they were eager to explore the burgeoning opportunities in the southwest. After the banquet, Jiang Ning privately summoned Qin Yud to inquire about Gui Yunho's recent activities. Qin Yud, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Lord Jiang, you cannot imagine. Guo Lao has unearthed extraordinary treasures. To assist him in managing these antiques, I have opened a dedicated establishment, the Qibao Zhai, solely for selling Guo Lao's rare artifacts. Currently, wealthy merchants from all over are flocking here to purchase, and business is thriving. Moreover, affluent merchants from regions such as the southwest and Jiangnan are placing orders, and astonishingly, Guo Lao has been able to deliver on time. In this short span, we have already amassed several million taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt as though his mind had short-circuited. It was the first time he had heard of tomb raiders accepting orders, and not just a few, but substantial ones that Gui Yunho managed to fulfill punctually, indicating the extent of his madness. Subsequently, Qin Yud personally guided Jiang Ning through the Qibao Zhai. Upon entering, Jiang Ning was taken aback by the bustling crowd and the vibrant atmosphere, with shelves brimming with a dazzling array of antiques and treasures. With a face full of disbelief, he inquired, "Master Qin, could it be that all the items in this shop were excavated by Lord Gua?" Qin Yud chuckled and nodded, replying, "By my calculations, Lord Gua is expected to emerge from the mountains tomorrow to deliver the goods." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had been contemplating how to thoroughly dissuade Gui Yunho from his grave-robbing ambitions, but to his astonishment, this old scoundrel had transformed grave robbery into an industrial chain. Jiang Ning felt a wave of headache wash over him. Chapter 347. Zhu Youjian's armed mediation. Subsequently, Qin Yud revealed to Jiang Ning that starting this year, both the Ming Merchant Association and the Qin Merchant Association had attempted to expand their businesses into Jiangnan and other regions. However, without exception, they faced a collective resistance from the merchants of Jiangnan. Even with a few provincial governors mediating, the results were negligible. Jiang Ning was not surprised by this outcome. It was all within his expectations. The merchants of Jiangnan had always been this way, a classic case of not shedding tears until they saw the coffin. He offered words of comfort, saying, "Master Qin, there is no need for you to worry. Since it is currently challenging to make headway in Jiangnan, we should first concentrate our efforts on vigorously developing the northern and southwestern regions. The Qin Merchant Association could collaborate with the Ming Merchant Association, and I shall personally facilitate this matter." Upon hearing this, Qin Yud was overjoyed. The Ming Merchant Association had risen rapidly within just 2 years, thriving in business. And it would be disingenuous to claim that the Qin Merchant Association did not envy their success. Unfortunately, their allegiance to the court had come too late, resulting in a significant gap between them and the Ming Merchant Association. Now that Jiang Ning was willing to mediate for cooperation between the two parties, the strength of the Qin Merchant Association would undoubtedly reach new heights. Afterward, Qin Yud expressed his intention to share this good news with the other members of the Qin Merchant Association. Observing this, Jiang Ning stood to take his leave, preparing to return to the imperial envoy's office. On the way back, Li Ruoyan, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Sir, why are you being so courteous to these merchants? It is known that merchants are often driven solely by profit, forgetting righteousness in the pursuit of gain. Being too polite to them may allow them to act arrogantly." Jiang Ning smiled and explained, "Old Li, you have a point, but it is not entirely accurate. The vast territory of the Ming dynasty encompasses 2 capitals and 13 provinces, each with its unique specialties and trading conditions. The circulation of these goods relies on merchants traveling from north to south to buy and sell, distributing to various regions. The industrial chain and economic benefits generated from this are immense. As long as they abide by the law and pay their taxes on time, the court ought to support them vigorously. Take the Ming Merchant Association, for instance. It currently oversees hundreds of workshops across numerous fields, each employing hundreds to thousands of people. Consequently, the common folk have livelihoods and can earn money to support their families. Just imagine the combined influence of the Ming Merchant Association, the Qin Merchant Association, and other regional merchant associations on the lives of countless individuals." Li Ruoyan nodded thoughtfully in response. As the two walked on, they observed the continuous stream of common folk along the road, each face radiant with smiles. Jiang Ning cheerfully inquired of a vendor by the roadside, "Good sir, how are the lives of the people in Xi'an Prefecture these days?" The street vendor scrutinized Jiang Ning before breaking into a smile and remarking, "You, my esteemed guest, are clearly not from our Hongxue region, are you?" Jiang Ning nodded with a smile, responding, "I hail from the southwest, passing through Xi'an, and I wish to engage in some trade. Thus, I seek to understand the situation here." The vendor, still smiling, replied, "Ah, esteemed guest, your timing is indeed fortuitous. Do you know that the former governor of Shaanxi, Lu Su, was a corrupt official who embezzled funds, oppressed the people, and colluded with the Qin Wangfu? However, the emperor, in his wisdom, dispatched an imperial envoy to investigate Lu Su, ultimately executing him and his entire clan before the citizens of Xi'an. Even the Qin Wang was summoned back to the capital and reportedly detained. Now, all the lands and properties wrongfully seized from the people have been ordered to be returned. The court has appointed a new governor who, though quite young, has proven to be a commendable official devoted to the welfare of the people. Initially, there were concerns regarding his youth and capability, yet over time, it has become evident that he is indeed a man of the people. He even petitioned the emperor to exempt Shaanxi from all taxes this year, rectified numerous wrongful cases, and sternly dealt with the oppressive local gentry. Furthermore, our Qin Merchants Association is flourishing, providing many citizens with employment in its shops and workshops, improving our economic situation significantly compared to previous years. If we continue to work diligently, I am confident that within a few years, we shall enjoy prosperous lives." Jiang Ning, after listening, nodded with a smile and casually selected a few items, tossing a small piece of silver and saying, "No need for change. Consider the remainder a token of my gratitude." With that, he departed with Li Ruoyan. Li Ruoyan chuckled. saying, "It seems that this Governor Chun Shiyu possesses quite a knack." To which Jiang Ning responded with a smile. "When His Majesty decisively appointed Chun Shiyu as the governor of Shaanxi, I was quite apprehensive due to his youth. Yet, it appears that the vigor of youth can be an advantage. He exhibits enthusiasm and determination, daring to innovate, in stark contrast to the older generation who merely adhere to tradition." Subsequently, Jiang Ning inquired with several passers-by and merchants along the way. Upon learning that Yang Lian was now referred to as the Iron-Faced Judge, King Yin of Yang and Shaanxi, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. This figure, once a key member of the Donglin party and a person of unwavering integrity, had unexpectedly become his subordinate and acquired such a title. This was beyond Jiang Ning's expectations. He then said to Li Ruoyan, "It seems that this Lord Yang was not as foolish as he appeared. He merely took a wrong turn. He is undoubtedly suited for the position of a member of the Jinyiwei, and it seems he has finally found his rightful path." Li Ruoyan, grinning mischievously, replied, "You are quite right, my lord. When this Yang Qianhu gets serious, he is far more formidable than Old Su. While Old Su resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, Yang Qianhu is adept at achieving multiple objectives with a single effort." Thereafter, Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan led the Jinyiwei towards the imperial envoy's headquarters, and before long, they returned to the encampment. However, the scene before Jiang Ning left him utterly astonished. The entire imperial envoy's headquarters was thrown into chaos, as two factions clashed fiercely with clubs in hand. Jiang Ning hastily summoned an attendant from the eastern depot and inquired, "What is happening here?" The attendant, recognizing Jiang Ning, quickly paid his respects and replied, "My lord, just recently, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Guo, returned to the imperial envoy's headquarters with 1,000 men. Subsequently, Eunuch Wei confronted him to discuss matters, but before long, their conversation escalated into a heated argument. In the end, Eunuch Wei ordered an attack, and Lord Guo reciprocated with the same command, leading to this brawl." Observing the tumultuous scene, Jiang Ning felt a throbbing headache. This time, Wei had brought 1,000 Eastern Depot attendants with him to Xi'an, and Lord Guo's subordinates matched that number. The 2,000 men were now engaged in a fierce melee within and outside the imperial envoy's headquarters. Jiang Ning shouted at the top of his lungs, "For heaven's sake, cease this madness. Stop fighting, or you will be no different from bandits." Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, as the combatants continued their fray, with bricks and tiles flying in all directions, accompanied by the furious roars of Old Wei. Looking up, Jiang Ning saw Lord Guo had climbed onto the roof, surrounded by a few Eastern Depot attendants who were desperately protecting him. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning commanded the Jinyiwei to separate the two factions immediately. Li Ruoyan, upon receiving the order, led over 100 Jinyiwei into the crowd. However, after a while, Li Ruoyan returned, his face covered in dirt and disappointment, saying, "My lord, we cannot separate them. We have too few men to penetrate their ranks. They are fighting far too fiercely." Frustrated, Jiang Ning stamped his foot in anger, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet still, no one heeded him. Bricks and tiles continued to soar through the air, and the situation grew increasingly out of control. In a state of urgency, Jiang Ning urged Li Ruoyan, "Old Li, quickly dispatch a message to the main camp outside the city for reinforcements. We cannot allow this chaos to persist." Li Ruoyan, with a troubled expression, suggested, "My lord, the scene is far too chaotic. Perhaps it would be prudent to escort you away from here first." At that critical moment, a troop was seen galloping towards the imperial envoy's headquarters. Jiang Ning turned to see the banner emblazoned with Ming guards, and his heart surged with excitement as he exclaimed, "Your arrival is most timely." It turned out that Zhu Youjian had been at the Qin Wang's residence investigating the situation of the royal family under the prince's jurisdiction when he received news of the brawl between Eunuch Wei and Lord Guo. He immediately rushed to the scene with his men. Spotting Jiang Ning from a distance, Zhu Youjian approached with urgency and commanded the more than 3,000 Ming guards to hasten their advance. Reaching Jiang Ning's side, Jiang Ning quickly asked, "Your Highness, your timing could not be better." Zhu Youjian, filled with enthusiasm, replied, "I heard at the Qin Wang's residence that Eunuch Wei and Lord Guo were fighting, so I hurried to bring reinforcements." He proudly waved the battle flag in his hand. Confused, Jiang Ning inquired, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with the battle flag?" Zhu Youjian responded earnestly, "It is for issuing commands." Jiang Ning pressed on, "No, dear brother. The key question is, whom shall we fight? Eunuch Wei is one of our own, and Lord Guo is quite familiar to us as well. They both serve in the court. Who exactly are we to engage? Hearing this, Jiang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He snatched the command flag and tossed it aside, exclaiming with annoyance, "Your Highness, are you here to assist or to create chaos?" Zhu Youjian, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Of course, I am here to help." Jiang Ning, momentarily speechless, turned to Li Ruoyan and urged, "Old Li, quickly head to the outer camp to mobilize the troops." Li Ruoyan promptly obeyed. Jiang Ning then addressed Zhu Youjian, "Given the current turmoil, I implore you to prioritize your safety." With that, he prepared to charge into the crowd with over 100 Jinyiwei, only to be halted as Zhu Youjian tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Second brother, I have come here. I must do something." Jiang Ning, filled with urgency, retorted, "Then quickly issue orders to separate the two factions. They cannot continue fighting like this." Zhu Youjian turned and shouted to the Ming guards, "Charge! Charge! All of you follow me." The Ming guards, wielding their white wax poles, surged forth aggressively. At that moment, two captains among them turned and inquired, "Your Highness, whom shall we strike?" Zhu Youjian, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Strike them all." Everyone. Jiang Ning, exasperated, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? I meant for you to mediate, to stop the fighting. If this continues, it will surely lead to fatalities." With that, Jiang Ning, in a state of panic, was about to rush into the throng. Yet Zhu Youjian firmly grasped his sleeve, insisting, "Second brother, don't go. The situation is too chaotic. I will protect you." He then, with fervor, shouted to the Ming guards, "Put in all your strength and fight fiercely." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting with rage. Chapter 348. The Bronze Divine Tree of Qinling. Watching the scene of chaos with 5,000 combatants, Jiang Ning was utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place, his eyes reddening with distress. As the governor of 4 provinces and a special envoy, he commanded over 200,000 troops. Since leaving the capital, he had first entered Sichuan to quell the rebellion of Shichongming, then advanced to Guizhou to suppress the uprising of Anbangyan, and subsequently moved into Yunnan to capture Mu Qiyuan, decisively eliminating 13 local chieftains. Yet, he never anticipated finding himself in such a helpless predicament at the imperial envoy's office in Xi'an. Zhu Youjian stood beside Jiang Ning, gripping his sleeve tightly, his eyes shining with fervor as he gazed at the chaotic scene within the envoy's office, practically itching to plunge into the fray himself. At that moment, the courtyard erupted with the furious shouts of Old Wei and the argumentative voice of Guo Yunho from atop the roof. Although Li Ruoyan had gone to the outer camp to mobilize troops, the back and forth would inevitably consume considerable time, causing cold sweat to bead on Jiang Ning's forehead. Finally, gritting his teeth, Jiang Ning turned to the Jinyiwei behind him and demanded, "Who among you has thunderclap bombs?" The Jinyiwei quickly began rummaging through their belongings. Before long, several Jinyiwei presented him with a few fist-sized porcelain bottles. Jiang Ning gazed at the Ming Dynasty version of the hand grenade and hastily instructed someone to bring a fire stick. Just then, Zhu Youjian, standing beside him, observed Jiang Ning wielding the explosive with a look of sheer astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, "Second brother, you are quite ruthless. Are you intending to blow up Lord Wei and the miserly Guo?" Jiang Ning rolled his eyes in annoyance, igniting the fuse without further ado and hurling it a short distance away, simultaneously commanding everyone to take cover. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue, startling everyone present into a momentary freeze. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning bellowed, "Everyone, cease your movements at once. Should anyone dare to act again, they shall face merciless retribution." Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly regained their composure and dispersed in haste. Shortly thereafter, the Eastern Factory soldiers led by Lao Wei, with Wei Zhaoqing at the helm, congregated in one area. Meanwhile, Guo Yunho's faction, spearheaded by Sun Yunhe, gathered in another. 3,000 Imperial Ming guards, under the command of 2 captains, aligned themselves in an orderly fashion. The divisions were stark and clear. As Jiang Ning entered the courtyard, he noted Lao Wei, disheveled and covered in footprints, appearing quite wretched with bloodshot eyes, glaring menacingly at Guo Yunho atop the roof. Upon noticing Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian's arrival, Lao Wei stifled his impulse to confront Guo Yunho with violence. Guo Yunho, upon seeing Jiang Ning, was instantly filled with emotion. tears brimming in his eyes as he shouted, "Lord Jiang, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, this old body of mine would have succumbed to Lord Wei." Jiang Ning shot Gui Yunho an irritated glare, commanding, "Old Gua, get down here at once." Gui Yunho responded, "Lord Jiang, I can come down without issue. But Lord Wei has gone mad. You must help me restrain him." With no other choice, Jiang Ning instructed Zhu Youjian to pacify Lao Wei. Subsequently, Gui Yunho, escorted by several Eastern factory soldiers, managed to descend from the roof. Just then, a cacophony of galloping hooves echoed from outside, and shortly thereafter, Li Ruoyan and Chao Bianjiao, leading hundreds of soldiers armed with fire guns from the Divine Machine Camp, burst in. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Li Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, and Chao Bianjiao appeared somewhat flustered. Jiang Ning then turned to the two and ordered, "Old Li, young Chao, immediately escort all these people out and manage them in batches." Li Ruoyan and Chao Bianjiao promptly obeyed, swiftly leading all three groups out of the headquarters for supervision. At this moment, Gui Yunho approached Jiang Ning. Casting a somewhat guilty glance at Lao Wei, Jiang Ning beckoned everyone to sit and talk, surveying the surroundings only to discover that the stone benches in the courtyard had already been overturned. With no recourse, he took the lead in sitting on the ground, saying, "Everyone, please sit down. Let us discuss this calmly." At that moment, Lao Wei spoke up first, his voice brimming with anger. "Lord Jiang, you are well aware of the misdeeds of this old scoundrel Gui Yunho. He has been digging graves and robbing tombs, yet all the blame falls upon us. Is this the conduct of a decent person?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning turned to Gui Yunho with a stern expression and said, "Old Gua, what is the meaning of this? Did I not specifically write to you, warning you against further tomb raiding? Why did you not heed my counsel?" Gui Yunho appeared somewhat guilty, mumbling, "Lord Jiang, you have not managed a household, so you cannot comprehend the exorbitant costs of grain, oil, and salt. Consider your prolonged campaign in the southwest. The expenses for provisions, weaponry, and munitions have consumed a staggering 20 million taels of silver. This does not even account for the tax exemptions granted by the court this year to several provinces in the southwest. Currently, both Shaanxi and Henan have also been relieved of their taxes, and the White Lotus sect is still in rebellion in Shandong. With all these matters combined, the treasury is bound to deplete significantly. I find myself without options." At that moment, the elderly Wei abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger and exclaiming, "Old Gua, if you are to plunder graves, you should take your ministry personnel with you. Why drag our eastern depot into such unscrupulous endeavors?" He then glared fiercely at Sun Yunhe and the others. Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho mumbled softly, "I left the capital without bringing any attendants, did I not? I thought, given Lord Wei's benevolent nature and the eastern depot's abundant talents, I would borrow a few for the task." Jiang Ning felt a sudden headache and then rose to declare, "Old Gua, complete your current affairs and return to the capital with me. We can no longer engage in grave robbing." Gui Yunho, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and grasped Jiang Ning's sleeve, pleading, "Lord Jiang, please. During my time deep in the Qinling Mountains, I have unearthed many fine treasures. The items I have already sold have fetched several million taels, and there are still many unsold, which are likely to yield considerable profit. Not to mention the gold and silver I have excavated." Jiang Ning, smirking slightly, replied, "Old Gua, since you enjoy digging so much, when we return to the capital, I will allow you to excavate to your heart's content in Shaanxi next year. At the very least, you shall have a decade or 8 years of opportunity." Gui Yunho's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. "Lord Jiang, you are not jesting, are you?" Jiang Ning, with a serious expression, responded, "Am I the sort to speak frivolously?" Gui Yunho, visibly excited, exclaimed, "That is splendid news. I shall heed your command, Lord Jiang." Meanwhile, the elderly Wei snorted coldly, "Today, we shall overlook this matter for Lord Jiang's sake. However, henceforth, do not think to encroach upon our eastern depot again." Zhu Youjian, smiling, added, "Old Master Gua, should you find yourself short-handed, feel free to inform me. I will send you assistance." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho's face broke into a radiant smile, saying, "In that case, I must thank your highness in advance." With the situation temporarily settled, Jiang Ning subsequently ordered everyone to pack their belongings in preparation for the journey back to the capital. Gui Yunho hastily dispatched someone to the Qibao Zhai to inform Qin Yud that this year's orders would conclude here. and any further orders would have to wait until next year for delivery. As for the silver, all dues must still be collected. That night, Jiang Ning chose not to return to the camp outside the city for rest, but remained at the imperial envoy's headquarters. Unable to shake the concern that as soon as he departed, Wei and Guo would once again clash. Zhu Youjian, meanwhile, seemed to revel in the chaos, insisting on Guo Yunho recounting amusing anecdotes from his grave-robbing exploits. Guo Yunho, with a single-minded intent to curry favor with Zhu Youjian, was naturally quite engrossed. He began to eloquently recount the myriad peculiar tales he encountered while excavating ancient tombs in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. His narration was so vivid that even Old Wei, who had previously held a disdainful view of Guo Yunho, found himself unwittingly captivated, inching closer to him as he listened. Observing the rapt attention of the crowd, Guo Yunho, with a mysterious grin, said, "Master Jiang, not long ago I unearthed a rare treasure, a stone tablet inscribed with secrets regarding immortality." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces registering astonishment. Guo Yunho, with a teasing smile, continued, "The tablet speaks of a colossal bronze divine tree deep within the Qinling Mountains, its origins shrouded in mystery. It is said to have existed long before the Shang and Zhou dynasties and seems to be linked to the secrets of longevity." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, abruptly stood up, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? Could it truly be real? The others looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend Jiang Ning's sudden outburst. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Jiang Ning gravely instructed, "Old Guo, you must issue an immediate order to keep this matter under wraps. No one is to mention it again, nor are they to seek any clues regarding the bronze tree. This matter must end here. It must end here." Guo Yunho, puzzled, regarded Jiang Ning with a questioning look. Jiang Ning, with a serious demeanor, explained, "Old Guo, there are many unknown phenomena in this world, regardless of their truth. If such information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite chaos across the land. Do you understand?" After a moment of contemplation, Guo Yunho nodded and replied, "If that is the case, I shall promptly order the destruction of that stone tablet and issue a gag order regarding the records of the bronze tree, ensuring that no one speaks of it again." Following this, the group dispersed to rest. The next morning, they gathered outside the city to prepare for departure. Jiang Ning arrived to find Qin Liangyu leading the troops, fully equipped for the journey. To his surprise, he also spotted Wen Tiren and Yang Lian among the ranks, which piqued his interest. He smiled and inquired, "Old One, what brings you here?" Wen Tiren, upon seeing Jiang Ning, hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied with a grin, "I have just quelled the disturbance caused by gentry students in Yan'an and returned to Xi'an this morning. Hearing that Master Jiang is returning to the capital with the army, I thought to accompany you." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, "May I inquire where Elder Sun is at present?" Wen Tiren replied with a smile, "Elder Sun has gone to Hunan to quell the unrest among the gentry students in Shaanxi and has since led his troops to Shaanxi for inspection." Jiang Ning nodded again and then commanded the army to set forth. Throughout the journey, laughter and conversation filled the air. Yet Old Wei cast a furious glance at Guo Yunho, who, acutely aware of his own culpability, refrained from initiating any dialogue with him. In contrast, Yang Lian remained aloof amidst the crowd, silent and detached. As the crowd merrily progressed, not long after, Sun Yunhe, a captain from the Eastern Depot, abruptly rode up on a swift horse, his expression fraught with urgency. He approached Guo Yunho and exclaimed, "Master Guo, there is grave news. Yesterday, you ordered the destruction of that stone tablet, and the several men dispatched from the Eastern Depot are now unaccounted for, along with the tablet itself." Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho's face turned pale with shock, and Jiang Ning, who stood beside him, was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ning hastily inquired, "What is the background of those Eastern Depot men? Can we trace their origins?" Sun Yunhe promptly responded, "Among them are individuals surnamed Wang, Zhang, and Wu, recently recruited from the underworld as tomb robbers. In my humble opinion, these men have likely absconded with the stone tablet." Guo Yunho's expression grew anxious as he turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, with a grave demeanor, spoke softly, "This matter must be investigated discreetly. Once we ascertain their whereabouts, we must eliminate them all. The information regarding the divine tree of Qinling must not be leaked." Sun Yunhe quickly acknowledged the command. Chapter 349. A spirit of rebellion. Jiang Ning led the troops as they journeyed back to the capital. Along the way, the men recounted various events that had transpired since his departure, and Jiang Ning listened patiently, occasionally offering insightful remarks. The conversation eventually shifted to the rebellion of the White Lotus sect in Shandong, and when Tiran asked, "Sir Jiang, what is your perspective on this matter?" Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I have been away from the capital for too long. I must await our return to make a more informed decision. Ultimately, the solution will be to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Ning shifted the topic, saying, "However, our army has been on the march for quite some time, and both men and horses are weary. Upon our return, we will need some time to recuperate. Otherwise, rushing directly to Shandong to suppress the rebellion may prove too taxing." Guo Yunho quickly interjected, "You are absolutely right, Sir Jiang. We must indeed take the time to rest. Otherwise, not only will the troops be exhausted, but the treasury cannot withstand such strain." Jiang Ning, somewhat exasperated, recognized that the old man was once again lamenting the loss of finances, retorting, "Master Guo, while I have spent over 20 million taels to pacify the provinces in the southwest, it is not without reward. The southwestern provinces have now fully returned to imperial control, and all mines previously held by the local chieftains have been nationalized. Currently, they are reconstructing official roads and relay stations. Soon, the Ming Merchant Association and the Qin Merchant Association will head south to develop the region, significantly increasing tax revenues from commerce and mining." Guo Yunho, with a reluctant expression, muttered, "That may be so, but it will take time. The treasury has already depleted more than half of its reserves. We cannot wait that long." Jiang Ning scolded him. "If that is the case, then next time, you, Old Guo, should take charge personally and see how much silver you can recover." Guo Yunho scratched his head and chuckled. "Sir Jiang, please do not be angry. I merely spoke without thinking. By the way, upon your return from the southwest, did you not bring back any other gains? The wealth held by those rebellious chieftains, surely you have brought back some?" Jiang Ning, slightly irritated, replied, "Of course, I have brought back much. It has all been documented." With that, he handed over the ledger to Guo Yunho. Guo Yunho hastily mounted his horse and began to peruse the documents before him. Moments later, his face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Splendid. Absolutely splendid. On this trip back, we have managed to bring back a staggering 28 million taels of silver. After deducting the 20 million for military expenses, we still net an impressive 8 million. However, the old man continued, "I must say, Lord Jiang, you are rather too soft-hearted. Had I accompanied you to the southwest, this sum could have easily doubled." Jiang Ning rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Old Guo, spare me the nonsense. With your temperament, if you had gone with me to the southwest, I fear you would have only exacerbated the situation, possibly inciting rebellion across several provinces." Wei Yunho, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly. Then, Jiang Ning tentatively broached the topic, saying, "Not long ago, I heard that the White Lotus sect has dispatched troops to Tsufu, seemingly targeting the Confucius mansion." The others present merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Observing their expressions, Jiang Ning felt perplexed. Apart from himself, Wei Wei and Zhu Youjian, the remaining individuals were all reputable Confucian scholars and disciples of the sage. Why were they so unfazed by this matter? Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Ning inquired of Guo Yunho, "Old Guo, what is your perspective on this situation?" Guo Yunho pondered for a moment before leisurely responding, "We can sit and watch. Lie down and observe. As long as it does not deplete the national treasury, I see no reason to be concerned." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, pressing further, "Old Guo, as a learned man, how can you remain so indifferent when the White Lotus rebels are advancing on the Confucius mansion?" Guo Yunho, suddenly agitated, replied sharply, "Lord Jiang, what kind of talk is that? Confucius had 3,000 disciples who traveled across the states. Yet here I am, a master in my own right. With over 1,000 disciples, I am not so different from Confucius. Why should I involve myself in the affairs of the Confucius mansion? It would only serve to bring ridicule upon me. Let the Confucius mansion handle its own affairs. I would rather excavate more ancient tombs and procure treasures to enrich the national treasury. That is the matter of true significance." Jiang Ning was taken aback, realizing that Guo Yunho was contemplating a break from tradition and establishing his own sect. He could not help but silently commend Guo Yunho's audacity. Subsequently, Jiang Ning turned to Wen Tiran, asking, "Old One, what is your opinion on this matter? Wen Tian smiled faintly and replied, Lord Jiang. With the court just stabilizing the southwest, and the treasury heavily depleted, and the unrest among the gentry and scholars in the northern provinces barely quelled, I suggest that upon your return to the capital, you should refrain from concerning yourself with the White Lotus sect in Shandong for now. It would be prudent to rest and allow the army to regroup before making any plans. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, musing to himself how, in just half a year away from the capital, these people seemed so unfamiliar. He then asked, regarding the Confucius mansion in Ciufu, do you have nothing to say? Wen Tian fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. In that case, we can only leave the Confucius mansion to fend for itself. The court simply cannot spare the time to address the situation in Shandong at this juncture. Hearing Wen Tian speak so lightly of the matter, Jiang Ning could not help but question, Old One, you are a scholar and a disciple of the sage, with the White Lotus rebels nearly at Ciufu. How can you remain so unconcerned? Who would have thought, Wen Tian chuckled, that Lord Jiang would concern himself with the White Lotus rebels advancing into the Confucian residence in Ciufu? It has no bearing on me, for my roots lie in Zhejiang. Although I hail from a scholarly background, a Confucian descendant, I am not a vassal of the Kong family. Thus, why should I fret over the affairs of the Kong residence? My life was bestowed by my parents. My education was purchased with genuine gold and silver. My accolades were earned through a decade of arduous study. My salary is the fruit of hard labor, and my official position was granted by His Majesty and the court. Therefore, the rise and fall of the Kong residence in Ciufu is entirely irrelevant to me. Hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Yang Lian, standing nearby, could no longer remain silent and interjected, Lord Jiang, your background is in the Jinyiwei, and you currently serve as the Left General of the Central Military in the Five Armies Command, a position of martial authority. Why concern yourself with matters pertaining to the Kong residence in Shandong? This is of little relevance to you. The army has been deployed for quite some time. Upon returning to the capital, it would be prudent to rest well. Upon hearing Yang Lian's words, Jiang Ning was once again rendered speechless, unsure how to counter. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but reflect that the scholars beside him were all rather rebellious, seemingly more interested in spectating than grasping the gravity of the situation. Just then, Zhu Youjian, who was beside Jiang Ning, inquired with a smile, Yang Lian, have you not always prided yourself on your steadfast integrity and loyalty? Now that the White Lotus rebels have reached the Kong residence, the ancestral home of the sage, do you not feel even a twinge of anxiety? To which Yang Lian, with a serious expression, responded, Your Highness, the court has laws in place. Each infraction is met with its corresponding punishment. When my esteemed teacher was besieged by those scholars in Jiangnan, where was the Kong residence to speak out for him? Furthermore, the current rebellion of the White Lotus in Shandong pertains to warfare, a matter for military officials. I am but a Jinyiwei who has taken a late interest in the military. What purpose would it serve for me to involve myself in this tumult? Zhu Youjian, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in applause and remarked, Yang Lian, I previously thought you to be a mere pedant, but I am pleasantly surprised by your newfound clarity after our time apart these past 6 months. Yang Lian replied with a wry smile, Indeed, I was once blinded by ignorance, but after experiencing the death of my mentor, I have come to see the truth. The teachings of the sage are for enlightenment, not for governance. Instead of languishing in the inspection bureau, merely reporting on the winds of change, it is far more meaningful to engage in the Jinyiwei and genuinely serve the common people. The others present could not help but regard Yang Lian with newfound respect. Jiang Ning, atop his steed, pondered, It seems not all scholars are unwaveringly devoted to the Kong family. These companions beside me are undoubtedly unorthodox thinkers. Upon returning to the capital, should those refined bureaucrats stir trouble again, these individuals could serve as a shield to draw attention away. At that moment, Wen Tian grinned and said, Lord Jiang, with this battle quelling the unrest across several provinces in the southwest, you have accomplished a remarkable feat. Upon your return to the capital, His Majesty will surely bestow upon you a noble title. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, humbly responded with a smile, Old One, I believe it is still too early to speak of titles. The successful pacification of the Southwest can be attributed solely to the unwavering dedication of the valiant soldiers under my command, as well as the unwavering support from the court, which fortuitously led to a resounding victory. Guo Yunho, with a smile, remarked, "In my humble opinion, Lord Jiang deserves at least a marquisate. After all, given Lord Jiang's current age, should he be conferred such a title, it would indeed place him in the same esteemed company as the renowned General Hui Zhaoqing of the Han Dynasty, making for a splendid tale." Wen Tian chuckled in agreement. "What you say is profoundly true, esteemed Guo." Even Yang Lian nodded in concurrence, although he had previously perceived Jiang Ning unfavorably. The merits Jiang Ning had established were undeniably significant, and those of us who have long resided in the court are acutely aware of the complexities surrounding the situation in the southwest. At that moment, even the elderly Wei, sitting nearby, joined in with a smile, stating, "Lord Jiang's youthful accomplishments remind me of another prodigy from our Ming dynasty." The assembly perked up at this mention, and when Tian inquired with a smile, "Surely you do not mean the former Prince of Qiang, Duke Chao?" Guo Yunho stroked his beard and replied, "That seems likely." To their surprise, Old Wei chuckled and clarified, "Not Duke Chao, but rather the former head of the Western Depot, Wang Zhi. In his youth, Wang Zhi assumed the role of head at merely 15, and later, alongside Wang Yu, achieved a significant victory against the Tatars at Waning Lake, forcing the Tatar prince to flee in disarray. Subsequently, while raising troops in Liaodong, he also secured a momentous triumph at the Chaowali court. Alas, he ultimately fell victim to court intrigues and retired to Nanjing before reaching 20, which is truly lamentable. Upon hearing this, the assembled guests could not suppress their violent coughing fits. Jiang Ning's countenance darkened, and inwardly he cursed, "If you, Old Wei, have nothing to say, it would be best to remain silent. After all this fuss, you dare to compare me with a eunuch. While Wang Zhi indeed possessed remarkable abilities and accomplished much, I am certainly no eunuch." Chapter 350. Sustaining war through war. No one dared to engage in the comparison Old Wei had made between Wang Zhi and Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning silently expressed his dissent, while only Zhu Youjian found the situation amusing enough to laugh to the point of tears. That night, as the group rested, Guo Yunho hurriedly rushed to inspect the spoils of war acquired by Jiang Ning. Shortly thereafter, he frantically sought out Jiang Ning again. Observing Guo Yunho's anxious demeanor, Jiang Ning inquired, "Old Guo, what troubles you? You appear as if you have been chased by a specter." Guo Yunho replied urgently, "Lord Jiang, I am not being chased by a ghost. Rather, I am startled by you." Jiang Ning frowned slightly as Guo Yunho, his voice trembling, continued, "Lord Jiang, when you set out from the capital, you commanded only 100,000 troops. Why, upon your return, do you bring back a staggering 250,000? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, chuckled and explained, "The local chieftains in several provinces of the southwest have been granted autonomy, and their forces are numerous. If the court intends to implement the reform of returning the power to the central authority, we can no longer allow these chieftains to wield military power. Thus, after confiscating the military authority from various chieftains, I disbanded and reorganized their troops. I augmented General Du Wenhui's forces in Sichuan to 80,000, and those of Deputy General Qin Bangping to 50,000. The forces of General Lu Qin in Guizhou were increased to 80,000, while General Zhao Shuaijiao in Yunnan expanded his troops to 150,000. The remaining forces were incorporated into the capital garrison, transforming the initial army of 100,000 upon departing the capital into the current 250,000. Is there an issue with that?" Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Guo Yunho's complexion turned pale, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Sir Jiang, how could you take such actions? Previously, the capital garrison consisted of 170,000 troops, and the annual expenses for provisions and military supplies alone amounted to a staggering 8 million taels of silver, not including post-war compensations, pre-war relocation fees, and the costs associated with the casting and replacement of firearms by the Divine Machine Camp. When all is considered, the annual expenditure exceeds 10 million taels of silver. With the sudden influx of an additional 150,000 troops, this signifies that the consumption for the capital garrison alone could reach 20 million taels of silver annually." Jiang Ning sighed and replied, "Old Guo, do you have a better solution? If I do not disperse these local troops and bring them back, they may very well rebel again the moment I leave the southwest." Guo Yunho, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on and helplessly sighed, saying, "At present, in the nascent days of the Ming dynasty, our founding emperor implemented the system of garrison farming, claiming to sustain 1 million soldiers without taxing the common folk even a grain of rice. with each soldier receiving merely 4 to 5 cash in monthly pay. By the Zhengde and Jiajing eras, due to corruption within the garrison and the consolidation of lands, soldiers' pay had risen to 1 tael and 2 cash. Today, the soldiers guarding the 9 borders of the Ming dynasty receive as much as 2 taels of silver. The Ming has never lacked soldiers. What it lacks is silver. Even if the court currently commands 1 million troops at the 9 borders, it cannot sustain them. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and remarked, "Old Wei, you must be losing your wits. I have always maintained that the Ming dynasty does not support idlers, especially not idle soldiers. Did not the Duke of England lead General Haiyanlong of Zuanfuzi and General Yang Zhaoji of Datong to raid the Bashida tribe and engage in several battles with Lin Danhan? Thus, hundreds of thousands of troops are not merely for show. The quickest way to finance war is through war itself. As for the silver, you need not worry. I will devise a solution for you after the new year." Guo Yunho, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sir Jiang, you do not intend to send all these troops to war, do you?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "What else would you have me do? Allow them to dine idly in the capital garrison?" Guo Yunho, visibly excited, replied, "That would be splendid." This year, His Majesty's military campaign was indeed aimed at reclaiming the Hetao region, but Lin Danhan unexpectedly mobilized his forces. Although the court's army seized considerable livestock and resources, the Hetao region remains unrecaptured. Next year, we must strive to deploy a large army to reclaim it in one fell swoop, thus liberating us from the need to purchase war horses from the Mongolian tribes, enabling complete self-sufficiency. Jiang Ning nodded with a smile and said, "Old Wei, let me share some news with you." Guo Yunho glanced around, inquiring, "Sir Jiang, what is it?" Jiang Ning grinned and replied, "The Eastern Burmese kingdom of the Ayutthaya dynasty. Are you familiar with it?" Guo Yunho nodded. Of course, since its rise during the Wanli period, it has frequently engaged in hostilities with the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, with the treasury depleted, the court has seen its territories in Yunnan continually eroded, yet remains powerless to counter it. Jiang Ning simply smiled in silence. Guo Yunho suddenly appeared to have a revelation, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Lord Jiang, you have stationed 150,000 troops in Yunnan. Surely, you do not intend to invade the kingdom of Myanmar?" Jiang Ning retorted with irritation, "Old Guo, can you not exhibit a bit more ambition? Dare to speculate further?" Guo Yunho stood up straight and declared, "My heavens, Lord Jiang, you cannot possibly be suggesting that General Zhao lead 150,000 troops to conquer Myanmar, can you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning chuckled and nodded, saying, "What is there to prevent us from doing so? At the dawn of the Ming dynasty, our founding emperor established the 3 Xians and 6 Weis in the southwest, which has always been part of our territory. During the reign of the Yongle emperor, we directly subdued Annan and incorporated it into the Ming domain. Our ancestors have set a precedent, and it is our duty as their descendants to strive for glory." Guo Yunho, with a bitter expression, replied, "Ah, Lord Jiang, while conquering may be easy, the issue lies in the cost." Indeed, the Yongle emperor did conquer Annan. Yet after years of management, the annual expenditure reached millions of taels of silver, while the taxes collected amounted to a mere few tens of thousands of taels. Ultimately, Emperor Xuanzong, in despair, ordered the withdrawal of the army. Jiang Ning laughed and said, "Old Guo, how can you utter such sentiments? Anyone in the Ming dynasty may speak thus, but you, Old Guo, are an exception. You are notoriously known for valuing wealth over life. When we capture these territories and impose taxes, it is entirely up to your capabilities to determine how much we can collect." Guo Yunho scratched his head and chuckled. "I truly am growing senile, having forgotten this detail. During the tenure of the 3 Yangs, in pursuit of the celestial kingdom's good name, they foolishly poured silver into Annan. As for the meager tax revenues, it would be more accurate to say they were mere handouts from Annan to the court. If I were in charge, I would disregard all niceties. I would place a knife to their throats and let them choose between wealth or life." Seeing Guo Yunho's insight, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Although Guo Yunho was somewhat money-minded and even a bit antiquated, his vision was nonetheless constrained by the era. However, his spirit of prioritizing wealth over life and dignity was indeed unparalleled in the Ming dynasty. In the future, when formulating tax policies for these regions, it would undoubtedly require Guo Yunho's intervention. Otherwise, it would surely result in a losing venture. At that moment, Guo Yunho's eyes sparkled with fervor as he said, "Lord Jiang, do enlighten me further. The total troops of General Du Wenhuan and Deputy General Qin Bangping amount to 130,000. Could they possibly be intended for Wei Zhaoqing? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, Old Wei, it appears you are far from confused. You have deduced it correctly. Although Wei Zhaoqing was recognized as a vassal state during the reigns of the founding and Yongle emperors, and the court established the 8 guards of Guanxi for their governance, they have long distanced themselves from the court over the years. It would be far more advantageous to conquer them outright and manage them directly rather than maintain several vassal states. Guo Yunho, visibly exhilarated, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, indeed. Why maintain so many vassal states? The annual tribute to the court is hardly worth mentioning. It would be far more expedient to conquer everything outright. By dispatching a large army to garrison the region and appointing officials from the court, we would have the liberty to levy taxes as we see fit, collecting as much as we desire. Observing Guo Yunho's seemingly frenzied demeanor, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect on how thoroughly the old man had been stirred. Should war arise in the future, it seems Guo would undoubtedly emerge as a leading advocate for conflict. Subsequently, Guo Yunho inquired about the conditions of the vassal states surrounding the Ming Empire. Jiang Ning refrained from elaborating too much, fearing that the old man might become overly excited and suffer a mishap, which would surely lead to great embarrassment. The following morning, the group resumed their journey toward the capital. Noticing Guo Yunho's invigorated and jubilant spirit, the others speculated whether he had uncovered an ancient tomb at the military encampment the previous night. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang, the general of Zhujiang, upon receiving the imperial decree, felt a pang of hesitation. However, as a nephew of Qi Jiguang, he understood that military leaders should not overly engage in courtly factional strife, lest they edge closer to their demise. He promptly ordered his troops to assemble and prepare for a northern expedition to quell the rebellion. Ultimately, he mobilized 15,000 soldiers from Zhujiang, advancing in a grand procession along the Grand Canal to quell the unrest in Shandong. At this moment, Qi Jiang stood at the bow of the ship, flanked by several gray-haired veterans. One of the old soldiers, smiling, remarked, My lord, having been commanded to march north to suppress the rebellion, if we achieve great merit, the court will surely reward you handsomely. If the great commander were still alive, he would undoubtedly take pride in your accomplishments. A wry smile crossed Qi Jiang's lips as he replied, Guangshu, you are well aware of the state of our troops. They are a far cry from the Qi family army led by my uncle in those days. In this northern expedition, I do not seek glory, merely to avoid disgrace. The veteran, named Qi Jingguang, had once been a close guard of Qi Jiguang. After Qi Jiguang's passing, the Qi family army fell into disfavor with the court, and over the years, the number of surviving veterans has dwindled, with most now serving alongside Qi Jiang. Hearing Qi Jiang's words, Qi Jingguang couldn't suppress a sigh. They all understood that since Qi Jiguang's demise, the so-called Qi family army had long ceased to exist in any meaningful capacity. Although the troops led by Qi Jiang are still referred to as the Qi family army, the disparity compared to Qi Jiguang's formidable forces is immense. Yet, these veterans still hope that Qi Jiang might restore the glory of their past, a hope that weighs heavily on him. In the capital of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Youjian, upon learning that Jiang Ning had already advanced into Shaanxi and was soon to enter Shaanxi, quietly exhaled in relief. Jiang Ning was finally returning, otherwise, he would be at a loss regarding the situation in Shandong. The officials of the court, upon receiving the news, were equally exhilarated. For them, it mattered little whether Jiang Ning returned personally. As long as the troops under his command returned, there would be a chance for a shift in the situation in Shandong, ensuring the protection of the sage's legacy. Thus, the officials of the Qinglu faction earnestly implored Zhu Youjian to once again issue a decree, urging Jiang Ning to hasten their march and swiftly return to the capital, subsequently proceeding to quell the insurrection in Shandong. In response, the generals of the 5 armies command insisted that military movements necessitate meticulous planning. One cannot simply accelerate at will. This was an army of over 200,000, not just a mere handful of individuals, and the civil officials were merely issuing misguided commands. The Qinglu officials, however, dismissed such reasoning. Consequently, a heated argument ensued between the two factions, culminating in even the noble Duke Ding Yuan, Deng Wenming, and a host of other aristocrats joining the fray, disputing vehemently. Zhu Youjian, weary of the discord, declared the court adjourned. Meanwhile, in Shandong, Su Hongru employed a strategy of divided forces. His brother, Su Heyu, along with strategist Chen Sanyu, led 50,000 troops to assault Dongchangfu. The provincial commander, Yang Guosheng, and Liao Dong gathered 8,000 men, steadfastly defending Dongchangfu alongside the local garrison. After 10 days of relentless siege, the city fell, and Yang Guosheng and Liao Dong, leading the remnants of their forces, retreated, resulting in Dongchangfu succumbing to the White Lotus sect. Upon receiving the news, Su Hongru was filled with elation and promptly ordered an attack on the surrounding prefectures, effectively linking Dongchangfu with Yanzhou. Following their retreat, Yang Guosheng and Liao Dong engaged in guerrilla warfare against Su Heyu and Chen Sanyu, exhausting the latter. Simultaneously, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe, leading 20,000 White Lotus troops, had arrived at Xiufu. The county magistrate, Kong Wenli, upon learning this news, was struck with alarm and hurriedly reported it to the Kong residents. At this moment, the current Duke of Yansheng, Kong Yinzi, convened the clan elders to deliberate on countermeasures. Ultimately, they concluded to summon the household retainers to resist the White Lotus sect while simultaneously petitioning the court for reinforcements. Kong Yinzi vehemently rebuked these mere White Lotus rebels, unaware of their own insignificance, dare to raise arms in the land of sages. They shall surely be taught a lesson. The members of the Kong household echoed his sentiments. Subsequently, the Kong residents promptly mobilized their retainers, forming a contingent of approximately 5,000 troops to intercept the White Lotus forces. Prior to this, the White Lotus sect had already infiltrated various prominent families within Shandong, including the Kong family, the Duke of Da, the Duke of Lu, and the Duke of Hong, thus ensuring that news reached Wang Yuanlong with alacrity. Upon learning of this, Wang Yuanlong was seething with rage, exclaiming, "Such ignorance of mortality! Now that our White Lotus army is on the verge of encirclement, this clan surnamed Kong dares to draw their swords against us in a futile attempt to resist. They must be shown their true place." Zhang Wenhe, standing beside him, felt a surge of delight. He had initially feared the Kong family would capitulate without resistance, necessitating his exertions. To his surprise, the Kong family had the audacity to organize a force against the White Lotus army. Nevertheless, Zhang Wenhe was acutely aware that despite the White Lotus sect's formidable presence in Shandong, their influence was ultimately limited, and the vast expanse of the Ming dynasty's 13 provinces was not something the Kong family would stake upon the White Lotus sect. Hence their call to arms against the White Lotus forces. In an effort to escalate the situation, Zhang Wenhe feigned indignation, exclaiming, "I never expected the Kong family to be so ungrateful." The master treated them with respect, but his true intention was merely to compel them to submit and acknowledge their allegiance. Their audacity to gather troops and obstruct us warrants a demonstration of strength. Otherwise, if the people of Shandong were to follow suit, we would be unable to assist the master in achieving his grand ambitions, and might not even be able to conquer a single county. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanlong nodded gravely and inquired, "Might I ask if Mr. Zhang has a strategy regarding this matter?" Zhang Wenhe's expression turned icy as he replied, "We must kill. We must kill ruthlessly. Only by instilling fear in the Confucian house will they comply." Wang Yuanlong contemplated this for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, when they set out, Su Hongru had subtly suggested to him that should the disciples of the sages refuse to comply, they could establish authority through bloodshed to intimidate the Confucian house. With this thought, a cruel smile crept upon Wang Yuanlong's lips. At that moment, Zhang Wenhe chuckled and remarked, "Master Wang, the Confucian house of Xiufu has been a bastion for centuries, amassing wealth beyond measure. They possess registered lands totaling no less than 23,000 acres, not to mention the properties of commoners seeking protection under their name, as well as the lands acquired through cunning and force. As for their riches, it must amount to several tens of millions of taels. It is safe to say that the Confucian house stands as the largest landlord and wealthiest entity in the current Ming dynasty. Once we penetrate Xiufu, not only must we assert our dominance through bloodshed, but we must also compel the Confucian house to surrender their wealth and provisions. This way, we can further distinguish ourselves before the master." Wang Yuanlong was utterly astounded by Zhang Wenhe's revelations. The figures he disclosed were astonishing, almost astronomical to him. Although he had followed Su Hongru for many years and the White Lotus sect had accumulated some wealth, it paled in comparison to the Confucian house. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang speaks wisely. Once we reach Xiufu, We must demand the Confucian house to deliver grain and silver, surely at least 100,000 stones of grain and 1,000,000 taels of silver? Zhang Wenhe, filled with disdain, silently cursed. Rebels are indeed rebels, possessing a beggar's mentality that precludes greatness. Who do they look down upon? He then replied earnestly, Master Wang. While our White Lotus sect champions the cause of aiding the world and embodies compassion, your expectations are far too modest. To the Confucian house, this amount of grain and silver is but a drop in the ocean. Wang Yuanlong was left speechless. Initially, he feared he had overreached, but now he found that Mr. Zhang deemed his demands insufficient. After swallowing hard, he asked, Mr. Zhang, what do you believe we should demand? Without hesitation, Zhang Wenhe stated, we must demand no less than 1,000,000 measures of grain and 10,000,000 taels of silver. After hearing this, Wang Yuanlong felt dizzy. He mused to himself, no wonder the High Protector thrives in the master's presence, while he, in contrast, remains overlooked. Just look at his fellow disciples. When Jiangsu speaks, he demands millions of measures of grain and tens of millions of taels of silver. He could hardly compare. With renewed fervor, he declared, Mr. Zhang, I will leave this matter entirely in your capable hands. Zhang Wenhe smiled and reassured, rest assured, Master Wang, this matter will be entrusted to me. Subsequently, Wang Yuanlong commanded the entire army to proceed, collecting information about the Kong family's estates and granaries along the way. Little did they expect that the Kong family had long monopolized land and oppressed the common folk, while the authorities remained indifferent. The surrounding counties harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Kong family. Upon hearing that the White Lotus sect was advancing to attack the Kong residents in Xiufu, the villagers eagerly volunteered to guide them. Along the route, numerous villagers appeared with water jugs and provisions to welcome the troops, with some even divulging a series of details about the inner workings of the Kong estate. Wang Yuanlong, witnessing the villagers' fervor, was overwhelmed with excitement. In contrast, Zhang Wenhe observed with a cold gaze, unable to suppress a sigh. He understood the villagers' actions and felt further emboldened in his resolve to eradicate the malignant tumor that was the Kong family. After a brief rest, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe led an impressive force of 20,000 towards Xiufu. As they gazed upon the wheat fields flanking the official road, inquiries revealed that these lands belonged entirely to the Kong family. Encouraged by Zhang Wenhe, Wang Yuanlong issued a direct order to annihilate any estates belonging to the Kongs encountered along their path. A portion of the confiscated provisions was to be taken, while the remainder would be distributed to the local populace. Grateful, the villagers willingly guided the White Lotus troops to the Kong estates and granaries. Thus, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe marched forward, slaying their enemies, which unsettled Kong Wenli, who had initially believed that the White Lotus rebels would make a beeline for the Kong estate. Instead, he was taken aback by their slow advance as they systematically raided the estates and granaries in the surrounding counties. In desperation, Kong Wenli grit his teeth and commanded his 5,000 guards to take the initiative. He held unwavering confidence in his troops, recalling the rebellion led by Lu Lu and Lu Qi during the Zhengde era, which had swept across several provinces with a momentum far surpassing that of Su Hongru, yet failed to conquer the Kong estate despite their vast numbers. He believed that his 5,000 local militia could easily subdue the 2,000 White Lotus rebels. That evening, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe ordered the army to establish camp on the spot. The forces had now entered the realm of Xiufu, less than 200 miles from the Kong estate. They deliberated on issuing orders for an early morning assault to strike directly at the heart of the Kong residents. That night, as Zhang Wenhe prepared to rest in the tent, the guards outside were comprised of Jinyiwei spies arranged by Gao Wenkai, who had exploited his position for this purpose. Suddenly, a guard hurried in to report, Sir Zhang, a letter has arrived from home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhe sprang from his bed, exclaiming, please, come in. Moments later, a robust and resolute young man entered the tent, carrying a bundle on his back. He spoke. Imperial Jade Liquor. Zhang Wenhe's expression shifted slightly as he promptly replied, 180 cups. The young man then inquired, how is the liquor? Zhang Wenhe eagerly responded, let me extol its virtues. They exchanged smiles, and Zhang Wenhe quietly asked, pray tell, dear brother, what brings you such a long way? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man unfastened the bundle from his person and placed it before Zhang Wenhe, murmuring softly, this is what the esteemed sir has specifically instructed me to deliver. And he mentioned that Lord Qianhu would understand after seeing it. Zhang Wenhe nodded. having confirmed through their earlier coded exchange that the individual before him was indeed sent by Jiang Ning. Since Jiang Ning took command of the Jinyiwei, the signals utilized by the high-ranking members of the Jinyiwei had undergone alterations, with the Imperial Jade Liquor serving as Jiang Ning's exclusive code. The middle-aged man then clasped his fists in farewell and hurriedly departed, leaving Zhang Wenhe alone in the tent. Zhang Wenhe gazed at the bundle before him, hastily approaching to untie it, only to discover it contained a food box. Upon opening the box, he found it completely empty. After a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Zhang Wenhe's lips as he murmured to himself, "No fruits within the box, thus no outcome. It seems the esteemed sir's arrangements align precisely with my conjectures. Every force within Shandong has been completely eradicated, leaving none behind." Chapter 352. Forcing the Kong family to choose sides that very night. Kong Wenli, the magistrate of Ciufu, led a force of 5,000 composed of family retainers and local militia to launch a nighttime assault on Wang Yuanlong's army of 20,000. Kong Wenli was brimming with confidence regarding this nocturnal offensive. After all, these 5,000 retainers were meticulously trained at great expense by the Kong family, each one robust and well-equipped. However, unbeknownst to him, news of their movements had already reached Wang Yuanlong through the White Lotus sect's informants and the spies of the Jinyiwei. After conferring with Zhang Wenhe, Wang Yuanlong decided to turn the situation to their advantage, laying a trap for the unsuspecting enemy. Thus, a night of chaotic combat ensued. In this battle, 3,000 of Kong Wenli's troops were slain, over 500 were captured, and the remainder scattered in disarray. Kong Wenli himself fell victim to a concealed arrow shot by a Jinyiwei spy arranged by Zhang Wenhe during the tumult. By dawn, the White Lotus sect also suffered nearly 3,000 casualties as a result. Upon reviewing the post-battle statistics, Wang Yuanlong was filled with fury and promptly ordered the execution of the several hundred captured retainers from the Kong family. Subsequently, after a brief respite, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe led the remaining forces with great momentum towards the Kong residence. As news of Kong Wenli's demise and the annihilation of his 5,000 troops reached the Kong family, Yin Shenggong Kong Yingji was thrown into a state of panic. Having recently inherited the title of Yin Shenggong, Kong Wenli had always been his most capable aide. Now, with Kong Wenli's death, Kong Yingji's standing within the family plummeted, plunging the entire Kong residence into chaos. Numerous clan elders expressed their opinions. Some advocated for regrouping to intercept the White Lotus army, while others suggested offering money and provisions to the White Lotus forces to send them away. Still, others proposed a hasty retreat. The assembly erupted into heated debate, each voice clamoring to be heard. Witnessing the turmoil, Kong Yingji furiously smashed his teacup onto the ground, declaring in a deep voice, "The Kong residence is the foundation of our family." During the Zhengde era, when Lu Lu and Lu Qi instigated chaos and even set fire to the Kong residence, we stood resolute against them. Yet now, mere 20,000 chaotic White Lotus troops have instilled such fear in you all. Those who wish to leave may do so. I, as the Duke of Confucius, vow to stand with the Kong residents until the end. With that declaration, he turned and strode away, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. They understood well that while they could escape, Kong Yingji, as the Duke of Confucius, could not. Should he flee, the court would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Given the current disposition of the court toward scholars, Kong Yingji would be unable to bear such a burden. Yet, they would not sit idly by. They swiftly organized their forces, preparing for a potential retreat. After his departure, Kong Yingji urgently summoned his son, Kong Xingsha, to gather the household guards and local militia, while also seeking assistance from neighboring counties, resolute in their determination to resist to the bitter end. Kong Yingji penned a letter to the governor of Shandong, Zhao Yan, beseeching him to send troops to protect the Kong residents. The Kong family had deep roots in Shandong, cultivated over many years, and soon amassed an army of 5,000. At that moment, Kong Yingji found himself in the ancestral hall, offering incense before the tablet of Confucius. Beside him, Kong Xingsha wore an expression of deep concern and ventured, "Father, the White Lotus rebels are fierce and relentless. Can we truly defend the Kong residents?" Hearing his son's words, Kong Yingji sighed heavily and replied, "We must defend as best we can. If we cannot, we must still hold our ground. As the Duke of Confucius, if I were to lead a retreat, regardless of how the world would perceive it, the court's current stance towards scholars would not allow us to escape unscathed. Moreover, with the various factions within our household harboring ulterior motives, Should they seize the opportunity to strike, there would be no refuge for us, father and son. Kong Xingsha, with a face marked by reluctance, retorted, but the elders of the various branches have already begun to arrange for their escape. Kong Yingji, resigned, sighed once more and said, let them go. 2 days later, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe, leading an army of 17,000, marched into Ciufu, heading straight for the Kong residence. Upon receiving the news, Kong Yingji immediately ordered his 5,000 troops to assume a state of readiness, preparing to confront the White Lotus army. However, upon entering Ciufu, Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they encircled the Kong residence. Subsequently, Zhang Wenhe dispatched men to raid the surrounding estates and granaries. The Kong family, sensing impending danger, gathered in the conference hall. Kong Yingji, pale-faced, found himself at a loss in the face of such dire circumstances. At that moment, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Master, the White Lotus rebels have sent a letter for you. Kong Yingji, puzzled, instructed the servant to open it. Upon learning that the letter demanded the Kong residents to submit and draft a proclamation for Su Hongru's ascension, Kong Yingji was taken aback. He had never anticipated such audacity from the rebels. Without hesitation, he tore the letter to shreds and sent word to Wang Yuanlong, asserting that it would be impossible for the Kong residents to submit or draft a decree for the rebel leader's coronation. Wang Yuanlong, upon receiving this news, was not angered. It was all anticipated by him and Zhang Wenhe. After a brief discussion, they resolved to launch a full assault on the Kong residents. With a command from Wang Yuanlong, the White Lotus army surged forward like a tidal wave, unleashing a fierce onslaught upon the Kong residents. The 5,000 retainers of the Kong residents, alongside the local militia, valiantly resisted, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. Within the Kong residents, chaos ensued. Simultaneously, in Jinan, the Shandong governor Zhao Yan received a letter from Kong Yingji, informing him that the White Lotus rebel army had already infiltrated Ciufu. Zhao Yan was nearly overcome with terror upon hearing this news. As the governor of Shandong, the uprising of the White Lotus sect under his jurisdiction would inevitably draw the scrutiny of the imperial court. Now that the rebels had reached the birthplace of the sage, Zhao Yan could no longer remain idle. He promptly assembled 2,000 troops from the governor's camp and an additional 3,000 local militia, personally leading them to rescue the Kong residents. In Zhao Yan's eyes, the Kong residence was his last bastion of hope. If he could successfully save it, he would have the support of the scholarly community, potentially mitigating the court's punishment, which would likely result in mere demotion rather than the loss of his life. However, should anything happen to the Kong residents, Zhao Yan feared he would meet a grave fate. To defend the Kong residents, Kong Yingji spared no expense. He promised substantial rewards to the retainers and local militia, offering money and land, while also dispatching all the young men from the various branches of the Kong family to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Outside the Kong residence, the clamor of battle was deafening. Suddenly, Zhang Wenhe turned to Wang Yuanlong and said, Commander Wang, give the order to retreat. Wang Yuanlong, taken aback, asked with a puzzled expression, Mr. Zhang, why is that? If we press the attack for just 2 more days, the Kong residents will surely fall. Zhang Wenhe sighed and replied, now that we have surrounded the Kong residents completely, if we continue our relentless assault, the defenders may fight like cornered beasts. Wang Yuanlong, bewildered, could not comprehend this. Zhang Wenhe patiently explained, Commander Wang, military strategy dictates that the best approach is to outmaneuver, while direct assaults are a last resort. The leader sent us to compel the Kong residents to submit and draft a decree of enthronement. If we force them into a corner, they may retaliate in desperation, ultimately thwarting our mission. Wang Yuanlong replied, if that is the case, we cannot attack nor retreat. Mr. Zhang, please suggest a course of action. Zhang Wenhe smiled and proposed, let us divide our forces. I shall lead a portion to continue encircling the Kong residents without attacking. Meanwhile, you will personally command another contingent to intercept the reinforcements from various officials, isolating the Kong residents. In time, they will naturally yield. Wang Yuanlong, still confused, questioned, Mr. Zhang, can this truly succeed? Zhang Wenhe nodded confidently, stating, I would stake my life on it. With that assurance, Wang Yuanlong consented. He left Zhang Wenhe with 10,000 troops, while he himself led 7,000 around Ciufu, preparing to intercept any incoming reinforcements. At this moment, Jiang Wenhe stood outside the Kong residence, furrowing his brow. His initial plan had been to incite Wang Yuanlong to seize the residence swiftly and eradicate all within, leaving no survivors. However, upon reflection, even if Wang Yuanlong succeeded in eliminating everyone inside, it might not suffice for the court to completely abolish the position of the Yanqing. After all, the Kong family still has the southern lineage. If the northern Kong in Xiufu, Shandong, were to be annihilated, the scholars of the realm would surely rally around the southern Kong, rendering his efforts futile. He must induce the members of the Kong residence to commit an unforgivable blunder, one that would irrevocably bind their fate to the sinking ship of Su Hongru and the White Lotus Society. Subsequently, Jiang Wenhe ordered a siege without assault and dispatched men to prevent any escape from the Kong residence. Within a few short days, dozens attempting to flee were apprehended. Upon inquiry, these individuals claimed to be servants of the Kong household. However, Jiang Wenhe, being astute, was not easily deceived. He instructed the secret agents of the Jinyiwei to employ various methods, resulting in the capture of significant figures, including Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, the clan uncles of the contemporary Yanqing, Kong Yingji. This brought immense joy to Jiang Wenhe, who immediately resorted to threats and inducements, demanding the two serve the White Lotus army. They were taken aback, initially fearing execution or torture, only to be faced with a demand for allegiance to the rebel forces. Realizing the treachery behind this, they initially vowed to resist. Yet, under the severe torture administered by the Jinyiwei, their resolve was utterly eroded, leading to complete submission. Thereafter, Jiang Wenhe treated the other individuals who had escaped the Kong residence with courtesy, issuing orders throughout the army to extend respect to those from the Kong household who joined the White Lotus forces. Simultaneously, he commanded Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda to stand at the entrance of the Kong residence, calling out to their kin, proclaiming that those willing to join the White Lotus army would be met with kindness and significant responsibilities. Initially hesitant, the two men, when faced with the threat of blades at their throats, began to shout with increasing fervor. Inside the Kong residence, Yanqing Kong Yingji was infuriated to hear his uncles join the rebel forces and rally the Kong youths, causing him to faint in outrage. The Kong household was thrown into chaos. Witnessing the escalating tension, Jiang Wenhe decided to escalate matters further. He ordered blades to be placed against the necks of Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, compelling them to enumerate the 10 grave offenses of the current court. The two, resigned to their fate, penned over 1,000 characters. Upon reading their lengthy diatribe, Jiang Wenhe tore it to shreds, thinking the two were merely stalling. He then presented a prepared document to them, instructing them to recite it loudly at the entrance of the Kong residence. This reading stunned the members of the Kong family within, as it was filled with seditious criticisms of the main court. Although the Kong household had historically aligned with the prevailing regime during dynastic transitions, it was during times of old dynasty's decline and new one's establishment. The current Ming dynasty, despite its 260-year reign, was far from collapse, and the Kong family would not easily shift their allegiance. Yet, there stood Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda outside the Kong residence, vocally proclaiming these treasonous statements, effectively coercing the Kong household into the fray of the White Lotus Society's ambitions. Jiang Wenhe adopted a strategy of encirclement without assault, compelling Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, two of his subordinates, to stand outside the Kong residence daily, vociferously extolling the myriad benefits of joining the White Lotus army while incessantly lauding the virtues of their leader, Su Hongru. Meanwhile, the spirits of those within the Kong residence dwindled further, with many beginning to secretly ponder whether it would be prudent to align themselves with the White Lotus army. Chapter 353. Ascension to the throne. Upon awakening from a faint, Kong Yingji's gaze was vacant, devoid of life. Kong Xingsha, wearing a face of deep concern, hurried to his father's bedside and inquired, "Father, how do you fare? In this precarious situation, it is imperative that you remain steadfast. The entire Kong household relies upon your guidance." Kong Yingji managed a bitter smile, his heart heavy with resignation. The current predicament was indeed beyond his expectations. He had assumed that the White Lotus rebels would either coerce or directly assault the Kong residence, but he had never anticipated their strategy of encirclement without direct confrontation. Initially, he believed that those who escaped the Kong residence would merely suffer theft or even death. Yet, he was taken aback by the malevolence of the White Lotus insurgents, who forced his two uncles to join their ranks and now stood daily at the gates of the Kong residence, enticing its inhabitants. While he thought he could manage the preceding circumstances, the most troubling aspect was that his uncle stood outside openly denouncing the Ming court, a grave transgression that could lead to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Even as descendants of sages. After all, the Ming dynasty had not yet fallen. For the Kong family to take the lead in siding with the White Lotus sect was akin to dragging the entire household into ruin. Moreover, Kong Yingji understood that there must be a formidable figure among the White Lotus rebels. Otherwise, a mere rabble would not be capable of devising such a nefarious scheme. Yet at that moment, he found himself powerless against their blatant machinations. Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda had been shouting for most of the day. As mealtime approached, Zhang Wenhe summoned them back, providing a sumptuous feast. The two elder gentlemen, their voices nearly hoarse from shouting, accepted the meal graciously. Observing their plight, Zhang Wenhe thoughtfully offered them a handmade loudspeaker and handed them two newly penned articles condemning the Ming dynasty. By this point, the two men were numb to the proceedings, having irrevocably tied their fates to the sinking ship that was the White Lotus sect. They did not hesitate, and after satisfying their appetites, they took up the articles and loudspeakers, returning to the gates of the Kong residence to continue their daily labor. Meanwhile, seated in the grand tent, Zhang Wenhe fanned himself, a smirk of satisfaction playing upon his lips. A covert investigator from the Jinyiwei leaned in and cautioned softly, "My lord, is it wise to have these two Kongs standing outside the residence denouncing the Ming? Should word of this reach higher authorities, we might face dire consequences." Zhang Wenhe merely chuckled, replying, "There is no need for concern. Should any blame arise, I shall bear it alone." The attendant, upon hearing this, fell silent. In truth, Zhang Wenhe had long harbored a meticulous plan. It was the two old fellows, Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, who were vociferously denouncing the Ming dynasty. Should the court seek accountability afterward, he thought, it would suffice to execute these two, ensuring that he would not be implicated. Furthermore, his actions were ostensibly for the sake of duty. Compelling these traitors to vociferously criticize the Ming was simply a necessity of his role, provided they refrained from disparaging the emperor. In his perspective, condemning the Ming served the purpose of duty, while disparaging the emperor would be laced with personal sentiment, a folly he would never commit. At that moment, the morale within the Kong residence was dismal, with many attempting to flee. After all, should the situation persist, irrespective of whether the White Lotus rebels launched a direct assault, mere encirclement could lead to their starvation within the confines of the Kong estate. Yet, without exception, all the fleeing scions of the Kong family were captured by the White Lotus army. After enduring severe torture, they all joined the White Lotus sect, rallying outside the Kong residence to cheer on Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda. Zhang Wenhe's machinations had undeniably escalated the situation in Shandong to an unprecedented peak. The descendants of a sage had audaciously allied with the White Lotus rebels, openly insulting the court, an utterly astonishing spectacle. Governor Zhao Yin of Shandong, leading 5,000 men, raced to the rescue of the Kong residents, only to be steadfastly blocked by 7,000 troops under Wang Yuanlong's command. After several skirmishes, Zhao Yin suffered significant losses and, in despair, was forced to retreat to Jinan. As for the other reinforcements in the vicinity, they were all annihilated by Wang Yuanlong's forces. Meanwhile, Su Hongru, stationed in Yenzhou, grew increasingly impatient, repeatedly dispatching envoys to urge Zhang Wenhe and Wang Yuanlong to expedite the delivery of the imperial edict for ascension. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Wenhe inwardly cursed. Su Hongru had truly lost his mind in his ambition for the throne. However, as a member of the White Lotus sect, he felt compelled to heed Su Hongru's commands. Yet, with the Yanqing Gong, Kong Yingji, still within the Kong residence, and following his earlier strategy, he could not launch a direct assault. Observing Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, who were fervently shouting outside the Kong gates, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He promptly summoned the two old men back and instructed them to emulate Kong Yingji's handwriting, each composing a memorial urging Su Hongru to ascend as emperor. Upon hearing this, the two men trembled in fear. Noticing their stunned silence, Zhang Wenhe drew a long knife from the waist of his guard, admiring it nonchalantly. The glimmering blade reflected upon their faces, filling them with trepidation, and they hastily declared, "Is it merely writing an edict for ascension? This task is simple, easily accomplished." With that, they immediately set to writing, and soon enough, they produced two edicts, both signed by Kong Yingji. Zhang Wen nodded in satisfaction and subsequently arranged for the delivery of the two edicts, along with several scions of the Kong family who had joined the White Lotus army. Back to Su Hongru. Meanwhile, within the Kong residence, Kong Yingji stood atop the high walls, gazing at the Kong family members outside, trembling with rage. If the situation continued to develop in this manner, it would not take 10 days or half a month before the number of Kong clan members outside surpassed those within the estate. As Zhang Wenhe's strategy of encirclement without direct assault persisted, the food supplies within the Kong residence dwindled, and anxiety permeated the air. After all, aside from the Kong family members residing in the Kong mansion, there were also 5,000 servants, and the consumption of provisions was a considerable burden. Consequently, the elders of the various branches within the Kong ancestral hall engaged in ceaseless disputes, leaving Kong Yingji at a loss for solutions. Should they rush out to confront the White Lotus rebel forces in a desperate battle, it was unlikely that many would be willing to do so. However, if they continued to languish in this manner, the Kong mansion would not be able to endure for much longer. Thus, one elder proposed that they simply align themselves with the White Lotus sect, openly declaring their stance and embracing a reckless abandon. Otherwise, remaining passive would surely lead to their demise within the confines of the Kong mansion. At that moment, another elder immediately countered, "Absolutely not. While the White Lotus sect appears formidable, it is still confined to Shandong. The Ming dynasty boasts 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with 1 million soldiers. Not to mention the elite forces from the northern borders and the vast army of the capital. What could the White Lotus sect possibly use to challenge the might of the Ming dynasty? Ultimately, the White Lotus sect is merely a rabble, incapable of fully conquering even Shandong. If we were to side with the White Lotus sect now, we would undoubtedly suffer the consequences." Everyone present understood this logic, yet it was evidently unrealistic to expect them to sit idly and await their fate. Kong Yingji recognized that at this critical juncture, he must step forward and speak. For internal strife alone could utterly dismantle the Kong mansion. Clearing his throat twice, he addressed the assembly, "Esteemed uncles and elders, we are currently besieged by the White Lotus rebels. Yet this is but a temporary predicament. As descendants of the revered sage and the enfeoffed Duke of Yan, with a legacy spanning centuries and being the leaders in the hearts of scholars across the land, the court will surely not turn a blind eye to our plight." Previously, when the court dispatched reinforcements, they were repelled by the White Lotus forces primarily because the troops at the northern borders could not be easily mobilized, and the capital's forces were engaged in quelling disturbances in the southwest. However, it has recently come to my attention that the troops that pacified the southwest have now returned home, and it is likely that they will soon return to the capital. At that time, the court will certainly send the capital's soldiers to Shandong to eradicate the White Lotus rebels. If we can endure a little longer, we shall weather this storm safely. Here, I must advise you all not to emulate Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangda, those traitors who have forgotten their roots. Today, in the name of the Duke of Yan, I hereby expel all Kong family members who joined the White Lotus rebels from our lineage. They shall have no further association with the Kong mansion." As he spoke, he gestured for the steward beside him to bring forth the family tree. The assembly gasped in astonishment, quickly realizing that Kong Yingji was left with no choice. Otherwise, if the situation continued to escalate, the entire Kong mansion might inevitably be compelled to join the White Lotus sect. Expelling them from the family tree would not only sever ties with the rebellious members, but also serve as a deterrent to the other Kong family members present. Meanwhile, in Yenzhou, Su Hongru finally received the long-awaited imperial edict for his ascension, and along with several other descendants of sages, he was filled with exuberance, declaring his intention to perform a heavenly ritual and declare himself emperor. Even the disciples sent from the Kong mansion were instructed to participate fully in the preparations for the enthronement. Once all was in readiness, Su Hongru commenced the ceremonial rites to ascend to the throne. A certain clan uncle of Kong Yunji, named Kong Shangza, submitted a request to Su Hongru, urging him to declare himself emperor. Su Hongru, eschewing the customary formalities of repeated invitations and refusals, accepted the title with alacrity, subsequently proclaiming himself the emperor of the revival, with the era name of Dai Cheng Xingshang, and declaring the capital to be located in Zhoushan. Initially, Su Hongru intended to establish the capital in Yenzhou. However, considering the ongoing turmoil and the imminent threat of the imperial army's assault on Yenzhou, he opted for Zhoushan instead. This series of audacious maneuvers astonished Kong Shangza, who began to regret his decision to join the White Lotus sect, perceiving Su Hongru's reckless behavior as childishly frivolous, akin to a mere game. Yet, Su Hongru remained unperturbed, promptly setting about to establish a governance structure and bestowing generous rewards upon his loyal supporters. He conferred the title of King of Heroes upon his brother Su Heyu, appointed Zhang Su as the left chancellor and Chun Sanyu as the right chancellor, while Wang Yuanlong, along with 3 other hall masters and Gao Wenkai, were named grand generals. And the remaining 7 protectors were all honored with the title of general. Even Su Xianshun, who accompanied Gao Wenkai, was granted the position of a minor general. Subsequently, Kong Shangze was appointed Minister of Rights and temporarily honored as the Duke of the Yanxing. The core members of the White Lotus sect knelt and proclaimed "Long live the Emperor," clad in a hastily made dragon robe and wielding the imperial jade seal. Su Hongru radiated confidence. He then ordered the transformation of the Meng residence in Zhoushan into the imperial palace, delegating the military affairs in Yenzhou to his brother Su Heyu, with Gao Wenkai and the other grand generals to assist him, while he returned to Zhoushan with a contingent of followers. As Zhang Wenhe's forces besieged the Kong residence, news of Su Hongru's ascension to the throne spread throughout Shandong, reaching the capital within 2 days. The court was immediately thrown into uproar, apart from Zhu Youjian, who was already aware of the situation. The civil and military officials were left astounded. They could hardly fathom the audacity of Su Hongru, a rebel, daring to proclaim himself emperor with dominion over merely 2 provinces of Shandong, an act deemed utterly insane. Nevertheless, the civil officials chose to remain silent regarding the defection of the Kong family members to Su Hongru and their alliance with the White Lotus sect, as the matter was too disgraceful. As educated individuals, they felt as though they had swallowed a fly. Yet, within 2 days, the news had spread like wildfire among the common people of the capital. Upon hearing the news, the populace erupted in vehement denunciations. As the tales rippled outward, they swiftly permeated the entire North Zhili region. Revelations included that Yanxing Duke Kong Yunji had submitted a declaration of fealty to the rebel Su Hongru, formally writing the Edict of Ascension. Furthermore, Kong Yunji's clan uncles, Kong Shangyin and Kong Shangde, were reported to have recruited Kong family members to join the White Lotus sect and serve the rebel Su Hongru. Even the appointment of Kong Shangze as Minister of Rights and the temporary honor of Duke of the Yanxing were laid bare. In no time, the matter became a hot topic among the people, with their cacophony of reproaches echoing throughout the streets. Undoubtedly, Zhang Wenhe played a role in exacerbating the situation, and Zhu Youjian was covertly orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Chapter 354. Jiang Ning returns to the capital as the news intensified among the populace. Most civil officials in the court chose to feign ignorance, not daring to utter a word regarding the defection of the Kong family members to serve Su Hongru. The few remaining officials refrained from taking a stand, fully aware of the far-reaching implications of the matter. Seeing this as a splendid opportunity to undermine the Kong family, Zhu Youjian would not let it slip away easily. He thus instructed Fang Zhenghua to mobilize personnel to escalate the matter thoroughly. 2 days later, storytellers and street performers in the capital began to recount tales of the Kong family's disciples aligning themselves with the White Lotus sect, embellishing the events and inciting public outrage. Seizing upon this fervor, some citizens approached the palace gates, striking the drum of petition. This startled the supervising censors, the Eastern Depot agents, and the imperial guards, who dared not act unilaterally and swiftly reported the incident to Zhu Youjian, who was engaged in reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Youjian burst into laughter and immediately dispatched Fang Zhenghua to convey a decree, asserting that the court would deliver a fair judgment regarding the disciples' allegiance to the White Lotus sect. He then summoned the officials to the Fengtian Hall for a discussion on the matter. Soon, a multitude of ministers gathered at Fengtian Hall, hearts laden with trepidation. Zhu Youjian sat upon the dragon throne, his expression stern, and spoke, "My esteemed ministers, let us set aside other matters for today and solely address the issue of the Kong family's disciples siding with the traitor Su Hongru. As you must have seen upon entering, the people outside the palace are demanding justice. How should we proceed with this matter?" At the conclusion of Zhu Youjian's statement, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The military officials observed the unfolding drama with amusement, for the treachery of the old Kong family was a spectacle they relished. Noticing the lack of response, Zhu Youjian began to call upon individuals, Zhuo Guangdou, You shall speak on how we ought to handle this. Zhuge Guangdou, inwardly lamenting his predicament, realized that silence was no longer an option with the emperor demanding his input. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Your Majesty, the disciples of the Kong family, being descendants of the sage, must have been coerced into aligning with the White Lotus sect's Su Hongru. This could not have been their true intent. Therefore, we must await a thorough investigation before reaching a conclusion. At this juncture, several reform-minded officials chimed in, eager to postpone any decisive action. After all, the emperor's sudden convocation of a grand court assembly was a clear indication of the gravity of the situation, and they were well aware of the rumors circulating among the populace. The actions of the Kong family's disciples were thoroughly disgraceful, leaving them bereft of the courage or justification to confront Zhu Youjian head-on. Dissatisfied with Zhuge Guangdou's evasive response, Zhu Youjian clapped his hands. Tianqi strode into the grand hall, and Zhuge Guangdou felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. Although Jiang Ning was no longer in the capital, the imperial guards had been far from idle. Tianqi's entrance could only foretell trouble. Bowing respectfully, Tianqi began, Your Majesty. According to the latest intelligence from the imperial guards, the Duke of Eternal Sage, Kong Yinzi, personally penned a proclamation of ascension for Su Hongru, producing 2 copies. Furthermore, his clan uncle, Kong Shangyin, and Kong Shangda have openly joined the White Lotus rebels, standing outside the Kong residence to insult the court and rally the disciples to serve the White Lotus sect. Another clan uncle of the Duke, Kong Shangza, has even been appointed by the rebel Su Hongru as the Minister of Personnel, temporarily granting him the title of Duke of Eternal Sage. With the conclusion of Tianqi's report, the court erupted in chaos. Zhuge Guangdou gritted his teeth and remarked, The words of the esteemed Tian are unsubstantiated. Presently, Shandong is engulfed in turmoil, rendering the authenticity of such news questionable. How can you so brazenly defame the descendants of the sage? Observing this, Tianqi retrieved a thick stack of letters from his bosom, declaring, My Lord Zhua, within this collection lies the imperial edict for ascension penned by the traitor Su Hongru, with 2 copies included, along with records of the assistance rendered by the members of the Kong residence in facilitating Su Hongru's coronation. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Youjian, seated upon the dragon throne, erupted with laughter, exclaiming, Excellent. Who would have thought that Su Hongru's ascension was backed by the likes of the Kong residents, with not 1 but 2 edicts crafted for this traitor? It seems the rewards conferred upon the Ming dynasty over 2 centuries pale in comparison to the unwavering loyalty bestowed upon him by the Kong residents. He then commanded Tianqi to distribute copies of Su Hongru's coronation edict to all the ministers present. The assembled officials received the documents with gritted teeth, their faces turning ashen upon reading. Nevertheless, a faction of literati still maintained that this was a fabrication by the White Lotus traitors, or that Kong Yinji had pinned it under duress. Zhu Youjian, clearly displeased with this assertion, found himself at an impasse with the opposing parties. As the situation grew increasingly awkward, Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan from the cabinet exchanged glances, realizing it was time for them to voice their positions. They stepped forward to bow, with Yuan Kelly taking the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, I believe that regardless of the veracity of Kong Yinji's authorship of the edict for the traitor Su Hongru, the act itself is treasonous. Until the truth is ascertained, it is prudent to strip Kong Yinji of his title. Furthermore, those of the Kong family who have allied with Su Hongru, Kong Shangyin, Kong Shangda, and Kong Shangza should be regarded as major offenders of the court, and their crimes should be publicly announced to quell the public's outrage. Shui Guoguan quickly added, I second that. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. It was unrealistic to topple the Kong residents in one fell swoop. But by focusing on the actions of Kong Shangza, Kong Shangyin, and Kong Shangda in their service to Su Hongru, along with making the 2 edicts public, he could deliver a resounding blow to the reputation of the sage's descendants, thereby diminishing the Kong residents' authority. In the ensuing moments, he intended to leverage public sentiment against the court's literati while affording Zhang Wenhe ample time to address the Kong residents. Zhuge Guangdou and his compatriots lamented internally. While Yuan Kelly's actions appeared to defend the Kong residents, they effectively placed it in a precarious position. Once the court made the announcement, the betrayal of the Kong family would be indisputable. Even if the White Lotus sect were eradicated, the Kong residents would suffer significant repercussions. Although they could still attempt to appoint another sage, the Kong residents' standing would undoubtedly face catastrophic damage. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves powerless to act. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Zhu Youjian issued a decree to the cabinet to draft an announcement. Adhering to Yuan Kelly's proposal to publicize the crimes of the implicated individuals, even the Tianqi Times unleashed its full might, featuring this matter as the headline and fervently promoting it throughout the northern provinces. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning led his army from Hongxue into Hongxue. After meeting with Sun Qingzong, he summoned the provincial general Ma Rulong to inquire about the harvest of crops such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Upon hearing Ma Rulong's report, Jiang Ning expressed great satisfaction and praised him for his significant contributions. With an ample supply of seeds now available, he planned to conduct trial plantings in the official fields from northern Jili to several provinces in the north. The decision to experiment in the official fields rather than the commoners' private lands was made to allow the populace a gradual acceptance of the changes. After all, the common people rely on their crops for survival after a year of hard work, and if the court were to implement reforms too aggressively, it might face resistance from the populace. Moreover, the wealthy landowners would not idly watch as the common folk prospered, as it would diminish their hold over them. The attendees unanimously agreed with his reasoning. After a brief stay in Hongxue, Jiang Ning ordered the army to continue its march. Finally, 10 days later, the army returned to the capital. Having received word of their return, Zhu Youjian issued an edict directing the cabinet's deputy Yuan Kelly, the Ministry of Rightsly Ryu, and Duke Deng Wanming of Jinyuan to go forth and welcome them. Initially, Zhu Youjian intended to greet them personally, but upon reflection, he realized that with Jiang Ning back in the capital, he could afford to remain idle, thus abandoning the idea. Outside the city gates, the banners of the 250,000 strong army fluttered in the breeze, their armor gleaming brilliantly. The synchronized sound of their footsteps resonated like a roaring tide, and the atmosphere of martial rigor sent a shiver down the spines of Yuan Kelly, Deng Wanming, and Li Ryu, who had come to welcome them. Yuan Kelly and Deng Wanming exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. They were acutely aware that Jiang Ning's expedition to the southwest had significantly enhanced the combat prowess of his troops. Previously, although the soldiers of the capital had trained diligently and were well equipped, they had not yet experienced the crucible of battle. This expedition had transformed them into a truly elite force. Before long, Jiang Ning and his entourage reached the city gates, drawing near to Yuan Kelly and the others. Jiang Ning dismounted first and walked forward, followed closely by his companions. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly were pleased to see Jiang Ning display such humility and selflessness. In truth, Jiang Ning did not ponder much. His decision to walk was purely because he had grown weary from riding for too long. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they prepared to enter the city. As the victorious army returned, citizens of the capital, young and old, eagerly lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the triumphant soldiers. Some sought to reunite with relatives in the army, while others wished to witness the grandeur of the victorious return. Even many young ladies, waiting in their households, gathered along the streets, their eyes following Jiang Ning and his companions. In response to the cheers of the populace, Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. Lao Wei, feeling as if he had returned home, greeted the citizens warmly, who enthusiastically responded to him in kind. Observing the excitement of the crowd, Qin Liangyu could not help but reflect on how the changes in the capital were even greater than she had anticipated. As a renowned general, she recognized that the citizens had come of their own accord, rather than being organized by the authorities. The cries of the common folk and the genuine smiles gracing their faces cannot be feigned. What astonished Qin Liangyu the most was the remarkable popularity of Old Wei, the head of the Eastern Depot, among the people, surpassing even that of General Jiang Ning. Qin Liangyu found herself somewhat puzzled, until Zhu Youjian, standing beside her, explained with a smile. Aunt, you may not be aware, but in the capital, Lord Wei is revered as a living bodhisattva who alleviates suffering, while simultaneously instilling fear in officials as a living king of hell. Officials make sure to steer clear of Lord Wei, while the commoners greet him as if he were family. Whenever a household faces difficulties, invoking Lord Wei's name is guaranteed to yield results. Upon hearing this, Qin Liangyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had assumed the moniker of bodhisattva was merely an exaggeration, yet it turned out to be quite the truth. As Jiang Ning responded warmly to the people, suddenly, numerous daughters of nobility and wealthy young ladies along the streets began tossing handkerchiefs and scented sachets at him. Jiang Ning, accustomed to such displays, adeptly evaded each one with a smile. Observing this, Old Wei couldn't help but commend. Indeed, Master Jiang is like the vast waters. Taking only a single scoop, Jiang Ning smiled politely in response. Just then, several belly bands floated down from the second floor on either side of the street, one of which landed directly on Jiang Ning. Upon catching it, he noticed it still bore a hint of warmth and a delicate fragrance, causing a faint blush to rise to his cheeks. Zhu Youjian, witnessing this, teased, "It seems brother is quite favored by the young ladies. Perhaps you should take a closer look, and if any catch your eye, I can arrange for you to take a few concubines." With a serious expression, Jiang Ning replied, "Your Highness, how can this be considered affection? They are merely lusting after my body. It's utterly indecent." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Old Wei hurriedly called out, "Ladies, esteemed young misses, I kindly ask you to restrain yourselves. Such behavior in broad daylight is unbecoming and lacks decorum." Chapter 355. Please address His Majesty as Prince Xin after the army entered the city. Jiang Ning ordered Chao Wenzhao and Man Gui to lead the troops back to the capital for rest. He initially intended to proceed directly to the palace to meet Zhu Youjiao. However, Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Deng Wenming quickly reminded him that according to protocol, he must first present the seals of the governors from the 4 provinces to the Ministry of War before proceeding to the palace. Realizing his oversight, Jiang Ning slapped his forehead and promptly changed direction, heading to the Ministry of War to submit the seals. Finally, he and the others made their way to the palace to pay their respects to Zhu Youjiao. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Ning gazed at the familiar sights and felt a wave of nostalgia, realizing that it had been over half a year since he last departed the capital. When he left, it was a frigid winter. Now, he returned in the midst of autumn. Subsequently, they all proceeded to the imperial study. Outside the study, Fang Xiaozhong, upon seeing Jiang Ning and the others arrive, quickly entered to report to Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua hurriedly woke Zhu Youjiao, who had been dozing at his desk, and said, "Your Majesty, Master Jiang and the others have entered the palace and are on their way to the imperial study." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao promptly requested Fang Zhenghua's assistance in arranging his attire, preparing to summon Jiang Ning and others. Before long, Jiang Ning and his companions entered the imperial study, guided by Fang Xiaozhong. At that moment, as Zhu Youjiao beheld Jiang Ning seated upon the throne, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The transformation in Jiang Ning was indeed profound. Once a youthful scholar, he now bore the marks of fatigue, his expression reflecting the weight of experience, and his complexion had darkened considerably. Observing this, Zhu Youjiao hastily commanded Fang Zhenghua to provide seats and serve tea. Once everyone was seated, Zhu Youjiao spoke first. "Minister Jiang, your efforts during the expedition to the southwest have been arduous." Jiang Ning immediately rose, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Serving the sovereign is my duty. For the sake of the nation, I do not complain of hardship." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's response, Zhu Youjiao's eyes reddened, and he privately pondered, what truly defines brotherhood? This, indeed, is the essence of true camaraderie. When there is a task at hand, they rise to the occasion, achieving results without seeking glory, without lamenting or expressing fatigue. Zhu Youjiao mused, how wonderful it would be to have more brothers like this. As Jiang Ning observed Zhu Youjiao's reddened eyes, he too was moved, and his eyes became misty. He then reported, "Your Majesty, I have been tasked with quelling the rebellion in the southwest, a mission that has spanned nearly a year, during which I subdued Shichongming in Sichuan, and Bangyan in Guizhou, and certain rebellious chieftains in Yunnan." Subsequently, Jiang Ning respectfully presented the prepared record of achievements for Zhu Youjiao's review. After a brief glance, Zhu Youjiao declared, "The soldiers of the capital have indeed toiled greatly in pacifying the southwest. I instruct the cabinet, the Ministry of War, and the military command to confer rewards upon the meritorious soldiers. Furthermore, in accordance with court regulations, provisions will be made for the families of the fallen soldiers." Additionally, he ordered the Astronomical Bureau to select auspicious dates for a memorial ceremony at the Ming Heroic Shrine for the deceased soldiers. At this, everyone present rose in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jiang Ning stood to introduce Qin Liangyu to Zhu Youjiao, detailing her contributions during the pacification efforts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian praised Minister Qin. You are indeed a loyal and valiant servant of our Ming dynasty. Now that you serve as the left commander of the rear in the military command, I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and continue to achieve great merits. Qin Liangyu promptly clasped her hands in salute, saying, I, Qin Liangyu, thank your majesty for your commendation and shall henceforth devote myself wholeheartedly to the Ming. Following this, Jiang Ning introduced Mu Qiyuan, stating, Your Majesty, my swift success in quelling the Yunnan chieftains' rebellion was greatly aided by the old duke's unwavering support. Zhu Youjian nodded and added, The Duke of Qian has guarded Yunnan for over 200 years, deserving of great merit. I have ordered the Ministry of Works to construct a new ducal residence for you in the capital as a token of my favor. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiyuan quickly bowed in gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your majesty's kindness. Zhu Youjian smiled and remarked, Though your earlier campaign against the rebellious chieftains met with difficulties, it was understandable. When Emperor Shenzong decreed the stripping of your title, you remained steadfastly loyal to the Ming, dedicating your efforts wholeheartedly. Today, I hereby restore your title as Duke of Qian, and I shall also bestow the title of heir to your great-grandson Mu Tianbua, allowing him to reside in the capital henceforth. Mu Qiyuan hastily expressed his gratitude for the imperial decree, understanding that this was the emperor's reward for his voluntary relinquishment of military and political power in Yunnan, as well as a gesture of dignity for the Mu family of the Qian state. Ultimately, Emperor Zhu Youjian decreed a banquet in the imperial garden to honor the attendees and demonstrate his favor. Upon hearing of the feast, Jiang Ning quickly rose to depart, only to be called back by Zhu Youjian. At the emperor's behest, Fang Xiaozhong led the others ahead to the banquet in the garden. At that moment, only Jiang Ning, Old Wei, Zhu Youjian, Zhu Youjian, and Fang Zhenghua remained in the great hall. Confused, Jiang Ning had no choice but to sit back down. Zhu Youjian, with a beaming smile, turned to Old Wei and remarked, Wei Dabin, your efforts during this journey to the southwest have been commendable. Upon hearing this, Old Wei promptly knelt, knocking his head thrice against the ground. His voice choked with emotion as he replied, To serve your majesty is both my duty and my honor. I only regret that I could not perish on the battlefield in true loyalty to the nation. His expression and tone were filled with heartfelt sincerity. Jiang Ning, observing from the side, could not help but marvel at Old Wei's demeanor, recognizing the weight of his historical title, Old Wei of the 9,000 years, and realizing that few could match such dedication and awareness. At that moment, Zhu Youjian continued, Wei Dabin, I am aware of the situation regarding Guiyunho and Shanxi. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter properly and ensure justice is served. Old Wei's eyes glistened with tears as he stammered, Your Majesty. Lord Gua also acted in consideration of the national treasury. Although his methods were somewhat inappropriate, I implore your Majesty to be lenient and not to impose difficulties on him. Zhu Youjian nodded, then smilingly responded, As for the issue of Lord Gua's involvement in tomb raiding, I have pondered it deeply and struggled to find a suitable resolution. Let us assign this matter to Brother Jiang to handle. Furthermore, Wei Dabin, I grant you 1,000 taels of gold and 50,000 taels of silver. I shall also bestow an earldom upon your nephew, Wei Liangqing. Old Wei, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed repeatedly. After all, having achieved such heights in the eunuch hierarchy, Zhu Youjian's proposal to elevate his nephew was indeed a special favor. However, Jiang Ning, seated nearby, was less composed. Why had the burden of Guiyunho's tomb raiding incident been placed upon him? Just as he contemplated declining the responsibility, Zhu Youjian raised his hand to interrupt, leaving Jiang Ning feeling helpless. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian turned to Zhu Youjian, seated beside him, and, with a serious expression, inquired, Fifth brother, during this campaign to the southwest, you did not sustain any injuries while leading the charge, did you? Zhu Youjian, brimming with excitement, replied, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I am in perfect health. Those mere rebels are no match for me. You did not witness it, but I single-handedly penetrated their ranks 7 times. As if traversing a realm devoid of opposition, he spoke animatedly, entirely oblivious to the darkening countenance of Zhu Youjian. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly signaled Zhu Youjian discreetly. Noticing the emperor's icy expression, Zhu Youjian hastily fell silent. Zhu Youjian then rose from the throne, descended to stand before Zhu Youjian, and coldly stated, Fifth brother, I understand your eagerness to serve the nation, But there is no need for you to personally lead the charge. Our father departed too soon, leaving us siblings to support one another. Now that several of my younger sisters are still quite young, if you truly wish to assist our elder brother, you should manage the affairs of the House of Lords properly and refrain from further engaging in battle. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian was instantly agitated, as he had been contemplating sweeping through the world in the future, only to be informed at this moment that he must not return to the battlefield. He hastily interjected, "Elder brother, please. I still aspire to expand the territories of the Ming dynasty and vanquish all adversaries." Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened further as he coldly replied, "You defied military orders in Guizhou, leading the Ming guards to engage with the rebels, and nearly fell into the enemy's encirclement. Had it not been for the valiant rescue by Qin Liangyu, Chao Wenzhao, and Zhao Shuai, your fate could have been dire. Do you not learn from your mistakes? Pray tell, how many of the Ming guards that accompanied you perished in battle?" Zhu Youjian, taken aback, stammered, "Elder brother. Over 1,000 of the Ming guards lost their lives." Zhu Youjiao's voice remained icy as he stated, "From now on, you shall manage the affairs of the House of Lords. The Ming guards will solely attend to the matters of the house and shall not engage in battle henceforth." "That is final." Zhu Youjian was left in a state of distress upon hearing this. Jiang Ning, observing Zhu Youjiao's fury, found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. Lao Wei, terrified and pale, recalled that he had been responsible for protecting Zhu Youjian. Should this matter be pursued, he could not escape the blame of inadequate protection. In a fit of stubbornness, Zhu Youjian suddenly knelt on the ground. Lao Wei, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist him, yet Zhu Youjian remained steadfast, exclaiming, "I implore you, elder brother, to retract your command." Zhu Youjiao, hearing this, let out a weary sigh and remarked, "Fifth brother, you should understand my reasons for not allowing you to return to the battlefield. Since you insist on me revoking my command, I shall listen to your reasoning today. As a prince of the Ming and the left minister of the House of Lords, why do you cling so desperately to warfare?" Zhu Youjian replied earnestly, "Since my youth, I have shared meals and quarters with you, and I have always been under your careful guidance. I have been a prince for nearly 2 years and have served as the left minister of the house for over a year. During this time, have I ever made a single mistake?" Zhu Youjiao gently shook his head, stating, "No, you have performed your duties admirably." Zhu Youjian pressed with a deeper tone, "Then have I ever coveted anything for myself?" Zhu Youjiao responded, "I believe not." Zhu Youjian continued, "I hold myself accountable for the position of left minister of the House of Lords. Yet now, as the Ming royal family faces a decline in talent and all feudal princes are to venture overseas, if I do not step forward and lead by example, how can I earn the respect of the royal descendants?" Zhu Youjiao's expression grew serious as he replied, "Setting an example for the royal family does not necessarily require one to engage in battle." Zhu Youjian, unfazed, asked again, "Are you worried that I might harbor ulterior motives if I were to wield military power?" Zhu Youjiao shook his head, saying, "That is certainly not the case." Zhu Youjian, filled with fervor, continued, "Since the battle in Guizhou, I have diligently practiced my martial skills day and night. Outside the city of Xizhou, I, the minister, led 3,000 loyal troops to decisively quell the 4,000 rebels led by An Bangyan. Are you, my royal brother, concerned about my martial prowess?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao shook his head with a complex expression. Witnessing this, Zhu Youjian grew increasingly agitated and exclaimed, "Why does your majesty insist on preventing me from returning to the battlefield to rid the Ming of its foes?" Zhu Youjiao replied coldly, "Fifth brother," but Zhu Youjian interjected, "Please, your majesty, refer to me as Prince of Trust." Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback and then, with a face full of fury, retorted, "What is it that you truly desire?" Zhu Youjian, defiantly lifting his chin, responded with passionate indignation, "What does your majesty wish to achieve?" Zhu Youjiao slammed his palm onto the table, shouting, "I inquire why you are so adamant about returning to the battlefield." Zhu Youjian resolutely answered, "To fight for the nation fulfills my duty as a subject and strengthens the bond of brotherhood." Chapter 356. Good brothers. At this moment, Old Wei was frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart in turmoil, unsure of how to mediate. Reluctantly, he knelt beside Zhu Youjian, bowing his head, contemplating that if the emperor truly lost his temper, he might have to step forward and shield him from the storm. Jiang Ning, seated nearby, watched in astonishment as the brothers quarreled so fiercely, his eyes wide with disbelief. pondering why this scene felt so eerily familiar. At that juncture, Zhu Youjian spoke gravely. Aside from brother Jiang, you are my only remaining brother. On the battlefield, where blades know no mercy and danger abounds, I cannot bear to see you face peril. He continued, should that day arrive, how could I face our father in the afterlife, and how could I honor his dying wishes? Yet Zhu Youjian refused to yield, passionately asserting, if brother Jiang can lead armies to pacify the southwest and fight for our country, why can I not do the same? Zhu Youjian, his face flushed with anger, retorted, I appointed brother Jiang to quell the rebellion, providing him with numerous generals and the illustrious Qin Liangyu as support. Yet I did not allow him to charge into the fray himself. I know your temperament well. Once in battle, you would undoubtedly lead the charge. I truly do not wish to be left with regrets. Zhu Youjian's fervor intensified, his face a mask of righteous indignation, since we are both brothers. If my second brother can command troops to quell the rebellion, why can I not? Do you see him as your sole capable ally? While I remain a child in your eyes, forever requiring your guidance, I am not just your younger brother. I am a scion of the Zhu family. The sons of Zhu fear neither life nor death, should we fall in battle, wrapped in the skins of our steeds. Our ancestors in heaven will take pride in our sacrifice. Your Majesty, Zhu Youjian was momentarily stunned. In his memory, his younger brother had always been obedient, never raising his voice in his presence. Yet today, he openly defied him in pursuit of the battlefield. In that moment of clarity, Zhu Youjian realized that the figure kneeling before him was no longer the boy who once followed him, seeking treats and needing his protection, but rather a man who had matured into one bearing true responsibility. He could not help but feel a surge of emotion. His younger brother had indeed grown up. With a sigh, Zhu Youjian remarked, since you have made your decision, I shall support you. However, I must remind you that the battlefield is fraught with peril. Regardless of whether you are a prince of the realm or the emperor's brother, once you immerse yourself in the fray, you are no different from the common soldiers. Always prioritize your own safety, no matter the time or place. Zhu Youjian stood stunned, unable to fathom that his elder brother would relent. This was truly beyond his expectations. Quickly, he bowed deeply and expressed, thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. I shall endeavor to quell internal strife and fend off external threats for the glory of the Ming dynasty, and I will not betray your high hopes. Zhu Youjian nodded and continued, Fifth brother, you and Wei Dabin may proceed to the Imperial Garden. I shall join brother Jiang shortly. Upon hearing this, Old Wei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily pulled Zhu Youjian away, darting off in a hurry, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to chaos, and he would truly have to shield himself from harm. Watching the two depart, Zhu Youjian sighed and turned to Jiang Ning, inquiring, Brother Jiang, do you know why I am reluctant to send fifth brother to the battlefield? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Is your Majesty concerned for the safety of Prince Xian? If so, there is no need for such worry. Prince Xian has been diligently honing his skills, and among the younger generation in the military, he is already among the finest. Zhu Youjian shook his head and sighed again, saying, Brother Jiang, my concerns extend beyond that. Jiang Ning's face reflected confusion. Zhu Youjian continued, the court has been quite active lately, and the situation in Shandong is complex. Even the Kong family has been drawn into it. In the near future, scholars and gentry from Jiangnan will undoubtedly unite to oppose the court. Reminiscent of the era under Emperor Wuzong, while one can evade a direct strike, hidden arrows are far more treacherous. I worry that should anything happen to me. With fifth brother so focused on the battlefield, if an unforeseen event were to occur, I would be greatly troubled, for the stability of the realm cannot be compromised. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned but soon grasped Zhu Youjian's apprehensions. Meanwhile, Fang Zhenghua, upon catching wind of this, knelt down and, with a choked voice, vowed, Your Majesty, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Jiang Ning quickly added, There is no need for your Majesty to be overly concerned. The palace has undergone thorough inspections multiple times, and defenses are tight. Not even water can seep through, nor can a needle penetrate. Even those with ill intentions would find it impossible to reach the palace. Zhu Youjian nodded, yet maintained a serious expression as he replied, Brother Jiang, I trust you all. However, our adversaries possess formidable tactics, making them difficult to anticipate. As I have yet to bear an heir, should I encounter misfortune. Brother Jiang, You must assist fifth brother in ascending the throne and safeguard our Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning, with a righteous demeanor, responded, Your Majesty need not fret unnecessarily. Future matters can be addressed in due course. At present, we command hundreds of thousands of troops in the capital, should anyone dare to defy us. We shall dispatch our forces to quell them, and see who would dare to act out. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Brother Jiang, what is your perspective on the current situation in Shandong? What are your plans moving forward? Jiang Ning, with a weary sigh, replied, Your Majesty, I have just returned to the capital and have yet to visit my own home. Let us allow the situation in Shandong to unfold for now. We can address it later. This expedition has truly exhausted me. I would prefer to rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao silently lamented, Ah, dear Brother Jiang, how inconsiderate of you. I had hoped that upon your return, I might enjoy a moment of respite, yet you wish to recline first. This simply will not do. As brothers, one must take the lead while I rest. Once I have recuperated, I shall assist you. Thus, Zhu Youjiao resolved to employ the ancestral art of the Zhu family, painting grand visions. With utmost seriousness, he said, You are correct, Brother Jiang. Your efforts in pacifying the southwest have indeed been arduous. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of reprieve. However, Zhu Youjiao then shifted his tone, stating, Brother Jiang, you have rendered great service, and I had initially intended to bestow upon you a hereditary title of Count. Alas, the ministers and officials in the court argue that you are too young. Despite your accomplishments, granting you a hereditary title might prove detrimental. After all, fame brings its own perils. One must be cautious of drawing attention. Hence, after much deliberation, I managed to secure for you a Countess title, albeit not hereditary. I hope you can understand the challenges I face. Rest assured, I shall elevate you to the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince and promote you to the rank of Ronglu Dafu. As brothers, I shall not treat you unfairly. How does that sound? Jiang Ning was taken aback, his mouth agape. He was aware of the rarity of titles in the Ming dynasty, but did not anticipate such difficulties. Despite his relentless efforts in subduing several provinces in the southwest, and with Zhu Youjiao advocating on his behalf, he could only secure a non-hereditary countess title. This seemed rather unjust. Jiang Ning realized that, under these circumstances, if he wished to attain the rank of duke, he would need to vanquish at least 20 surrounding vassal states and rely on Zhu Youjiao's special favor. Yet, he could not bear to put his dear brother in a difficult position, so he forced a faint smile and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the honor. I am content. His voice was laden with resignation. Jiang Ning, being human, could not ignore his own considerations. With 2 wives already, he would undoubtedly have children in the future. Though he shared a close bond with Zhu Youjiao, such a relationship could not endure indefinitely, for they would both grow old. What then would become of his descendants? Would they be reduced to commoners in a few generations? At that moment, noticing Jiang Ning's expression, Zhu Youjiao quickly reassured him. Brother Jiang, do not lose heart. As long as you exert yourself and assist me in resolving the issues in Shandong, I will surely advocate for you. I guarantee that I will strive to secure for you a hereditary countess title. Upon hearing the prospect of a hereditary title, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with hope, and he replied earnestly, Your Majesty, is it not merely the matter of the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong and those issues with the Old Kong family? Once I am able to focus, I can resolve them swiftly. You need not worry. As Jiang Ning exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, Zhu Youjiao smiled and remarked, Brother Jiang, rest assured, I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. With that, he deftly lifted 2 trays of pastries, skillfully wrapped them in rice paper, and placed them in Jiang Ning's hands, grinning, Brother Jiang, these are the latest confections crafted by the Imperial Kitchen, which I have yet to indulge in. Reserved especially for you. Jiang Ning, gazing at the pastries, felt a familiar sensation. The recipe and flavor evoked a sense of awkwardness as he chuckled softly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao cheerfully led Jiang Ning to the Imperial Garden for the banquet. Behind them, Fang Zhenghua silently exclaimed, Goodness, the Emperor is rather cunning. Did he not previously bestow upon Lord Jiang the hereditary marquisate? How has it suddenly transformed into a mere countship, which cannot be inherited? It seems he intends to lead Lord Jiang into a precarious situation. At the same time, he felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Ning. Chapter 357. Sharing others' generosity. Upon their arrival at the Imperial Garden, The assembled guests sat in decorum, none daring to commence their meals before Zhu Youjiao's arrival. As he appeared and issued his command, the banquet officially commenced. The atmosphere among the sovereign and his ministers was harmonious and lively. As they exchanged cups and engaged in conversation, showcasing the camaraderie between them. Observing Jiang Ning's spirited demeanor, Zhu Youjiao inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He contemplated that while his brother Jiang possessed many admirable qualities, he lacked ambition and required prodding to take initiative. However, with the prospect of the hereditary countship now dangled before him, the unrest in Shandong seemed destined for resolution, for Jiang Ning's prowess was undeniably reliable. As the revelry continued, time slipped away unnoticed, and Jiang Ning became thoroughly intoxicated. Following the banquet's conclusion, the guests rose to take their leave. Zhu Youjiao specifically instructed Fang Xiaozhong to escort Jiang Ning home. Upon his return, the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan found him swaying and quickly assisted him inside, tenderly helping him to wash up. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang Ning slowly regained consciousness. In the familiarity of his surroundings, he mused. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. At that moment, the Lu sisters entered the room to assist him with dressing and grooming. Shortly thereafter, they all gathered in the dining hall. Noticing the sudden presence of several new maidservants, Jiang Ning curiously inquired of Lu Ruoyan, "What is the meaning of this?" With a smile, Lu Ruoyan replied, "This is due to Grandfather Sun and Grandfather Yuan observing our household solitude. They have arranged for these trustworthy and familiar maidens, who are not from outside. You need not worry, my husband." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning refrained from further questioning and merely nodded in acknowledgement. After sharing breakfast with the sisters, he then inquired about his master, Shen Shuzi, from Lu Ruoyan. He learned that his esteemed master was thriving in the capital, with Shensu Temple enjoying a flourishing reputation. Shen Shuzi frequently held free clinics, providing medicine and treatment to his followers, which greatly enhanced his esteem. In the capital, the subjects that occupy the minds of the citizens are predominantly two: the infamous Wei Gonggong of the Eastern Depot and the venerable sage, Shen Shuzi of the Shinshu Temple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! I never anticipated that my usually unambitious master would achieve such renown. It seems I must find time to pay a visit to this old fellow." Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Li Ruoyan, his neighbor. Li Ruoyan arrived accompanied by a woman in her 20s, whose appearance was unremarkable yet neat and tidy, unmistakably a person accustomed to managing household affairs. Beside her stood a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old. As they met, Li Ruoyan introduced, "Esteemed sir, this is my wife, Wang, and this is our son, Ping Sheng. Let him greet you." Wang promptly performed a courteous bow, and the boy chimed in, "I have met you, Jiang Darren." Jiang Ning smiled and inquired, "Old Li, is this your son?" Li Ruoyan quickly replied, "Indeed, esteemed sir, this is my son, Li Ping Sheng. After our expedition to the southwest, they arrived in the capital not long ago. During this time, we are immensely grateful for the care extended by both ladies, hence our intention to pay a visit today." Jiang Ning chuckled, "Old Li, there is no need for such formality between us." He looked fondly at the charming child, removed a jade pendant from his waist, and presented it with a smile. "Little Ping Sheng, this is a gift from your uncle." Upon seeing this, Li Ping Sheng hesitated to reach out and instead turned to Li Ruoyan, who nodded, "This is a gift from your uncle Jiang, so you should accept it." Only then did Li Ping Sheng take the pendant, expressing in a tender voice, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Ning affectionately tousled the boy's hair and suddenly recalled the 2 bags of pastries that Zhu Youjiao had packed for him the previous day. He quickly instructed someone to fetch them, presenting a bag and saying, "Ping Sheng, these pastries are from the palace. Give them a try." Li Ruoyan, seeing this, hurried forward to accept the offering, smiling, "I never expected such fortune. Ever since the last time I had them, I have been longing for more." Jiang Ning erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, being quite familiar, invited Wang to chat indoors, while the maid led Li Ping Sheng to play in the courtyard. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and their guards, then proceeded to the Zhenfusi office, where they met Tian Urging. After a brief inquiry, Jiang Ning felt no need to linger, as the Jinyiwei, under Tian Urging's leadership, was efficiently progressing with its affairs, requiring no undue concern from him. Following this, the 2 men made their way to the Wujuan Dudu Fu. At this time, The English Duke Zhang Weixian was stationed in Nanjili, leaving only the seasoned generals Chun Su and Xin Yurong, along with the architectural enthusiast, Duke Dingyuan Deng Wenming. In the residence, upon entering the Wujuan Dudu Fu, Jiang Ning made his way directly to the office, where he found Chun Su and Xin Yurong deeply engrossed in their work, with several clerks bustling in and out. After some inquiries, Jiang Ning understood that he had returned to the capital with an impressive force of 250,000 troops, a significant increase of 150,000 over the 100,000 that had set out. The proper arrangement and deployment of these troops required meticulous planning, which was why Chun Su and Xin Yurong were diligently attending to the matter. Witnessing the meticulous efforts of the two seasoned veterans, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Jiang Ning then inquired, "Where is Lord Deng? Where has he gone?" Chun Su replied with a smile, "The Governor Qin has also arrived in the capital. He rested at the post yesterday, and Lord Deng has been summoned early this morning to assist in selecting a residence for Governor Qin. He is expected to return shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning slapped his forehead, chiding himself for having forgotten this important matter. However, he felt reassured by Deng Wenming's competence. Sure enough, not long after, Deng Wenming entered, accompanied by Qin Liangyu. As they greeted one another, Jiang Ning took the lead in asking, "Governor Qin, have you found a suitable residence?" Before Qin Liangyu could respond, Deng Wenming interjected, "Rest assured, my lord, I personally selected the residence for Governor Qin. It is undoubtedly reliable." Jiang Ning nodded, smiling as he addressed Deng Wenming, "My lord, now that Governor Qin has just arrived at the Five Armies Governoress office, there are many matters she is yet unfamiliar with. You must lend her your assistance in the future." Deng Wenming responded with a smile, "My lord, you need not worry. The heroic deeds of Governor Qin are well known throughout the capital. Once inside the Five Armies Governoress office, we are all comrades." Subsequently, Deng Wenming guided Qin Liangyu on a tour of the Governoress office, explaining the various affairs under its jurisdiction. After listening, Qin Liangyu marveled silently. In her previous impression, the Five Armies Governor's office was a place for noble families and relatives to retire, yet it now commanded all military power in the north of the Ming dynasty, directly accountable to the emperor, and was practically on par with the cabinet, while the Ministry of War had been relegated to a mere logistics department. The pivotal figure behind this transformation was none other than Jiang Ning. Observing the profound respect others held for Jiang Ning, Qin Liangyu could not help but feel fortunate to have been recommended by him to serve as the left deputy of the rear army at the Five Armies Governoress office. Seeing everyone engrossed in their tasks while he found himself at loose ends, Jiang Ning decided to take his leave. He accompanied Li Ruoyan to the Prince of Xin's residence. Upon their arrival, the guards at the entrance recognized Jiang Ning and promptly escorted them into the palace, leading them to the rear garden. There, Zhu Youjian was wielding the overlord's spear with great vigor. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian retracted the spear, and Wang Qingyin quickly offered him a towel. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhu Youjian smiled and said, "Second brother, what brings you here today? Aren't you at home, spending time with your two wives?" Jiang Ning chuckled, "I found myself with some free time, so I thought I would come by to visit your highness. I shall attend to my wives later this evening." After donning his attire, Zhu Youjian remarked, "Second brother, I happen to have a matter for you to consider." Jiang Ning perked up at this. "Your highness, please proceed." Zhu Youjian then dismissed those present, retaining only Li Ruoyan and Wang Qingyin, before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "This morning, news arrived from the Ministry of Rights that after capturing Prince Qin, the King Jin will remain in the capital to serve as the right minister of the Ministry of Rights." Jiang Ning nodded, already aware of this development. At that moment, Zhu Youjian chuckled. "Elder brother previously issued a decree summoning the Duke of Fugua, who is currently in Luoyang, to the capital. Since the Prince of Fu fell ill due to the intimidation by the treacherous Zhao Nanqing and Yi Xianggao, he has now nearly recovered and is expected to return to the capital after the new year." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Your highness, what relevance does this have?" Zhu Youjian then chuckled, "Second brother, the crux of the matter is what I am about to convey." Jiang Ning rolled his eyes, thinking that all the preceding conversation was mere trifles. Zhu Youjian continued, "Not long ago, the Jin prince inadvertently disclosed at the Ministry of Rights that our elder brother intends to relinquish the position of Grand Minister of Rights and is considering selecting someone from the princes in the capital to assume the role. After all, our elder brother is burdened with daily administrative duties, and he initially took on the position to re-establish the Ministry of Rights and bolster my standing. With so many princes currently in the capital, he need not continue to hold the position. After pondering this, Jiang Ning nodded and asked, "What does your highness imply by this?" Zhu Youjian grew anxious. "Second brother, do you support my candidacy for the Grand Minister of Rights?" Jiang Ning forced a smile. "Your highness, I fear it may not be appropriate for me to express an opinion on the position of Grand Minister of Rights." Zhu Youjian insisted. "Second brother, we are kin. Speak candidly." Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "What is His Majesty's perspective on this matter?" Zhu Youjian responded with a grin. "I believe our elder brother is inclined to endorse my appointment as Grand Minister of Rights. As for the Prince of Fu in Luoyang, he was thoroughly frightened by Zhao Nanxing and Yi Xianggao during his last visit. I am certain he would support me if I were to speak up. Even if the Jin Prince does not lend his support, he cannot possibly contest my claim." Jiang Ning shrugged and remarked with a smile, "With so many supporting your highness, it seems my endorsement may be unnecessary." Zhu Youjian laughed. "Had it not been for our elder brother personally appointing me as the left Minister of Rights, I might have already gone to the fief. Of course, there is no disgrace in being granted a fief, but I believe remaining in the capital to serve as Grand Minister of Rights, to realize my ambitions, offers far greater potential." Jiang Ning nodded. "If that is the case, I support your highness's candidacy for Grand Minister of Rights, though ultimately it will hinge upon His Majesty's decree." Zhu Youjian smiled. "Second brother, your words suffice. Now that we have returned to the capital and find ourselves unoccupied, shall we venture outside for a stroll?" Jiang Ning immediately stood upright, adopting a serious demeanor. "Your highness, I am a man of propriety, and you are a prince of the realm. How could we possibly go to the pleasure districts? What a scandal it would create." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, and after a long pause, he awkwardly replied, "Second brother, I meant to say that I have not seen Wang Kai in quite some time. I heard he has been taken by the old immortal to the Shinshu Temple outside the city. I merely suggested we visit Shinshu Temple to see the old immortal and Wang Kai, not to frequent the pleasure houses." Jiang Ning then realized his misinterpretation. Feeling so embarrassed that he wished to vanish into the ground, he cleared his throat a few times and said, "Your Highness, let us set off at once." Zhu Youjian summoned a horse, accompanied by several guards from the prince's household, as they, along with Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan, prepared to visit the Shinshu Temple to pay their respects to the old immortal. Just then, Jiang Ning suddenly seemed to recall something, smacking his forehead and grinning. "Your Highness, might there be any rare treasures in your estate?" Zhu Youjian looked on with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ning chuckled as he explained, "It has been a while since I last saw my master, and it would be rather inappropriate to go empty-handed. This morning, in a rush to leave, I forgot to bring anything with me. It would be a waste of time to go out and buy supplies now. It would be wiser to retrieve a few items from His Highness's estate for emergencies." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Li Ruoyan coughed incessantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly preposterous for his superior to consider using Prince Xian's possessions to honor his own mentor, a quintessential act of generosity at another's expense. Enriching oneself while depleting another's resources. Zhu Youjian himself had not anticipated that his second brother would make such a request. He cleared his throat and instructed Wang Qingyan, "Fetch those items from the estate for my brother to choose from." Wang Qingyan hurried off, and shortly thereafter, several young eunuchs arrived, carrying an assortment of items, including expensive herbs, exquisite jade artifacts, and antique porcelain. After a considerable selection process, Jiang Ning ultimately chose a century-old ginseng root and a piece of reishi mushroom. Once Jiang Ning had made his selections, Zhu Youjian instructed Wang Qingyan to take the remaining items back. At that moment, Jiang Ning hastily added, Wei Gonggong, please hold on to the rest of the items for now. Should I require them later, I shall return." Wang Qingyan stumbled slightly, nearly dropping the delicate jade artifact he was holding, and could only nod awkwardly in response. Zhu Youjian was left speechless. He had regarded Jiang Ning as a close brother. Yet he realized that this second brother did not perceive him as an outsider at all. Chapter 358. The 10 Calamities of Shishan. Jiang Ning, accompanied by the gifts he had acquired from Zhu Youjian, rode alongside Li Ruoyan and Zhu Youjian, surrounded by guards, towards the outskirts of the city to visit his mentor. The group rode westward. Although it was not Jiang Ning's first visit to the Shinshu temple, he had not paid much attention during his previous hurried trip. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, numerous citizens, holding incense and candles, were queuing to ascend the mountain to pay their respects, with several young acolytes guiding them. Among the crowd were also distinguished officials. Jiang Ning inquired, "What is the name of this mountain? It seems somewhat familiar." Li Ruoyan promptly responded with a smile, "My lord, this is Hongxue Mountain." The emperor, at the time, ordered the old immortal to select a location near the capital to establish the Shinshu temple, and this was the chosen site. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning smacked his forehead in realization. Goodness, Hongxue Mountain is indeed my Shin, where my companion Zhu Youjian ultimately hanged himself from a crooked tree. I wonder whether my mentor chose this location by chance, or if there is a deeper significance. Subsequently, Jiang Ning dismissed further contemplation and led the group directly up the mountain. Before long, they arrived outside the Shinshu temple. The area was bustling, with a steady stream of worshippers entering and exiting, while several acolytes busily attended to the visitors and a few older priests distributed herbs to the people. Jiang Ning guided Zhu Youjian and Li Ruoyan directly into the main hall, where they offered incense to the three pure ones before making their way to the back courtyard. From a distance, Jiang Ning called out, "Master, your disciple has come to visit you." The voice of Sheng Suzi echoed from the courtyard, playfully chiding, "You rascal, cease your shouting. Are you here to visit your master or to mourn?" Jiang Ning chuckled softly as he led the two companions briskly into the backyard, where they encountered the inebriated Sheng Suzi. The old man appeared as disheveled as ever, clutching a gourd of wine, his face flushed from drinking, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and the others, Sheng Suzi staggered to his feet and ambled unsteadily towards Li Ruoyan, exclaiming, "Disciple, you have just returned to the capital, burdened with official duties, yet you still thought to visit your master. This brings me great joy. However, arriving here empty-handed seems rather improper, does it not?" Li Ruoyan, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Old immortal, it is I, little Li. I have brought you a gift of daughter red wine, and wish to take you to the brothel, the little Li you know." Sheng Suzi suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed little Li. How could I have forgotten?" He then turned his gaze to Zhu Youjian, saying, "This young gentleman appears strikingly familiar. Have we not crossed paths before?" Zhu Youjian chuckled and replied, "Old immortal, I am Zhu Youjian." Sheng Suzi let out a burp and remarked, "Oh, so it is your highness." At that moment, Zhu Youjian quickly snatched a brocade box from Jiang Ning and presented it with a smile, saying, "Old immortal, today I have brought you a gift, a century-old ginseng." Upon hearing this, Sheng Suzi eagerly accepted the brocade box, opened it, and said, "Your highness is truly considerate. I shall graciously accept this offering." He then turned to Li Ruoyan and asked, "And what about you, little Li?" Li Ruoyan reflexively handed over another brocade box, saying, "Old immortal, this is a gift of racier fungus from me." Sheng Suzi quickly took it, opened it, and remarked, very good, little Li. You are also quite thoughtful." Jiang Ning was momentarily dumbfounded, exclaiming that these two old men were devoid of any sense of decorum. He then awkwardly said, "Master, I feel that given the bond we share, no gift could sufficiently express my sincere regard for you. Thus, I have come bearing nothing but my filial heart." Sheng Suzi snorted coldly, saying, "And just who are you? How can I not recognize you? If there is nothing of importance, you may leave, as I shall not see you off." Desperate, Jiang Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he pleaded, "Master, I am your beloved disciple, Jiang Ning." Sheng Suzi scoffed again. "You speak nonsense. My treasured disciple has always respected his teacher. How could he come empty-handed? You are clearly an impostor, trying to deceive me. Begone." Jiang Ning's face turned pale upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he rummaged through his pockets for a while before producing a few pieces of loose silver, saying, "Master, this is the incense money I have brought for you. Please accept it." Sheng Suzi looked at the meager coins in Jiang Ning's hand and retorted, "My treasured disciple is always generous. How could he be as stingy as you? Enough of this nonsense. You should leave at once." Stunned into silence, Jiang Ning then resolutely removed his boots and retrieved a 1,000-tael silver note, offering it to Sheng Suzi. Upon seeing the silver note, Sheng Suzi's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, "Disciple, I did not expect it to truly be you. Today, I have drunk too much to recognize you." You have traveled such a long distance and brought me such a generous offering. Do not let it happen again next time. Zhu Youjian and Li Ruoyan exchanged glances. Their expressions caught between amusement and restraint. Jiang Ning, with a face full of helplessness and tears welling in his eyes, said, Master, honoring you is my duty as your disciple. Please do not be so modest. Subsequently, Shen Shuzi beckoned everyone to take a seat and summoned a young acolyte to serve hot tea. With a smile, he inquired of Jiang Ning, my disciple, how did your journey to the southwest fare? Jiang Ning nodded and responded with a smile. Thanks to your blessings, Master, the journey has been smooth sailing. Shen Shuzi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhu Youjian, his face flushed, rubbed his hands together and asked, Old Immortal, why is Wang Kai not here? I wish to see him. Shen Shuzi pondered for a moment before instructing the acolyte beside him. Take the prince to see Wang Kai. The young acolyte quickly complied, guiding Zhu Youjian out to meet Wang Kai. Observing their departure, Shen Shuzi turned to Li Ruoyan and said, Little Li, there is a vendor at the foot of the mountain selling delicious pig's head meat. Please fetch me 2 jin. Li Ruoyan promptly responded, since the old immortal desires it, I shall go at once. With that, he nimbly rose to procure the pig's head meat. As Shen Shuzi sipped his tea, the slight intoxication on his face gradually faded. He turned his serious gaze towards Jiang Ning and remarked, Disciple, you must have seen blood on this journey to the southwest? Jiang Ning nodded solemnly. Shen Shuzi's expression grew grave. Remember my admonitions, dear disciple. Your fate is unusual, destined to be intertwined with warfare and strife. And you are bound to attain a high position among men. On the battlefield, it is often a matter of life and death, but strive to minimize bloodshed. The way of heaven is unpredictable. Excessive killing will surely incur divine retribution, and while you may escape unscathed, your nearest and dearest may suffer the consequences. Jiang Ning, with a serious demeanor, nodded earnestly. Master, rest assured, your teachings are forever imprinted in my heart. At that moment, Shen Shuzi, with an air of mystery, asked, Disciple, when might I be able to embrace my grand disciple? Jiang Ning, exasperated, replied, Master, I have only just returned. There is a mountain of official business awaiting me. I will do my best tonight. Shen Shuzi nodded in satisfaction. That is good, very good. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, Master, why are you so eager to embrace a grand disciple? Is there some deeper significance? Shen Shuzi sighed softly and said, Do you remember when I helped you calculate your destiny? Jiang Ning nodded and recounted the results of his fortune-telling. Shen Shuzi, with a serious countenance, replied, You have overlooked an important detail. You are a harbinger of calamity, and those closest to you will inevitably suffer, meeting untimely ends. Though I am considered a semi-immortal, I too fear being afflicted by your fate. Hence my desire to embrace a grand disciple sooner rather than later. The reason I insisted you marry Ruoyan and Qing Tan was that their destinies are fraught with misfortune and short-lived beauty. That fateful night of your assassination attempt was originally meant to be their demise, destined for untimely ends, yet by a twist of fate, you saved them, while nearly losing your own life in the process. Their lives are intertwined with death, and their deaths are entwined with life. Only individuals of exceptional caliber can withstand a fate as unique as yours. Had it been a daughter from an ordinary, respectable family, she would likely perish within a month from your influence. Jiang Ning paused, contemplating. Is this not the very essence of a preordained widow's sacred body? At that moment, Shen Shuzi spoke again. If her sisters were to leave you, they would surely meet a tragic end within 3 days. If you were to part with them, you would find it nearly impossible to find a wife in this lifetime. Remember, the laws of heaven seek balance. Extremes must inevitably lead to a counterbalance. You now occupy a position of great power, destined to wield influence over the realm. However, as the moon waxes to fullness, it must also wane. It is impossible for one to monopolize all the good fortune in the world. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, assuring, Master, rest assured. I am now content and will refrain from pursuing frivolous affairs. At most, I will indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, seeking blossoms and flirtation. Shen Shuzi, upon hearing this, coughed in irritation. Then, Jiang Ning spoke up. Master, I wish to seek your wisdom on a matter. Shen Shuzi retorted with annoyance. Ask away. As long as it does not pertain to financial matters, any other topic is fair game. Jiang Ning smiled awkwardly and inquired, Master, why did you choose to establish the Shinshu temple in this location? Is there some special significance to it? Shuzi was taken aback, regarding Jiang Ning with mild surprise. My disciple, have you discerned something? Jiang Ning, confused, replied, Master, what could I possibly have discerned? Shuzi, with a serious demeanor, explained, the reason I chose this site for the construction of the Shinshu temple is fundamentally for your sake. Jiang Ning, bewildered, could not grasp how this related to him. Subsequently, Shuzi rose, clasping his hands behind his back, and spoke slowly. Originally, the fortunes of the Ming dynasty were waning, its vitality diminished, teetering on the brink of ruin. Yet, with your arrival, this situation has transformed. The once declining fortunes of the Ming have begun to surge. Your fate is intricately linked with that of the current emperor, closely intertwined with the dynasty's fortunes. One flourishes together, one suffers together. As long as you lend your support, the fortunes of the Ming shall surely be reversed, leading to a continuation of prosperity. But are you aware of the 10 calamities of the Western Mountains? Jiang Ning shook his head, utterly perplexed. Shuzi continued. During the Yongle era, Emperor Qingzu commanded the relocation of the capital to Shuntian. However, Shuntian lies near the borders, having been dominated by the Mongol Yuan for a century. Although the Ming eradicated the Yuan, the remnants of their imperial fortunes gave rise to 10 aberrations known as the 10 calamities of the Western Mountains. Subsequently, the national master Yao Guanxiao was ordered to subdue and imprison these 10 aberrations beneath the Western Mountains, specifically under Mount Hongxue. However, these 10 demons have gained power. Should they escape, they would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Ming dynasty. Thus, I chose to build the Shinshu temple here, utilizing the divine might of the 3 pure ones, along with the imperial fortunes tied to you, to suppress these 10 aberrations. Jiang Ning, astounded, exclaimed, Master, is what you say truly genuine? Shuzi laughed heartily. Truth can be as elusive as illusion. Consider this merely a tale I have shared with you. With this, Jiang Ning decided not to delve further, recognizing the old man's tendency toward the mystical. Chapter 359. The 7 Killings and the Auxiliary Influence. Listening intently to the eloquent discourse of Master Shuzi, Jiang Ning found himself intrigued. He hastily poured a cup of tea for the master, smiling as he said, Master, after such an extensive discussion, please take a moment to savor this tea. Master Shuzi lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp. At that moment, Zhu Youjian approached with Wang Kai and Da Huang in tow, chuckling, Old Immortal. I never imagined the fare at your Shinshu temple would be so delightful. Wang Kai and his companion have certainly put on quite a bit of weight. Upon hearing this, Shuzi let out a hearty laugh, responding, This is not the result of my humble offerings. It is said that a minister's presence attracts even the lowest officials. My disciples are absent from the capital, yet news of Wang Cai's good fortune has spread, prompting officials to curry favor with the pair, and thus, the feast of poultry and fish has not ceased. He then shot a glance at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, feeling helpless, thought to himself, what a predicament. This group is lavishing attention not just on me, but on a dog. At that moment, Zhu Youjian remarked with a grin, Brother, you truly exemplify the principle that in poverty one should cultivate oneself, and in prosperity one should aid the world. Wang Kai has now partaken of the imperial rations alongside you. Jiang Ning cleared his throat a few times, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Shuzi's demeanor shifted as he gazed intently at Zhu Youjian, his expression growing serious. Jiang Ning, filled with confusion, wondered what had come over his master. Zhu Youjian, sensing the change, inquired, Old Immortal, why do you stare at me so? Shuzi rose swiftly and approached Zhu Youjian, scrutinizing him intently before solemnly asking, Might your highness be willing to disclose your birth date and time to this humble monk? Though perplexed, Zhu Youjian, trusting Shuzi, revealed his natal information. After listening, Shuzi began to calculate with his fingers. As the seconds ticked by, the master's countenance grew increasingly grave, causing even Jiang Ning to feel a twinge of concern. After all, his younger brother bore an extraordinary identity. Being a historically renowned monarch known for his tragic fate, Zhu Youjian, holding the leashes of Da Huang and Wang Kai, felt an uncharacteristic apprehension creeping in. Moments later, Shuzi ceased his calculations, prompting Zhu Youjian to ask hastily, Old Immortal, have you discerned anything for me? At that instant, Shuzi's expression transformed into one of warmth and mirth as he declared, Your Highness possesses a full and noble brow, a well-rounded stature. Your appearance is that of a gallant and formidable figure. Your destiny is extraordinarily auspicious. You are destined for immense wealth and high office. Jiang Ning, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, inwardly cursing. After all this, is he merely spouting nonsense? He is already a prince, the emperor's own brother. How could his fate not be illustrious? To suggest he might not attain great wealth is sheer folly. To his surprise, Zhu Youjian was elated, exclaiming, "Old immortal, is what you say truly sincere?" With a cheerful nod, Shen Shuzi assured him, "A monk never speaks in falsehood. If I utter even a single untruth, may thunder strike my disciple." Jiang Ning was left in a daze, thinking how familiar that phrase sounded. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian was further exhilarated, thrilled by Shen Shuzi's solemn vow made at the expense of Jiang Ning's life. In haste, he rummaged through his robes and produced several gold ingots, which he handed to the young acolyte beside him, stating, "This is the offering from this prince to the temple. I shall certainly donate a substantial sum of silver on another occasion." Seeing this, Shen Shuzi chuckled and replied, "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. A casual donation of 10 or 8,000 will suffice. We are all kin here. Excessive generosity would feel distant." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that this old sage was far too familiar, resembling his second brother in demeanor, truly a testament to their master-disciple bond. Just then, a young acolyte rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, another has brought roast chicken for Wang Kai." Upon hearing roast chicken, both Wang Kai and Da Huang dashed outside, pulling even the stationary Zhu Youjian along with them. Jiang Ning, witnessing this comical scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shen Shuzi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You all may attend to your own matters." The several young acolytes promptly took their leave. At this moment, Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, "Master, I see there are many acolytes and priests in the temple. Are they all your disciples?" Shen Shuzi retorted, "Taking you as a disciple nearly cost me my life. Why would I take on others? These young acolytes are orphans and beggars from the foothills whom I have taken in. Additionally, some priests from distant lands are staying here. But I cannot allow them to dine without labor. Thus, I have them assist in managing the temple and providing medical aid to the people." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "It seems Master is indeed concerned for his disciple." Shen Shuzi shot Jiang Ning a glare before inquiring, "Earlier, His Highness referred to you as second brother. What is the story behind that?" Jiang Ning then recounted the events of Zhu Youjian's journey to the southwest. After listening, Shen Shuzi's brow furrowed. Noticing this, Jiang Ning asked, "Master, what did you discern about His Highness?" Shen Shuzi, with a complex expression, said, "Disciple, ever since I laid eyes on this prince of faith, I perceived a purple aura surrounding him through my divination." Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, "Master, what is this purple aura?" Shen Shuzi explained, "It is the imperial aura of Jinyiwei, signifying that this prince possesses the fate of an emperor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning thought to himself, "It appears my master truly possesses remarkable insight, able to recognize that my young brother is destined for imperial fate." However, Shen Shuzi sighed and continued, "You and the current emperor's fate are complementary, with influences of 7 killings, partial Yin, and broken army present. Anyone of imperial destiny would be overshadowed by you, and this prince of faith is no exception. However, as he is the younger brother of the current emperor, he will not suffer fatal consequences, but will lose his imperial destiny, nonetheless. A life of wealth and honor should still be within his grasp. Nevertheless, through my recent calculations, I have discovered something unusual." Jiang Ning, intrigued, asked, "Master, what have you found?" Shen Shuzi, with a complex demeanor, replied, "Though this prince of faith possesses the Jinyiwei imperial aura and the fate of an emperor, his purple aura is thin, and his fortunes are shallow, indicating a destiny befitting a fallen ruler." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, pondering how astonishing it was. Shen Shuzi continued, "Originally, it was nothing significant, but now this prince of faith addresses you as second brother, thus entangling his fate with yours. During his expedition to the southwest, he not only led his troops into battle, but also personally engaged in combat, thereby absorbing the overwhelming murderous aura of the battlefield. Although there are dangers associated with warfare in one's destiny, it is an entirely different matter to immerse oneself in the fray. His fate has transformed from that of a sovereign under the auspices of the purple micro-emperor to one dominated by the 7 killers, now entering the Palace of Sea. His destiny is further compounded by the presence of 4 malevolent stars, Tua Luo, Di Jie, Di Kong, and Huixing, amplifying the murderous essence of the 7 killers. At the same time, auspicious stars align with Zuofu and Yu Bai, Wu Chu Lu, and Tan Lang, transforming into authority, generating a 7 killers biased imprint, marked by a terrifying bloodlust and rivers of blood. Jiang Ning, bewildered, responded, "Master, after all this, I still don't comprehend." Shen Shuzi retorted irritably, "What do you understand? Do you know who the last person with such a fate was?" Jiang Ning, intrigued, inquired, "Who?" Shen Shuzi gravely replied, "The overlord of Western Chu." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was so astonished that he jumped up, exclaiming, "Master, please don't jest with me. Throughout history, there has only been one overlord of Western Chu. Although the prince possesses some valiance, he cannot possibly become the second overlord, can he?" Shen Shuzi, unfazed, responded, "Whether this prince has the unparalleled martial prowess of the overlord of Western Chu, I cannot ascertain, but his fate indeed aligns with that of the overlord. Ultimately, this is all a consequence of your actions." Jiang Ning cried out in protest, "Master, how is this related to me?" Shen Shuzi replied curtly, "Originally, he would have merely lost his imperial destiny, with the celestial auspices dissipating, yet he could still have lived as a wealthy and leisurely prince. However, now that he calls you second brother, he has forged a brotherly bond with you and has willingly plunged into battle, thus absorbing the murderous aura of the battlefield, which has caused a shift in his fate." Then, Shen Shuzi continued, "I have just employed the art of observing qi, and the prince is indeed enveloped in a heavy malevolence, a red tinged with black, resembling the arrival of a killing star. In the future, wherever he goes, chaos and bloodshed will surely ensue, sharing a fate akin to yours." Jiang Ning, alarmed, thought to himself, "How has Zhu Youjian transformed into a killing star? Is this truly the Zhu Youjian from my recollections of the future?" Nonetheless, he could not remain indifferent to his younger brother's plight. He hastily inquired, "Master, will the prince also meet a tragic end like the overlord of Western Chu?" Shen Shuzi pondered for a long while before responding, "It should not come to that. After all, he is a prince of the Ming dynasty, and the current emperor is his own brother. As long as he refrains from rebellion and strives for power, he should not meet a disastrous fate in battle. However, you must remember this. The 3 of you are now like grasshoppers on the same string, closely intertwined with the fortunes of the Ming dynasty. As long as the fortunes of the Ming continue to flourish, the national auspices will counterbalance the overwhelming malevolence that surrounds him. Should the fortunes decline, he will inevitably face repercussions akin to the overlord of Western Chu, suffering the consequences of his own malevolence and meeting a wretched end." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Master, if I understand you correctly, does everyone's fate undergo transformation, even that of an emperor?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi nodded gravely and replied, "Is there anything in this world that remains constant?" Liu Bang, who established the foundation of the Han dynasty over 4 centuries, once appeared as humble as a grandson before Xiang Yu. This was due to Xiang Yu's overwhelming fortune at that time, which made even Liu Bang, who bore the aura of an emperor, tread cautiously. Had Xiang Yu eliminated Liu Bang at the banquet of Hongmen, his destiny could have shifted to that of an emperor, and combined with his existing fate, he might have achieved monumental success. Alas, fate played a cruel hand, leading to Xiang Yu's defeat and demise, ultimately paving the way for Liu Bang's rise. After absorbing this profound information, Jiang Ning found himself profoundly unsettled. Just then, Shen Shuzi rose, stretched lazily, and remarked, "Disciple, remember to diligently practice the martial skills I have imparted to you. Do not grow complacent. Now that you have returned to the capital, your duties will undoubtedly be demanding. If there is nothing pressing, you may descend the mountain and attend to your affairs. Visit me again when time permits, and do not come empty-handed. Bring gifts or silver." Jiang Ning, with a resigned nod, complied. At that moment, Shen Shuzi turned to re-enter the dwelling, softly reciting, "Once 3,000 tribulations graced the heavens, and 500 years were spent among mortals. With a sword at my waist, lightning strikes, as the furnace's flames rise, shrouded in azure smoke. Once riding a white deer across the vast seas, again mounting a green ox into the celestial realms. My humble skills are mere trifles, yet none know that I am a true immortal." Chapter 360, Duke of the nation observing Shun Shuzi's retreating figure, Jiang Ning also stood and made his way outside. Having taken only a few steps, he encountered the exuberant Li Ruoyan, who was cheerfully carrying meat in one hand and wine in the other. Seeing Jiang Ning emerge, Li Ruoyan, with a puzzled expression, asked, "My lord, why are you out? Where is the old sage?" Jiang Ning shrugged and replied, "My master has indulged in drink and is now resting. Let us not disturb him." Li Ruoyan glanced at the meat and wine in his hands and suggested, "My lord, I've already purchased this feast. Should we not save some for the old sage?" Jiang Ning, without hesitation, pulled Li Ruoyan along as he explained, "My master is elderly. He cannot handle both wine and meat. Let us take it home and enjoy it ourselves." With no other choice, Li Ruoyan followed Jiang Ning, carrying the provisions. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the temple. There, they saw Zhu Youjian, holding a yellow dog in one hand and a wealth-bringing dog in the other. Surrounded by several individuals who carried food boxes, with 2 roasted chickens laid out on the ground. The 2 dogs voraciously devoured their meal, while Zhu Youjian beamed with delight. Resembling a simpleton from a wealthy household, Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan approached, still puzzled by the scene. However, as they drew near, a middle-aged man, appearing quite haughty, produced several banknotes and carelessly tossed them to the ground. With a haughty demeanor, he addressed Zhu Youjian, saying, "Young man, these 2 dogs are beloved pets of Master Jiang, the Left General of the Central Army. They are more precious than your very life, so handle them with care, or I shall break your legs." As he spoke, he instructed several attendants behind him to pack up the food boxes in preparation to leave. Enraged by these words, Zhu Youjian sprang to his feet, demanding, "From which household do you hail to speak so brazenly?" The middle-aged man coldly scoffed and replied, "I am Suin, the steward of the Duke of Dingwa's household. I am not someone you can provoke." At that moment, Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan approached, having overheard the exchange, and Jiang Ning's expression darkened instantly. Zhu Youjian retorted, "What a surprise. So, it turns out you are merely a steward from the Duke's household. One might think the Duke himself had arrived. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Suin raised an eyebrow and said, "Young man, be aware that in this capital, there are always greater men beyond you. Your attire may be decent, but before the Duke of Dingwa, you amount to nothing." Zhu Youjian shouted in fury, "Impudent! How dare you speak so arrogantly before me? It seems you are tired of living. I shall cast you down the mountain." With that, he seized Suin by the collar, lifting him effortlessly and preparing to throw him down the slope. The attendants behind Suin were petrified, astonished by the young man's strength. Jiang Ning quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please stop." Ignoring him, Zhu Youjian flung Suin to the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. At that moment, Li Ruoyan rushed over, scolding, "You are truly audacious, daring to behave so recklessly before the Prince of Xian. Do you wish for death?" Hearing this, Suin was struck dumb, realizing that the boy with the dogs was indeed the Prince of Xian. He hurriedly knelt, banging his head on the ground, exclaiming, "Your Highness, spare me. I am blind to your status and have offended you. Please forgive my transgressions." He then began to slap his own face, blood streaming from his wounds. Zhu Youjian coldly snorted, "Enough? I cannot be bothered to hold you accountable. All of you, get out of my sight, and do not let me see you again." Suin, feeling as if he had received a pardon from the heavens, quickly scrambled down the mountain with his attendants. Zhu Youjian cast a dissatisfied glance at Jiang Ning and said, "Second brother, why did you stop me just now? Otherwise, I would have thrown that blind wretch from the mountain." Jiang Ning smiled and reassured him, "Your Highness, the temple is a place of tranquility. It is inappropriate to engage in violence. If Master finds out, we may not be allowed to ascend the mountain again." Hearing this, Zhu Youjian sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led the 2, holding on to Wang Kai and Da Wang, as they made their way down the mountain. Jiang Ning inquired, "Your Highness, that man claimed to be a steward of the Duke of Dingwa's household, but I recall that there is only the Duke of England and the Duke of Qian, who has just relocated to the capital. I have no recollection of the Duke of Dingwa's household at all." Zhu Youjian, without a moment's hesitation, stated, "This is merely an antiquated tale from 100 or 80 years ago. The Duke of Dingwa has long since passed, and now he is but a fallen noble. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it, second brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning turned to Li Ruoyan and inquired, "Old Li, have you ever heard of the Duke of Dingwa?" Li Ruoyan, with a look of embarrassment, replied, "My lord, I too am unfamiliar with this individual." Jiang Ning nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "It appears the recent pressures have taken their toll. I must be experiencing delusions." Subsequently, the group made their way down the mountain, returning to the city. Upon their return, they dismounted and continued on foot. As for De Huang and Wang Kai, Zhu Youjian instructed the guards to escort them directly to his royal residence. They then strolled leisurely along the streets, enjoying the sights. Unbeknownst to them, as the sun began to set, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Jiang Ning found Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. He shared laughter and conversation with the two sisters, relishing the warmth of familial affection. After their meal, Lu Ruoyan directed the servants to clear the table and subsequently presented Jiang Ning with a cup of hot tea. At that moment, Lu Qingshan approached, playfully tugging at Jiang Ning's sleeve as she said, "Husband, tonight will you be staying in elder sister's room or mine?" Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Tonight, you both shall come to my room, and I shall regale you with stories." Lu Qingshan's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with delight as she asked, "Husband, are you trying to charm us again?" Jiang Ning, assuming a serious demeanor, retorted, "Am I truly that sort of person? Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of Sun Wukong's 3 confrontations with the white-bone spirit." The sisters were instantly enthralled. That evening, Jiang Ning narrated the story of the 3 encounters with the white-bone spirit. After the tale concluded, he fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next day only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon rising, he discovered that Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan had already started their day. As he sat up and stretched, he remarked, "There are no fields that have been overworked, only oxen that have been exhausted. The ancients do not deceive me. It seems I must practice moderation." He then dressed and washed up before heading to the dining hall. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan were busy directing the servants. And upon noticing Jiang Ning's arrival, Lu Ruoyan promptly exclaimed, "Husband, why not rest a little longer? The meal will take some time to prepare." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "I have rested well. However, you too, after such a long night, should take a moment to recuperate. These tasks can be entrusted to the servants." The two sisters blushed at his words. Before long, the servants began to serve the various dishes. Jiang Ning gathered the sisters to dine together. After the meal, he noticed that Li Ruoyan had returned with Li Pingsheng and promptly invited the father and son into the house. He arranged for tea to be served and had some pastries brought out for Li Pingsheng. At that moment, Li Pingsheng timidly approached Jiang Ning and softly asked, "Uncle Jiang, may I go to see the Fu and Heir Fu?" Jiang Ning paused, slightly taken aback, and replied, "Who are the Fu and Heir Fu? There are no such individuals at my residence." Li Pingsheng hastily recounted to Jiang Ning, "Uncle Jiang, they are not humans, but 2 bears, roughly the size of Pingsheng himself, with beautiful black and white fur, utterly adorable. Pingsheng loves to play with them." Jiang Ning, perplexed, turned to Lu Ruoyan and inquired, "Ruoyan, what on earth is Pingsheng talking about?" Lu Ruoyan chuckled softly and replied, "My dear husband, these are the 4 giant pandas you sent back to His Majesty during your campaign in Sichuan. His Majesty selected 2 to be raised in the palace, while the remaining 2 were sent to our residence." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing that the child wished to play with the giant pandas. Subsequently, under Lu Ruoyan's guidance, everyone proceeded to the backyard. They beheld 2 pandas, each the size of a small human, munching on bamboo within an oversized cage. Jiang Ning approached with a smile, jesting, "I initially intended for you to enjoy some royal provisions, yet here we are, united by fate." One of the pandas glanced up at Jiang Ning and then offered its bamboo. Jiang Ning waved his hand and laughed, "I cannot bite into that. You should enjoy it yourselves." Li Pingsheng, elated, seized some nearby bamboo to feed the pandas, while Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan watched over him. Jiang Ning then gave a few instructions to the group before taking Li Ruoyan to his study, where he inquired, "Old Li, what is the current situation in Shandong?" Li Ruoyan promptly replied, "My lord, everything is proceeding as planned. General He Kegong leads 30,000 troops, firmly blocking the White Lotus rebels within Shandong, preventing their incursion into northern Jili. Duke Ing commands another 30,000 soldiers stationed in southern Jili, ensuring the White Lotus rebels cannot enter that territory either. Xiao Gao and Old Su have become trusted aides under Su Hongru, beginning to eliminate various factions within Shandong with the assistance of the White Lotus sect. When he has encircled the Kong residence in Xiufu, where panic reigns. Many attempt to flee, but all are captured by one he. Those willing to serve the White Lotus sect remain, while those unwilling have been executed. It will not be long before the entire Kong residence is compelled to serve the White Lotus sect. The stain of rebellion cannot be washed away for the Kong family. Jiang Ning nodded, stating, "That is good. After such meticulous planning, it is time to witness the fruits of our labor." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan's face clouded with worry as he spoke. "However, my lord, the reformist officials in the court can no longer remain idle. Previously, they were silenced by the absence of the army, allowing His Majesty various reasons to quell their dissent. But now that the army has returned to the capital, they will surely be restless. During tomorrow's court session, the issue of military action in Shandong will undoubtedly arise. I wonder how you intend to address this matter?" Jiang Ning rose, a serene smile gracing his lips. "That is simple. We shall dispatch troops to Shandong." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, infused with an air of ruthless determination, causing Li Ruoyan, seated nearby, to shudder, as if standing in a frigid, desolate wasteland. Immediately following, Jiang Ning spoke to himself. "Previously, we have always acted with trepidation, ultimately due to the multitude of dissenting voices within the court, compounded by the empty treasury and the lack of military power in the hands of His Majesty. Consequently, we have resorted to underhanded tactics that are hardly commendable. However, now that we command an army of hundreds of thousands, we may boldly confront those who oppose the court." Li Ruoyan nodded in agreement, well aware of his superior's capabilities. Jiang Ning had previously approached matters with extreme caution, employing a plethora of cunning and dubious strategies, primarily stemming from insufficient strength. Yet now, with 30,000 troops at their disposal, the prior challenges would be effortlessly surmounted. In Chapter 361, Dispatching Troops to Shandong, within Jiang Ning's study, he and Li Ruoyan meticulously contemplated various scenarios that might arise and devised response strategies for each. Subsequently, Li Ruoyan extended an invitation to Jiang Ning to visit his residence, which Jiang Ning graciously accepted, bringing along the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan to join him and Li Ruoyan's father and son for the visit, conveniently located next door. Madame Wang, upon seeing Li Ruoyan, welcomed Jiang Ning and the others, promptly instructed the servants to prepare tea, and personally took to the kitchen to craft a sumptuous feast. Thereafter, Li Ruoyan produced his cherished vintage wine, and they all dined together. The atmosphere was joyful, filled with laughter and camaraderie. The Lu sisters engaged in delightful conversation with Madame Wang, forming a particularly amiable bond. It was not until the evening that Jiang Ning rose to take his leave, escorting the two ladies back home. That night, he regaled the sisters with the tale of Sun Wukong's quest for the sea-calming needle in the Dragon Palace, continuing until the late hours before finally retiring to bed. However, not long after falling asleep, Jiang Ning was awoken by someone calling for him to rise. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Ruoyan holding his official robes, smiling as she said, "Husband, we must make haste for court today." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, shook his somewhat groggy head and, with Lu Ruoyan's assistance, donned his official attire. After freshening up and having a light breakfast, he urged Lu Ruoyan to rest a while longer before he set out towards the estate's exit. Upon reaching the door, Li Ruoyan and a number of imperial guards had been waiting for some time. Jiang Ning mounted his horse and proceeded towards the palace. His residence was relatively close to the palace, and soon he arrived at the outer gate. As everyone dismounted, Jiang Ning too got off his horse, but suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, a vigilant imperial guard quickly caught him. Jiang Ning offered an awkward smile, remarking, "The ground is a bit slippery. Everyone should tread carefully." The assembled company nodded in agreement. Li Ruoyan scrutinized the ground, puzzled. As there had been no snowfall and no water present, what could possibly be slippery? How had he not noticed? Following this, Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan walked towards the outer gate, where a considerable number of officials had already gathered. As Jiang Ning made his way, he encountered many acquaintances, each of whom greeted him warmly, to which he responded with smiles. Even with officials of lower rank, Jiang Ning maintained a courteous demeanor, responding with kindness and grace. Beside him, Li Ruoyan inquired, "My lord, do you know those officials you were just speaking with?" Jiang Ning shook his head, replying, "Not a single one." Li Ruoyan, feeling somewhat awkward, asked, "My lord, how could you converse so warmly with them? One might think you were longtime friends." Jiang Ning chuckled heartily, saying, "Old Li, you must understand, in the court, Governance is not merely about conflict. It is predominantly about social graces. When they extend greetings, it is only polite that we respond accordingly. Otherwise, we risk appearing arrogant and disdainful. Li Ruolian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Ning spotted Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Shui Guoguan standing not far off, engaged in lively conversation. He approached them. Young Shui Guoguan, noticing Jiang Ning, quickly came forward, cupping his fists in salute. Lord Jiang, you have finally arrived today. Jiang Ning reciprocated the gesture with a smile. Old Shui, it has been a while. You seem even more spirited. Shui Guoguan's expression turned bittersweet as he remarked, Lord Jiang, please do not jest about my position. Afterward, the two approached Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly. Jiang Ning promptly bowed, saying, Elder Sun, Elder Yuan, you both have arrived quite early. Sun Qingzong stroked his beard with a nod, while Yuan Kelly, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Jimming, within the palace gates. You may call me Elder Yuan, and I shall not take offense. However, now that we are outside the palace, how should you address me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly corrected himself. Son-in-law pays respects to both esteemed fathers-in-law. Only then did Yuan Kelly nod in satisfaction. Jiang Ning silently lamented, realizing that since he had become part of the younger generation, he could do nothing right. At that moment, Sun Qingzong gently coughed and lowered his voice. Jimming, prior to your return, the capital's military was depleted, leaving us without troops to mobilize. However, now that you have returned with the army, I fear the literati will rise in unison today to petition His Majesty for troop deployment to Shandong. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Ning shrugged, replying, I am indifferent. It all depends on His Majesty's will. Yuan Kelly added quietly, Jimming, for this campaign to Shandong, you must refrain from leading the troops. The situation there is perilous, with the Ming family in Zhou County annihilated and the Kong family in Xiufu besieged by the White Lotus rebels. Even many of the Kong family's scions have defected to the White Lotus sect. This matter involves too many parties. You must not get entangled. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a group of censors led by Zhuo Guangdou approached, their expressions a mix of complexity as they regarded Jiang Ning in silence, while several officials behind him glared at him with disdain. Jiang Ning had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a crowd began to stir. An elderly man clad in a bright red official robe was seen dashing forward, pursued by another elderly man in a purple robe. Jiang Ning squinted and recognized them as Old Wei and Old Wei, pondering how these two had found themselves embroiled in yet another uproar. Despite his age, Old Wei was remarkably agile, sprinting swiftly enough that even Old Wei, who possessed martial skills, struggled to catch up. Upon witnessing the scene, Old Wei was immediately incensed. He swiftly removed his boot and hurled it at Gui Yunho, the shoe striking him squarely in the face. With a yelp, Gui Yunho fell to the ground. Jiang Ning, unable to contain his amusement, approached and assisted Gui Yunho to his feet, revealing a large footprint emblazoned on his face. At that moment, Old Wei, panting heavily, rushed over, retrieved his boot, and scolded, You old fool. Do you dare to play tricks in front of us, thinking our patience is infinite? Gui Yunho, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, Lord Wei, please temper your anger. I am merely serving the nation. Jiang Ning was perplexed. After all, the matter of Gui Yunho's tomb raiding had been addressed by Zhu Youjian, who instructed Old Wei to cease his inquiries. What had prompted this uproar once more? Old Wei, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, Lord Jiang, it is not that we are petty, but Gui, this shameless old man, has audaciously summoned our Eastern Depot personnel to the Ministry of Revenue to learn the art of tomb raiding. Is this something a person should do? Jiang Ning stood there, momentarily stunned. Gui Yunho muttered softly, Lord Wei, I am also devoted to the nation, without a trace of selfishness. Upon hearing this, Old Wei was ready to explode. Just then, the palace gates slowly opened, prompting Jiang Ning to quickly interject. Lord Wei, Lord Gui, let us not quarrel. The time for court assembly has arrived. I shall assist you in resolving this matter after the assembly. How does that sound? Both men, upon hearing this, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and the other officials proceeded into the palace. Upon entering the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the officials arranged themselves according to their ranks. Normally, the leading military official would be the Duke of England, Zhang Weixian, but as he was currently in Nanzili, the forefront was taken by Jiang Ning and Duke Dingyuan. Deng Wenming, with Chen Su, Xin Yurong, Qin Liangyu, and other prominent figures of the five armies' commandery standing behind them. At that moment, with a proclamation from Fang Zhenghua announcing the emperor's arrival, all officials knelt to greet him. Dressed in a dragon robe, Zhu Youjian ascended the throne, and the court reverberated with the thrice-repeated cries of "Long live the emperor." Afterward, Zhu Youjian instructed everyone to rise, and Fang Zhenghua announced, "If there are matters to report, please do so. If not, you may dismiss." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhuo Guangdou and several censors and scholars hastily stepped forward to address the throne, stating, "Your Majesty, I have a decree to present." Zhu Youjian nodded in acknowledgement. Zhuo Guangdou, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Your Majesty, the White Lotus rebels in Shandong have long been in turmoil, even reaching the homeland of the sage. Su Hongru, that rebel, has audaciously declared himself emperor. Our troops are returning home. We beseech your Majesty to issue orders to dispatch forces to Shandong to eradicate the White Lotus rebels and restore peace to the region." The other civil officials nodded in agreement. Zhu Youjian pondered for a moment before turning to Jiang Ning and the others, asking, "Minister Jiang, what is the stance of the five armies' commandery on this matter?" Jiang Ning promptly responded, "Your Majesty, I too concur with Lord Zhu's sentiments. We must swiftly send troops to Shandong to quell the White Lotus uprising. However, our forces have only just returned and begun to recuperate. If we are to mobilize them again, it may require some time. The soldiers must be well rested before we can deploy them." At this moment, Zhuo Guangdou, filled with urgency, challenged, "General Jiang, the Imperial Army currently boasts a force of 300,000. Is it truly impossible to allocate a portion of these troops to quell the rebellion in Shandong? I am curious how long it will take for the army to reorganize. Should we wait until the entire Shandong is thrown into chaos by the White Lotus rebels before dispatching troops to North or South Jili?" Before Jiang Ning could respond, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, grew impatient and interjected, "Zhuo Guangdou, what are you implying? This military expedition has already consumed nearly a year, leaving our soldiers exhausted and our horses weary. Your incessant demands to mobilize forces to Shandong. Do you wish for these brave men to restore order or to march to their demise? Furthermore, an army's deployment necessitates preparation of provisions and weaponry. Do you not recognize that this requires time? Do you think warfare is akin to a leisurely stroll where one can simply choose their targets at will?" Zhuo Guangdou's face flushed red from Deng Wenming's rebuke, as a multitude of censors and officials behind him began to voice their dissent, with Deng Wenming standing his ground. Instantly, numerous nobles and officials from the five armies' commandery also rose to join the fray, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic clash between civil and military factions. Observing this from his dragon throne, Zhu Youjian discreetly exchanged glances with Jiang Ning, who immediately understood the unspoken message. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian bellowed, "Silence. This assembly is convened to deliberate matters of state, not for bickering. If you wish to quarrel, then be gone from my sight." The assembled crowd hurriedly offered their apologies. At this juncture, Jiang Ning stepped forward and addressed, "Your Majesty, I have a proposal." Zhu Youjian nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Ning continued, "I believe it is imperative to swiftly suppress the White Lotus rebellion in Shandong. Therefore, I propose that we allocate 30,000 elite troops from the Imperial Army to proceed to Shandong and join forces with General He Kegong in Tianjin. Simultaneously, we should issue a decree for the Duke of England stationed in South Jili to lead 30,000 troops into Shandong. With the 50,000 under General Yang Guazhu's command in Shandong, we shall have sufficient strength to quell the White Lotus uprising." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, stating, "Minister Zhang's suggestion is commendable. However, how long will it take to prepare the necessary provisions and equipment?" Minister of War Li Banghua promptly stood and replied, "Your Majesty, we require 10 days. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian turned to Jiang Ning and inquired, "Which of the esteemed ministers is willing to lead the troops to Shandong to quell the rebellion?" His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ning, as if urging him to step forward for the honor of command. Yet, Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, I propose General He Kegong of Tianjin as the commander, with Duke Zhang Weixian as his deputy. Once the 30,000 troops from the Imperial Army and the 30,000 from Duke Zhang's command have arrived, General He shall oversee the unified command." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded, affirming, "Very well. Then I appoint He Kegong as the general for the suppression of rebellion and Zhang Weixian as his deputy." entrusting them with the task of eliminating the White Lotus rebels within Shandong. Furthermore, the 5 armies' commandery must make all necessary preparations. Jiang Ning and the other high-ranking officials of the 5 armies' commandery promptly accepted the imperial decree. Chapter 362. The fire costs returned to the public just as everyone believed they could disperse and return home. Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho stood up and spoke. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Zhu Youjian, glancing at Gui Yunho's face marked by a large footprint, furrowed his brow but nodded in acknowledgement, saying, You may proceed. With palpable excitement, Gui Yunho continued, Your Majesty, although Lord Zhang's expedition to the southwest has quelled the turmoil among the local chieftains, the prolonged campaign has consumed nearly 20 million taels of silver in military provisions and supplies. The national treasury is now on the brink of collapse. The court is soon to reward the valiant soldiers who pacified the southwest, yet we are unable to allocate funds for quelling the White Lotus rebels in Shandong. The assembled officials were momentarily taken aback, and Jiang Ning silently pondered. Has the Ministry of Revenue truly run out of funds so swiftly? That seems implausible. Zhu Youjian, seated upon the dragon throne, then inquired, Minister Gua, as the head of the Ministry of Revenue, do you have a solution? Gui Yunho glanced at Zhuo Guangdou and the others, responding, resolving this matter is not insurmountable. The provinces of Jiangnan owe the court 800,000 taels of silver in grain taxes, with an additional 150,000 stone of provisions yet to be fulfilled. Upon hearing Gui Yunho's words, Jiang Ning realized that the old minister was cleverly ensnaring Zhuo Guangdou and the others. Zhu Youjian, also catching the underlying message, rose and remarked, Minister Gua, the Grand Canal has been obstructed by the White Lotus rebels. Even if the Jiangnan provinces wish to remit the owed taxes and provisions, it cannot be transported to the capital in the immediate term. Gui Yunho chuckled, replying, Your Majesty, we need not complicate matters. Is not the Duke of England in southern Jili? A decree could be issued to have the Jiangnan provinces deliver all outstanding taxes and provisions to the Duke of England, who could escort them into Shandong. I will arrange for personnel to receive them upon arrival. Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, stating, In that case, let the cabinet issue a document urging the Jiangnan provinces to expedite their remittance, and once the Duke of England safely transports them to Shandong, the court will send officials to oversee the transfer. At this point, Zhuo Guangdou could no longer remain silent, urgently interjecting, Your Majesty, this will waste considerable time. We cannot afford further delays regarding the situation in Shandong. Zhu Youjian, raising his hands in resignation, replied, Zhuaiqing, I understand your urgency, and I share it. The court is equally anxious. However, as Minister Gua has pointed out, the treasury is depleted, and there are no funds available to pay for the military expenses needed to quell the rebellion in Shandong. My own private treasury has been surrendered to the Ministry of Revenue. Otherwise, I would personally cover this expense, but I find myself powerless. Zhuo Guangdou and the others, drenched in sweat from their anxiety, turned their gaze to Gui Yunho. With a cold snort, Gui Yunho reiterated, I stand by my words. Once the funds and provisions from Jiangnan arrive, the military expenses will be secured. Without them, there will be no funds. And pacifying the rebellion is utterly unattainable. Left with no other choice, Zhuo Guangdou and the others slowly retreated to their ranks, intending to urgently write to Jiangnan after court to expedite the remittance of the funds and provisions. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian declared the court adjourned, and the officials gradually made their way out. The cabinet, along with the prominent figures from the 8 ministries and the 5 armies' general headquarters, led the way, while the literati, including Zhuo Guangdou, followed behind with mournful expressions and a sense of despair. Gui Yunho clung tightly to Jiang Ning's side, fearful of a covert attack from the Old Wei. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua hurried over and stopped Jiang Ning, cheerfully announcing, Lord Jiang, please wait. His Majesty requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded and turned to follow Fang Zhenghua. However, Gui Yunho grasped Jiang Ning's sleeve, pleading pitifully, My lord, you cannot leave. If I step out of the palace, Lord Wei will surely strike me down on the spot. He then cautiously glanced at the Old Wei, who was nearby playing with walnuts. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning replied, Old Gua, just wait for me at the palace gate. I will be out shortly, and I will ensure Lord Wei remains here. He then hastened after Fang Zhenghua to the imperial study. Inside, Zhu Youjian sat on a couch, looking at Jiang Ning with a face full of helplessness. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, Your Majesty, what troubles you? Zhu Youjian, with a heavy heart, lamented, Brother Jiang. Why are you so lacking in ambition? Today in court, I had intended for you to lead troops to Shandong to quell the White Lotus Rebellion, and afterward, I would have sought to grant you a hereditary title of Count. Why did you recommend He Kegong instead? Jiang Ning, feeling exasperated, responded, Your Majesty. We currently have too many matters at hand. Although the Shandong uprising could be subdued quickly, it would still take several months. During this time, I could accomplish far more by remaining in the capital. Realizing he had wrongfully accused Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian replied, If that is the case, then so be it. However, Brother Jiang, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to support you. You must work diligently from now on. Jiang Ning nodded, smiling, Your Majesty, you need not worry. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to my duties. Pleased with Jiang Ning's words, Zhu Youjian grinned and picked up a piece of rice paper to prepare some snacks. Yet, Jiang Ning interjected, I would like to take a brief respite of 10 days to half a month, ideally until after the new year. Then I shall certainly devote myself to my work. Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a pained expression, Brother Jiang, if one lives without dreams, how is it any different from being a salted fish? Why can't you possess a bit of ambition? Jiang Ning, feeling helpless, retorted, Your Majesty. There are so many officials in the court. I am not the only one receiving the emperor's stipend. Why do you focus solely on me? Zhu Youjian, with a fervent demeanor, declared, Can they compare to you? You are my brother. As the saying goes, when hunting tigers, one does not part from their brothers. If you do not step up, who will? Should I, the emperor, take to the field myself? Jiang Ning, rendered speechless, finally replied, Then I shall follow Your Majesty's commands from here on. Zhu Youjian nodded and said, Brother Jiang, while we publicly assign the Shandong matter to He Kegong, it must secretly remain under your control, for we must not only deal with the White Lotus rebels. Jiang Ning nodded, assuring, Your Majesty, I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Zhu Youjian nodded with satisfaction, then produced an ornate box and handed it over, smiling as he said, Brother Jiang, take a look. This is the new currency minted according to your proposal by Zisuo, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Jiang Ning, intrigued by the remark, hurriedly approached to examine it closely. The copper coins gleamed brilliantly, coming in denominations of 1, 2, 5, and 10, and felt substantial in hand, clearly crafted with high-quality materials. He then picked up a silver coin for further inspection, finding it strikingly similar to the silver dollars of later generations. The obverse bore the likeness of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, rendered with remarkable detail, while the reverse displayed the inscription Ming Tong Bao, along with the numeral for one-tael value. Jiang Ning weighed the silver coin in his hand, then blew gently on it, bringing it to his ear. The clear, resonant sound echoed pleasingly. He set down the copper and silver coins and exclaimed with a smile, Your Majesty, this new currency is indeed excellently crafted. May I ask what materials were used? Zhu Youjian replied with a grin. The silver coins consist of 70% silver, 10% copper, 10% lead, and the remaining 10% is tin. As for the copper coins, after multiple experiments, we altered your initial suggestion to comprise 60% copper, 20% lead, with the remaining 20% being zinc and tin. These proportions were meticulously determined by Zisuo after thorough research into the coinage of past dynasties and market conditions. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the expertise of professionals in their respective fields. Zhu Youjian then spoke with excitement, Brother Jiang, I have instructed Zisuo to work closely with all officials of the Ministry of Revenue to conduct a detailed assessment. If we were to remit all the silver and copper in the realm into our new currency, we would incur some losses on the copper coins. However, the silver would yield profits, albeit modest, ensuring we do not suffer losses. More importantly, this would enable us to unify the currency across the empire. Jiang Ning nodded in deep agreement. In the past, Zhang Zhuxing had implemented the single whip law, replacing physical goods with silver for tax payments, thus establishing a silver standard. While this appeared to be a measure for tax unification, it effectively stripped the Ming court of its coinage rights. Although a substantial influx of silver from overseas entered the Ming, it remained firmly controlled by the bureaucratic and gentry classes, leaving the court with minimal benefits and exacerbating the burdens on the common people. This could not be solely attributed to Zhang Zhuxing, for even a prodigy like him was constrained by the limitations of his era. It can be said that the Ming dynasty, since the time of the founding Emperor Zhu, had long-standing issues within its taxation system, which, though not immediately apparent at the dynasty's inception, grew increasingly severe over time, ultimately leading to the tragic impoverishment of the once great empire. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao continued, Brother Jiang, regarding your previous suggestion to establish a bank. I have also had the cabinet and the 8 ministries deliberate on the matter, and they have nearly concluded their discussions. However, they are largely opposed to the idea of allowing people to deposit silver in banks while also charging interest, deeming it excessively wasteful. Jiang Ning chuckled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, one must realize that since the implementation of the single whip law by Zhang Zhuxing, a vast amount of silver from Western nations has flooded into the Ming. Yet tax revenues in the treasury have not significantly increased. Why is that? Ultimately, most of this wealth remains in the hands of bureaucrats and gentry, leaving the court with only a pittance. Last year, during the investigation of the Shaanxi Jin merchants' treasonous activities, I witnessed firsthand the discovery of over 100 pounds of silver melons hidden in the cellars of those traitorous merchants, and the quantity was indeed considerable. Silver is referred to as money because its value is realized only when it circulates and is utilized. If left idle, it is worth less than a mere piece of iron. Subsequently, Jiang Ning succinctly elucidated the principles of economics to Zhu Youjiao. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao experienced an epiphany. Brother Jiang, I comprehend your intent. You propose that officials, gentry, wealthy merchants, and the common populace deposit their funds in the banks, allowing the court to manage these assets, thereby facilitating the circulation of wealth across the realm, which would yield the greatest benefit for the court. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, smiling as he responded, Your Majesty is indeed exceptionally gifted. You grasp the concept with remarkable ease. Zhu Youjiao's cheeks flushed slightly as he humbly replied, Brother Jiang, I am not as formidable as you suggest. I am merely a touch more astute than the average individual. Jiang Ning inwardly scoffed, thinking to himself that his brother Zhu remained as shameless as ever. Then, with an excited expression, Zhu Youjiao declared, Brother Jiang, after my discussions with the 6 ministries of the cabinet, I have resolved to mint all the silver currently held by the court into silver dollars, and to recast the copper coins as well. To facilitate the circulation of these new currencies, I intend to distribute them directly as salaries to court officials and soldiers, splitting the amounts evenly between silver dollars and copper coins. To ensure the swift circulation of the new currency, I plan to collaborate with the Ming Merchants Association and the Qin Merchants Association for the issuance of this new money. In the future, when the court levies taxes, the populace may exchange their silver and copper coins for the newly minted currency at these associations. Thus, the establishment of the bank must be expedited. We cannot solely rely on the Ming and Qin merchant associations, as they are merely 2 commercial entities and cannot represent the court. Jiang Ning nodded in solemn agreement, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall handle this matter and ensure the establishment of the bank is completed before the year ends. Zhu Youjiao nodded with satisfaction, affirming, Brother Jiang, work diligently, and I shall not neglect your contributions. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, Have you ever truly valued my efforts? Jiang Ning was acutely aware that once the bank was operational, the financial condition of the Ming dynasty would undergo significant improvement, alleviating the current reliance on him and Old Wei's relentless confiscation of properties to address fiscal challenges. The court had already decreed the abolition of all mints across the provinces, consolidating the minting authority under the Ministry of Revenue in the capital. Furthermore, after the issuance of the new currency, it was strictly prohibited to cut or alter it, as was done in the past. Consequently, this measure effectively eradicated the source of revenue misappropriation by local governments during tax collection, ensuring the public accountability of expenses. As for the immense profits inherent in this reform, Jiang Ning, being well-versed in future developments, understood them all too well. Chapter 363, Mutual Assault at the Woman, Brothers, Gather and Check In. Following this, Jiang Ning elaborated on the specifics of public accountability for expenses to Zhu Youjiao. After listening, Zhu Youjiao nodded in deep agreement. Jiang Ning then seamlessly shifted the discourse to the responsibilities of the gentry in tax collection. Previously, Zhu Youjiao had vigorously promoted the establishment of charitable schools in several northern provinces. He had also taken measures against local gentry who, despite holding degrees, did not serve in the court and instead harmed the community. Those deserving of punishment were apprehended, and privileges were revoked. Upon hearing Jiang Ning mention the gentry's responsibility for tax collection and public service, Zhu Youjian nodded and remarked, "Brother Jiang, I have contemplated these matters as well. After all, the court can no longer exploit the common people. These gentry, with their immense wealth, neither pay taxes nor fulfill labor duties, yet they oppress the populace. I have long harbored intentions to rectify their excesses." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was elated and replied, "Your Majesty, what a coincidence. We shall initiate this endeavor after the new year. For now, let us set aside Jiangnan and commence with the southwestern and northern provinces." Zhu Youjiao, somewhat taken aback, stared at Jiang Ning and inquired, "Brother Jiang, are you perhaps too hasty? Previously, I merely decreed the revocation of their titles and reduced them to commoners, and they dared to openly gather their kin to vandalize government offices. If we were to directly implement the gentry's responsibility for tax collection and public service, would they not rise in rebellion?" Jiang Ning laughed heartily and responded, "Your Majesty, should they rebel, it would be most welcome. I fear their inaction more." Zhu Youjiao, incredulous, asked, "Brother Jiang, on which side do you stand? You should be aligned with me. Why do you wish for them to rebel against me?" Jiang Ning, with a smile, explained, "Your Majesty, the imperial army boasts 300,000 troops, and the 4 southwestern provinces have been completely pacified. This is the opportune moment to fully implement the gentry's responsibility for tax collection and public service. As for the northern provinces, Hongxue has already undergone reforms. Once the White Lotus Rebellion is quelled, all local powers in Shandong will be eradicated. In Hunan, Hongxue, and northern Jili, any who dare to incite unrest shall be promptly suppressed by military force." Zhu Youjiao suddenly smacked his forehead, embarrassed, and said, "Brother Jiang, I had completely forgotten about this. We have been acting with such caution that I overlooked our substantial military strength. We no longer need to feign humility." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "First, we put on our socks before our shoes. We act as juniors before stepping into the role of authority. Having been in the subordinate position for so long, it is time we assert ourselves lest we become subjects of ridicule." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother Jiang, you speak wisely." Jiang Ning then continued, "Your Majesty, I plan to conduct an inspection of military lands in the northern provinces after the new year, reclaiming all lands occupied by local officials and soldiers. Those who have encroached upon military lands shall face execution or arrest as warranted. Once reclaimed, these lands will be managed uniformly by the military governor's office. As per our earlier plan, local military personnel will no longer engage in agricultural activities, and the system of military households will be abolished in favor of a conscription system, with terms lasting 3 years. Upon completion, those who excel and demonstrate military merit will be promoted and retained within the army, while the remainder will be discharged to return home. As for the military lands, local citizens may apply to cultivate them based on their household numbers and registrations. Taxation will be shared equally between the military governor's office and the populace, with each party receiving half of the harvested crops. In the event of natural disasters, the court will reduce taxes, allowing the people to benefit from such relief measures as well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and remarked, "Brother Jiang, your proposal is indeed commendable. Although the Ming dynasty boasts an army of millions, in truth, the military forces have long been rendered ineffective, leaving us with only the 9 borders troops to rely upon. Yet, these troops, having endured years of strife, are now a shadow of their former selves, with their combat capabilities in serious doubt and their expenditures exorbitant. As the head of the 5 armies command, since you have resolved to undertake this matter, I shall offer my utmost support." Jiang Ning, with a solemn expression, assured, "Your Majesty, you need not worry. I shall see to it that this matter is handled with utmost diligence." Hearing Jiang Ning's response filled Zhu Youjiao with joy. He was well aware of Jiang's admirable qualities, yet recognized his tendency to be unhurried and lackadaisical when not prompted. A slight push had already resolved numerous thorny issues. With a bit more encouragement, he might find himself lounging in comfort as emperor. Thus, Zhu Youjiao began to contemplate how he might further urge Jiang Ning along. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua burst in, his face a mask of urgency, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, dire news. A grave incident has occurred." Zhu Youjiao paused momentarily before inquiring, "What has happened?" With a look of distress, Fang Zhenghua replied, "Your Majesty, Master Wei and Lord Gua have engaged in a brawl outside the Woman Gate, and the guards are unable to restrain them." Jiang Ning was taken aback, reflecting on his prior admonitions. How could these two have resorted to fighting again? Zhu Youjian commanded, "Fetch them both to the imperial study. I must inquire what they intend to accomplish." Ahead of the imperial censorate and a high-ranking minister engaging in public fisticuffs outside the woman gate, what decorum is this? Do they no longer care for the dignity of the court? Fang Zhenghua complied and hastily departed. Before long, the disheveled figures of Old Wei and Wei Yunho entered, both hastily bowing. Zhu Youjian regarded them and asked, "Wei Dabin, Wei Zhaoqing, what is the meaning of this? Pray, elucidate the circumstances that would lead a head of the imperial censorate and a serving minister to disregard the court's dignity and engage in such a ruckus outside the woman gate?" Wei Yunho quickly interjected, his voice tinged with a whimper, "Your Majesty, I did not engage in fisticuffs with Master Wei. It was he who relentlessly pursued me. Had it not been for my nimble legs, I would surely have met my end today." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The display so poignant that any onlooker might believe him to be grievously wronged. Zhu Youjian turned his gaze toward Old Wei, who, with reddened eyes, responded, "Your Majesty, it is not that I am arrogant, but rather that this Gua has been intolerably oppressive. He dared to summon individuals from the Eastern Depot to the Ministry of Revenue and openly lectured them on how to conduct tomb raiding. Had matters stopped there, I would have endured. Furthermore, just before our audience, Lord Jiang had repeatedly assured me he would handle this matter appropriately. Yet, to my astonishment, Wei Yunho has gone mad. Now, my 1,000 men from the Eastern Depot are nearly his disciples. Those rascals even refer to Wei Yunho as their ancestor. Your Majesty, consider this. In our illustrious Ming dynasty, only the great founders, Taizu and Qingzu, are worthy of being revered as ancestors. The actions of Wei Yunho are nothing short of an affront to our traditions." Upon hearing the accusations from Old Wei, Zhu Youjian and Jiang Ning were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Gua had audaciously established himself as a patriarch of sorts. At that moment, Wei Yunho hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, the situation is not as you perceive. I harbor no treasonous intent. After all, tomb raiding is a craft steeped in skill." Zhu Youjian, intrigued, urged him to elaborate. Wei Yunho, invigorated by the invitation, began, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but the intricacies of tomb raiding run deep. Allow me to enlighten you. One must seek the dragon, assess the gold, and observe the winding mountains. With each twist of the mountain comes a corresponding challenge. If there are 8 perilous traps at the entrance, rest assured, a nobleman lies buried within. The tombs of the Tang are found on mountain peaks, while those of the Han are nestled in the slopes. The graves from the spring and autumn as well as the warring states are located atop the hills, and the grand mausoleums of the Qin and Han lie across ridges. The Eastern Han and Southern dynasties favored the mid-slopes, while the Sui, Tang, and Song preferred the lower inclines. The Tang tombs are sweet, the Song tombs are bitter. The limestone of the Ming carries a pungent odor, while the ancient woods of the Shang and Zhou are replete with a strong scent. The taste of cinnabar from the Qin and Han is overpowering, and the tombs of the spring and autumn as well as the warring states require no scent. For the very earth reveals traces of azure grease. Mountains entwine with winding waters, and clear openings are discernible. Moths flutter above the graves, and snowflakes falling crystallize into salt. Thunder and lightning herald the presence of a tomb. Avoid searching near decayed wood, for the graves are nestled between the ridges. The red earth of the spring and autumn and warring states. The yellow earth used for backfilling in the Western Han. With a compass in the left hand and a spade in the right, boundless wealth lies before you. Zhu Youjian listened, speechless, while Jiang Ning stood in stunned silence. And Old Wei glared angrily. Then, Wei Yunho, with a countenance full of grievance, continued, "Your Majesty, tomb raiding is indeed a technical endeavor. I have been self-taught, learning through trial and error, and have sought counsel from the esteemed predecessors in the prisons of Shuntian Prefecture and the Ministry of Justice, gradually grasping these techniques. However, to procure more silver for the national treasury, I had no choice but to take on apprentices. From the 1,000 men at the Eastern Depot under Lord Wei, I selected those with promising potential as disciples, passing on the art of tomb raiding in hopes that they might serve the court. Yet, they too began to take on apprentices, and before long, I transitioned from being a master to being regarded as an ancestral figure. They refer to me as an ancestor. And while I initially resisted, the act of imparting knowledge is a reality, devoid of any treasonous intent. I beseech your Majesty to discern this." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian came to a realization. It seemed Gua had become somewhat obsessed. He rubbed his forehead and turned to Jiang Ning, saying, "Brother Jiang, what do you believe would be a suitable resolution for this matter?" Jiang Ning rose, adopting a serious demeanor, and replied, "Your Majesty, I have heard tales from the era of Taizu regarding the Guanshan Taibao walking before the emperor. Might there be truth to this?" Gua Yunho immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling with interest. Zhu Youjian, after a moment of contemplation, nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, there is truth to it. During Taizu's reign, the esteemed Liu Bowen was introduced by him, and he sought out many adept individuals in the realm of feng shui and ancient tomb construction, bestowing upon them the title of Guanshan Taibao. They were granted gold medals, allowing them to serve before the emperor, tasked with constructing royal tombs for the Ming dynasty. However, this lineage was eventually absorbed into the Qinianjian, with some merging into the Ministry of Works, leading to the discontinuation of the Guanshan Taibao's legacy." Upon finishing his words, Zhu Youjian seemed to recall something. He gazed at Jiang Ning with disbelief and said, "Brother Jiang, you cannot possibly mean." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly and replied, "I humbly request your Majesty to re-establish the Guanshan Taibao, to be personally led by the esteemed Lord Gua." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian became agitated and quickly retorted, "Brother Jiang, the Guanshan Taibao was established for the royal mausoleums of the Ming dynasty, not for grave robbing. If I agree to this, how shall I face the Taizu in the afterlife? Would I not be subjected to his wrath?" Chapter 364. Guanshan Taibao. Jiang Ning hurriedly began to explain, "Your Majesty, I do not intend for the Guanshan Taibao to engage in grave robbing, but rather to conduct archaeological endeavors." At the mention of archaeology, Zhu Youjian wore a puzzled expression. Jiang Ning patiently elaborated, "Your Majesty, the current issue is that even if you prohibit Lord Gua from digging, grave robbers will still excavate ancient tombs. Those tombs that have been disturbed by such thieves are likely to have been overlooked. Therefore, we can, under the guise of archaeology, allow Lord Gua to conduct a thorough examination once more. Furthermore, those tombs inadvertently unearthed by common folk can also be entrusted to Lord Gua for excavation and protection, ensuring that their contents are properly handled. In this manner, it cannot be merely classified as grave robbing." After listening, Zhu Youjian rubbed his forehead and retorted, "After all that discussion, isn't this still grave robbing? It merely shifts from active grave robbing to passive grave robbing. The essence remains unchanged." Jiang Ning smiled and clarified, "Your Majesty, grave robbers leave no trace, not even the remains of the deceased. However, Lord Gua is a man of principle. He will only take artifacts and will disturb the resting places of the deceased no more than necessary, ensuring that the tombs are refilled afterward. Moreover, everything unearthed will be catalogued. Items that can be sold will be exchanged for silver, while those that cannot be sold can be displayed in a museum for the public to appreciate." Zhu Youjian inquired with curiosity, "What exactly is a museum?" Jiang Ning explained, "It is a place designated for the exhibition of treasures from various dynasties, intended for public viewing. When the populace sees that the artifacts excavated by the court are on display here, rather than being sold or hoarded, they will be more amenable to the idea." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian glanced at Gua Yunho, who, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall adhere to the rules." Zhu Youjian mused inwardly that Gua Yunho had become thoroughly obsessed. It seemed unlikely to prevent him from grave robbing. Jiang Ning's proposal, however, appeared to be a compromise, and it seemed the only viable option at present. He nodded and instructed Fang Zhenghua, "Fang, please bring forth the items." Fang Zhenghua complied, and shortly returned with a Zeton wooden box, which he presented to Gua Yunho. Upon opening the box, Gua Yunho was delighted to find a palm-sized gold medal inscribed with the words Guanshan Taibao. He held it in his hands, filled with joy as he admired it. Observing this, Jiang Ning cleared his throat. Gua Yunho promptly bowed and said, "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's support. Rest assured, I shall diligently pursue archaeology. I shall conduct archaeology properly." Zhu Youjian, with a face full of helplessness, remarked, "Gua Yunho, today I bestow upon you the revered golden seal of Guanshan Taibao, a relic from the era of our great ancestor. Moreover, the 1,000 troops from the Eastern Depot shall now be under your command. However, from this day forth, every action taken by Guanshan Taibao must be reported to me without delay." Gua Yunho quickly nodded in agreement. Zhu Youjian then turned to Lao Wei and instructed, Wei Dabin, subsequently erase those 1,000 men from your Eastern Depot roster and let them assist Guo in his endeavors. Lao Wei nodded, realizing that this would sever his ties with Gui Yunho, sparing him from any repercussions that the old scoundrel might incur in future tomb raiding escapades, thus preserving his own merits. At that moment, Jiang Ning interjected, By the way, Lord Guo, moving forward, any artifacts you unearth, regardless of the buyer, must be meticulously documented. Confirm the buyer's identity, and ensure a formal agreement is signed, stipulating that the items remain within the borders of the Ming dynasty and are not to be sold abroad. Should anyone dare to contravene this, the court will pursue them relentlessly. Guo Yunho quickly nodded in response, assuring, Rest assured, Lord Jiang. I am aware that the treasures left by our ancestors must be preserved for future generations and should not be squandered on outsiders. As this matter seemed to reach a temporary resolution, Jiang Ning finally exhaled, only to notice Guo Yunho persistently winking at him. Jiang Ning understood that the old miser was eager to commence his work. Therefore, he cleared his throat and stated, Your Majesty, 2 days ago, while I was offering incense at the Shinshu temple outside the city, my master revealed to me that, through his celestial observations, he predicts a great calamity may befall Shaanxi and Hunan in a few years, leading to barren lands and crop failures. Zhu Youjian was taken aback by this declaration, while Lao Wei and Guo Yunho also became restless. As officials, they were acutely aware of the gravity of Jiang Ning's words. Historically, countless dynasties have met their demise due to such natural disasters and man-made calamities. Zhu Youjian anxiously inquired, Iching Jiang, did the old immortal truly speak thus? Jiang Ning, sighing internally and silently lamenting, thought, Master, I am once again unable to honor your teachings. I hope you can forgive me. He then responded earnestly, Indeed, Your Majesty. My master did say so. He intended to keep this knowledge for a few years, as revealing it now may lead to disbelief. The event is still years away. However, he let slip the information in a drunken state before me. Zhu Youjian, distressed, began to pace back and forth, exclaiming, The old immortal is renowned for his profound foresight and uncanny abilities. His words must be true. What shall we do? Jiang Ning quickly suggested, Your Majesty, since this calamity is projected to occur years from now, we should take proactive measures to prepare in advance. Zhu Youjian looked at Jiang Ning and asked, Iching Jiang, what do you propose? Jiang Ning continued, Your Majesty, we could dispatch personnel to recruit laborers in Hunan and Shaanxi, excavating canals and constructing wells to enhance water management. This would prepare us for the impending drought, ensuring that, when disaster strikes, the people will still have sustenance to survive. Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, stating, In that case, let us commence this initiative at the dawn of the coming year. Jiang Ning discreetly signaled to Gui Yunho, who immediately understood. Recalling Jiang Ning's earlier statement upon returning to the capital about allowing him to excavate in Shaanxi and Hunan, it became clear that the intention was to engage him in canal digging and well construction for water conservation. Nevertheless, as long as he could return to those regions, it would be akin to a fish returning to water. Gui Yunho immediately spoke with earnestness. Your Majesty, Minister Zhang's proposal is exceedingly prudent. I humbly beseech Your Majesty's grace to allow me to personally oversee this matter in Shaanxi and Hunan after the new year. Zhu Youjian cast a glance at Gui Yunho and coldly remarked, Gui Yunho, do you think your intentions are hidden from me? Even if we were to send someone, it should be someone from the Ministry of Works. What could you possibly accomplish? Are you merely going to extort taxes from the common people? Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho became anxious, resolved to make a commendable impression. He replied, Your Majesty, I possess knowledge of water conservancy as well. You must understand that the people of Hunan and Shaanxi are known for their tenacity. During the Han and Tang dynasties, this area was the heart of the empire, thriving in prosperity. Even at the founding of the dynasty, the founding emperor considered relocating the capital to Xi'an, which was ultimately set aside. The reason for this lay in the Mongolian Yuan's rule, during which the Guangzhong plain was treated as a mere horse pasture, leading to rampant destruction and severe soil erosion. The captives from the Mongolian Yuan who were brought to the founding emperor had advised that if Xi'an were to regain its former glory, extensive reforestation was essential to restore the mountainous landscape, thereby conserving water and soil. During the founding emperor's reign, efforts were made to encourage the populace to plant trees in Hunan and Shaanxi to nurture the land. Unfortunately, due to frequent conflicts in the north, the population dwindled drastically, and restoration only achieved about 20% of the Han and Tang era's conditions. Recently, while inspecting Hunan and Shaanxi, I observed extensive deforestation, and soil erosion has been worsening year by year. Therefore, to prepare for the natural disasters of the coming years, it is imperative not only to excavate canals and construct wells, but also to engage in reforestation to protect the soil and water. Listening to Gui Yunho's articulate presentation, Zhu Youjian could not help but be secretly impressed. It seemed that Guo indeed possessed genuine expertise. Jiang Ning quietly gave Gui Yunho a thumbs up, inwardly praising him for his ability to speak with such gravity and justification, truly deserving of his esteemed reputation. Zhu Youjian nodded and said, "In that case, this matter will be entrusted to you after the new year. As for the number of laborers required and the specifics of water conservation, please draft a detailed plan for my review." Gui Yunho promptly accepted the charge, respectfully stating, "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's trust in assigning me this significant responsibility, and I shall not disappoint you. However, I have one more request." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's anger flared, and he snapped, "Gui Yunho, do not overstep your bounds. I have already been exceedingly patient with you." Gui Yunho, feeling embarrassed, quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I wish to request a person to assist me in this endeavor." Zhu Youjiao, relieved that Gui Yunho was not making another outrageous demand, inquired, "Whom do you wish to have?" With a grin, Gui Yunho responded, "I would like to have Zhuo Guangdou." The mention of Zhuo Guangdou by name left everyone present momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy within, silently acknowledging, "Old Gua is truly considerate. Having just assisted him in resolving a matter, he promptly helped me eliminate the thorn named Zhuo Guangdou from the court." Zhu Youjiao, however, wore a look of confusion and inquired, "Gui Yunho, why do you wish to involve Zhuo Guangdou, who is the Minister of Justice?" Gui Yunho hastened to explain, "Your Majesty, Zhuo Guangdou is also well-versed in hydraulic affairs. With his assistance, I am certain we can achieve twice the result with half the effort." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, "If that is the case, let him accompany you to Shaanxi next year." Gui Yunho quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. "This humble servant thanks your Majesty." Chapter 365, Jiang Ning versus Master Zhang. Seeing that he had successfully transformed Gui Yunho's illicit tomb raiding into a legitimate archaeological endeavor, Jiang Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had now arranged for Gui Yunho to undertake projects in Hunan and Shaanxi, including digging canals, drilling wells, enhancing water management, and planting trees. Jiang Ning understood that these projects would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete. Thus, he hoped that this old fellow would remain relatively quiet during that time. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao let out a cold snort and turned to Gui Yunho, saying, "My dear Gua, now that we have concluded our official discussions, it is time to address personal matters." Gui Yunho was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, "What personal matters could there possibly be? I am consumed with official duties, leaving no time for personal affairs." With a wave of his hand, Zhu Youjiao instructed Fang Zhenghua to bring forth 2 large wooden chests. Gui Yunho, upon seeing this, asked in bewilderment, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Zhu Youjiao replied curtly, "These are all the memorials submitted to impeach you, and this is merely from the past month. I had the earlier ones burned." Hearing this, Gui Yunho immediately hung his head in shame. Jiang Ning and Old Wei, seated nearby, were equally astonished. The 2 chests contained no less than 1,000 memorials. Goodness, this old Gua is indeed formidable, having faced impeachment over 1,000 times in just 1 month. Even combined, Jiang Ning and Old Wei could not compare to Gui Yunho in this regard. Zhu Youjiao then warned seriously, "Gui Yunho, I understand your dedication to the court, but some matters must not be pursued so openly. Be cautious. If you continue to stir up trouble, I will no longer protect you, and you will have to find a way to resolve it yourself." Gui Yunho quickly nodded, his expression earnest. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I understand and shall not trouble you further." Zhu Youjiao acknowledged him with a nod, and shortly thereafter, Old Wei and Gui Yunho took their leave. Just then, Jiang Ning prepared to depart as well, but Zhu Youjiao called out to him. Jiang Ning was taken aback, wondering what personal business could involve him. Zhu Youjiao smiled broadly and said, "Brother Jiang, do you recall the memorial you submitted regarding the relocation of the princes overseas while you were in Sichuan?" Jiang Ning, momentarily stunned, shook his head and replied, I have submitted so many memorials to your majesty that I truly cannot recall them all. Please enlighten me. Zhu Youjian continued. It is the memorial concerning the relocation of the princely fiefs overseas. Jiang Ning suddenly slapped his forehead, finally remembering. Zhu Youjian gazed at Jiang Ning and inquired, Brother Jiang, do you have a specific plan regarding this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, Your Majesty, the court is currently unable to sustain a large military force, and it may be rather imprudent to hastily order all vassal kings to restore their 3 guards. Thus, we could request that the vassal kings from various regions send their offspring to the capital, where they may be integrated into the Imperial Ming Guard for military training. Once a few years have passed, and the time is ripe, we can gradually arrange for the vassal kings to re-establish their 3 guards, allowing them to accompany the troops into battle. In this manner, the court will have time to ease the situation, while the young scions of the vassal kings will gain the ability to command troops, thus avoiding a scenario of having soldiers without commanders. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded and said, If that is the case, let us proceed with your plan. I shall instruct my 5th brother to issue an edict under the auspices of the House of Imperial Relatives, commanding the vassal kings to send their children to the capital to bolster the Imperial Ming Guard, with an initial quota set at 20,000. Thereafter, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave. Just as he turned to depart, Zhu Youjian suddenly called out, Brother Jiang, please wait. With a look of exasperation, Jiang Ning turned back and retorted, Your Majesty, one must eat a meal bite by bite and attend to matters one by one. I am but an ordinary man, with 2 shoulders bearing 1 head. If this continues, I shall surely meet an untimely end. Observing his reaction, Zhu Youjian chuckled awkwardly and said, Brother Jiang, I have prepared some pastries for you. Jiang Ning looked at the 2 packages of pastries wrapped in rice paper that Zhu Youjian held, feeling a sense of resignation, silently cursing the old Zhu family's ancestral talent for persuasion. He recalled how the elder Zhu relied on the principle of unyielding compliance, and now, under Zhu Youjian's reign, it had evolved to include the art of offering pastries, a testament to surpassing the original. With no other choice, Jiang Ning stepped forward to accept the 2 packages, turned to bid farewell, and made his way toward the palace gates. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Since entering the court, he had yet to experience a single day of tranquility. He finally comprehended why some emperors, upon ascending to the throne, were diligent and wise, yet later became feeble and indulgent. The burden of the realm is indeed heavy. Emperors are human too, susceptible to the weight of their responsibilities. And there may come a day when they can no longer endure. He pondered what he would become in the future, whether he would wield power with arrogance or descend into malevolence and immorality. Lost in such thoughts, Jiang Ning found himself outside the palace gates, only to discover that Old Wei and Guiyunho were still waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Ning emerge, the 2 hurriedly approached, greeting him warmly. Master Jiang, you have finally come out. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, Minister Wei, Old Gua, do you have matters to discuss? Guiyunho chuckled and replied, Master Jiang, your kindness is beyond words. My old self and Minister Wei have conferred and decided to host a banquet in your honor as a gesture of our appreciation. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, politely declined. A banquet is unnecessary. I have too many matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. As he spoke, he handed over the 2 packages of pastries, saying, These are to be delivered on behalf of His Majesty. You each may take one. Guiyunho and Old Wei hastily accepted the pastries, their expressions brimming with excitement. Old Wei even knelt down, bowing 3 times with fervor, his eyes glistening with tears. Observing this, Guiyunho followed suit. Jiang Ning then mounted his horse and, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and others, returned to the town protector's office. Upon hearing of Jiang Ning's arrival, Tianqi promptly set aside his official documents and rushed to greet him at the door. As soon as they met, Jiang Ning smiled and inquired, Old Tian, where is Master Wu? Tianqi quickly replied, Your Excellency, Master Wu has been waiting for you in the courtyard for quite some time. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Ning made his way directly to the back courtyard. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at the back courtyard, where he found Master Zhang sitting alone at a stone table, enjoying a drink. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Master Zhang quickly rose and saluted, saying, I am honored to see you, Your Excellency. Jiang Ning hurriedly stepped forward to support Master Zhang, stating, There is no need for such formalities, Master Wu. Feeling the strength in Jiang Ning's hand, Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "It seems your skills have greatly improved, Your Excellency." Jiang Ning chuckled in response. "This is largely due to your excellent guidance, Master Wu." Master Zhang, with a serious expression, boldly requested, "If I may be so bold, I would ask you to teach me a few moves." Understanding the desire for a sparring match, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. The two took their stances, and Master Zhang grinned, declaring, "I shall make the first move." Jiang Ning signaled his consent. Suddenly, Master Zhang exerted force with his feet, and with a crack, the bricks beneath him shattered. He launched himself like a cannonball towards Jiang Ning. Rather than retreating, Jiang Ning advanced to meet him. Just as Master Zhang's palm was about to strike down, Jiang Ning evaded the attack with a ghostly agility, then raised both palms to strike at Master Zhang's chest. Master Zhang, noticing this, swiftly withdrew his hand and met Jiang Ning's strike with his own. Jiang Ning staggered back 3 steps, while Master Zhang only took 1 step back. Master Zhang bellowed again. He then launched a fierce attack, wielding his left palm and right fist against Jiang Ning. Relying on his nimble footwork, Jiang Ning dodged. But Master Zhang's strikes became increasingly fierce, each one targeting vital points, and Jiang Ning began to feel the strain. Subsequently, Jiang Ning transformed his hands into claws, aiming for Master Zhang's neck and face. Master Zhang, undaunted, engaged in a flurry of exchanges with Jiang Ning. Both then unleashed their full strength in a powerful clash, with Master Zhang still only taking a single step back, while Jiang Ning retreated 3 steps. At this moment, the bricks beneath their feet lay in ruins. Jiang Ning's complexion reddened. This was his first encounter with a master of Zhang's caliber, and his lack of practical experience rendered him somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Master Zhang appeared invigorated, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, your martial prowess is indeed commendable. Let us further test our skills with weapons." With that, he struck the weapon rack beside him, causing 2 long swords to leap into the air. Master Zhang swiftly seized one, and with a powerful thrust, sent the other sword flying toward Jiang Ning's face. Unfazed, Jiang Ning extended a single hand, firmly grasping the sword just 3 inches from his brow. Finally, Jiang Ning seized the sword's hilt and charged straight at Master Zhang. In an instant, the 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their blades gleaming and sparks flying, each unleashing their full strength. Jiang Ning felt the tremendous force from Zhang Wuya, which numbed his grip. He quickly adjusted his breathing, gritted his teeth, and charged forward once more. Each of their moves was executed with lethal precision, targeting vital points. A moment's carelessness could lead to death or injury. At this moment, both men had ignited their true fighting spirit. Zhang Wuya's swordsmanship was ferociously powerful, with a razor-sharp blade, yet Jiang Ning countered with remarkable agility, employing a strategy of slow to outpace the swift. After exchanging several dozen blows, Jiang Ning suddenly swung down with a fierce strike, but Zhang Wuya deftly evaded, causing Jiang Ning's blade to cleave a stone table in half. Zhang Wuya's long knife slipped from his grasp and flew towards Jiang Ning. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the blade as it embedded itself into the wall behind him. A single strand of hair fell from Jiang Ning's head, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been a fraction off, his life would have been in peril. At that moment, Zhang Wuya clasped his fists in salute and remarked, "Your skills have deepened remarkably, far surpassing my own abilities in my youth. Your future achievements are boundless." Jiang Ning returned the gesture with a smile, saying, "All credit goes to your adept guidance, Wuya." Just then, Zhang Wuya's complexion flushed, and he began to cough violently. Observing this, Jiang Ning hurried to assist him to a nearby seat to rest. Zhang Wuya pointed to a fallen wine jug on the ground, and Jiang Ning promptly retrieved it. Zhang Wuya took the wine gourd and took several hearty swigs. Regaining his normal color after a moment, Jiang Ning could not help but sigh. Since the assassination attempt at the brothel, he had been persistently requesting his master, Shen Shuzi, to teach him martial arts. However, Shen Shuzi specialized in Taoist internal cultivation, and Jiang Ning had no foundation in internal power. Just as despair began to set in, Zhang Wuya unexpectedly sought him out. He revealed to Jiang Ning that within the Jinyiwei there existed a unique martial art passed down through generations. If practiced alongside a specially formulated medicinal bath, it could significantly enhance one's capabilities in a short time. However, the process of mastering this accelerated technique was excruciating. akin to an inhumane ordeal that few could endure. Originally, this technique was reserved for the commanders of the Jinyi hidden guards. Yet, as the Jinyi hidden guards faced the ravages of time and numerous threats to their lineage, their vitality had waned to a critical low. Zhang Wuye, as the current commander, confided in Jiang Ning out of trust and expectation. After some contemplation, Jiang Ning made up his mind, resolutely deciding to pursue this secret technique of the Jinyi hidden guards. He was acutely aware of their plight, and thus he not only committed to replenishing their ranks, but also allocated sufficient funds to restore their former vitality. Later, as Jiang Ning personally experienced the rigorous training associated with this technique, he came to understand why it had not been widely disseminated, remaining in the hands of only a select few within the Jinyiwei. The foremost challenge was the procurement of rare medicinal herbs, which were exceedingly scarce and beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Some were so rare that they were deemed priceless, nearly impossible to obtain. To gather an adequate supply of medicinal materials, Jiang Ning utilized his connections, mobilizing the Ming Merchants Association and the Qin Merchants Association to search far and wide. After enduring countless hardships, he managed to collect the necessary ingredients. However, the agony experienced during the cultivation process far exceeded Jiang Ning's expectations. The sensations were akin to excruciating cramps and skinning alive. On several occasions, he found himself on the brink of surrender. In desperation, Jiang Ning had no choice but to summon his master, Shen Shuzi. After a period of diligent research and refinement, Shen Shuzi successfully mitigated the side effects of the cultivation method, allowing Jiang Ning to continue his training smoothly. Subsequently, Shen Shuzi imparted some of Wudong's unique techniques to Jiang Ning. From that moment on, Jiang Ning devoted his days to official duties while dedicating his nights to rigorous martial arts practice. Moreover, as Jiang Ning was still a youth, his progress in the martial arts was remarkably swift. However, during his journey to the southwest, his secret of martial training was inadvertently revealed in his attempts to defeat Mu Qiyuan. Otherwise, he had intended to keep this secret hidden. Chapter 366. The Kong family's allegiance to the White Lotus sect. This martial art, passed down through generations of the Jinyiwei, carries significant side effects that can only be mastered by those possessing extraordinary willpower. Furthermore, once one embarks on this path of cultivation, the adverse effects can be exceedingly severe. Take Master Zhang, for instance. His current physical condition is a result of his forced cultivation under dire circumstances of scarce medicinal resources, which left him with lasting ailments. As the years passed, the side effects of this martial art became increasingly pronounced, and Master Zhang endured daily torment from his afflictions. Fortunately, Shen Shuzi, mindful of Master Zhang's contributions to Jiang Ning, invited him to reside at the Shinshu Temple to spend his twilight years, personally attending to his ailments. It is worth noting that given Master Zhang's condition at the time, had it not been for Shen Shuzi's intervention to relieve him of his duties, he would have surely succumbed to his illness within 3 months due to its rapid deterioration. Now, the reason Master Zhang indulges in liquor daily is that it is a medicinal wine specially concocted by Shen Shuzi, designed to replenish his vital energy and alleviate his suffering to some extent. Observing this venerable elder, who devoted much of his life in diligent service to the Ming dynasty, a profound admiration welled up within Jiang Ning. Although they had never formally conducted a master-disciple ceremony nor bore the title of master and apprentice, their bond was nonetheless genuine. In the past, during the tumultuous situation in Sichuan, when Zhao Nanxing and Yi Xianggao attempted to incite rebellion, Jiang Ning promptly appointed Master Zhang to command the Jinyiwei and manage the response. This esteemed elder did not betray Jiang Ning's trust and expectations. Under his strategic guidance, the rebellion initiated by Zhao Nanxing and Yi Xianggao was ultimately quelled, restoring stability to the situation. Moreover, the strategic arrangements in Shandong were also successfully executed with Master Zhang's assistance. It is essential to acknowledge that at that time, Jiang Ning was ensnared in the complexities of the Southwest, lacking the time and energy to effectively orchestrate plans in Shandong. Had Master Zhang not stepped forward, Jiang Ning's endeavors in Shandong would have undoubtedly faced significant challenges. As Zhang Wuye's complexion gradually improved, Jiang Ning gently assisted him to sit up, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Wuye, I have returned, and you need not burden yourself with the affairs of the town protector's office any longer. If you find yourself with free time, do visit the Shinshu Temple to keep my master company. He still remembers you fondly. You have long since retired." Yet you continue to be called upon for assistance, which I truly regret. Zhang Wuya, upon hearing this, responded with a smile. Once a member of the Jinyiwei, always a member of the Jinyiwei. Serving the nation is, after all, the duty and mission of one in my position. With your return, I can finally rest easy. I shall soon visit the Shinshu Temple to spend time with the old immortal. However, there is a matter I hope you will consider. Jiang Ning, with an encouraging smile, replied, Wuya, please do not hesitate to speak. Zhang Wuya, adopting a serious demeanor, continued, Yang Lian is an exceptional talent within the Jinyiwei. Initially, I intended for Gao Wenkai to succeed as the commander of the Jinyiwei. But this young man, having roamed the martial world for many years, is better suited to assist you in a more open capacity, rather than being the ideal choice for the commander. Now that Yang Lian has joined the Jinyiwei, from my observations, he is indeed the best candidate for this position. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, assuring, Wuya, rest assured, I shall give this matter due consideration. After Zhang Wuya acknowledged this with a nod, he rose to take his leave, watching his frail figure recede into the distance. Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on the passage of time. Talents emerge in every generation, and those who once rendered great service to the Ming dynasty are inevitably aging. The future path must rely on the younger generation to forge ahead. At that moment, Tianqi and Li Ruoyan entered. Upon witnessing the disarray in the courtyard, they were filled with confusion but dared not inquire further. Tianqi hastily approached, producing a sealed official document and presenting it, stating, Sir, a confidential report from Shandong. Jiang Ning accepted the document, tore open the wax seal, and began to examine it closely. Moments later, he leapt to his feet, exclaiming repeatedly, Excellent, excellent, truly splendid. Tianqi and Li Ruoyan exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Ning then laughed heartily. With one hut taking action, one is worth two. He turned to Tianqi, instructing, Old Tian, proceed to disseminate the news that the Kong family has completely allied with the White Lotus sect, stating that Yenxing Gong Kong Yingji has personally pledged allegiance to the rebel leader Su Hongru. The entire Kong household has now embraced the White Lotus sect. Stunned into silence, Tianqi responded incredulously, Sir, is this truly the work of Wenhe? Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Li Ruoyan, standing nearby, was equally astonished, speechless for a moment. Jiang Ning, smiling, added, I suspect it won't be long before this news reaches the capital. At that time, arrange for the Tianqi Times to publicize it widely, reporting the facts without embellishment. Let us see how the literati and scholars of this realm will react. If even the descendants of Confucius have allied with the rebels, I shall indeed be curious to observe whether they still have the audacity to consider themselves disciples of the sage. Tianqi hurriedly accepted the command and departed. At that moment, Li Ruoyan also spoke up. Sir, this truly is splendid news. Thus, the dissenting officials in the court and the intellectuals across the realm would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Li Ruoyan, filled with curiosity, inquired, My lord, what stratagem did Wenhe employ to compel the entire Kong residents to capitulate to the White Lotus sect? Jiang Ning chuckled and elucidated. That rascal Wenhe possesses a wealth of cunning. He first encircled the Kong residents without launching a direct assault, subsequently severing their water and food supply, thereby cornering them into a state of desperation, causing widespread panic among the inhabitants. Many, unable to endure the dire circumstances, attempted to escape, only to be captured alive by Wenhe's men. He employed threats and inducements, subjecting the captured to severe punishment, offering them a path to safety should they surrender to the White Lotus sect. Those who dared to resist were summarily dealt with. Furthermore, the Kong residents originally boasted 5,000 guards and local militia, a portion of whom Wenhe successfully turned to his side. These individuals wreaked havoc within the Kong residents, plunging it into chaos. Ultimately, Kong Yingji found himself with no options left and had no choice but to lead all within the Kong residents to surrender. As for those who stubbornly resisted, they were dispatched to meet Yin Wang. Li Ruoyan nodded in response, inwardly astonished that the seemingly frail Wenhe possessed such ruthless methods. At that moment, Li Ruoyan hastily interjected, My lord, in this manner, the actions of the Kong residents will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of scholars and officials throughout the realm. They surely will not rest until they find someone to bear the blame. Zhao Yan, the governor of Shandong, deserves his fate. Yet General Yang Guozhu remains loyal to the court. Should he be implicated in this matter, it would represent a significant loss for the court. Jiang Ning acknowledged this with a nod. Given the current state of affairs in Shandong, it is indeed difficult to absolve Zhao Yin and Yang Guozhu. We must find someone to share the burden of responsibility. Just then, a member of the Jinyiwei hurriedly arrived to report, "My lord, His Highness the Prince of Xian has arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately smiled, saying, "Speak of the devil, and he appears. Assistance has indeed arrived." He promptly led Li Ruoyan outside. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the grand hall of the Jinyiwei, where they found Zhu Youjian idly playing with his dogs, one in each hand. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he brightened up, his face alight with excitement. "Second brother, I just went to the Wujuan Duda mansion to find you. But my aunt said you were retained in the palace by his imperial brother. After inquiring further, I learned you had returned, yet I found you absent at your residence. I suspected you would be here." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Your Highness, how is it that you are so leisurely upon your return to the capital? Are there no affairs in the Zhongrenfu to attend to?" Zhu Youjian responded with a grin. "There are hardly any pressing matters in the Zhongrenfu. The Jin Prince is overseeing them and has handled everything quite well. The only tricky issue is Prince Qin, Zhu Kunji, but after discussing with the Jin Prince, we decided to submit a memorial to his imperial brother to temporarily deprive Zhu Kunji of his title, allowing him to remain in the Zhongrenfu to redeem himself through service. If he performs commendably over the next 10 or 8 years, we will then petition his imperial brother to restore his title as Prince of Qin." Jiang Ning pondered silently, recognizing the ruthlessness of his younger brother. If he could act so decisively against his own kin, perhaps in 10 or 8 years, everyone would have forgotten about it. As dusk approached, Jiang Ning invited Zhu Youjian to dine at his residence. Soon, the group arrived at Jiang Ning's home, exchanging laughter and jovial banter. Jiang Ning personally took to the kitchen, while Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan assisted him, and Zhu Youjian entertained himself by playing with the family's 2 giant pandas. Before long, the meal was ready, and everyone took their seats, filling the room with joyous laughter and lively chatter. After dinner, as the servants brought forth steaming tea, Zhu Youjian, with a crestfallen expression, lamented, "Second brother, things were far better when we were in the southwest. At least I could lead troops into battle. Returning to the capital feels increasingly tedious." Jiang Ning chuckled, suggesting, "Your Highness, why not find something to occupy yourself?" Zhu Youjian shrugged, replying, "Second brother, what can I possibly do? With my status, I cannot meddle in court affairs, and there is little of significance happening at the ancestral hall. I cannot simply remain idle, causing trouble for the common folk." With a grin, Jiang Ning proposed, "Your Highness, the situation in Shandong is currently quite tumultuous. You might consider leading the Imperial Ming Guard there, which would not only serve the nation but also provide an opportunity for the soldiers to hone their combat skills." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Second brother, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Tomorrow morning, I shall seek out my elder brother." Jiang Ning, smiling, cautioned, "Your Highness, remember, on the battlefield, blades are unpredictable. Do take care of your safety." Zhu Youjian thumped his chest in assurance, "Second brother, don't worry. My martial skills have never waned. Shall we have a little sparring match?" Jiang Ning shook his head in refusal. "I am not a match for your Highness. Let us refrain from that." Zhu Youjian, displeased, retorted, "Second brother, you've been hiding your talents well. Everyone thought you were powerless, yet I witnessed your remarkable skills when you captured Mu Qiyuan. When did you practice? Was it taught by an immortal? Share your secrets with me." Reluctantly, Jiang Ning recounted his journey of martial training. Zhu Youjian listened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is there such a benefit? Then why not teach me the techniques passed down through the Jinyiwei?" Jiang Ning shook his head once more, explaining, "Your Highness, you are destined for the battlefield, and your training should focus on the art of warfare. My skills are merely for self-defense. The two are entirely different. After all, no matter how skilled one is, one can still fall to a kitchen knife. Imagine, even the most adept warrior facing 100 foes hurling knives. No skill can prevail in such a scenario." Zhu Youjian, mouth agape, appeared to envision himself facing 100 knives alone. Chapter 367. The deadly 13 guns. Jiang Ning was all too familiar with Zhu Youjian's prowess in battle. This younger brother was akin to a human nuclear bomb on the battlefield, wreaking havoc and chaos as if he were in an uninhabited realm. However, the most pressing issue at present lies in his youth, which renders him somewhat lacking in strength. Moreover, he charges recklessly into battle, neglecting the study of military strategy. If this trend continues, he will at best become a fierce warrior. But it will be challenging for him to evolve into a commanding general capable of orchestrating the larger picture. Thus, Jiang Ning is keen on nurturing him. For one can only imagine the exhilarating scene on the battlefield when, in the heat of conflict, Jiang Ning could simply declare, "My fifth brother is invincible." Allowing Zhu Youjian to charge forth and wreak havoc, just the thought of it stirs the blood. At that moment, Zhu Youjian, seated nearby, let out a resigned sigh and said, "Second brother, I have thoroughly mastered the Yang family's 72 spear techniques and the overlord spear techniques that General Xiao Chao taught me. At this point, I have nothing more to learn and can only rely on the experience gained from charging into battle." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was struck by an idea and replied, "Your Highness, I am aware of a remarkably powerful spear technique. Have you ever heard of it?" Zhu Youjian, intrigued, responded, "Second brother, do not boast. The overlord spear technique is renowned as the best in the world. I cannot believe there exists a spear technique superior to it." Jiang Ning, amused by this assertion, rose to his feet with a serious demeanor and asked, "Your Highness, have you ever heard of the 13 deadly spears?" Zhu Youjian shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Jiang Ning, seizing the moment, began to vividly describe, "Your Highness, the 13 deadly spears originated from the grand celestial grace, traversing through a myriad of spirits under the night sky, unparalleled across the realm. Once unleashed, the spectacle is truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring, rendering even the overlord spear technique pale in comparison." Zhu Youjian listened in astonishment and eagerly grasped Jiang Ning's sleeve, exclaiming, "Second brother, if it is indeed so formidable, please teach me." Jiang Ning, with a resigned gesture, awkwardly replied, "Your Highness, I only know the incantation. The specific techniques remain unknown to me. Each successor of the 13 deadly spears interprets them in their own way, resulting in variations across generations." Zhu Youjian frowned in dissatisfaction, saying, "Second brother, what good is it to speak at length if all you have is the incantation? Without the techniques, how can I practice?" Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Your Highness possesses exceptional talent. Why not envision and ponder it yourself? What one learns from others ultimately belongs to them. Only that which is derived from one's own understanding truly belongs to oneself." After reflecting on this, Zhu Youjian said, "Second brother, do share the incantation first. I shall give it a try." Jiang Ning then led Zhu Youjian to the courtyard. At that moment, the sky turned overcast and snowflakes began to fall in a flurry, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the entire expanse. The cold wind howled past, sending chills through one's bones. Zhu Youjian approached the weapon rack, took down a red-tasseled spear, closed his eyes, assumed a stance, and said solemnly, "Second brother, please recite the incantation." In his heart, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he had merely concocted this on a whim. He had not anticipated that his younger brother would take it seriously, nor was he certain if he could truly master this so-called unparalleled spear technique. However, given the circumstances, he cast aside all reservations and slowly began to speak. The 13 lethal shots, born from the vast grace of the heavens, reminiscent of 100 ghosts traversing the night. Unparalleled in the world. The wind is silent, the heart is as still as water, light casts no shadow, and the 7 swords leave no trace. The sea embraces all rivers, all in one harmonious peck. The first shot, longing for you, I remember you, brief longing, yet infinitely profound. Longing. The second shot, how much affection can one feel in a single night? Even at the ends of the earth, such distance is not eternal. Heartbreak. The third shot, what the eyes perceive is but illusion, the heart hears the truth. The blind dragon. The universe traverses the world, the moon like a hook. Hard to seek parting. The fourth shot, how many flavors does the scent of books hold? Who in this world is worthy of the white robes? Unmatched. At this moment, Zhu Youjian tightly shut his eyes, moving in response to the sounds. Instantly, snowflakes danced wildly in the wind. The spear in his hand seemed to come alive. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the killing intent overwhelming wherever the spear wind swept. The entire set of spear techniques flowed seamlessly, as if crafted by nature itself, rendering all snowflakes unable to approach him. Jiang Ning, witnessing this, marveled inwardly. I can't believe this little brother truly managed to grasp it. He then continued. The fifth shot. The spear, like a swimming dragon in the hands of 10,000 soldiers. Life is akin to the yellow springs, never looking back. The white dragon. The sixth shot. Only through suffering can one understand the pain of all beings. Having experienced detachment, one becomes free of it. If one is to cultivate Buddhism, one must first cultivate the heart. One shot of wind and snow, one shot of ice. Looking through. The seventh shot. Clouds rise and mist conceals the intent to kill, sweeping away thousands of troops over vast distances. The Kuanping. The eighth shot. Even if Han Xian were to break his spear, it would only leave me with my own wounds. The Night of 100 Ghosts. The ninth shot. 30 years of clashing metal and iron steeds, 50 years of weathering storms together. The fierce winds and torrential rains, like thunder, as the long spear moves. The white dragon sings. Never-ending battles, unmatched. Zhu Youjian, responding to the call, wielded his spear like a dragon, sweeping aside the snowflakes that had fallen to the ground. Jiang Ning continued. The 10th shot. How much hatred does the heart bear against the heartless heavens? In the night, a solitary voice weeps briefly. Wronged souls bear no grudge against the will of heaven. As the long spear emerges, the king weeps, seeking revenge. The 11th shot. Before the king, one does not bow. The soldiers of the three armies bow deeply, bestowing titles and noble ranks. The 12th shot. You say this life shall not betray a noble person, sharing the moonlight across 1,000 miles. Yet, how fleeting is the presence, like smoke in the air. White hair and black silk in an instant. This world cycles back to youth. After love, one understands the depth of feelings. The beloved departs, and hair remains unkept. Look up. The 13th shot. A million soldiers rally once more. General Han Xian remains undefeated. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens. Zhu Youjian's spear danced increasingly faster, ultimately transforming into a flurry of spear shadows, leaving Jiang Ning momentarily stunned. Then, with a flourish, Zhu Youjian created several spear blossoms, directly repelling the descending snowflakes. Following that, he leapt towards a stone table in the courtyard, lifting it effortlessly. With a swift motion akin to a divine dragon's tail, he struck the table, shattering it into countless pieces, debris scattering across the courtyard. Then, he thrust his spear into a plum tree within the courtyard, piercing through it. With a mighty shout, he exerted force upon his wrist, causing the plum tree to explode, branches and leaves raining down. Subsequently, he hurled the long spear, which embedded itself into the courtyard wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall of Jiang Ning's home collapsed, even startling Li Ruoyan from next door, who hurriedly rushed out in alarm. As Jiang Ning gazed upon the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Could this younger brother of his truly be human? It was as if a legendary warrior had been reborn. Just then, Zhu Youjian opened his eyes and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I have comprehended it. At last, I have grasped the essence of the 13 deathly shots. Unconstrained by emotions, unfettered by the heart, the essence lies in following one's desires. I am the gun, and the gun is me. We are one. With uncontainable excitement, he rushed to Jiang Ning's side and said fervently, Second brother, I cannot thank you enough. Jiang Ning, taken aback by Zhu Youjian's exuberance, offered an awkward smile. Observing this interaction, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan hastily instructed their servants to clear the debris from the courtyard. Li Ruoyan also set about organizing a team to rebuild the collapsed walls. Subsequently, the two returned indoors. Zhu Youjian, still brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, Second brother, with just a little practice, I will wield this technique with ease. When we reach the battlefield in Shandong, I will surely shine. Jiang Ning quickly concurred. Your Highness possesses exceptional talent. The White Lotus sect rebels are but trifling jesters. Zhu Youjian laughed heartily, replying, Second brother, you truly understand me. Then, Jiang Ning, with utmost seriousness, advised Zhu Youjian to obey He Kegong's commands once in Shandong and to refrain from acting independently. Zhu Youjian, thumping his chest with earnestness, assured, Second brother, do you not know me? I always strike where directed. I never stray from the course. Jiang Ning silently scoffed, reflecting, It is precisely because I know your nature well that I am concerned. You do not strike where directed. You act solely according to your whims. Afterward, Zhu Youjian took his leave from Jiang Ning's residence. Jiang Ning, surveying the disarray of the courtyard, couldn't help but lament his own loquacity, regretting having fabricated the tale of the 13 deathly shots, knowing he would now have to spend money on repairs. The next morning, Zhu Youjian hurried to the palace, seeking out Zhu Yuxiao to volunteer for the campaign against the White Lotus sect rebels in Shandong. Initially hesitant due to Zhu Youjian's youth and fearing for his safety on the battlefield, Zhu Yuxiao relented upon learning that Jiang Ning had suggested this venture. Upon hearing his elder brother's consent, Zhu Youjian was elated, dancing with joy before rushing out of the palace and directly to the house of Imperial Clan. He swiftly gathered over 3,000 Imperial Ming guards, preparing for the expedition. However, Zhu Youjian had no concept of logistics. In his mind, provisions could simply be taken from the enemy. Why burden the army with supplies? This display left Jin Wang Zhu Qiuguo and the demoted Zhu Kunji utterly astonished. Initially believing Zhu Youjian's audacity stemmed from his connection to the emperor, they now realized he was genuinely fearless. Fresh from a victorious campaign in the southwest, he was voluntarily seeking to quell the uprising in Shandong, a true warrior at heart. The over 3,000 Imperial Ming guards, upon learning of their impending deployment, were equally exhilarated, cheering with fervor. In their eyes, nothing holds greater significance than achieving military merit. Previously, during the quelling of the Southwest Rebellion, the Imperial Ming Guard was not in a primary role, leading to a lingering sense of regret. However, on this journey to Shandong, they resolved that the Imperial Ming Guard would surely shine brilliantly, demonstrating to the world and the entire court that none of the descendants of the Zhu family are lacking in valor. Zhu Youjian swiftly assembled 3,000 Imperial Ming Guards and, in a hurry, took Zhu Youjiao's imperial edict directly to the military governor's office, demanding the issuance of troop deployment orders. After all, in the current Ming dynasty, all military commands emanate from the military governor's office. And only with both Zhu Youjiao's edict and the troop deployment orders from the office can the forces be mobilized. Otherwise, any general who dares to act independently in troop movements would face severe punishment. Upon learning of Zhu Youjian's intentions, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Qin Liangyu immediately arranged for someone to summon Jiang Ning, who was at home, although they had already received the imperial edict brought by Zhu Youjian. The military governor's office, led by Jiang Ning, required his signature for the deployment orders to be effective. When Jiang Ning arrived at the military governor's office and saw Zhu Youjian's eager demeanor, he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Have I perhaps misled this young brother too greatly? Just as Jiang Ning was lost in thought, Zhu Youjian urged, "Second brother, please sign and seal it quickly. I am in a great hurry." Jiang Ning, with a resigned smile, promptly signed his name, affixed the official seal, and handed the document to Zhu Youjian. The moment Zhu Youjian received the document, joy illuminated his face. And before Jiang Ning and the others could utter a word, he dashed away like a whirlwind. Observing Zhu Youjian's spirited demeanor, Chen Su and Shen Yurong could not help but stroke their beards and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "His Highness the Prince of Trust is indeed a youthful hero. So valiant and adept in battle, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable general of our Ming dynasty." Qin Liangyu nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Ning, feeling a bit awkward, then turned to Deng Wenming and said, "My lord, please issue a document to He Kegong, instructing him to keep a close watch on His Highness the Prince of Trust. After all, His Highness's temperament is rather impulsive." Deng Wenming nodded in agreement and promptly began drafting a letter to He Kegong. Once completed, he sealed it with the official stamp and entrusted it to a soldier for swift delivery to He Kegong. Chapter 368. Current situation of the Nine Borders. It has been a while since I provided an update for my brothers. I have been somewhat unable to write recently, and I hope for your understanding. Jiang Ning invited Chen Su, Shen Yurong, Qin Liangyu, and Deng Wenming into his office. After everyone was seated, Jiang Ning began to inquire about the progress of various tasks at the military governor's office. Chen Su and Shen Yurong reported in detail to Jiang Ning. After listening, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, "Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a great treasure. The ancients do not deceive me." With these two seasoned generals in command, the tasks at the military governor's office are steadily advancing. Moreover, Qin Liangyu is gradually becoming familiar with the relevant affairs of the office, and work is beginning to fall into a proper rhythm, which greatly relieved Jiang Ning. At that moment, Chen Su spoke up, "Lord Jiang, there is an urgent matter at hand. After this year, the court's expenditures on military salaries will significantly increase. With the original troops from the Nine Borders no longer present, the capital now boasts an army of 300,000. Following the diligent reforms implemented by Lord Jiang in the southwestern provinces, military expenditures have more than doubled. It is evident that, presently, the Ming dynasty allocates only half of the military pay, whether for the fortified strongholds of the Nine Borders or the inland garrisons. Historically, various regions have faced the issue of soldiers receiving pay without corresponding service, but under Lord Jiang's management, the troops in the southwestern provinces have been fully funded, necessitating the complete disbursement of military salaries. Furthermore, the logistics of provisioning and munitions for these 300,000 troops in the capital represent a significant financial burden. Jiang Ning nodded, recognizing the truth in Chun's assertions. The court had long struggled with fiscal constraints, compelling local commanders to resort to the practice of siphoning off military funds. At this juncture, Shen Yurong, seated nearby, interjected, "Indeed, Lord Jiang, old Chen speaks with accuracy. Take, for instance, the strongholds of the Nine Borders. During the Yongle era, Emperor Qingzu conducted 5 expeditions to the northern deserts, subsequently establishing the Nine Borders to replace the 9 major garrisons set up by Emperor Taizu for border defense. In those days, the nation's strength was formidable, and the troops were well equipped, with salaries duly paid. However, as the court's treasury gradually diminished, the phenomenon of soldiers receiving unearned pay emerged in the Nine Borders, escalating to a dire situation today. Although Old Chun managed to investigate some cases during his inspection of the Nine Borders, such issues are unlikely to be eradicated in the short term. After all, if investigations are too stringent, the border forces may revolt, leading to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, nodded once more and replied, "Generals Chun and Shen, there is no need for undue haste. Since we are discussing these matters today, I would like to inform you that after the new year, I intend to initiate a comprehensive overhaul of the garrisons in the northern provinces. Besides the troops stationed at the Nine Borders, the Ming dynasty has over 1 million armored soldiers, yet they are all part of the garrison system. Unfortunately, the integrity of the garrison forces has decayed to its core. Commanders are usurping military lands for personal gain, while ordinary soldiers are reduced to serfdom, enduring lives worse than swine or dogs, while these commanders amass wealth through corruption and embezzlement of military pay. The garrison forces have lost their combat effectiveness. Therefore, I plan to conduct a thorough investigation of military lands, reclaiming those that have been seized. Those commanders guilty of embezzlement and bribery will be subjected to rigorous scrutiny. Consequently, the garrison forces in the northern provinces will be disbanded and replaced with a recruitment system. Additionally, the hereditary military household system will be abolished, transitioning to a 3-year term. Upon completion of this term, exemplary performers may remain in service and be promoted, while those lacking capability will return to their hometowns to seek their fortunes. As for the military lands, we will proceed according to our earlier discussions, leasing and selling them to the populace, who will cultivate them, with the court and citizens each bearing half of the taxes. In years of famine, the populace will also benefit from tax exemptions. This approach will enable the garrison forces to focus entirely on military training without the burden of agriculture, ensuring the emergence of a formidable fighting force. Consequently, troop strength across various regions can be significantly streamlined, eliminating the need for the previous allocation of numerous ineffective garrison units, thus preserving the court's resources. The assembled individuals nodded in agreement, expressing their support. In this day and age, the martial prowess of the garrisons along the Nine Borders has become a source of concern. Many commanding officers at various ranks within the military are mired in the vices of embezzlement and corruption. Although the Imperial Guard currently boasts an impressive force of 300,000 troops, trained through collective effort to become the most elite central army of the Ming dynasty, the vast expanse of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces necessitates broader resources in times of conflict. Even if the Imperial Guard were to muster 500,000 elite soldiers, it is likely they would still fall short of fulfilling the myriad demands across the regions. At this juncture, the Duke of Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, interjected, "Lord Jiang, this method is truly ingenious. Not only will it significantly alleviate the financial burden of military pay on the court, but it will also liberate the shackles binding local soldiers, granting them the opportunity to forge their own paths. Presently, the local garrison forces possess little to no combat capability, with soldiers fleeing in droves, leading to an extreme state of decay. all while squandering the court's resources. Once we implement the necessary reforms, the provisions, military pay, and weaponry we save can be allocated to the newly reconstituted elite forces. By weeding out the weak, we can ensure that once the northern provinces successfully train new troops, their combat strength will at least rival that of the 9 border soldiers. Taking the provinces of Shaanxi and Hunan as examples, each originally boasted over 100,000 garrison troops. After restructuring, each province could retain merely 50,000 soldiers. Concurrently, we shall draw elite individuals from the Imperial Guard to serve as commanders in the local forces, thereby establishing a robust response capability to various scenarios. After all, it is the quality, not the quantity, of soldiers that matters. Military success lies in strategy, not mere bravery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, stating, "Thus, all soldiers in the northern provinces will transition into professional soldiers, and the court's resources will no longer be wasted without justification." At that moment, sitting nearby, Qin Liangyu voiced her concerns with a furrowed brow. "Lord Jiang, I fear that the commanders of the garrison forces in the northern provinces will not sit idle. They are bound to incite their soldiers to rebel at this opportunity. If all the garrison forces across the northern provinces rise in revolt, the consequences could be dire." Jiang Ning responded with a cold smile. "There is no need for concern, Commander Qin. The Imperial Guard has 300,000 troops, and post-New Year, we shall directly dispatch 200,000, 50,000 to each province, to oversee the restructuring of the garrison forces. Should anyone dare to incite unrest, we will suppress it on the spot. I have no intention of sparing these garrison commanders. The wealth and land they have amassed over generations can conveniently resolve the court's pressing dilemmas." Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Deng Wanming all nodded in agreement, remarking, "Lord Jiang speaks wisely. This should have been done long ago. These individuals occupy their positions without fulfilling their duties. If they truly dare to cause trouble, we shall execute them without mercy." Qin Liangyu felt a twinge of surprise. As a seasoned veteran of numerous battles, she understood well the adage that compassion should not govern military matters, nor should righteousness dictate finances, and that virtue does not suit governance. However, she had not anticipated the ruthless strategies employed by those seated before her. It is worth noting that at this moment, the combined garrison forces across the northern provinces of the Ming dynasty numbered at least several 100,000, with the ranks of commanders alone amounting to thousands. Should a massacre ensue, it could inevitably entangle tens of thousands. Qin Liangyu gazed at the individuals before her, who displayed a remarkable indifference towards the large-scale executions. And she couldn't help but recall the myriad rumors surrounding Jiang Ning since her arrival in the capital. Initially, there were the bloodbaths in Tianjin alongside Old Wei, followed by the ruthless purge of the Shaanxi officials, culminating in a relentless campaign through several provinces in the southwest. Over the course of her interactions with these individuals, Qin Liangyu had come to understand that those who could sit alongside Jiang Ning in council were undoubtedly formidable figures. This realization filled her with excitement, as it presented an opportunity for her to truly showcase her capabilities in service to the nation. Remaining merely a decorative figure at the Wujuan Dudufu was far less appealing than returning to Sichuan to defend the region. At that moment, Chen Su spoke up, inquiring, "Lord Jiang, the tens of thousands of troops you have brought back are now properly settled. However, there remain 15,000 without a clear organization. Should we integrate these 15,000 into the capital's army, or do you have other arrangements in mind?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before responding. "The capital's 3 camps and 9 guards amount to a total of 170,000 troops. The 15,000 I have brought back from the southwest are all soldiers from local chieftains, each one valiant and skilled in mountain warfare, truly elite forces. Here is what we shall do. We will reconstitute 1 regiment and 3 guards, naming it the Zion's, with each guard composed of 10,000 men, selected from the 15,000 based on merit. As for the remaining 120,000, they will temporarily remain on the capital's roster, to later replace the troops stationed at the 9 border strongholds." The assembly was taken aback by this revelation. Realizing that Jiang Ning had already begun preparations to take action against the 9 border strongholds, Chen Su then asked, "How does Lord Jiang intend to utilize these tens of thousands to replace the forces at the 9 borders?" Jiang Ning, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Chen Dudu, tell me, how many troops are stationed at each of the 9 border strongholds?" Without hesitation, Chen Su replied, The Liaodong stronghold claims to have 170,000 troops, but to my knowledge, it barely reaches 100,000, and that is with Xiong Yinbi suppressing it. Otherwise, the vacancies would be at least half. The Jizhou stronghold lists 100,000, yet in reality, it houses fewer than 50,000. Following a thorough reorganization by General He Yunlong at the Zuanfuzhen, it now boasts a full complement of 80,000. After the recent purge in Shaanxi, the General Yang Zhaoji at Datong has also replenished his 60,000 troops to full strength. The Shaanxi stronghold records 60,000, but actually has only 20,000. Yinsui stronghold lists 45,000, though the true number is 20,000. Guyuan stronghold claims 40,000, but in truth, it is less than 20,000. Gansu stronghold lists 50,000, yet only has 20,000. This is the information I gathered during my previous inspection of the 9 borders. Although the treasury has become slightly more generous recently, raising military salaries, the numbers should not have changed significantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning scoffed, saying, "Is this truly the so-called elite of our Ming dynasty? Even the Liaodong stronghold is nearly half vacant. It is no wonder that a mere handful of Jurchens could wreak such havoc along the Liaodong frontier. It appears that this so-called elite at the 9 borders has become utterly corrupt. Given this situation, once the military in the northern provinces has been reorganized, I will proceed to rectify the 9 border strongholds. At that time, we will utilize the additional 120,000 troops from the capital to gradually replace the soldiers at the 9 borders, subsequently reorganizing and retraining the border forces. In this manner, not only could the military forces be streamlined, but also the military expenses could be curtailed. The individuals present, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Although the strategic stronghold of the 9 borders had, to some extent, shielded the Ming dynasty from northern incursions, it simultaneously drained the nation's resources incessantly. At this juncture, Jiang Ning appeared to recall something, abruptly striking his forehead, and inquired, "Lord Deng, are the levies for the Liao tribute still being collected?" Deng Wanming affirmed with a nod. Since the 46th year of Wanli, in response to the turmoil instigated by the Jianzhou bandits in Liaodong, the court has initiated the collection of Liao tribute nationwide, imposing an additional charge of 3/10 of a cash per mu. Annually, this amounts to approximately 4 million taels. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning let out a cold snort. Though 3/10 of a cash per mu may seem insignificant, through layers of bureaucratic increase, it ultimately burdens the common people to the tune of 3 do, 2 sheng, and 5 he. Officials, gentry, and royalty are exempt from taxation. And while it is ostensibly a nationwide levy, in reality, it is entirely foisted upon the ordinary populace. Each year, 4 million taels are collected. Yet the officials rake in at least several tens of millions in illicit gains, leaving the court with mere trifles, while enduring the public's scorn and reproach. Now that the treasury is not so strained, I intend to petition His Majesty for the abolition of the Liao tribute, as a measure to benefit the common people. What are your thoughts on this? The others present nodded in agreement, saying, "If that is the case, we shall join Lord Jiang in the petition." Subsequently, Deng Wanming procured paper and ink, beginning to draft the memorial. Before long, it was completed. Jiang Ning and the others affixed their signatures, and promptly arranged for the document to be delivered to the Board of Rights. It is noteworthy that, at present, the memorials from the military governor's office do not require the approval of the cabinet, but can be directly submitted to the Board of Rights, which then presents them to the emperor. This method circumvents the potential for civil officials to usurp military authority. With the petition for the abolition of the Liao tribute submitted, Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart, believing he had accomplished a deed beneficial to the nation and its people, and was contemplating rewarding himself with a few days of rest at home. Just then, a member of the Imperial Guard hastily arrived with news. "May I report to you, sir, that the Deputy Governor Zhang Zhiji seeks an audience." Regarding this heir of the Duke of England, Jiang Ning held a deep admiration. Initially, he intended to place him directly into military service for practical experience. However, considering the Duke Zhang Weixian's advanced age and limited tenure at the military governor's office, along with the fact that his grandson Zhang Xiai's had already been assigned to military duties, They had conferred and decided that Zhang Zhiji would hold the title of deputy governor at the military governor's office, where he diligently assisted in managing various affairs, demonstrating commendable capability. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, and the imperial guard departed in haste. Moments later, a man in the attire of a second-rank military official, aged around 40, entered. This individual was strikingly formidable, with a resolute countenance, though his brow was furrowed with anger. Upon entering, he quickly bowed. "I have met with the esteemed governors." Jiang Ning and the others nodded in response, and Jiang Ning then inquired, "What brings the young lord to seek an audience with me?" In response, Zhang Zhiji presented a stack of official documents. Jiang Ning accepted them and, after a brief perusal, discovered they contained the records of military achievements from his pacification of the Southwest, complete with his signature and seal. A sense of perplexity compelled him to inquire, "My lord, what is this?" Zhang Zhiji, his countenance aflame with indignation, retorted, "Lord Jiang, would you kindly adjudicate this matter?" After pacifying several provinces in the Southwest, the list of commanders and their merits that we submitted to the Ministry of War has been outright dismissed and redrafted. The accomplishments of our military leaders have been drastically downplayed. Those who claimed 3,000 enemy lives are recognized for merely 1,000, and the capture of 10,000 enemy soldiers is reduced to a mere 2,000. Even the monumental structure erected outside Chengdu to instill fear in Shichongming has been entirely disregarded by the ministry. I only learned of this shocking development after my recent dealings with the ministry. Is this not an affront to the honest? If this news were to spread, what would the military leaders and soldiers think? Those unaware might believe that we, the senior officials, have pilfered the soldiers' achievements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, pondering whether Li Banghua could truly be scheming against him. Glancing at Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Qin Liangyu, who sat nearby with composed expressions as if they had anticipated this outcome, Jiang Ning's perspective diverged. Since his entry into the court, he had always treated his colleagues with courtesy and held his subordinates in high regard. Moreover, previously, Zhu Youjian had risked imperial dignity to secure him a countship, which was non-hereditary and contingent upon quelling the Shandong White Lotus Rebellion. Given the ministry's current actions, not only would he be deprived of a hereditary title, but he might also lose even the honorary titles of Grand Tutor or Minister of Rights. Contemplating this, Jiang Ning erupted in fury, declaring, "Li Banghua's audacity knows no bounds. I shall confront him forthwith. Should reason fail, I am not without my martial skills." As he spoke, he seized a sword from the nearby weapon rack, intent on storming out. Observing this, Zhang Zhiji hastily grabbed a large blade and followed Jiang Ning to demand accountability from the ministry. Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Qin Liangyu swiftly intervened, urging, "Lord Jiang, please pause. Do not act impulsively." Deng Wenming stepped forward and, with a serious demeanor, wrested the long knife from Zhang Zhiji, admonishing, "Cousin, do not act rashly." Jiang Ning, his face contorted with anger, questioned, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Li Banghua's brazen conduct is a blatant disregard for our 5 armies' command. If you choose not to assist, why impede our efforts?" Sighing, Chen Su replied, "Lord Jiang, you may not be aware, but these are unwritten rules. For Li Banghua to acknowledge these military merits is already a significant concession." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Nonsense. They have clearly tarnished the soldiers' achievements. How can this be construed as a concession?" With a wry smile, Chen Su elucidated, "Lord Jiang, since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, only the military exploits of the Hongxue and Yongle eras are verifiably genuine. Following that, the contributions of military leaders have typically been recognized at no more than 1/10 or 1/12, which is already a considerable concession. This explains why so few have been awarded titles since the Hongxue and Yongle periods. Those long-past events are best left unspoken. Yet let us consider the case of Old Shen. In the annals of the Korean battlefield, Old Shen's valor resonated throughout the land, achieving a resounding victory against the Japanese invaders, slaying 5,000 foes. However, when he reported his achievements and the severed heads to the Ministry of War, they only acknowledged 800. Had they truly recognized his merits, Old Shen would have been worthy of nobility. Hearing this, Shen Yurong could only muster a bitter smile, his face a canvas of resignation. Jiang Ning, taken aback, realized that it was not the rarity of noble titles in the Ming dynasty that was the issue, but rather the egregious depreciation of military accolades. In light of this, it It became clear why unparalleled generals like Qi Jiguang and Yu Daiyou failed to attain nobility. Yet, Jiang Ning remained unconcerned by such matters. With 100,000 soldiers following him, their lives hanging in the balance, they had fought their way from Sichuan to Yunnan, engaging in perilous endeavors where military achievements were earned at the cost of life. He could not permit the contributions of his men to be devalued. With a serious demeanor, Jiang Ning declared, Commander Shun, I was previously unaware of the situation you described. Even now that I am informed, I refuse to accept these ludicrous, unwritten regulations. At the core, they simply wish to diminish the accomplishments of our soldiers. I shall go directly to the Ministry of War to demand accountability from that old rascal Li Banghua. If he does not provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall raise the ministry to the ground. You all need not sit idly by. Accompany me to confront Li Banghua. The soldiers have earned their honors, and if we, the left commanders, do not stand up for them, who can they possibly rely on? If this continues, who will be willing to serve the Ming dynasty in the future? Chun Su and Xin Yurong were momentarily stunned. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, such occurrences were all too familiar, and they had quietly accepted them. Yet Jiang Ning's unwavering stance took them by surprise, leaving them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Qin Liangyu drew her twin swords and proclaimed, I shall accompany Lord Jiang. Duke Deng Wanming thrust his long knife into Zhang Ziji's hands and retrieved one for himself, asserting, Lord Jiang is right. The soldiers' achievements are bought with their lives, and we must not allow them to be diminished. Let us go to the Ministry of War and demand an explanation from Li Banghua. Even if it escalates to the emperor, we are justified. Witnessing the fervor among the crowd, Chun Su was moved and said, Lord Jiang, please wait. I shall fetch my saber. Xin Yurong, seeing this, hastily added, Lord Jiang, please hold on. I will retrieve my weapon as well. Moments later, the group gathered. Jiang Ning wielded his treasured sword, while Qin Liangyu held her twin swords, and Zhang Zhiji, Deng Wanming, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong brandished their respective weaponry. All soldiers and clerks within the military governor's office were astonished. What a sight! For left commanders, one right commander, and one deputy commander, all armed and exuding an imposing aura. Was the court preparing to dispatch troops anew? Yet, no such news had been heard. Then, under Jiang Ning's lead, the group stormed toward the Ministry of War with fervent determination. The soldiers stationed at the ministry, upon witnessing this, prepared to intervene, but upon seeing Jiang Ning's imperial robes, they realized they could not afford to provoke him and hastily stepped aside. Upon entering the Ministry of War, Jiang Ning shouted hoarsely, Li Banghua, you old rascal, come out here this instant. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I shall confront you directly. The officials and clerks of the ministry emerged, startled by the fierce presence of Jiang Ning and his companions, who brandished weapons. Su Shaoji, the left vice minister, quickly approached with a forced smile, saying, Lord Jiang, Lord Deng, and the young prince, what brings you here? Is there some misunderstanding that has prompted such a show of force? Recognizing Su Shaoji, Jiang Ning replied curtly, I am not here to seek you out. Summon that old fellow Li Banghua immediately. Seeing Jiang Ning explicitly demand Li Banghua, Su Shaoji's smile widened as he said, Please wait a moment, I shall fetch the minister. Shortly thereafter, Li Banghua stepped out. Upon observing Jiang Ning and his companions with weapons and unfriendly gazes, he trembled and inquired, Lord Jiang, what brings you to the ministry in such a grand manner? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Jiang Ning scoffed. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Are you not aware of your own actions? Li Banghua, feigning ignorance, smiled nervously and suggested, Why not discuss this in my study? It is rather undignified with so many onlookers. Jiang Ning coldly snorted and strode inside, followed closely by his companions. Soon, they arrived in Li Banghua's office, where Li hastily instructed his staff, quickly serve tea to our esteemed guests. Deng Wanming interjected, serve the finest tea. After they settled into their seats, Li Banghua, with a mixture of anxiety and forced cheerfulness, asked, Lord Jiang, I wonder when I have ever provoked you? Such a display has led one to think I have stolen silver from your household. Jiang Ning, unfazed, coldly retrieved the record of military achievements from the pacification of the Southwest and slammed it onto the table, demanding, Then please enlighten me on the status of the military merit evaluations for the soldiers who pacified the Southwest. Are they being verified according to my proposed standards? Li Bonghua's expression stiffened as he finally comprehended the reason behind Jiang Ning's dramatic entrance in the presence of such prominent figures. It was indeed a matter concerning the verification of military merits. Meanwhile, sitting beside them, Duke Ding Wenming took a sip of tea and remarked, "Li, we have known each other for a long time. Let us not dwell on the outdated, arbitrary customs of the past. However, today, the military merits of all soldiers involved in the pacification must be accurately verified and reported without any compromise." Zhang Zhiji also chimed in, "The right governor speaks truly. These accolades were earned through the lives of our soldiers. We cannot allow any discounts. If news of this spreads, who would be willing to sacrifice for the court in the future?" Li Bonghua's face reflected bitterness as he replied, "Lord Jiang, Lord Ding, and the young prince. It is not that I am unwilling to report the soldiers' merits accurately, but this regulation has been passed down since the reign of Emperor Renzong, and everyone has long since accepted it. The underlying reason for this predicament lies in the diminishing revenues of the national treasury. If military achievements were to be authentically validated and soldiers duly rewarded, the treasury would undoubtedly falter under the burden. As it stands, the court would inevitably witness the emergence of numerous noble titles. Presently, while the treasury possesses some silver, it cannot withstand such tumultuous demands. Just recently, I calculated that the military expenditures after the new year will surpass previous amounts by more than double. This is not merely a matter of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels, but rather a staggering sum of several million taels. And this will recur year after year. The treasury may currently be able to endure, but this does not guarantee its sustainability in the future. Even if I were to report all military achievements in full, the Minister of Revenue, Gua, would certainly not acquiesce. After all, if rewards were to be dispensed based on actual military merit, the funds would have to be sourced from the Ministry of Revenue. Given Gua's avaricious nature, he would never consent, regardless of the circumstances. I have already exerted myself to report only 30% of the soldiers' achievements. At this, Jiang Ning remained unmoved, letting out a cold snort as he remarked, "Old Li, by your reasoning, should I then express my gratitude to you?" Li Banghua found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter this assertion. Chapter 370. Old Gua in a quandary, observing the distressed expression on Li Banghua's face. Jiang Ning understood that the burden of responsibility could not be entirely placed upon him. He then turned to the Duke of Dingyuan, Ding Wenming, saying, "My lord, I must trouble you to visit the Ministry of Revenue and summon Gua directly. We must obtain a clear stance from this esteemed figure regarding the rewards for our soldiers." Upon hearing this, Ding Wenming immediately rose and replied, "Please wait a moment, Sir Jiang. I shall attend to it at once." With that, he hurriedly took Zhang Zhiji and departed towards the Ministry of Revenue. Seeing Jiang Ning's directive to summon Gui Yunho, Li Banghua felt a sense of foreboding. It appeared that today's matter would not be easily resolved. He had merely acted in accordance with regulations, yet this esteemed Jiang did not seem to comprehend his predicament. Reluctantly, he accompanied Jiang Ning and the others, awaiting Gui Yunho's arrival with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Gui Yunho was at the Ministry of Revenue, organizing his reflections on tomb raiding, when he was suddenly informed that Duke Ding Wenming and the heir of the Duke of England, Zhang Zhiji, were seeking him. Perplexed, Gui nonetheless instructed that they be brought in. To his astonishment, upon their meeting, without uttering a word, the two seized him and began to escort him out. Seeing this, Gui hurriedly exclaimed, "My lords, what is the meaning of this? Let us speak civilly. This is quite out of order. Please put me down. My subordinates are watching." However, the two paid him no heed, continuing to drag him along. The officials of the ministry, bewildered, rushed out to witness the spectacle. Gui's face turned a deep shade of anger as he shouted, "Gentlemen, what is the matter? Kindly set me down first. Whatever the issue, it can be discussed. There is no need for such indignity." Yet, Ding Wenming and Zhang Zhiji remained impervious to his pleas, unceremoniously delivering Gui Yunho to the Ministry of War. Upon arriving at the Ministry of War, Gui Yunho found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? The officials from the military governor's office have brought the Minister of Revenue to the Ministry of War. What sort of affair is this? Once inside Li Banghua's office, Ding Wenming and Zhang Zhiji finally set Gui Yunho down. As he surveyed the room's occupants, an unusual atmosphere enveloped him, prompting an awkward smile as he remarked, "Minister Jiang, Governor Chun, Governor Shun, Governor Qin, and Lord Li, you are all present. What is the purpose of today's gathering? Surely, there is no need to rush me for tea. Jiang Ning lifted his gaze, smiling as he inquired, Old Gua, how have I treated you? Without a moment's hesitation, Gua Yunho replied, Minister Jiang has been nothing short of exemplary towards me, treating me with the care of a true brother. Had it not been for your repeated assistance, I would have long since been unable to continue in my role as Minister of Revenue. Your great kindness is forever etched in my heart. Jiang Ning responded with a faint smile, saying, That is good to hear. I knew you were a person of loyalty and would not betray your own. Gua Yunho chuckled. What a thing to say, Minister Jiang. I have always treated my own well. Jiang Ning replied with a grin. In that case, assist me in this matter and spare Lordly any embarrassment. Gua Yunho, puzzled, asked, Minister Jiang, what matter are you referring to? Jiang Ning promptly tossed the merit roll onto the table, laughing as he said, Old Gua, this is the record of achievements by the troops under my command in pacifying several provinces in the southwest. Lordly has already verified its accuracy. If there are no issues, present it as is to His Majesty, and your ministry should swiftly prepare the rewards for the soldiers. Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho laughed and said, Minister Jiang, is this all for such a matter? I thought it was something of great significance. This is quite easy, given our relationship. I would go to any lengths to gather the soldiers' reward money. Rest assured. Jiang Ning, Chen Su, Xin Yurong, and Qin Liangyu exchanged satisfied glances and nodded. Jiang Ning remarked, Old Gua is indeed a man of honor. Chen Su, Xin Yurong, and Deng Wanming all chimed in, showering Gua Yunho with lavish praise. Using phrases like noble integrity and dedicated duty as if they were free, leaving Gua Yunho's face flushed with embarrassment. Sitting nearby, Li Banghua interjected, Lord Gua, since you have expressed it so, I shall report these military merits to His Majesty as they are. He emphasized the word as with particular weight. Gua Yunho clearly discerned the implications, and after a moment of contemplation, his expression grew somewhat awkward as he said, Lordly, please adhere to the previous protocols and report as is. He too placed significant emphasis on the word protocols. Internally, Li Banghua cursed, You old miser. Just moments ago you were thumping your chest with bravado, now you preach about protocols. Truly, you seek wealth without regard for honor. Jiang Ning and the others also recognized the nuances in Gua Yunho's words. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh and said, Old Gua, what precisely do you mean by protocols? Pray, elucidate for me. Gua Yunho's face turned crimson at once. Had it been anyone else posing such a question, he would have retorted with unwavering confidence. Yet, before Jiang Ning, he lacked the courage to do so. After all, Jiang Ning had saved his life on multiple occasions. Without Jiang Ning's assistance in securing funds, Gua Yunho might have already been dismissed and sent back to his hometown. Observing Gua Yunho's embarrassment, Jiang Ning pressed further, Old Gua, do speak up. What is the matter with your silence? Gua Yunho's complexion flushed deep red as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lord Jiang, according to the unwritten rules that have prevailed, military achievements reported by the soldiers must be somewhat discounted before being submitted to His Majesty, who then allocates the rewards based on that. So you see, this matter, Jiang Ning, unfazed, interjected, what is the big deal? Just now, Lordly mentioned that the rules have changed. All military accomplishments will be reported accurately, without any discounts. Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho gasped in disbelief, casting a look of incredulity towards Li Banghua. However, Li Banghua merely lowered his head to sip tea, ignoring Gua Yunho entirely. At this moment, Gua Yunho felt like cursing under his breath. How could Li Banghua be so thoughtless? A mere statement about accurate reporting could spell disaster for the Ministry of Revenue. If military achievements were reported as they were, the rewards would multiply several-fold, leading to an unsustainable burden on the treasury. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gua Yunho felt a pang of anguish. Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Ning, with a smile, remarked, Old Gua, did you hear? Lordly has declared that the rules have changed. We will report the achievements accurately to His Majesty. If you have no objections, then these military accomplishments will be reported as they stand. Without hesitation, Gua Yunho stepped forward, grasping Jiang Ning's sleeve. Tears streaming down his face as he choked out, Lord Jiang, I implore you, have mercy on an old man like me. This rule has been in place since the reign of Emperor Xuanzong for 200 years. You can't expect me to manage such a sudden change. While the treasury has some reserves, it cannot endure this upheaval. Lord Jiang, you have always been understanding and kind-hearted. please show some compassion. How about we report only 50%? Jiang Ning, with a cold smirk, retorted, Old Wei, what are you saying? Was it not you who just assured that everything was fine? Why the sudden change of heart? If you cannot handle it, then let someone else take over. Sitting nearby, Li Banghua reveled in Gui Yunho's comical predicament, thinking to himself, Ah, Gui. Now you find yourself humbled after seeking the spotlight. At that moment, Deng Wanming, seated beside them, grumbled begrudgingly, Old Gui, is this truly how you speak? Military achievements are earned with the soldiers' lives at stake. Do you truly think you can negotiate them down to 50%? Let me inform you today, the commanders of the 5 armies have come armed to the Ministry of War, and if this matter cannot be resolved, none of us shall leave today. With that, he picked up the long sword that had been resting beside him, examining it closely. Jiang Ning slowly drew the long sword hanging at his waist, causing Gui Yunho's face to turn pale. Having collaborated with Jiang Ning multiple times, he was well aware of Jiang's unwavering nature. However, the mere thought of having to produce such a substantial sum of silver left Gui Yunho feeling suffocated with anguish. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out, Lord Jiang, although I oversee the national treasury, there are countless individuals in the court awaiting their sustenance. Even if I manage to distribute the full military rewards this time, what about next time? And the time after that? If this continues, the treasury will not endure. Once such matters are set in motion, they become impossible to halt. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and replied, Old Gui, look at your lack of ambition. Is it merely a matter of silver? After the new year, I will provide you with several lucrative opportunities. Surely that will ease your burden. Gui Yunho's eyes suddenly lit up at these words, trembling as he grasped Jiang Ning's hand, exclaiming, Lord Jiang, are you truly sincere? With a serious expression, Jiang Ning responded, Old Gui, have I ever deceived you? Do you doubt my integrity and moral character? The individuals present coughed in unison. Their faces flushed. Gui Yunho, feeling utterly disillusioned, thought to himself, has Lord Jiang ever spared me from his deceptions? Among the officials, only Lord Wei has been so thoroughly misled by him. The integrity and character of Jiang Ning were evident for all to see, devoid of any virtue. And his moral compass was profoundly lacking. Yet, the prospect of Jiang Ning promising to assist him in crafting profitable ventures after the new year emboldened Gui Yunho, prompting him to declare, since Lord Jiang has spoken, all military accomplishments will be reported truthfully, and the rewards will be distributed in full. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning slammed the table and raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Old Gui, that's the spirit. Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Qin Liangyu, witnessing Gui Yunho's agreement to report the military achievements accurately, began to praise him in chorus. Lord Gui is righteous. No faults in Lord Gui. Well done, Lord Gui. Lord Gui is in high spirits. Lord Gui maintains his dignity. Yet, Gui Yunho internally lamented his fate, realizing he had succumbed to Jiang Ning's coercion and enticement, compromising his integrity for the sake of silver. Li Banghua, seated nearby, was taken aback, having anticipated that Gui Yunho would resist fiercely, especially given the immense financial pressure on the Ministry of Revenue from accurately reporting military accomplishments. To his surprise, Gui Yunho had acquiesced so readily, leaving Li feeling like the villain for adhering to the old ways, becoming the target of criticism, which weighed heavily on his heart. Chapter 371. Does His Majesty require silver? As the matter settled, Jiang Ning recognized it was time to assert his authority. He gradually rose, adopting a solemn demeanor as he addressed them. Old Gui, Lord Li, you must understand that I am not unreasonable or lacking in empathy for your predicaments. However, I implore you to consider the situation from a different perspective. In the early years of the Ming dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Hongxue, there were 8 campaigns against the northern deserts, and Emperor Yongle himself led 5 expeditions into those regions. At that time, every soldier under our banner was valiant and fearless, and every military leader was capable and battle-hardened. At its core, the unwavering loyalty of the soldiers stems from the fact that the founding emperors, the great ancestor and the successful ancestor, never withheld the military achievements of their men. This unwavering commitment inspired the soldiers to bravely venture into battles, causing the nomadic tribes of the grasslands to flee in terror. Consider, if you will, the lack of remarkable military accomplishments in the Ming dynasty following the Hongxue and Yongle eras. The debacle at Tumu Fort resulted in a grave defeat for the Ming forces, inflicting severe losses. Although the defense of the capital averted complete disaster, it was fraught with peril. The only notable victory during the reign of Emperor Wuzong was the triumph at Yingzhou, yet this achievement has been exaggerated over time, claiming that 100,000 soldiers engaged in battle for days, with only a handful of casualties. Hearing this, Li Banghua and Guo Yunho exchanged awkward glances. For the victory at Yingzhou had indeed been deliberately tarnished by the civil officials. Jiang Ning continued passionately, questioning why so few generals have been ennobled after the Hongwu and Yongle periods. Ultimately, it is because military merits have been grossly undermined. Take for instance the renowned generals Yu Daiyou and Qi Jiguang, celebrated as the dragon and tiger of the Ming. They fought valiantly for the empire, yet in the end, neither received a noble title. Reflect on this. If such formidable warriors had existed during the Hongwu or Yongle eras, it would have been reasonable for them to be elevated to the rank of marquis or even duke. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, the most powerful dynasties have been the Han and the Tang. What was the secret to their strength? Even in times of national peril, they consistently honored the military contributions of their soldiers, never neglecting those who had served the empire with valor. This steadfast tradition of recognizing military achievements allowed the Han dynasty to be revitalized under Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu after the chaos of Wang Mang's reign. Likewise, despite enduring the trials of 9 imperial escapes and 6 invasions, the Tang dynasty persevered, unlike other dynasties that might have succumbed to ruin. In stark contrast, how many valiant soldiers in the Ming dynasty have had their merits unjustly diminished, leading to their wrongful imprisonment. If we were to adhere to the old practices, not only would the Ming not be revitalized, but even inviting the founding 6 kings back to serve would likely yield them no more than the rank of earl, a mere stroke of fortune. As Jiang Ning's impassioned words resonated among the attendees of the military governor's office, their expressions grew increasingly fervent. With Jiang Ning personally addressing the issue of military merit, it signified that future achievements would be duly acknowledged. Consequently, all soldiers would undoubtedly strive to distinguish themselves in battle. In contrast, Guo Yunho and Li Banghua appeared visibly ashamed, unable to dispute the veracity of Jiang Ning's statements. The long-standing practice of undermining military accomplishments has led to the Ming dynasty losing countless exceptional warriors, resulting in a decline in military prowess and morale. Ultimately, soldiers risk their lives for military accolades, only to have them unjustly withheld. Who would willingly serve the court under such circumstances? Finally, Jiang Ning rose along with the members of the military governor's office to depart, leaving Guo Yunho and Li Banghua to exchange glances of mutual contemplation. Li Banghua glared at Guo Yunho, his face contorted with anger, and exclaimed, "Old Guo, you think highly of yourself, don't you? You've taken on the role of the virtuous, while I am left to bear the burden of being the villain. If the Ministry of Revenue could provide sufficient rewards for the soldiers, why was this not communicated sooner? I have been tirelessly running around, only to find myself in a no-win situation. Your handling of this matter is quite unprincipled." Guo Yunho, visibly embarrassed, replied, "My lord Li, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. You witnessed the earlier situation. I was coerced and tempted by Lord Jiang, and had no recourse. You know well the extent of Lord Jiang's cunning. It is beyond measure. Even if we manage to muddle through today, he will undoubtedly seek retribution later." Upon hearing this, Li Banghua rolled his eyes and retorted, "The rules that have stood for 2 centuries can be altered at will, and I am indifferent to it. After all, the funds are provided by the ministry. If there is nothing further, I request you to take your leave, as I have a multitude of official duties awaiting my attention." Guo Yunho forced a smile and then took his leave. After bidding farewell to everyone, Jiang Ning made his way home, lost in contemplation. With the eradication of the practice of withholding military achievements, his position as a count should now be as secure as a mountain, devoid of any uncertainties. This thought invigorated Jiang Ning, filling him with a sense of clarity. Upon returning home, he found Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan had already prepared the meal. Jiang Ning dined heartily with the 2 ladies. Observing this, Lu Ruoyan inquired with a smile, "Husband, have you encountered some joyous event today? You've been grinning since your return." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Ruoyan, my dear, it seems I am to be promoted once again." Lu Qingyan, intrigued, squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and beamed, "That is indeed wonderful news for you, dear husband." At her words, Jiang Ning grinned and announced, "Tonight, I shall regale you with a story." The 2 sisters blushed deeply at this, with Lu Ruoyan playfully scolding, You rogue, how shameless. Jiang Ning laughed heartily. What is there to be ashamed of between husband and wife? Please, retire to your chambers. I shall join you shortly. That night, Jiang Ning enjoyed an intimate evening with his two wives, continuing until dawn. The following day, he awoke feeling utterly drained and chose to bury his head under the covers. Sleeping until the sun was high in the sky, the two sisters, their faces flushed, assisted Jiang Ning in his morning routine. After a light meal, he sat in his chamber, contemplating the situation in Shandong. Considering the current state of affairs in Shandong, it resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. The news that the prestigious Confucius family had defected to the White Lotus sect would send shockwaves through the scholarly community and the entire court. The thought of this filled Jiang Ning with fervor. Before long, snowflakes began to fall gently in the courtyard. Gazing at the swirling snow, Jiang Ning reflected on the plight of the common people in Shandong. How many innocents would suffer unjustly? In ancient times, winter posed a life-and-death challenge for the ordinary folk. Firewood, being the most essential resource, held significant value. Otherwise, many would not rely on selling firewood for their livelihoods. As the common people relied solely on firewood for warmth during the winter months, it was not as readily available as in later times. In ancient times, the mountains were privately owned, and villagers were required to pay for the privilege of gathering firewood. This thought led Jiang Ning to suddenly recall the honeycomb coal from future times. This resource is economical, durable, and inexpensive, making it accessible to the average citizen. The introduction of such a product would undoubtedly be a boon for the nation and its people. Jiang Ning also remembered that outside the capital, in the western mountains, there were coal mines that the court had been exploiting. However, the ancient populace had a limited use for coal, being wary of its unknown components. Taking up pen and paper, Jiang Ning sketched the designs for chimneys and stoves, meticulously detailing the process for making honeycomb coal. Initially, he intended to entrust this venture to the Ming Merchants Guild or the Qin Merchants Guild, but upon reflection, he realized that these organizations had grown substantial, and providing them with more business could pose a threat to the stability of the court. At that moment, Jiang Ning recalled his good friend Zhu Youjian, the esteemed emperor of the Ming, who seemed perpetually frugal, rewarding himself with nothing but snacks. Now, even the sight of pastries made Jiang Ning feel nauseated. Perhaps it would be better to entrust this enterprise to the palace, thus avoiding market monopolization and inflated prices while also allowing Zhu Youjian to earn some silver. With that thought, Jiang Ning, armed with his blueprints, hastened to the palace, flanked by his guards. Upon arriving at the outer gate, he presented his token and swiftly made his way to the emperor's study. Seeing this, Fang Xiaozhong quickly reported his presence. Moments later, Jiang Ning entered the grand hall, only to find Zhu Youjian sprawled over the imperial desk, sound asleep, his snores resonating throughout the room, while Fang Xiaozhong stood respectfully to the side. Jiang Ning felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and cleared his throat a few times. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Youjian groggily rubbed his eyes and lifted his head. Upon recognizing Jiang Ning, he offered an awkward smile and said, "Ah, Jiang, you have come." Jiang Ning chuckled lightly and replied, "I had not anticipated that your majesty had begun to govern with such leisure." Zhu Youjian, well aware of the jest in Jiang Ning's words, did not take offense and began to lament, "Jiang, this role of emperor is truly no easy task. It is not that I am shirking my duties. Rather, the monotony of reviewing memorials is excruciatingly tedious, and I occasionally allow myself a moment of respite. I assure you, I do not neglect state affairs." Seeing Zhu Youjian's sincerity, Jiang Ning decided to forgive him and responded with a smile, "Your Majesty bears the weight of the Ming Empire. Encompassing 2 capitals and 13 provinces, it is only natural to take a moment to rest." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement and instructed Fang Xiaozhong, quickly, "Bring tea for Brother Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning interjected, "Fang, do remember to serve the finest tea." Fang Xiaozhong paused for a moment, then nodded with a beaming smile. Shortly thereafter, he returned with steaming tea. Jiang Ning took a delicate sip and praised, "Excellent tea, truly fragrant." Zhu Youjian remarked, "Brother Jiang, you typically do not enter the hall without purpose. What brings you to seek me today?" At this, Jiang Ning inadvertently spat out his tea, quickly wiping his mouth and responding with an air of mystery, "Your Majesty, do you find yourself in need of silver?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, I am indeed in dire need of silver. Do you have a means to generate wealth?" Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "What a coincidence. I happen to possess a lucrative prospect that not only benefits the nation but also serves the people. Once implemented, it will undoubtedly bring prosperity to the populace and leave a lasting legacy." Zhu Youjiao's interest was piqued, and he hurried over, urging, "Brother Jiang, please enlighten me." Subsequently, Jiang Ning produced a blueprint from his bosom. After scrutinizing it for a while, Zhu Youjiao remarked, "Brother Jiang, this appears to resemble a tool for producing fire. And what exactly is this honeycomb coal you speak of? I am familiar with coal." Jiang Ning then patiently elucidated the concept. Upon finishing, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened as he said, "Brother Jiang, do I not resemble a fool?" Jiang Ning, perplexed, responded, "Your Majesty is a rare talent. How could you ever be a fool?" With irritation, Zhu Youjiao retorted, "Brother Jiang, coal has been known for many years, and the reason it has not been extensively mined is due to its toxicity. If you attempt to deceive the common folk with this, not only will they not pay, but they would refuse it even if given for free. Should this venture proceed, it would surely earn the ire of the populace." Jiang Ning, hearing this, burst into laughter and replied, "Your Majesty, I am well aware of coal's toxicity. The incidents of poisoning among the populace arise from inadequate ventilation, which is precisely why I designed this stove. By ensuring proper ventilation, we can significantly mitigate the risk of poisoning." Listening to Jiang Ning's explanation, Zhu Youjiao became intrigued. The two quickly agreed to proceed with the plan, instructing Fang Xiaozhong to take the blueprint to the palace craftsman for construction, while also procuring coal and yellow clay. Jiang Ning took the initiative to break the coal into pieces, mixing it in a specified ratio, and then pressed it with the molds he had prepared. Before long, a series of coal cakes lay before them. Jiang Ning cheerfully stated, "Your Majesty, once these coal cakes are dried, they can be burned. Moreover, their burning duration and flame temperature rival that of charcoal, making them sufficient for the common folk for heating and cooking, and at a low price that most can afford." After listening, Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, "Brother Jiang, what you propose does indeed sound promising, but the true efficacy will only be revealed once the coal cakes are dried and personally tested. However, in the meantime, we can commence preparations by sending personnel to the western mountains for coal mining." Jiang Ning responded, "This is simple. We can send all the prisoners from the Shuntian Prefecture Prison, the Ministry of Justice, and the Jinyiwei prison to the western mountains to mine coal as a form of penance, while dispatching soldiers to oversee them. After all, the Ming dynasty does not support idleness." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement and then addressed Fang Xiaozhong, saying, "Fang Dabin, shortly, draw some personnel from the Ming Merchants Association to prepare for this coal business. Let's establish a team and set up a workshop directly in the western mountains." Fang Xiaozhong promptly accepted the order. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Brother Jiang, what price would be suitable for selling these coal cakes?" Jiang Ning, without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed, "1 coin for a piece, purchase 100 and receive an additional 20 pieces. Should one acquire 500 pieces at once, a stove shall be gifted as well." This approach will effectively penetrate the market and gain the populace's acceptance. However, we must also provide safety training to the citizens, educating them on proper ventilation to prevent coal poisoning. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, let us first distribute a stove and 500 pieces of coal to each official in the capital for trial before selling to the common folk." Jiang Ning shrugged, indifferent to the plan. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, with keen interest, inquired, "Brother Jiang, what shall we name this coal business?" After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, "How about the People's Coal Company?" Zhu Youjiao, unimpressed, retorted, "Brother Jiang, that name is rather pedestrian. I propose we call it the Royal Coal Company of the Ming Dynasty." Jiang Ning, resigned, replied, "As your Majesty wishes. By the way, how shall we divide the profits?" Zhu Youjiao, slightly irritated, remarked, "Brother Jiang, we haven't even begun to earn yet, and you are already thinking of the profits. Let us wait until we have revenue. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are well compensated." Jiang Ning nodded, conceding, "Then I shall leave this matter in your Majesty's hands." Zhu Youjiao hastily asked, "And what of you? Will you simply be a hands-off manager?" Jiang Ning, somewhat displeased, responded, "Your Majesty, I am indeed a stakeholder in this venture. Without my expertise, how could this endeavor be profitable?" Zhu Youjiao, somewhat speechless, ultimately acquiesced. After all, as good friends, Jiang Ning's immediate consideration for him made it difficult for Zhu Youjiao to impose too many demands. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by, and the prepared coal cakes had been thoroughly dried by the charcoal fire. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua arranged for the craftsmen to bring in the chimneys and stoves they had created. Once assembled, Jiang Ning personally demonstrated their use to the assembly. Fang Zhenghua, apprehensive, understood the inherent dangers of coal. Knowing full well that should anything go awry with Jiang Ning's demonstration, it could lead to dire consequences for the emperor. As the flames slowly ignited, Zhu Yuxiao and the others moved the charcoal aside, encircling the stove. Before long, the stove glowed a fiery red, radiating warmth that enveloped them. Zhu Yuxiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, your design is truly remarkable. It produces heat just as effectively as charcoal." He inquired, "How long can it burn?" Jiang Ning pondered, responding, "Under normal open flame conditions, it can burn for at least 2 hours, and in a sealed state, it can last a minimum of 5 hours, far exceeding that of charcoal." Zhu Yuxiao, taken aback, stared in awe at the glowing stove. Jiang Ning then addressed Fang Zhenghua, "Master Fang, please arrange for the stove to be moved outside, and have someone monitor how long it burns, recording the time." Zhu Yuxiao, reluctantly, protested, "Brother Jiang, it feels quite warm here. Why must we move the stove outside?" Jiang Ning, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Your Majesty, the sky is nearly dark, and I must leave the palace. You cannot possibly keep me here. I am not Lord Wei. This contraption is being used for the first time, and if not properly monitored, it could lead to poisoning at best, or, at worst, a fire that would cause great distress. Therefore, if your Majesty wishes to indulge, it would be prudent to wait a few days." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua arranged for several young eunuchs to carry the stove outside, where it would be monitored with due diligence. Jiang Ning then took his leave, observing Zhu Youjiao standing outside the hall, curiously gathered around the stove. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Ning cautioned, "Your Majesty, one must prioritize state affairs. Do not indulge in play lest you risk misfortune." Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Brother Jiang, what are you insinuating? Am I not grown enough to avoid such childish accidents?" Upon returning home, Jiang Ning suddenly slapped his forehead, chiding himself for forgetting to request the palace craftsman to create an additional stove for his personal use. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, knowing that in just a few days, stoves would be distributed to officials in the capital, and he would surely receive one as well. He then instructed his servants to bring in a brazier, relishing the warmth while leisurely sipping tea. However, as he savored the tea at home, he found it lacking in flavor compared to the fragrant tea served in the palace. He resolved that next time he entered the palace, he must find a way to procure some good tea leaves. Meanwhile, in Shandong, Su Hongru, now an emperor, was indulging in revelry in Zhoxian, lost in a world of pleasure. He delegated all matters concerning the White Lotus sect to the 4 major leaders, 8 protectors, and his chancellors. The core members of the sect were filled with concern and incessantly sent messages pleading for Su Hongru to take charge of the situation. Yet, each time, Su Hongru would scold the messengers, his reasoning blunt. "After fighting for so long, should I not enjoy myself?" Once the messengers were dismissed, Su Hongru embraced a beautiful companion, raised a goblet of fine wine, and bellowed, "Let the music play on, let the dancing continue." And thus he immersed himself further into indulgence. Only Gao Wenkai, Su Xianchun, and Zhang Wenhe secretly rejoiced, for this allowed them to manipulate the White Lotus sect according to their own designs. Zhang Wenhe led his men to besiege the Kong residence for days, successfully turning most of the 5,000 servants within against their masters, committing acts of pillage and destruction. Kong Yingji, who had once been revered as a paragon of virtue, found himself reduced to a prisoner. Initially contemplating death, he soon discovered he lacked the courage to follow through. It dawned on him that an invisible force was compelling him to live. In essence, he termed the fear of dying. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, Kong Yingji, along with several Kong family disciples, sought surrender to Zhang Wenhe, aligning with the White Lotus sect. Seeing this, Zhang Wenhe was elated and promptly dispatched someone to summon Wang Yuanlong to personally accept the surrender of the Kong residents. Wang Yuanlong was puzzled by this, but Zhang Wenhe smiled and clarified, "The Grand Commander is the mastermind of this operation. It is only fitting that he accepts the surrender of the Kong residents, as it is both reasonable and just. As a chancellor, my role is merely to assist the army." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanlong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Mr. Zhang, who, with such dignity, graciously bestowed upon him such an esteemed task. Subsequently, Wang Yuanlong joyfully accepted the surrender of the Kong family, hosting them with fine food and drink. As for the obstinate individuals who refused to yield, he commanded their immediate detention, planning to escort them back to Zhoxian for Su Hongru's judgment. Zhang Wenhe, however, was determined that these individuals should not live to see Su Hongru. Should Su's passion lead him to release them, all of Zhang's efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, he quietly instructed his guard, "Look for an opportunity tonight to set fire to the Kong family, eliminating those who refuse to surrender." The guard, taken aback, replied, "My lord, is such cruelty truly necessary? There are many elderly and children among them." Zhang Wenhe sneered, "When we besieged the Kong family, we granted them several chances to survive. Yet they chose to court their own demise. Such formidable individuals cannot be allowed to exist. Tonight, we shall send them on their way." The guard, reflecting on the ruthlessness of scholars, nodded in compliance. That night, over 1,000 elderly and weak captives of the Kong family perished in the flames, with none escaping. Upon learning of this grim news, Wang Yuanlong was astounded and hurried to Zhang Wenhe, asking, "Chancellor, how did all the members of the Kong family perish in the fire? How shall we explain this to His Majesty upon our return?" Zhang Wenhe shrugged, saying, "Simply report the truth. Inform him that the Kong family played with fire and met their own demise. How could we possibly be blamed?" Wang Yuanlong smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, Chancellor. They brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with us." Kong Yinzes and his son Kong Xingxia, along with other members of the Kong family, were utterly horrified upon hearing this news, fearing it was a threat from the White Lotus sect. They quickly approached Wang Yuanlong, weeping and wailing, pledging their unwavering loyalty to the White Lotus army, vowing never to harbor any treachery. Observing their obsequious demeanor, Zhang Wenhe could not suppress a cold smile, secretly thinking, "I shall find an opportunity to send you all on your way. As a family, you ought to be united, even in the underworld." Meanwhile, upon learning of the Kong family's full allegiance to the White Lotus sect, the governor of Shandong, Zhao Yan, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His world spinning, he understood that his last lifeline had been severed. Contemplating the current state of affairs in Shandong, he realized that if the court sought accountability, he could very well face the annihilation of his clan. After much deliberation, he concluded that his only recourse was to serve his country loyally and perish on the battlefield. Thus, even if the court pursued him afterward, they would regard his honor, sparing his family from hardship. Resolutely, he rallied his 2,000 provincial troops and 3,000 soldiers, charging directly towards Wang Yuanlong. Upon receiving this intelligence, Wang Yuanlong promptly mobilized his forces. A fierce battle ensued, engulfing the skies in chaos. Zhao Yan issued a ruthless command: "Those who advance shall be rewarded. Those who retreat shall be executed without mercy." Wang Yuanlong was taken aback by this fierce scene. In his recollection, the court soldiers had always been corrupt and inept, easily defeated. Otherwise, the White Lotus sect could not have seized so much territory in such a short span of time. Yet now, these soldiers seemed utterly frenzied. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yuanlong plunged into the fray himself. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Wenhe hastily organized his men, deliberately allowing Zhao Yan to escape. For he understood that Zhao Yan must not perish at this moment. Chapter 373. Counterattack against the White Lotus sect. Zhang Wenhe was acutely aware of Zhao Yan's intentions. He wished to die on the battlefield to shield his family from future repercussions from the court. However, Zhang Wenhe would not acquiesce to his desires. After all, a significant upheaval had erupted in Shandong, and someone had to bear the blame. Should Zhao Yan, the governor of Shandong, die in battle, the ultimate scapegoat would inevitably be Yang Guozhu, the provincial general. Yet Jiang Ning had already issued clear orders to ensure Yang Guozhu's safety. He must not become a sacrificial lamb. Thus, after a grueling day and night of fierce combat, Zhao Yan's forces were nearly annihilated, and he had resigned himself to his fate. At that moment, several individuals suddenly emerged from the chaos, mounted on horses, and rescued Zhao Yan, swiftly transporting him to the gates of Jinan before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Yan, staring at the city gates of Jinan, was momentarily dazed. He had believed these saviors to be his allies, yet they left without even disclosing their names. Having lost the will to seek death, Zhao Yan commanded the city guards to open the gates, shamefully retreating into Jinan. With the defeat of the Shandong governor Zhao Yan, who returned alone to Jinan, Zhang Wenhe immediately dispatched a message to Gao Wenkai, hoping he could persuade the key figures of the White Lotus sect to mobilize for an assault on Jinan. Upon receiving the news, Gao Wenkai quickly urged everyone, esteemed colleagues. Our White Lotus army has now expanded to an impressive force of over 150,000. We have already captured Dongchang Prefecture and Yinzhou Prefecture in Shandong. At this moment, we should seize the opportunity to attack Jinan and subsequently aim for Qingzhou Prefecture to expand our territory. Otherwise, if the imperial army presses in, the local officials will retaliate, and we shall find ourselves embroiled in a two-front war. The attendees had mixed reactions to his words. Some advocated for immediate action, insisting on marching to Jinan, while others argued for a defensive strategy, believing it prudent to consolidate power in Dongchang and Yinzhou prefectures before launching an assault on Jinan next year. The debate escalated into a heated argument. Observing the discord, Gao Wenkai proposed a vote to resolve the matter. Subsequently, Gao Wenkai expressed his support for the offensive, and Su Hongru's brother, the valiant Wang Suhiyu, also stepped forward in favor of the attack. Seeing Gao Wenkai's position, Huazi did not hesitate to lend her unwavering support as well. The tide swiftly turned in favor of the pro-war faction, and the resolution to assault Jinan was passed without issue. Thus, the White Lotus sect mobilized an army of 100,000, advancing menacingly towards Jinan. Upon hearing this news within the city, Governor Zhao Yan felt as though he were beckoned by a spectral ancestor, his spirit utterly shattered. Even the exiled prince of Lu, Zhu Shouhong, who had fled to Jinan, was so terrified that his very essence trembled. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his family and guards and fled to Dengzhou Prefecture, resolutely refusing to linger in Jinan any longer. Upon witnessing the flight of King Lu, Emperor Zhu Yoli could no longer remain idle. He hastily commanded his aides to gather his gold, silver, and valuables, and, accompanied by his family and the entourage of the royal palace, he swiftly fled to Dengzhou Prefecture. Hearing this news, King Heng of Qingzhou, Zhu Yudi, was equally restless and embarked on his own flight. Zhang Wenhe, upon learning of these developments, resolved to act decisively and promptly resolve the situation in Shandong, refusing to allow any further delays. He urged Wang Yuanlong to mobilize forces immediately to attack Jinan Prefecture. Concurrently, he dispatched orders to General Yang Guazhu to feign resistance, then retreat while ensuring that the governor, Zhao Yan, was captured and prevented from escaping. Upon receiving the message, Yang Guazhu informed Zhang Wenhe of the defensive situation in Jinan. As a result, Zhang Wenhe and Wang Yuanlong faced little resistance and successfully seized Jinan Prefecture. After a mere day of symbolic resistance, General Yang Guazhu retreated to Laizhou Prefecture, taking Governor Zhao Yan with him. Following the capture of Jinan, the White Lotus Society's reinforcements, numbering in the tens of thousands, arrived. Upon their reunion, Zhang Wenhe commenced strategizing the next course of action. He instructed key members to lead troops in besieging nearby towns while he and Gao Wenkai each took a contingent to plunder the wealthy households. Additionally, they launched a devastating offensive against the Shandong merchants, who were the representatives of the Kong family and had long colluded with the Jiang Ning factions to amass great wealth. With many of the Kong family's enterprises managed by these merchants, the ensuing plunder left the group abundantly enriched. Subsequently, Zhang Wenhe distributed the seized grain to numerous commoners. Many of the White Lotus Society's core members expressed confusion at this act, to which Zhang Wenhe, with a smile, explained it was to win the hearts of the people for Su Hongru. Hearing this, they refrained from further comments. Observing their expressions, Zhang Wenhe inwardly chastised them. A bunch of fools, do they truly believe these commoners are simpletons? When the imperial forces arrive in Shandong and initiate a vigorous crackdown, any commoner with sense will know how to choose. Ultimately, the court would execute Governor Zhao Yan, exterminating his clan to quell public outrage, and the populace would still support the imperial authority. Following Zhang Wenhe's suggestion, they hurriedly commenced their assault on Qingzhou. Consequently, the entirety of Shandong remained under the control of the White Lotus Society, save for Dengzhou and Laizhou, which still lay in the hands of the court. Zhang Wenhe organized personnel to transport the vast riches acquired through plunder to Zhoushan. Su Hongru, upon learning of this, praised Zhang Wenhe greatly, referring to him as his zhuge liang. As winter set in, the cold intensified, leading both sides to tire of war and temporarily cease large-scale hostilities. General Qi Jin, leading 15,000 troops from Zhejiang, advanced north along the Grand Canal, and found himself besieged by the forces of the White Lotus Society upon reaching Jiang Ning. A fierce battle ensued, with the White Lotus Society leveraging their numbers to force Qi Jin and his troops into retreat. Despite multiple attempts to organize counterattacks, Qi Jin found himself unable to achieve success. At this moment, he received another directive from the court, announcing that the Duke of England, Zhang Weixian, would soon lead an army of 30,000 troops from southern Zhili northward through Shuani, converging at a designated location to jointly suppress the White Lotus rebels within Shandong. Qi Jin could only bide his time, waiting for Zhang Weixian's arrival. A few days later, the capital received the latest battle reports from Shandong, revealing that the Kong family had fully allied with the White Lotus sect. Even Kong Yingji, the incumbent Duke of Confucius, had personally pledged fealty to the White Lotus rebels, which immediately incited a wave of public outrage. The Tianqi Times vigorously publicized this event, causing a stir both within the capital and beyond, even in northern Zhili. Although a previous incident had also stirred considerable commotion, it had involved only a fraction of the Kong household defecting to the White Lotus. Now, however, the entire Kong family had collectively betrayed their loyalty, prompting the populace to erupt in vehement denunciations. The civil officials in the court were infuriated, pounding their chests in despair. Rather than witness such betrayal from the Kong family, they would have preferred to see them perish in battle, even in death. They could have presented the southern Kongs as representatives of the Kong lineage, but now, the detestable Duke of Confucius, Kong Yingji, had taken the lead in siding with the White Lotus, reportedly living quite well and enjoying the sect's favors. This was a blatant affront to scholars and the entire court, a flagrant humiliation of their learned class. With provisions adequately prepared, the 30,000 troops from the capital set forth towards Shandong in grand procession. Duke Zhang Weixian also completed the collection of the overdue 8 million taels in taxes and 1.5 million pickles of grain from Jiangnan, making his way towards Shandong along the Grand Canal. Upon arriving at Hejian Prefecture, Zhu Youjian, leading 3,000 Ming imperial guards, awaited the latest orders from the court. Upon learning that the imperial army was soon to arrive at Hejian, and that Duke Zhang Weixian was leading 30,000 troops northward along the canal, Zhu Youjian immediately sought out He Kegong, volunteering to serve as the vanguard. However, He Kegong, having received correspondence from Jiang Ning, staunchly opposed Zhu Youjian taking on such a role. After all, he was responsible for a prince of the realm. Should anything happen, he could not bear the consequences. Zhu Youjian, patient yet persistent, endeavored day and night to persuade He Kegong, who remained unmoved. After several days, Zhu Youjian learned that 3 feudal princes in Shandong had fled en masse, which ignited his fury. He exclaimed, "These 3 useless cowards have bolted before the battle has even reached their doorstep. They have brought disgrace upon the Zhu family." The 3,000 imperial guards, upon hearing this news, were equally incensed. They had risked their noble status, placing their lives on the line in the name of the Zhu family's honor, only to see these 3 princes abandon them in their time of need. Encouraged by the imperial guards, Zhu Youjian, in a fit of fervor, led his 3,000 troops directly into Shandong to commence an assault on the White Lotus forces. Upon receiving this news, He Kegong was utterly taken aback. He was well aware of Prince Jin's audacity, but had not anticipated such reckless boldness. Gritting his teeth, He Kegong resolved to lead his own 30,000 troops into Shandong. This decision was fraught with peril. Should he fail to contain the White Lotus forces within Shandong and allow them to wreak havoc in northern Zhili, his own head would be on the line. General Chao Bianjiao and Vice General Sun Chuanting, upon receiving the news, promptly commanded their 30,000 troops to advance at full speed. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Zhu Youjian led 3,000 Royal Ming guards into Shandong, as if traversing an uninhabited land, and within 3 days and nights, he conquered 5 county towns occupied by the White Lotus sect. Subsequently, he directed his forces straight towards Zhou County, intending to execute a decisive strike against Su Hongru. Upon learning of this, Su Hongru hastily dispatched 30,000 troops to intercept. These forces encircled Zhu Youjian, yet he charged into battle with ferocity, leading his men into a fray that left them bloodied and relentless. Ultimately, they claimed the lives of 13,000 enemies, inflicting a devastating defeat upon the White Lotus troops, who retreated back to Zhou County. Su Hongru, upon realizing that his 30,000 troops had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the imperial army, with losses exceeding half, was struck with horror. He quickly ordered the core members of the White Lotus sect from Dongchang, Yenzhou, and Jinan to urgently mobilize reinforcements to protect the emperor and defend against the imperial forces. The ferocity of the troops sent by the court was overwhelming. Hearing that only 3,000 had been deployed, they had managed to rout his 30,000 soldiers. The core members from Dongchang and Yenzhou were the first to receive the news and immediately began mobilizing troops, aiming to expel the imperial forces from Shandong. Seeing his assassination attempt thwarted, Zhu Youjian, unwillingly and with great reluctance, ordered a retreat, planning to regroup with He Keggong before deciding on the next steps. Chapter 374. The laws of the Qijiao army. When He Keggong arrived and beheld the scene before him, he was astonished, silently lamenting the prowess of Prince Xian. Leading 3,000 royal Ming guards, he had managed to slay over 10,000 foes, sustaining losses of less than 30%, including both the slain and wounded. With He Keggong's arrival, Zhu Youjian's confidence surged. He Keggong promptly arranged his troops, preparing to suppress the White Lotus forces collectively and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Dividing his forces into 5 routes, he began to encircle and eliminate the White Lotus strongholds in the vicinity of Dongchang and Yenzhou. While Zhu Youjian was dispatched to Yenzhou to cut off the White Lotus troops controlling the canal, thereby clearing a path north for Qi Jin and Zhang Weixian. Upon receiving the military order, Zhu Youjian, with over 2,000 royal Ming guards, raced forward, outpacing even the reinforcements sent by He Keggong. Soon after, Chao Bianjiao and Sun Chuanting led 30,000 troops into Shandong, joining He Keggong, after which they divided into 8 routes to commence the extermination of the White Lotus forces within the province. The rapid movements of the imperial army left the gathered core members of the White Lotus sect in Jinan in utter shock. After all, Su Hongru was still in Zhou County. Consequently, the heroic Wang Su and Right Chancellor Chen Sanyu urgently mobilized 50,000 troops for defense, followed closely by Gao Wenkai and Hua Zi with another 50,000, while Wang Yuanlong and Zhang Wenhe commanded 70,000 to guard Jinan, preventing Yang Guazhu stationed in Laizhou from exploiting the situation. Zhu Youjian, with his 2,000 royal Ming guards, kept his sword at the ready, traveling day and night to reach Jining, where he directly engaged the 20,000 White Lotus troops besieging the canal in fierce combat. The battle was fiercely contested, with Zhu Youjian appearing as if a divine being descended, navigating through the chaos of battle, scattering the ranks of the White Lotus forces, and personally slaying several of their commanders. The morale of the White Lotus army was thrown into disarray, causing them to scatter in all directions. At that moment, Chao Bianjiao arrived with 3,000 cavalry, promptly joining the fray. What had once been a disintegrating force was now decisively defeated, with 6,000 enemies slain and 8,000 captured, while the remaining troops fled in panic, with over 1,000 tragically jumping into the canal, ultimately drowning in its depths. Witnessing the rout of the White Lotus army, which had blocked the canal, Qi Jin hastily ordered 15,000 troops to march northward to rendezvous with Zhu Youjian and Chao Bianjiao. Upon their meeting, Qi Jin was astounded. Never having anticipated the valor of the imperial troops, the achievements of His Highness, the Prince of Faith, were indeed comparable to those of his own uncle, Qi Jiguang. Over 2,000 Ming loyalists had utterly routed 20,000 White Lotus soldiers. Beside him, Chao Bianjiao, who had gained fame in Liaodong and later distinguished himself in the southwest, was renowned for his prowess. Even the seasoned veteran, Qi Jingguang, who accompanied Qi Jin, could not help but exclaim, "My lord, these imperial soldiers are as fierce as wolves and tigers, brave and skilled in battle. They are all elite warriors, their combat capabilities rivaling those of the troops under the great commander from years past. Compared to these men, we are sorely lacking." Hearing this, Qi Jin could only smile ruefully and sigh. In the past, when Qi Jiguang faced the court's reckoning, the Qi family army was suppressed. Later, as he rose to the rank of general in Zhejiang, he had hoped to preserve some remnants of the Qi family's legacy. Yet he found that the troops he commanded could no longer match the elite caliber of his uncle's forces. Instead, discipline had deteriorated, with many refusing to follow orders. Thus, Qi Jin issued commands for the entire army to adhere to regulations, as they were to cooperate with the imperial soldiers in battle, and he wished to avoid any disturbances. Zhu Youjian initially intended to directly besiege Yenzhou Prefecture, but was halted by Chao Bianjiao, who insisted on waiting for Duke Zhang Weixian to lead his troops north before setting out together. Zhu Youjian, feeling helpless, acquiesced. For Chao Bianjiao was akin to a mentor to him. Subsequently, the troops set up camp to rest. However, that very day, reports reached Zhu Youjian that the Zhujiang soldiers had been plundering the belongings of the citizens along the canal, leading the populace to protest outside the camp, demanding an explanation from the court. Infuriated by this news, Zhu Youjian rushed outside the main camp, where he found several strong men wielding harpoons, their expressions filled with fervor. Approaching them, Zhu Youjian inquired, "What brings you to gather before the military camp?" One of the men clasped his fists in salute and replied, in response to the young general, "We are villagers from Shui village along the canal, making our living by fishing and ferrying passengers. Recently, a group of officers and soldiers arrived and seized our fishing boat, subsequently beating us mercilessly. My entire family relies on this fishing boat for our livelihood." Upon hearing that a prince, the younger brother of the current emperor, has come to the court, we dared to seek an audience with His Highness to plead for justice. Hearing this, Zhu Youjian's countenance darkened, and he declared, "I am the prince you speak of." The men immediately fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Zhu Youjian continued, "Rest assured, I shall advocate for you." Just then, Chao Bianjiao and Qi Jin received word of the situation and hastened over. After hearing the details, Qi Jin's face turned ashen, knowing instinctively that it was the misdeeds of his own soldiers that had caused this turmoil. The soldiers of the Jingying were resolute and stern, their demeanor betraying no inclination to violate military discipline. It was only the troops under my command from Zhujiang who could commit such an act. Consequently, Zhu Youjian's countenance darkened, and he commanded the entire army to assemble, instructing the civilians to identify the culprits. The citizens, overwhelmed with gratitude at the prospect of this young prince advocating for them, began the identification process alongside Zhu Youjian. They first scrutinized the Ming guards and the 3,000 Jingying cavalry, but found no soldiers responsible for the theft of the fishing boats. They then turned their attention to the Zhujiang troops. Not long after, one man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "It was him. Among those who seized my fishing boat, he is one. Please, Your Highness, grant me justice." Upon hearing this, Chao Bianjiao's expression soured, while Qi Jin felt both ashamed and furious, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Zhu Youjian, his face ashen, approached the soldier and asked, "Did you indeed seize the fishing boat belonging to the common folk?" The soldier, clearly intimidated by Zhu Youjian's imposing presence, replied tremulously, "In response to Your Highness, I initially intended to borrow it, but when he refused, I thought to take it for my own use." Zhu Youjian, incensed, retorted sharply, "To take without asking is akin to theft. To forcefully seize is to be a robber. You dare to utter such nonsense in my presence. Confess honestly, what did you do with the stolen fishing boat?" The soldier, trembling, responded, "I saw that the Jingying soldiers and Your Highness's Ming guards were well fed, so I thought to catch some fish for a feast. However, I caught nothing and ended up capsizing the boat." Zhu Youjian scoffed, "It is implausible that you acted alone. Reveal the names of your accomplices, and I may show leniency." The soldier stammered, "Your Highness, it was only me. There was no one else." Zhu Youjian smirked coldly, "Such loyalty is commendable, but it is futile before me." He then turned to several young men beside him and inquired, "How many were involved in the seizure of your fishing boat?" After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "There were a dozen or so, but I only remember him." Finally, Zhu Youjian issued a command, ordering the soldier to be punished with military canes, stating, "You will not cease until you divulge the names of your accomplices. If you endure until the end, the punishment will send you to the underworld directly." After enduring 20 strikes, the soldier could bear it no longer and cried out, "Your Highness, cease. I will confess, I will confess." Zhu Youjian chuckled coldly. "Now, tell me who they are." Following the soldier's identification, he promptly named more than 10 others. Each of these soldiers turned pale with fear. Qi Jin, realizing he could no longer remain silent, attempted to step forward, but was restrained by Chao Bianjiao, who shook his head. Qi Jin sighed deeply, while the veteran Qi Jingwang beside him wore an expression of disappointment, exclaiming, "The reputation of the Qi family army has been tarnished by this rabble. In the days of our great commander, they would have been executed without a second thought." As a dozen soldiers were identified, Zhu Youjian turned to Qi Jin and spoke, "Marquis Jinghai, you are the nephew of Qi Jiguang. What do you suggest should be done with those who plunder the wealth of the common people, in accordance with the military regulations of the Qi family army?" Qi Jin sighed and replied, Your Highness, anyone who robs the common people, regardless of what is taken, should be executed. Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement and declared, in that case, let us proceed according to the laws of the Qi family army. Execute them all. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Some even protested, Your Highness, how can you be so tyrannical? We merely seized a fishing boat. We could simply compensate him for it. Why must we be executed en masse? Can a single fishing boat be worth the lives of so many? Even the men surrounding him hastily interjected, Your Highness, we only wish to reclaim the fishing boat. We had no intention of causing fatalities. Zhu Youjian, however, remained unfazed, stating, the imperial army of the Ming has 7 battles and 14 laws, with military regulations inspired by the Qi family army. The Qi family army was renowned for their discipline, refusing to dismantle homes in the winter and refraining from looting during famine, thus earning their fame. The importance of military law is evident. Today, you dared to rob a fishing boat due to momentary greed. If you were to become truly desperate, would you not resort to seizing grain from the people or even committing murder? Upon hearing this, Qi Jin gritted his teeth and turned to Qi Zhengguang, saying, Uncle Guang, give the order to execute. Qi Zhengguang nodded in acknowledgement, and with a command, the soldiers drew their swords and subdued the robbers on the ground. In an instant, severed heads rolled, and blood flowed profusely. Many soldiers present were taken aback by the brutality. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian arranged for compensation to the common people and personally apologized, stating that the duty of the Ming officials was to protect the nation and its citizens. Anyone who breaks the law may be reported by the common people. If local officials fail to act, they may directly appeal to the military governor's office in the capital. Hearing this, several men knelt in gratitude and expressed their desire to join the imperial army. In response, Xiao Bianjiao smiled and said, the recruitment of soldiers in the imperial army is always conducted with utmost rigor. Even as commanding generals, we lack the authority to recruit soldiers arbitrarily. Live well for now. When the time comes for recruitment, you may come forward. Whether or not you can join the imperial army will depend on your fortune. After expressing their heartfelt thanks on their knees, the men gradually departed. Chapter 375. The Royal Bank of the Ming Dynasty. While the battle in Shandong raged fiercely, back in the capital, the cabinet, the 8 ministries, and the senior officials of the military governor's office were summoned to the imperial study. The reason was straightforward. The Ministry of Revenue had completed the minting of new currency, which meant that a bank could be established. The responsibility for this new bank fell to the Ministry of Revenue, and Deputy Minister Bai Zhisu briefed the attendees on the preparations for the establishment of the bank. As the dignitaries listened attentively, Bai Zhisu, with a serious demeanor, addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, esteemed officials, the Ministry of Revenue has successfully minted all stored silver into coins, converting the previous 67 million taels into over 80 million coins. After accounting for various costs, the court has profited by more than 10 million taels. The attendees were left utterly astounded after hearing the news. Remarkably, the mere act of the court reminting silver coins had generated nearly 10 million taels in revenue for the national treasury, and this was merely the beginning. Should the initiative be implemented comprehensively, the profits would be immeasurable. The Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, wore a face of pride, nearly tilting his head towards the heavens. Although he was not directly responsible for this matter, it was nonetheless a triumph of the Ministry of Revenue, and as its minister, he naturally basked in the glory. Soon after, Bai Zhisu spoke again, stating that while the reminting of copper coins incurred some losses, the additional profits from the silver coins would more than compensate for the deficits of the copper coins. Thus, the court's reminting of both silver and copper coins would not only avoid losses, but would indeed yield substantial profits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction, while several other dignitaries could not help but express their approval with nods of appreciation. With a proud demeanor, Guo Yunho declared, the Ministry of Revenue has dutifully executed His Majesty's command to remit currency, benefiting the nation and its people, leaving a legacy for future generations. I truly do not deserve the accolades from my esteemed colleagues and His Majesty. Though he feigned humility, the pride in his tone was unmistakable. This prompted a wave of awkwardness among those present. They all remembered Guo Yunho's earlier obstinacy when Jiang Ning first proposed the reminting of silver and copper coins, where he had wept and protested vehemently against it. Now, however, he stood there with an air of arrogance, utterly shameless. Bai Zhisu, observing his superior's demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness and continued, "Of course, while the ministry's reminting of currency can yield profits for the court now, the profits will gradually diminish once the initiative is fully implemented. However, there exists an even greater profit potential, namely the public ownership of fire expenses, which would eliminate the exploitation of the common people by corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who have profited at their expense. Previously, due to the varying standards of silver purity across regions, the exchange criteria differed, providing opportunities for corruption. The common people suffered greatly. Now, with the minting rights centralized in the Ministry of Revenue, the newly minted coins will be made from ample, high-quality materials, and once officially released, the populace will surely embrace them. Furthermore, with sufficient silver now in the ministry's possession, we can officially establish the bank that Lord Jiang proposed earlier. We should consider opening a bank in the capital before the end of the year, allowing the populace a period of acclimatization, followed by gradual openings in the various provinces of North Jili after the new year, aiming for a comprehensive rollout across several northern provinces by the next year. At that point, the people can exchange their old coins and loose silver for the new currency at the bank. More importantly, once officials, commoners, and merchants deposit all their silver into the bank, we can unify it for reminting into new coins, a venture that promises unimaginable profits. Zhu Youjian, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Minister Bai, you have accomplished a significant feat. The preparations for the bank are now complete, and I have instructed the Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date. Let us proceed with the formal establishment of the bank." Bai Zisa nodded, and then respectfully addressed Zhu Youjian, saying, "I humbly request your majesty to bestow a name upon the bank, for simply calling it a bank lacks dignity. Even the private money houses and silver shops have their own distinguished names." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us call it the Royal Bank of the Ming Dynasty. What do you all think?" The attendees nodded in tacit agreement. After all, the silver coins being minted bore the visage of the esteemed Hongxue emperor, and with the addition of the Ming Dynasty's royal insignia, it would undoubtedly bolster public trust, effectively utilizing the credit left behind by the late Emperor Zhu. Zhu Youjian continued, "Furthermore, the court shall distribute official salaries and military stipends entirely in the new currency, with silver and copper coins each accounting for half. Let the officials and soldiers take the lead in using it, thereby enhancing the populace's confidence in the new currency and accelerating its circulation." The assembly echoed in unison, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is enlightened." Filled with joy, Zhu Youjian thought to himself that if this endeavor succeeded, history would surely record. In the second year of the Tianqi era, the emperor reminted the nation's currency, benefiting the people, who praised him. Lost in this reverie, he couldn't help but smile. The prominent figures present were equally elated. As loyalist officials, they harbored ideals and aspirations, yearning for progress. Now, having attained high office and the emperor's trust, who wouldn't desire the chance to be immortalized in history? They were all too aware of the dire straits the court had faced, yet felt powerless, for the Ming Dynasty had been enduring such impoverished conditions for quite some time. Ultimately, the court had never lacked capable individuals. What it truly needed were those who could procure silver without fear of offending others, and who were unafraid of peril. It was only with Jiang Ning's emergence, ferociously battling through the ranks, that the treasury's deficit began to turn around. Now that silver was plentiful, they could finally unleash their potential. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere between the sovereign and his ministers, a sudden snoring erupted in the grand hall, creating a disconcerting interruption. Everyone froze, astonished that someone could be so insensitive as to doze off in such a solemn assembly, and so loudly at that. Following the sound, they beheld Jiang Ning seated in a chair, his head tilted to one side, drooling, clearly having been asleep for quite some time. Zhu Youjian was taken aback by the sight. The assembly of dignitaries was equally shocked, pondering how Jiang, a man of such stature, could fall asleep during such an important meeting. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly exchanged awkward glances. After all, Jiang Ning was their son-in-law. They hastily cleared their throats to offer a discreet reminder, but Jiang Ning remained blissfully oblivious to their attempts. Observing this, Wei Yinho gently nudged Jiang Ning, but he remained undisturbed in his slumber. Sitting nearby, when Tiran leaned closer to Jiang Ning's ear and softly said, "My lord Jiang, the meeting has adjourned. It is time to return home." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning abruptly rose, rubbing his sleepy eyes, mumbling, "I take my leave." Without fully awakening, he headed straight for the exit. When Tian hurried forward, grasping Jiang Ning's sleeve with an anxious expression, exclaiming, "My Lord Jiang, the matters are not yet resolved. Please do not leave." Jiang Ning, still dazed, peered at him with bleary eyes and replied, "Old one, what is the matter? Did you not say the meeting was concluded? Why can I not depart?" Upon witnessing the situation, Zhu Youjian lightly cleared his throat and gently remarked, "Minister Jiang, please take a seat. Let us conclude our discussion on the establishment of the bank before we proceed." Jiang Ning, regaining his composure, glanced around at the assembled individuals, then at his own position by the door, and finally at Wen Tian, who was awkwardly tugging at his sleeve. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hastily returned to his seat and quietly admonished Wen Tian, "Old one, why didn't you remind me?" Wen Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Guo Yunho muttered softly from the side, "Minister Jiang, both I and Minister Wen have called your name several times without rousing you. Did you perhaps spend the night chasing after dogs? You appear quite fatigued." Jiang Ning rolled his eyes at this remark. At that moment, Zhu Youjian directly addressed him. "Minister Jiang, please elucidate the various considerations necessary for the establishment of the bank." Hearing this, Jiang Ning stood up, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "May I ask what interest rate the Ministry of Revenue has determined for the deposits of the common people and merchants in the bank?" Bai Zissou, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly and extended one hand. Guo Yunho, seated nearby, grew anxious and quickly seized Bai Zissou's hand, reducing the 5 fingers to 3, and then to 2. Cheerfully telling Jiang Ning, "Minister Jiang, our ministry has deliberated and decided upon this figure for the interest." Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Goodness, the ministry is rather generous, offering 2% interest." Guo Yunho, sensing the misunderstanding, hastily shook his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "Minister Jiang, you have misinterpreted. What I meant was that our ministry, after discussion, has resolved to grant an interest rate of 0.2%. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning shook his head, declaring, "That is far too little. In my opinion, at the very least, it should be 1%. Guo Yunho, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. "Minister Jiang, that 1% interest implies that for every 10,000 taels, it would yield 1,000 taels." Jiang Ning promptly elaborated, "Old Guo. To swiftly implement the new currency throughout the realm and stimulate the economy, we must offer 1% interest. However, this 1% should not be easily obtained. We can categorize deposits into demand accounts and time deposits. Demand deposits will have lower interest, allowing for withdrawals at any time, while time deposits will accrue higher interest, starting from a year, rewarding longer commitments with greater interest. Naturally, larger deposits will yield even higher interest. Old Guo, consider this. If someone were to deposit 1 million taels in the bank for a decade," Guo Yunho, incredulous, blurted out, "after 10 years. That would amount to 2 million taels." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, but with that 1 million taels, how much could the bank accomplish? If we were to lend out that 1 million taels for interest, how much silver could be earned? Here, we might consider adjusting policies to require those large depositors benefiting from significant interest to pay a portion of personal income tax. Subsequently, Jiang Ning meticulously expounded upon the banking principles and strategies from the future to the assembly. Upon concluding, a profound silence enveloped the room. Zhu Youjian was the first to break the stillness. "Minister Jiang, do you not think that 1% interest is somewhat excessive? After all, we are not a wealthy household, and the national treasury is not particularly bountiful at present." Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Lord Jiang, His Majesty speaks the truth. In life, one must be meticulous in managing resources. Extravagance leads to ruin. Furthermore, we must be wary of those from Jiangnan who may seize this opportunity to create chaos. I implore you, have mercy on this old man, and consider it an act of kindness." As he spoke, tears flowed unabated, a scene that would stir the hearts of all who witnessed it. Chapter 376. Regulations. Jiang Ning was suddenly awakened by Guo's words, realizing that he had indeed overlooked the potential for trouble from those in Jiangnan. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Old Guo, what do you believe is the maximum interest we can offer?" Upon hearing this, Guo hastily seized Bai Zissou's hand, transforming his initial gesture of 2 fingers into 5, wiping his tears as he said, "Lord Jiang, the Ministry of Revenue can only manage a maximum interest of 5%. Any more would be unbearable." Recognizing Guo's considerable concession, Jiang Ning understood that expertise varies by field and that he could not simply impose modern principles onto the Ming dynasty. Hua, responsible for the financial affairs of the entire Ming realm, certainly had a more comprehensive perspective than himself. He nodded and agreed. In that case, let us set it at 5%. With Jiang Ning's nod, Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the matter was settled, Zhu Youjian announced that in 5 days, the Royal Bank of Ming would officially commence operations and instructed the Tianqi Times to promote it vigorously. He then ordered the meeting to be adjourned. The prominent figures began to rise and depart, making their way out. Yet Jiang Ning remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea. As the room emptied, he showed no intention of leaving. Zhu Youjian, curious, asked, "Brother Jiang, why do you linger? Is there something else?" Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, following customary practice. As soon as I reach the door, you have someone call me back. Therefore, today I shall spare us both the trouble. If you have matters to discuss, please speak freely." Zhu Youjian could not help but praise, "Brother Jiang, you truly possess remarkable foresight. I do have a matter to discuss with you." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this tea is quite exquisite." Zhu Youjian beamed with pride. "Indeed, this is top-grade Lion Peak Longjing. Its quality is beyond reproach." Jiang Ning could not resist expressing his admiration. "Such fine tea is truly a treasure. If it pleases you, Your Majesty, I would be grateful for 10 or 8 pounds to take home and savor." At this, Zhu Youjian was taken aback, and even Fang Zhenghua by his side was stunned, secretly thinking, 10 or 8 pounds. Lord Jiang certainly speaks boldly. This is a tribute, not mere leaves from a roadside. The palace receives only a limited amount each year. Jiang Ning, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Fang Zhenghua, saying, "Please arrange for someone to prepare it and bring it directly to me. There is no need to send it to my home. I will take it myself when I leave the palace." Only then did Zhu Youjian regain his composure. Looking somewhat exasperated as he remarked, "Brother Jiang, only 5 pounds are produced each year. Where shall I procure 10 or 8 pounds for you? I hardly dare to consume it myself, and there may be just 1.5 pounds remaining." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning sighed and remarked, "So this tea is indeed so rare. In that case, I shall understand Your Majesty's predicament. I will leave 0.5 pound for you to enjoy leisurely, and I would like to take the remaining pound with me." Fang Zhenghua, upon hearing this, smiled in a manner that was more akin to weeping. Zhu Youjian nodded and said to Fang Zhenghua, "Master Fang, please take care of this." Fang Zhenghua hurriedly departed. At that moment, Zhu Youjian, with tears glistening in his eyes, said, "Brother Jiang, you have procured your tea. Now we must discuss matters of importance." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Zhu Youjian continued, "In my imperial treasury, there are over 10 million taels of silver, and to my knowledge, your family possesses at least 7 or 8 million taels. The dividends from this year's Ming Merchants Association are imminent, which means that each of us shall possess at least 10 million taels of wealth." Jiang Ning responded with a nod. "Your Majesty, I am aware of what you speak. Are you intending to borrow silver from me, or bestow some upon me?" Zhu Youjian rolled his eyes and retorted, "Brother Jiang, you are forever fixated on my meager possessions. With the vast wealth in your household, I have yet to see you spend any." Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "Your Majesty, after all this talk, I am still unclear about your intentions." Zhu Youjian grimaced in pain and said, "Brother Jiang, the silver we possess is in cash and not newly minted by the court. If we were to exchange it directly, we would incur significant losses, losing nearly 20%, close to 2 million taels in profit." Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. "Your Majesty speaks wisely." Zhu Youjian then proposed thus, "I intend to send this silver to the Ministry of Revenue to have it reminted into silver coins and then return it to the palace. What do you think? Perhaps you could accompany me, and we could send both our family silver for reminting, thus increasing our total." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning shook his head in refusal. "Your Majesty, do you truly believe that with Guo Lao's miserly nature, he would engage in a losing venture? I fear that whatever silver we send will merely return the same amount. That old rogue might even impose a personal income tax, and we would end up with nothing to show for our efforts." Zhu Youjian looked incredulous. Surely, Guo Lao would not go that far? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes again. "That old fellow is in desperate need of money and would stoop to anything. Why not let Your Majesty test the waters first? If all goes well, I shall then send the silver to the ministry for reminting." Zhu Youjian shook his head. "In that case, let it be. As the sovereign, if I were to lead in undermining the rules, what would my subjects think? He suggested instead, let us arrange for reminting within the palace and then send it to the royal bank of the Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning, astonished, exclaimed, Your Majesty. To privately mint currency is a grave crime that could implicate 9 generations. How dare you entertain such thoughts? Do you not fear that I might report you? Zhu Youjian, unfazed, replied, Brother Jiang, I remind you of our brotherhood. Do not bite the hand that feeds you by failing to recognize my good intentions and threatening to report me. Would you truly allow a loss of over 1 million taels to occur without protest? Jiang Ning rose to his feet and said, Your Majesty, as the sovereign of this realm and I as a minister, while we are indeed the architects of our regulations, we must not lead the charge in their violation. If we, the very enforcers of these rules, fail to abide by them, how can we expect the subjects of the realm to hold them in esteem? Furthermore, when we previously relinquished the treasury, it was already a burden upon the old man Gua. The Ministry of Revenue still requires annual allocations of 3 to 4 million taels for the palace. In all fairness, the old man Gua has managed quite well under the circumstances. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue serves the state, handling public affairs. By entrusting our funds to them, we not only bolster the national treasury, but also set a commendable example, as the wealth ultimately remains within our own domain, rather than enriching outsiders. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, Brother Jiang speaks with great wisdom. It seems I have been rather petty. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua returned to Jiang Ning with the tea leaves. Zhu Youjian instructed Fang Zhenghua, Fang, please ensure that the treasury funds are sent to the Ministry of Revenue for reminting. Whatever is dispatched must be accounted for in return. The potential profits shall depend upon the ministry's capabilities. Fang Zhenghua promptly accepted the decree. Jiang Ning then stood and, taking the tea leaves from Fang Zhenghua, smiled, Your Majesty, unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave. Zhu Youjian nodded, Brother Jiang, I shall not see you off. Thereafter, Jiang Ning happily departed with the tea leaves. As Jiang Ning's figure receded into the distance, Zhu Youjian turned to Fang Zhenghua and inquired, Fang, what manner of man do you believe Brother Jiang to be? After a moment's contemplation, Fang Zhenghua replied, Your Majesty, Minister Jiang is loyal to the state, possesses outstanding abilities, is resourceful and always acts in the interest of the nation and its people, exhibiting fairness and integrity. Zhu Youjian chuckled, I was inquiring about his private affairs. Fang Zhenghua appeared somewhat embarrassed. Your Majesty, I am not well acquainted with Minister Jiang as personal matters and truly do not know how to respond. Zhu Youjian laughed heartily. When Brother Jiang first entered the court, he spent over half a year residing at the Jinfu office, reluctant to spend the silver given to him by me and Wei Zhaoqing. Initially, I thought him to be a miserly or frugal man. Yet who would have imagined he could squander over 1,000 taels on a single night at the fragrant pavilion? He continued, I had contemplated sending all the silver from his home and the palace to the ministry for Baizisu to privately assist in minting new coins. However, Brother Jiang rejected the idea without a second thought, despite it being a profit of over 1 million taels. He remained utterly unmoved. Fang Zhenghua felt a sudden pang of unease and quickly fell silent, aware that Jiang Ning's relationship with the emperor was too delicate. One misstep could ignite trouble. Zhu Youjian chuckled for a while, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, elated, exited the palace gates. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Gui Yunho rushing towards him. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering if the old fellow was once again lying in wait for him at the palace entrance. Upon their meeting, Gui Yunho wasted no time. Reaching for the tea leaves in Jiang Ning's hands, beaming broadly, Minister Jiang, thank you. Jiang Ning quickly withdrew his hand, playfully rebuking, Old Gua, what on earth are you doing? Gui Yunho chuckled, Minister Jiang, did not His Majesty instruct you to provide these for me? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this old man had become quite the adept at exploiting generosity. Last time, I casually gifted him a packet of snacks, and this time, I wish to take my tea leaves without cost. Thus, I spoke up, these tea leaves are a reward bestowed upon me by His Majesty, and they are not for you. If you wish to indulge, you must approach His Majesty yourself. Gui Yunho chuckled awkwardly, then took Jiang Ning's arm as they walked, saying, Lord Jiang, while others may be oblivious to your wealth, I am well aware. Not only you, but His Majesty must also possess at least several million taels of silver now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's spirits lifted, and he replied with a grin, Oh, old Gua, what are you insinuating? Are you plotting against both me and His Majesty? Wei Yunho laughed sheepishly. Not at all, not at all. Lord Jiang, you are dear to me. A cherished friend, and His Majesty is the current sovereign of the Great Ming. How could I dare to entertain such thoughts about either of you? However, he continued, with the court's recent currency reform and the establishment of banks, holding such a vast amount of silver at home yields no profit. Thus, my suggestion is that you both deposit the silver directly into the Ministry of Revenue, and I will arrange for it to be remelted. As for the profits, they will naturally belong to the ministry and contribute to the national treasury, not for your personal gain. Yet, you can later deposit the silver into the Royal Bank of the Ming, and I shall provide you with a modest interest rate. How does that sound? Quite generous, I presume. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, Old Gua, are you truly this generous? This borders on illegality. Wei Yunho, unfazed, replied, as long as one of you deposits for 10 years, providing a single interest rate is entirely reasonable. More importantly, I fear that those in Jiangnan might seize this opportunity to create chaos. If they were to disrupt matters and the bank lacked sufficient silver, it would jeopardize the court's credibility and reputation, which would be exceedingly difficult to restore. Jiang Ning pondered this, nodding in agreement, acknowledging Wei Yunho's rationale. He then smiled, saying, Old Gua, I understand your points. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will arrange for the silver to be transported to the Ministry of Revenue for remelting and subsequently deposited in the Royal Bank of the Ming. As for the interest, whether it be 5% or 1%, you may handle it according to the established protocols. His Majesty has already indicated that he will send the silver to the ministry for remelting soon. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunho was overtaken by emotion, tears streaming down his face. Lord Jiang, you are exceedingly generous. Such kindness deserves no thanks. Come, I shall treat you today. Jiang Ning chuckled, Old Gua, it is rare to see you so magnanimous. Let us dine at the Zui Xianlu. Today, I shall indulge in a grand feast. Wei Yunho, slightly embarrassed, remarked, Lord Jiang, what is so special about Zui Xianlu? Allow me to take you somewhere different. Jiang Ning's interest was piqued, and the two continued their conversation as they walked. At that moment, Wei Yunho cautiously inquired, Lord Jiang, your willingness to agree so readily with His Majesty is remarkable, especially considering the profits at stake, which amount to hundreds of thousands of taels. You both wouldn't be scheming to deceive me, would you? Jiang Ning, visibly angered, retorted, Old Gua, do you underestimate us so? Am I and His Majesty the sort to be so calculating? Wei Yunho murmured softly, the Emperor is manageable, but you, Lord Jiang, are a different matter altogether. After all, your methods are endlessly cunning, well known to all in the court. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could only shake his head in resignation and recited slowly, the world knows the delights of immortality, yet one cannot forget the pursuit of fame. Where have the ancient and modern chancellors gone? Only to a wild grave overgrown with weeds. The world knows the delights of immortality, yet only gold and silver linger in the mind. All day one laments the scarcity of riches, yet when abundance arrives, the eyes are closed. The world knows the delights of immortality, yet only a beloved wife is unforgettable. Day by day, one speaks of affection, yet in death, they depart with the living. The world knows the delights of immortality, yet only children and grandchildren are unforgettable. Devoted parents have always existed, but where are the dutiful offspring to be found? Chapter 377. On Lord Wei's account, listening to Jiang Ning's recitation, Wei Yunho pondered for a moment before dismissively saying, Enough, Lord Jiang. It is just the two of us here, with no outsiders. Spare the eloquence and let us be on our way. We may miss out if we delay. With that, he seized Jiang Ning's sleeve and pulled him outside. Jiang Ning had hoped for a few words of praise from Wei Yunho, but the atmosphere he had painstakingly created was shattered by this old fellow. Subsequently, Wei Yunho dragged Jiang Ning to a small establishment near Xuanwu Gate, and they entered without hesitation. The shop bustled with patrons, a lively scene, mostly comprising officials of lower rank, whom Jiang Ning did not recognize. The proprietor, a robust man in his 50s, rushed to greet Wei Yunho with enthusiasm. Lord Gua, it's a pleasure to see you here today. Wei Yunho responded warmly. As per our usual arrangement, I have brought a friend with me. The owner nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Lord Gua, I will ensure you receive generous portions. Wei Yunho led Jiang Ning to a vacant table. Before long, a copper pot was placed before them, followed by 2 plates of freshly sliced lamb, frozen tofu, white radish, and cabbage, all artfully arranged, alongside a variety of exquisite condiments. Guo Yunho hurriedly prepared the condiments for Jiang Ning and then made a bowl for himself, all the while adding ingredients to the pot and smiling at Jiang Ning. You might not yet know, but Wu's lamb hot pot is truly a gem of the capital. Though this place is modest, it is said to have migrated here with the founding emperor from Yingdianfu. You must give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, and a delightful aroma wafted toward him, instantly igniting his appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and began to taste. With the first bite, he was overwhelmed by the flavor and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, truly delicious." Guo Yunho chuckled. "So, Lord Jiang, I did not deceive you, did I?" The two of them then savored the lamb as if they had been starving for ages, and before long, every dish was consumed without a trace. Still longing for more, Jiang Ning turned to the proprietor and said, "Sir, please bring us 2 more pounds of lamb." The middle-aged man grinned broadly. "Certainly, my lord, just a moment please." At that moment, several dining officials turned their attention toward the duo. To their surprise, they realized that while they had been engrossed in their meals, the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, was present. Guo Yunho was indeed a regular patron of Wuji Xuanru, but this was Jiang Ning's first visit. Although Jiang Ning was largely unfamiliar with the lesser-ranked officials present, they had all heard of the esteemed Jiang. Eagerly, they approached him one by one, greeting him with enthusiasm. Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat helpless, could only respond with a polite smile. If there had been enough room at the table, these officials would have gladly joined him for a grand banquet. Before long, the waiter arrived with 2 plates of freshly sliced mutton, and Jiang Ning and Guo Yunho began to indulge heartily. Jiang Ning savored the meal immensely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a warm sensation dispelled the chill of winter. At that moment, Guo Yunho finished his meal, letting out a satisfied belch, and said, "Lord Jiang, it is a pity that our relations with the Mongolian frontier are strained. Had it been a few years ago, the mutton shipped directly from there would have been exquisite. Now, the sheep are raised by the common folk within the Ming territory, and the flavor indeed pales in comparison." Jiang Ning chuckled heartily. "Old Guo, it seems this matter will have to rely on you." Guo Yunho grinned in response. "Lord Jiang, surely it also depends on you?" The two then engaged in light conversation for a while. Suddenly, Guo Yunho stood up, his face somewhat awkward as he addressed Jiang Ning. "My lord, I must apologize. Being of advanced age, I find myself in need of a moment." Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead, you stingy old fellow." Jiang Ning patiently awaited his return in the establishment. Gradually, the officials who had finished their meals began to take their leave, until only Jiang Ning remained. However, as he waited, Guo Yunho did not return. Concerned, Jiang Ning called over a waiter and inquired, "What has become of the old gentleman? Did he not go to the restroom? Please fetch him for me." The waiter chuckled and replied, "My lord, that would be the esteemed Guo, who has already exited through the back door. Before leaving, he mentioned that today's meal is on you, and he will treat you next time." Jiang Ning was taken aback by this revelation. After a moment, his face flushed with anger, he exclaimed, "Blast it! After a lifetime of hunting eagles, I've been pecked in the eye by a stingy old rooster." The waiter, displaying a look of disdain, asked, "My lord, given that so many officials greeted you and noticing your fine attire, you would not be trying to abscond without paying, would you?" Jiang Ning was furious, his temper nearly boiling over as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Am I the sort to dine for free? How much is it? I shall pay right now." After a quick tally at the table, the waiter, beaming, announced, "My lord, the total comes to 512 won. Since Lord Guo is a regular here, we shall only charge you 500, which splits perfectly to 250 each." Jiang Ning's face darkened with rage, wishing he could chase after Guo Yunho to settle the score. However, after searching his pockets, he discovered they were emptier than his expression. Having been summoned by Zhu Youjian for an impromptu meeting that day, he had left without a single coin. Now, he found himself in quite the predicament. Jiang Ning contemplated pawning something, but after rummaging through his belongings, he realized he had nothing but his clothing. Habitually, he called out, "Old Wei." Upon finishing my shout, I suddenly remembered that today I had entered the palace directly with Feng Xiaozhong, completely neglecting to bring along Li Ruoyan and the Imperial Guards, leaving me without anyone to assist in settling the bill. Witnessing Jiang Ning's helplessness, the attendant crossed his arms and disdainfully remarked, "My lord, this establishment operates on thin margins and does not extend credit." Jiang Ning, embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Young man, the truth is, I left home in haste today without any silver. Fortunately, my residence is not far from here. Would you accompany me to retrieve some funds? To his surprise, the attendant scoffed. My lord, judging by your appearance, you seem to be a court official. If everyone conducted themselves as you do, how would we manage our business? I must inform you, if this bill remains unpaid, we will promptly escort you to Shuntian Prefecture. At this, Jiang Ning felt as though he could sink into the ground. Unable to disclose his official title, he feared that if word of this incident spread, he would become the laughingstock of the capital for brazenly dining without paying. Ultimately, Jiang Ning discreetly pulled the attendant aside and whispered, Young man, I am well acquainted with the esteemed officials of the cabinet and the 5 armies command. Even Master Wei from the Imperial Sacrifices Bureau and the Eastern Depot is a close acquaintance of mine. Could you possibly show some leniency? The attendant, somewhat skeptical, inquired. You claim to know Master Wei from the Eastern Depot? Jiang Ning quickly affirmed. Indeed, we share a bond akin to brothers. The attendant, still doubtful, remarked. But Master Wei is over 60 years old, while you appear to be barely in your 20s. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ning recounted the entire structure and relationships within the Eastern Depot. The attendant listened, dumbfounded. Jiang Ning, seeing his expression, smiled and asked, So, do you now believe in my connection with Master Wei? The attendant nodded. I believe you, but Master Wei always pays for his meals. He never dines for free. Jiang Ning chuckled. How about this, young man? Let us charge this meal to Master Wei's account, and I shall inform him later. What do you think? The attendant replied. In that case, I will consult our boss. You stay here and do not wander. If you attempt to leave, we will notify the authorities. Jiang Ning quickly nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the attendant returned. Our boss has agreed, but this concession is solely due to Master Wei's influence. Otherwise, you would either pay up or be taken to Shuntian Prefecture today. Remember to bring silver next time you venture out. Jiang Ning promptly expressed his gratitude and awkwardly made his way outside. Initially, he intended to confront the old rascal Gui Yunho at the Ministry of Revenue, but he realized that the old fox was likely long gone by now. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning had no choice but to return home. Upon his arrival, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan hurriedly removed his cloak and served him hot tea. After taking a sip, Jiang Ning inquired, Ruoyan, how much silver do we have left in the household? Lu Ruoyan responded, My lord, we currently possess over 800,000 taels, all in cash. Why do you ask? With tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Ning said, Ruoyan, would you believe me if I told you that today I dined without paying a single coin? And the bill was charged to Master Wei? Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lu Qingyan, with her crescent moon-like eyes, playfully inquired, Husband, what delectable fare did you indulge in today? You feasted for free, and it's charged to Master Wei's account. Jiang Ning, rolling his eyes in mild exasperation, replied, I had lamb hot pot with the Minister of Revenue, Wei Yunho. The total came to 500 coins, 250 for me, 250 for him. But that old fellow left me behind to settle the bill. The two sisters couldn't help but stifle their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. After a moment, Lu Ruoyan suggested, Husband, perhaps I should arrange for someone to deliver the payment to that establishment? Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It's already charged to Master Wei's account. Next time, let him settle it all at once. The sisters exchanged a knowing smile, but refrained from further comment. At that moment, Jiang Ning sat in the main hall, gazing at the cold, stark figure of 8 million taels of silver on the ledger, engulfed in profound contemplation. Reflecting on his journey over the past 2 years, he had risen from a beleaguered tavern keeper to a high-ranking official of the realm. Wielding life and death decisions at the tender age of 20, truly a figure of authority. Yet, he felt as if he had achieved nothing of substance. He recalled the bold proclamations he had made to Zhu Youjian back in the tavern. The Ming dynasty was already riddled with wounds. Over the past 2 years, he had tirelessly implemented various policies and reforms, only to find that resolving one issue led to the emergence of countless others, as if an endless cycle awaited him. It was no wonder that even the diligent Zhu Youjian occasionally yearned to abandon it all, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of responsibilities weighing upon him. However, given Jiang Ning's current stature, he could not afford to succumb to complacency or retreat. With this in mind, he resolved to bolster his spirits. He retreated to his study, grasped a wolf-hair brush, and inscribed on a fine sheet of rice paper, Success lies in persistence, not in haste. willpower rests in steadfastness, not in sharpness. He then instructed his servants to frame it and hang it prominently in the hall, a constant reminder to himself. Chapter 378. The inauguration of the Royal Bank of Ming. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning traversed frequently between the palace and the Ministry of Revenue to ensure the flawless establishment of the Royal Bank of Ming. He ordered the recruitment of a cadre of experienced managers and clerks from the Ming Merchants Association and the Qin Merchants Association, individuals who had previously worked in money shops and banks, along with several officials from the Ministry of Revenue for intensive training. Jiang Ning meticulously explained various banking concepts, operational strategies, and safety protocols, reiterating them multiple times to ensure everyone understood. The attendees were particularly earnest in their studies, fully aware of the monumental significance of launching the Royal Bank of Ming. Should they succeed, promotions and wealth would surely follow. However, if they failed, while the emperor might not hold Jiang Ning or the prominent figures responsible, he would undoubtedly exact punishment on the subordinates who executed the tasks. After several days of intensive training, the participants had become thoroughly acquainted with the operations of the Royal Bank of Ming. At this moment, Zhu Youjian dispatched someone to convey that the Astronomical Bureau had calculated an auspicious date, and the grand opening would take place in 3 days. The Tianqi Times had prominently featured the Ming Royal Bank as the headline for 2 consecutive issues, stirring much discussion among the citizens of the capital. Moreover, the preliminary work for the bank's location and construction had long been meticulously prepared. 3 days later, in Ziyangfang, near the Ministry of Imperial Horses, the Ministry of Justice, the Board of Censors, and the Supreme Court, a brand new government office made its dazzling debut. Commoners and dignitaries alike flocked to the scene early in the morning, creating a sea of people along the streets. On the second floor of a nearby tavern, Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, Wei Zhaoqing, and a host of prominent figures from the military gathered in unison, all present to celebrate the joyous occasion of the Ming Royal Bank's inauguration. At this juncture, the officials from the Ministry of Revenue appeared visibly anxious. As the auspicious moment arrived, the Minister of Revenue, Wei and Zhu, stepped forward to unveil the establishment. With the slow unfurling of red silk, the golden characters of the Ming Royal Bank's plaque emerged before the assembled crowd. Subsequently, Wei and Zhu took up a large trumpet and began extolling the numerous benefits of depositing money in the Ming Royal Bank, detailing various interest policies and mentioning the ability to exchange the newly minted currency of the court. His eloquence was remarkable. However, the surrounding populace primarily seemed to be there for the spectacle. As Wei and Zhu spoke tirelessly, not a single person approached to deposit money, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zhu Youjian leaned out of the window, feeling a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, a group of individuals drove a horse-drawn carriage slowly towards the Ming Royal Bank. Before long, the carriage halted at the bank's entrance. One of them spoke up, introducing himself as Sun Lu, the steward of the Grand Secretary's son, stating that he was sent by the Grand Secretary to deposit 50,000 taels of silver for a term of 10 years. Another individual followed suit, introducing himself as Yuan Chun, the steward of the Grand Secretary Yuan, and likewise announcing a deposit of 50,000 taels for 10 years. An onlooker chimed in, declaring himself Xue San, the steward of Grand Secretary Xue, also depositing 50,000 taels for the same duration. Seeing this, Wei and Zhu promptly waved his hand, and a multitude of officials from the Ministry of Revenue rushed forward to tally the silver. The sound of abacuses clicking echoed around them, and before long, the silver was counted and transported into the treasury. The officials presented the deposit receipts, which the 3 men confirmed before taking their leave. Shortly thereafter, stewards from the 6 ministries and several military commanders also arrived to make deposits. Notably, the Duke of England's residence and Jiang Ning deposited the most, each contributing 200,000 taels, also for a term of 10 years. Following this, numerous noble figures began to deposit their money, with officials of various ranks trailing closely behind. The Ming Merchants Association and the Qin Merchants Association each deposited 100,000 taels, all for a term of 10 years. However, the surrounding populace remained skeptical. On the second floor of the tavern, the expressions of the prominent figures turned somewhat grim. The initial intent behind establishing the Ming Royal Bank was to gather the wealth held by the common people, to reunify the currency, and thereby benefit the realm. Yet now, it seemed that only court officials were making deposits, creating a rather awkward predicament. At that moment, Old Wei dashed down the stairs, leading a throng of people directly to the bank's entrance, Bellowing, "We are the Eastern Factory's Commissioner Wei Zhaoqing, depositing 100,000 taels, with a 10-year term. Please count it." With Old Wei's arrival, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, "Look, even Lord Wei himself is depositing money. We should hurry and deposit ours too. Trusting Lord Wei is never a mistake." A voice soon inquired, "Lord Wei, we only have 3 to 5 taels. Can we deposit that? Is it too little to be accepted?" Guo Yunho hastily replied, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, the Royal Bank of the Ming Dynasty is established by the court, and all policies are documented in black and white, ensuring absolute integrity. Even a single cash coin can be deposited." Old Wei nodded in agreement. With Old Wei leading the charge, the common folk began to follow suit. The reason was simple. Old Wei's popularity in the capital was unparalleled. Originally, Jiang Ning's fame rivaled that of Old Wei, but as Jiang Ning adopted a more subdued approach. Old Wei's renowned soared. In the current capital, apart from the emperor, no one enjoyed greater popularity than Old Wei. Before long, a long queue formed outside the Royal Bank of the Ming Dynasty, teeming with people, including lower-ranking officials, esteemed dignitaries, and wealthy merchants from the capital. The Ministry of Revenue officials were overwhelmed, beads of sweat glistening on their brows, as their abacuses nearly smoked from the rapid calculations. Eventually, even the prominent figures Guo Yunho and Bai Zisu from the ministry personally took up their abacuses to manage the situation. Noticing the growing line, Jiang Ning decisively suggested that the Minister of Taxation, Bai Zian, arrange for additional personnel to assist. Otherwise, relying solely on the Ministry of Revenue would be utterly insufficient. Soon, with the reinforcement from the Taxation Department, order was swiftly restored. In addition to those depositing money, some citizens were exchanging for the court's new currency. After the exchanges, the commoners scrutinized the gleaming copper coins in their hands, marveling at their superior quality, craftsmanship, and sturdier materials. Praising the emperor's wisdom and feeling fortunate to be subjects of such a benevolent ruler. From his vantage point on the second floor, Zhu Youjian listened to the praises with immense delight. More than the accolades of officials, he yearned for the approval of the common people. Shortly thereafter, more citizens exchanged for the latest silver dollars, and upon holding them, one exclaimed, "By my dear mother, this features the likeness of our great ancestor." Subsequently, Guo Yunho explained to the crowd how to discern the authenticity of the silver dollars by pinching the coin between their fingers and blowing gently on it. Then bringing it close to their ears, they could hear a clear, crisp sound. The gathered populace eagerly followed suit. Many commoners, holding the silver dollars with puzzled expressions, asked, "Esteemed sir, does this not depict the likeness of our great ancestor Hongxue? Wouldn't we need to honor it at home? How could we, mere commoners, dare to use it?" Guo Yunho smiled and reassured them, "You need not worry at all. Feel free to use it." The court chose to imprint the likeness of great ancestor Hongxue on these coins as a means to benefit the people. During his reign, he was diligent and beloved by the populace. In the present day, the court has issued new currency, and the spirit of our revered Taizu surely watches over every subject of the Ming Dynasty. Listening to Guo Yunho's words, the gathered populace could not help but be moved to tears. Though life is presently arduous, they have heard tales of the great deeds of the Hongxue Emperor, passed down through generations from their ancestors. Should the common people face injustice, they may petition the officials without fear of suppression. For Taizu was known for his benevolent governance and love for the people. In an instant, many among them began to weep, overcome with longing for their beloved Taizu. Perhaps to the outside world, the Hongxue Emperor is viewed as bloodthirsty and merciless, treating his loyal subjects with cruelty and meting out harsh punishments to officials at the slightest provocation. Yet, within the hallowed halls of the Fengtian Palace, the bloodshed wrought by his hand has never been directed at the ordinary citizens. Observing the long line at the entrance of the Ming Royal Bank, Zhu Youjian and the esteemed officials on the second floor breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the atmosphere remained lively. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite difficult to manage. The officials took the lead in depositing their money, a prearranged decision. For how could the common folk trust in their leaders if the officials themselves did not set an example? Now, as the citizens began to deposit their savings in exchange for the new currency, it indicated that a significant portion of success had been achieved. The people's faith in the court was being rekindled, and the reputation of the government in the hearts of the citizens was gradually being restored. If the subsequent operations are conducted with care and diligence, This trust will surely grow stronger with each passing day. At that moment, Jiang Ning curled his lips into a cold smile, thinking to himself, Old Wei, always tarnishing my reputation and having wronged me previously. This time, I must have my revenge. Thus, Jiang Ning addressed the crowd with a cheerful demeanor. Your Majesty, esteemed officials, given the grand opening of the Ming Royal Bank today, surely Lord Wei ought to host a banquet for us all, yes? The attendees responded in agreement. Jiang Ning continued, let us proceed to the drunken immortal pavilion. Once Lord Wei is finished with his duties, we shall invite him to join us. Zhu Youjian took the lead, saying, excellent, we shall go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Later, let us call for Wei Yanhou to join us, so we may all enjoy a merry gathering of sovereign and subjects. Subsequently, amidst the escort of guards, the group made their way to the drunken immortal pavilion in grand procession. Upon entering the establishment, Jiang Ning's first words were, Owner, bring forth all your signature dishes. Let us start with 5 tables. Zhu Youjian, slightly surprised, interjected, Minister Jiang, there are not enough of us to fill 5 tables. I believe 3 will suffice. If we order 5, we may have to recruit more people from the streets. Embarrassed, Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed, 3 tables it is. As the premier dining establishment in the capital, frequented by the high and mighty, the owner promptly recognized these esteemed guests. He quickly ushered them upstairs to a private room. In no time, exquisite wines and dishes were served one after another. Before long, Wei Yanhou, having received word of the gathering, hurriedly made his way to the pavilion. Upon seeing the sign of the drunken immortal pavilion, his vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. The establishment was notorious in the capital, primarily due to its exorbitant prices. However, considering the support of numerous colleagues today, Wei Yanhou gritted his teeth and, mustering his courage, stepped inside. Guided by an attendant, he ascended to the second-floor private room, where he found everyone awaiting his arrival. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Wei Yanhou bowed to Zhu Youjian and then settled onto a nearby chair. He noticed Jiang Ning making faces at him, and he understood that this mischief had certainly originated from Jiang Ning, yet he could only swallow the bitter pill in silence. Zhu Youjian was unaware of the past grievances between Jiang Ning and Wei Yanhou. Before long, the gathering was filled with clinking cups and a lively atmosphere, embodying a harmonious scene between ruler and subjects. Only Wei Yanhou wore a smile that was more akin to a grimace. At that moment, Zhu Youjian, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Wei Zhaoqing, what troubles you? I see tears in your eyes. Jiang Ning quickly interjected, Your Majesty. Today all the esteemed colleagues are wholeheartedly supporting Lord Wei. Surely he is overwhelmed with joy, is he not? Wei Yanhou, in resignation, nodded and theatrically covered his face. Weeping uncontrollably, Jiang Ning and the others offered their reassurances. Lord Wei, there is no need for such distress. Serving together in the court and establishing the Ming Royal Bank is indeed a commendable endeavor for the benefit of the nation and the people, and we shall certainly lend our full support. Wei Yanhou, observing the comforting words of his peers, inwardly cursed, Damn it, am I weeping for joy? I am merely lamenting the cost of this meal. Chapter 379. After the heroic martyr, brothers, an additional chapter today. I've been busy with matchmaking lately, so it's a bit lackluster. Here, I offer my self-reflection to you all. As the guests were finishing their meal and preparing to take their leave, Wei Yanhou suddenly dashed out, preoccupied with some unknown task. Moments later, he returned, beaming with delight, and approached Old Wei, cheerfully sharing something with him before leading him away. Jiang Ning, seated nearby, was filled with curiosity and thought, surely Old Wei isn't trying to lead Old Wei into some trap again. Old Wei, being a straightforward man, could easily be swayed by his own words, but he should never fall prey to the schemes of outsiders. With this thought, Jiang Ning could not remain seated. He rose to follow and ascertain the situation. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at another private room and pushed the door open. To his surprise, he found Wei Yanhou guiding Old Wei as they were engaged in some activity. Approaching them, Jiang Ning noticed a table adorned with ink and paper, upon which the phrase guests like clouds was boldly inscribed, a handwriting unmistakably belonging to Wei Yanhou. Observing Old Wei, he saw him signing the piece with his own name. Once finished, Wei Yanhou, satisfied with his work, took the completed inscription and prepared to depart. Jiang Ning stepped forward and asked Old Wei, Wei Gonggong, what game are you playing with Old Wei? Old Wei, looking perplexed, replied, Earlier, Wei Yunho expressed a desire to offer a calligraphic piece for this tavern, but the owner requested that I write it. However, I can only write my name, so Wei Yunho composed the characters, and I merely signed my name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt his face turn green with anger, inwardly cursing Wei Yunho for surely having deceived Old Wei. With this in mind, Jiang Ning pulled Old Wei and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Wei Yunho approached the proprietor of the Zui Xian Lu, presenting the calligraphy with a smile, saying, "Boss Zhou, this piece is by me, but it bears the signature of the esteemed Wei Gonggong from the Eastern Depot. The current Minister of Rites inscribes a calligraphy. The director of the Imperial Secretariat holds the seal, and the superintendent of the Eastern Depot endorses it. This piece of ink artistry is truly a rarity in the Ming Dynasty, and you must cherish it well." Manager Zhou, filled with joy, accepted the inscription and could not help but exclaim, "I am truly grateful to you, Lord Gua." Wei Yunho waved his hand, chuckling, "It is but a trifling matter. By the way, Manager Zhou, how much is the bill for today? I shall settle it right away." Manager Zhou, with a smile, replied, "Lord Gua, to possess your treasured work is already a tremendous honor for my humble establishment. How could I possibly accept your silver? Today's meal is on me, so please do not stand on ceremony." With a heart full of delight, Wei Yunho responded, "In that case, I shall not be polite." He then rose to take his leave. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he encountered Jiang Ning and Old Wei standing at the entrance, their expressions grim. Wei Yunho felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and smiled awkwardly. "Lord Jiang, Eunuch Wei, why have you not taken your leave?" Jiang Ning snorted coldly. "If I were to leave with Eunuch Wei, who knows what kind of trickery you, Old Gua, are up to?" Wei Yunho, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, "Lord Jiang, I am merely, well..." Jiang Ning huffed again, pulling Old Wei along as they walked out, stating, "Eunuch Wei, from now on, keep your distance from Wei Yunho. This old fellow is deviously cunning and ensnares anyone he encounters." Old Wei nodded earnestly. "Lord Jiang is right." Watching the two depart, Wei Yunho wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on how perilous the day had been, relieved that he had spent not a single coin. As the Ming Royal Bank celebrated its grand opening, the following days remained bustling with crowds, with citizens queuing to deposit funds in exchange for new currency. This brought immense joy to Zhu Youjian, Jiang Ning, and others. Meanwhile, the situation on the Shandong battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, causing the civil officials in the court to become restless. Many reform-minded officials sought out Zhuo Guangdou, hoping he would take the lead in petitioning Zhu Youjian to allow Jiang Ning to personally command the troops in Shandong to quell the rebellion. Zhuo Guangdou, however, understood the sinister motives behind their requests. With the Kong family betraying their loyalty and 3 princes fleeing, someone had to bear the blame. The governor of Shandong, Zhao Yan, had already become a pawn, and General Yang Guazhu evidently could not shoulder such a heavy burden, so they aimed to drag Jiang Ning into the fray, hoping that the scholars of the realm would rise in condemnation against him, ensuring that he would suffer, if not perish. However, Zhuo Guangdou displayed a hesitant demeanor. The betrayal of the Kong family to the White Lotus sect left him, a self-proclaimed loyal Confucian, utterly disgraced. He secretly wished for their demise in battle, as it would preserve his own reputation. Yet, he bore no significant animosity towards Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning were to be implicated, the court would surely descend into chaos. Nevertheless, Zhuo Guangdou felt reluctant to turn a blind eye to the turmoil in Shandong. In his moment of agitation, he suddenly recalled his close friend, Yang Lian, and thus decided to visit him. Upon their meeting, Zhuo Guangdou promptly expressed his intentions. After hearing Zhuo Guangdou's words, Yang Lian let out a cold snort, saying, "You are truly misguided. The betrayal of the Kong family to the White Lotus sect has nothing to do with you. Why must you involve yourself in this matter? To discuss disgrace, it is indeed a matter pertaining to the venerable Kong family. How did our esteemed mentor meet his demise in Jiangnan? Have you forgotten? It was none other than these scholars who drove him to his death. Presently, they merely seek to exploit the betrayal of the Kong residents to drag Jiang Ning into their treachery, using you as a mere pawn while you remain oblivious to the unfolding circumstances." Upon hearing Yang Lian's words, Zhuo Guangdou felt a wave of shame wash over him. His face flushed with embarrassment. He replied, "Da Hong, I am well aware of what you say. However, we are, after all, respectable Confucian disciples. Even if we disregard the monks, we must, for the sake of our venerable master, lend a hand to the Kong family." Yang Lian, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and replied with a serious demeanor, Gongji, you may be a genuine Confucian disciple, but I, Yang Lian, am not. I have now devoted myself to the Jinyiwei and have long since changed my affiliations, serving a different master altogether. As a longtime friend, I must caution you. The only reason the emperor has not moved against you is out of respect for your esteemed teacher. Should you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and continue to engage in reckless behavior, you need not await the emperor's decree or Jiang Ning's intervention. Even Wei Zhaoqing could ensure your demise without a trace. Take heed of my warning. With that, Yang Lian lifted his teacup. Observing this, Zhuo Guangdou let out a sigh before rising to take his leave. Shortly after Zhuo Guangdou departed, Yang Lian hurriedly left for the Jinyiwei's town pacification office, where he informed Tian urging of the plan devised by the Qinglu scholars to implicate Jiang Ning. Upon receiving this news, Tian urging promptly alerted Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, unfazed, replied, Old Tian, this matter is trivial. There is no need for concern. Let these scholars stir as they please. They will not drag me down. Seeing Jiang Ning so unperturbed, Tian urging nodded in agreement. After Tian urging's departure, Jiang Ning, seated in his study, felt a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Zhuo Guangdou, I have spared you your dignity. Do not court your own demise. After much contemplation, Zhuo Guangdou ultimately chose not to submit a memorial. Yet, other Qinglu scholars, including the inspector and officials from the 6 departments and the Hanlin Academy, rushed to submit petitions, urging Jiang Ning to take command in Shandong to quell the White Lotus Rebellion. Upon receiving this information, Zhu Youjian immediately discerned the sinister intentions of these officials and promptly dismissed all petitions without response. As the year drew to a close, the court was abuzz with activity. Jiang Ning, too, found himself unusually industrious, bustling between the town pacification office, the military governor's office, and the palace. Days later, the Ming dynasty held a grand memorial ceremony for the heroes. Jiang Ning, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, Qin Liangyu, and Deng Wenming, prominent figures from the military governor's office, were all present, along with military officials from various ranks in the capital, all donning mourning sashes. This memorial honored the soldiers who sacrificed their lives to pacify the Southwest. Old Wei also wore a mourning sash, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ning. The citizens of the capital and the families of the fallen soldiers gathered at the scene, burning incense and kneeling along the road. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youjian, adorned in full imperial regalia, arrived in a dragon carriage, leading the officials in a slow procession. Under the watchful eyes of the populace, Zhu Youjian gracefully descended from the dragon carriage, securing a mourning sash around his waist. The assembled crowd was left in astonishment. It was indeed a rare occasion for the emperor of the Ming dynasty to personally attend such a memorial, and the sight of him donning a mourning sash was unprecedented. Before long, members of the imperial clan arrived. Prince Zhu Qiuguwei, adorned with a mourning ribbon, was accompanied by Qin Shuren Zhu Xuanjing, who, despite being reduced to commoner status, held a position in the imperial clan. Behind them stood a multitude of Ming guards, all similarly attired in mourning garments, each bearing ancestral tablets, all sharing the surname Zhu. It soon became clear to those present that during the pacification of the Southwestern Tribal Rebellion, many descendants of the old Zhu family had perished in battle. Thus, it was no wonder that the reigning emperor and the prince would don mourning attire in their honor. As the ceremonial official proclaimed, the memorial service for the fallen soldiers of the Ming army who perished in the Southwestern campaign begins. Upon the official announcement, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and instantly, the sound of drums and horns resonated, with the Ming expedition tune echoing throughout the venue. The music, somber and dignified, was imbued with a tragic yet valiant spirit, as if those fallen soldiers had returned to life at that moment. Following Jiang Ning, the officers of the capital military shouted in unison, "The Ming army is formidable. The Ming army is formidable." Their voices rose like a tidal wave, each shout more powerful than the last. Even Zhu Youjian raised his hands, calling out, "Long live the Ming army! Long live the Ming!" Jiang Ning and the military leaders echoed, "Long live the Ming! Long live the emperor!" The gathered citizens were overwhelmed with emotion, tears in their eyes, chanting, "Long live the Ming! Long live the emperor!" As the cheers subsided, the tablets were respectfully carried into the memorial hall by the military personnel for enshrinement. The families of the fallen soldiers entered the hall to begin their incense offerings. Zhu Youjian even knelt down in reverence. Witnessing this scene, Many officials were poised to intervene, but fell silent under the piercing gazes of Jiang Ning and Wei Zhaoqing. The soldiers of the capital military were moved to tears by the sight of their emperor personally offering incense and kneeling in tribute. They understood that even if they were to sacrifice their lives for the nation in the future, the Ming would not forget them. The memorial hall housed so many brother soldiers, and the emperor would honor their memory annually, ensuring they would be venerated for generations. As the memorial ceremony drew to a close, Zhu Youjian approached to console the families of the fallen. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly noticed a group of children nearby, the youngest being 4 or 5 years old, while the older ones were 11 or 12, all dressed in mourning attire, weeping quietly, without any adults accompanying them. Jiang Ning promptly summoned Zhang Zhiji and Yang Sikang to inquire further, learning that these children had lost their fathers in battle, and their mothers had either remarried or passed away long ago. Now they were orphans, relying on the charity of neighbors, growing up on the kindness of others. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes reddened. These soldiers had fought valiantly alongside him in the southwest, and he could not allow them to bleed and weep in vain. Just then, Zhu Youjian approached and inquired about the situation. Upon learning the circumstances, Jiang Ning immediately suggested to Zhu Youjian that the court should fund the care of these fallen soldiers' descendants, providing for their clothing, food, shelter, education, and re-establishing their household registrations. Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, stating, "The soldiers risked their lives for the Ming. I cannot allow the loyal and valiant to be left destitute." At that moment, Yang Sikang displayed a look of difficulty and spoke, "Your Majesty, according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, minors cannot independently establish household registrations. Such registrations must be endorsed by an elder or relative. However, these children are orphans." After reflecting for a moment, Zhu Youjian replied, "In that case, I shall assume the role of their elder relative. Let my name be inscribed on their household registrations." Yang Sikang, Zhang Zhiji, Jiang Ning, and others were momentarily taken aback, astonished that the emperor would personally take on the responsibility of being these children's guardian. Upon further contemplation, Jiang Ning realized that this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. With Zhu Youjian's intervention, there would be no fear of anyone mistreating these loyal soldiers' progeny. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian and his companions stepped forward to the group of children and began to inquire about their well-being. Zhu Youjian gently lifted a 4 or 5-year-old child, affectionately stroking the child's head and wiping away their tears. With a solemn expression, he stated, "Your fathers were valiant soldiers, heroes of the Ming dynasty, who sacrificed their precious lives for our nation. Henceforth, they shall be honored at the Ming Martyrs' Shrine, receiving the reverence of the people. Although your fathers are no longer with us, I, along with the court, shall not abandon you. From this day forward, I shall be your father." The assembled citizens were moved to tears upon hearing Zhu Youjian's words. They had not anticipated that the Ming emperor would willingly assume paternal responsibilities for the children of fallen warriors. Even many officials were brought to tears by his compassion. Zhu Youjian then solemnly announced that all children without relatives would have their household registrations re-established, with their fathers' names uniformly recorded as Zhu Youjian. Furthermore, the court would directly provide them with pensions and support, with the specific arrangements to be managed by the Military Affairs Office. Chapter 380. The Black Coal Mines of the Ming Dynasty. Following the ceremonial tribute at the Martyrs' Shrine, the citizens of the capital engaged in fervent discussions regarding the court, their admiration for Zhu Youjian growing day by day. This sentiment was easily understood during the suppression of the Southwestern Rebellion. Over 1,000 members of the Ming royal family had perished, their memorial tablets now enshrined in the Martyrs' Shrine. In contrast to the orphans of the fallen soldiers, the court had not neglected them. Zhu Youjian, the Ming emperor, had proactively assumed the responsibility of caring for the descendants of these heroes. This stood in stark contrast to the mounting criticism directed at the Kong family. Even the Ming royals, who had previously led a life of idleness, had lost thousands during the Southwestern campaign, while the Kong family, the supposed leaders of the scholarly elite, had utterly forsaken the court to align themselves with the White Lotus sect. This juxtaposition was not only damaging but also deeply insulting. Throughout the streets and alleys of the capital, the citizens vocally condemned the Kong family. The literati of the Qinglu faction could no longer remain passive. They sought out Zhuo Guangdou once again, hoping he would take the lead in petitioning the court to implicate Jiang Ning. They calculated that if they could successfully draw Jiang Ning into disrepute, the court would inevitably have to take responsibility for the situation in Shandong, potentially offering the Kong family a glimmer of hope. However, after being reminded by Yang Lian, Zhuo Guangdou firmly declined. Yet, the Qinglu officials were not easily disheartened. Among them, the trio led by the military secretary Zhou Shunchong, the assistant minister of personnel Zhou Zongjian, and the military secretary Zhou Qiyuan, incessantly petitioned the court, imploring the sovereign to dispatch troops from Jiang Ning to Shandong to swiftly quell the White Lotus Rebellion. However, their appeals were met with silence by Zhu Youjian, who chose to disregard their entreaties entirely. At this juncture, as Zhuo Guangdou ceased to take the lead, the three men conspired to employ a tactic of moral coercion against Jiang Ning. Consequently, during the court assembly, they wept profusely, lamenting the suffering of the people in Shandong. To the uninformed, it appeared as though they were truly loyal ministers, selflessly devoted to the welfare of the nation. Zhu Youjian, disinterested in their theatrics, promptly declared the court adjourned. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning strolled towards the palace gates, engaged in light-hearted conversation with his subordinates. Observing the emperor's indifference, the trio, accompanied by dozens of officials from the Qinglu faction, obstructed Jiang Ning's path. Upon witnessing such a blockade, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. His companions, Gui Yunho and Wen Tiran, rolled up their sleeves, sneering as they said, "What is the meaning of this, esteemed Lord Zhou? Are you intending to engage in a contest with Lord Jiang? Whether it be a battle of wits or brawn, we would be pleased to spar with you first." Faced with the support of Jiang Ning's loyal aides, Zhou Qiyuan appeared somewhat flustered, clasping his hands in apology. "Esteemed Lords Gua and Wen, I harbor no such intentions. It is merely that the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong has persisted for far too long. Although the court has dispatched troops, the insurrection remains unresolved. With the year-end approaching and the harsh winter setting in, we implore Lord Jiang to personally journey to Shandong to quell the turmoil and relieve the suffering of the populace. Our intentions are purely patriotic. We hope for your understanding." Zhou Shunchong added earnestly, "Though we may have had misunderstandings with Lord Jiang, we genuinely harbor no ulterior motives and implore Lord Jiang to prioritize the welfare of the Shandong people." Their harmonious exchange of words was quite the performance. Jiang Ning, however, found their antics amusing, fully aware of their ulterior motives. At that moment, Gui Yunho snorted derisively, stating, "Esteemed Lord Zhou, spare us the grandstanding. Your intentions are as transparent as day. You cannot play such games before me." Wen Tiran echoed with a scoff, "If your concern for the nation and the people is as genuine as you claim, why not seek the emperor's decree to lead the charge against the rebels in Shandong? Why persist in haranguing Lord Jiang?" The three men, upon hearing this, turned crimson, rendered momentarily speechless. Jiang Ning, disinterested in further entanglements, attempted to depart. But Zhou Qiyuan hastily seized Jiang Ning's sleeve, tears streaming down his face, imploring, "Lord Jiang, can you truly bear to witness the suffering of the Shandong people?" Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, responding coldly, "Lord Zhou, the court has dispatched the necessary troops and appointed the requisite generals. Even Prince Xian has personally gone to Shandong, and the Duke of England leads his forces there. It is but a matter of time before the conflict subsides. Why the urgency on your part?" With that, he shrugged off Zhou Qiyuan's grasp and continued towards the palace gates. As Jiang Ning's figure receded into the distance, Zhou Qiyuan suddenly burst into tears. Jiang Ning stood motionless, turning to gaze at the weeping Zhou Qiyuan, silently muttering to himself, "This scoundrel, could he be attempting to deceive me? With so many witnesses present, I have not laid a finger on him." Zhou Qiyuan lamented, "I once believed that Lord Jiang was concerned for the nation and its people. Yet it appears he is but a hypocrite, passively observing the suffering of the people of Shandong amidst chaos. What wrongdoing have the common folk committed? What guilt lies upon the masses?" As he spoke, the other two joined in his lamentation, their cries attracting a considerable crowd. Witnessing the uproar these three were causing, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and pulled the nearby Wen Tiran close, inquiring, "Old One, what is the background of these three individuals?" Wen Tiran rolled his eyes, mentally sifting through his knowledge regarding the trio. After a moment, he responded calmly, "My lord, these three were originally key figures in the Donglin faction, and they posed no significant issues. Since the Donglin Academy was razed to the ground, they have become pivotal members of the Qinglu faction, second only to Zhuo Guangdou in influence." Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. Given that these three had no fundamental issues, it would be unjust to punish them without cause. His eyes glinted mischievously as he smiled and remarked, "Gentleman Zhou, cease your lamentations. If you can persuade His Majesty to issue an edict, I shall personally journey to Shandong. Otherwise, I am truly powerless to act." Upon hearing this, the three felt as though they had been grasped by the throat. They wished for the emperor to issue an edict, yet the reality was that the emperor paid them no heed. With this thought, they choked back their sobs as they made their way toward the palace gates, weeping and muttering all the while. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not falling into their trap, Zhou Qiyuan stood outside the palace gates, wiping his tears, his face a picture of fury as he glared at Jiang Ning's departing figure. At this moment, Zhou Shunchang spoke up, "What shall we do? Jiang Ning is not falling for our ploy." Just then, Zhou Zongjian let out a cold laugh and declared, "Then let us incite the populace of the capital, using their sentiments to compel Jiang Ning to go to Shandong. I refuse to believe that he can disregard his own reputation." Upon hearing Zhou Zongjian's words, Zhou Qiyuan and Zhou Shunchang exchanged knowing glances. Realizing that while it might be difficult to sway others, Jiang Ning might indeed lower himself to such an extent. However, as events had unfolded, they had no choice but to gamble on this desperate strategy. Subsequently, the three led a group of Qinglu officials back to their respective offices. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, a rumor began circulating among the citizens of the capital, suggesting that the reason the court had not yet quelled the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong was due to the inaction of Jiang Ning, the left commander of the Central Army. If only Jiang Ning would take command, the rebellion would surely be swiftly subdued. This news spread rapidly, and many citizens began to voice their opinions on the matter. Upon learning of this rumor, Jiang Ning remained indifferent, continuing with his daily life, unperturbed by the commotion. However, his subordinates could not remain passive. Even Wei Zhaoqing stepped forward, expressing his willingness to go to Shandong on Jiang Ning's behalf, but Jiang Ning stopped him. The reason was simple. Old Wei was not cut out for warfare, and with Zhu Youjian already having gone, if Old Wei were to follow, the situation in Shandong could descend into utter chaos. In contrast to the machinations of the bureaucrats, Jiang Ning was far more concerned with the development of the royal coal works of the Ming dynasty. One day, he ventured to the Xishan coal mine outside the city, and was momentarily taken aback. Before him toiled thousands of prisoners, braving the biting wind and snow, their bodies steaming as they diligently extracted coal. Nearby stood newly constructed buildings, alongside several brick kilns, all under the watchful guard of soldiers. Accompanied by Li Ruoyan, Jiang Ning made his way forward, presenting his waist badge to enter the mine, where he began his meticulous inspection. After a brief period of observation, he suddenly heard a voice call out from a distance, "Master Jiang, what a coincidence to see you here." Jiang Ning paused in surprise, recognizing the voice belonged to none other than Old Wei. Turning to look, he saw Wei Zhaoqing striding towards him, accompanied by a stout figure clad in eunuch attire. Jiang Ning quickly responded with a smile, "Master Wei, indeed it is a pleasant surprise to find you here." Wei Zhaoqing grinned, declaring, "His Majesty has established the royal coal works of the Ming, a wonderful initiative to benefit the common people. I have volunteered to assist His Majesty in alleviating his concerns. This coal yard is now under our management." Jiang Ning silently commended Old Wei in his heart. Observing the rotund figure beside Wei, he felt a sense of familiarity and inquired, "Master Wei, who might this be?" With a chuckle, Wei Zhaoqing introduced, "This little fellow is my second apprentice. He was originally a magistrate in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, but was apprehended for corruption and bribery. Subsequently, he volunteered to atone for his crimes, which initially warranted a death sentence. Recognizing his cleverness, we intended to keep him in the Eastern Depot, only to discover that he had already undergone castration. Thus, we arranged for him to serve in the palace, where he has performed admirably. Now that His Majesty has entrusted the royal coal works to us, we have a multitude of tasks, so we appointed this young man as the supervising eunuch." Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. Wei Zhaoqing then addressed the young apprentice, "Little fatty, why not take Master Jiang and us on a tour?" The young man promptly complied, leading Jiang Ning and the others around the premises. Jiang Ning pointed towards several brick kilns and inquired, "What purpose do these kilns serve?" The young man quickly responded, "In answer to Master Jiang's question, since the mine requires accommodations for the prisoners and storage for coal and other materials, I ordered the construction of these kilns for brickmaking. Presently, we no longer need them for building. Instead, we use them to dry honeycomb coal. Given the frigid temperatures, natural drying would take 10 days to half a month." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging the young man's capabilities. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the area where chimney flues were being crafted, where dozens of artisans wielded hammers to create the flues. Jiang Ning then inquired, "What is the current daily coal production, and how many blocks of honeycomb coal can be produced?" The young man, beaming with delight, replied, in response to Master Jiang, "The entire mine currently employs 500 prisoners, with 3,000 assigned to coal extraction, while the remaining 500 manage water and clay for the production of honeycomb coal. Currently, approximately 100,000 gene of coal is being produced daily. Due to the frigid weather, extraction is inherently challenging, but once the spring arrives, production is expected to increase. Each day, around 100,000 pieces of honeycomb coal are crafted." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but nod in agreement. Such output, under the constraints of manual labor in ancient times, is indeed commendable, especially when compared to the large-scale, mechanized mining of future generations. At that moment, Jiang Ning could not resist asking, "Where do so many prisoners come from?" "Over 3,000. Surely there are no innocent civilians among them?" Wei Zhaoqing, with a beaming smile, replied, "My dear Jiang, how could that be? We would never harm the common people. The over 3,000 individuals were meticulously selected by us. We scoured the prisons of the Jinyiwei, the Shuntian Prefecture, and the Ministry of Justice for these offenders. They were originally the relatives of corrupt officials destined for execution. However, we contemplated that while executing them might be satisfying, it does not atone for their sins. So we brought them here to mine coal as a form of penance." After hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, Old Wei is truly a talent." As noon approached, Old Wei enthusiastically invited Jiang Ning to dine at the coal mine. Jiang Ning initially intended to decline, yet he found it impossible to resist Old Wei's warm invitation. Before long, Old Wei returned with 2 bowls of steaming boiled vegetables and a large platter of flatbread. Observing this, Jiang Ning could not help but jest, "Wei Gonggong, surely these prisoners do not eat such fare?" Old Wei let out a cold laugh and stated, "How could that be? They are served coarse cornmeal and boiled vegetables, devoid of even a drop of oil. But rest assured, Master Jiang, we are still sensible in our dealings. The cornmeal is plentiful, and though the boiled vegetables lack oil, they are seasoned with salt to at least provide them with the strength to work." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled and remarked, "Wei Gonggong, you truly possess a heart of compassion." Old Wei chuckled and replied, What can I say? I am simply soft-hearted. If it were not for the fact that these individuals still hold some utility, they would have been executed long ago." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, coughed repeatedly, contemplating. Good heavens, Old Wei has practically created a Ming Dynasty version of a black coal mine.